Chapter 1. Su Tianming woke to the sound of wind scraping through broken bamboo. For a moment he did not know where he was. The ceiling above him was old wood patched with mud. The bedding beneath him was a straw mat so thin he could feel the floorboards through it. His body felt small, light, and young in a way that made panic bloom in his chest before memory had time to settle. Then the memories came, not all at once. First, the pain of dying in a battlefield of light, where black tides had swallowed mountains and the sky itself had cracked open. Then the face of a woman with silver hair and a spear in her hand, shouting for him to retreat. Then another woman, cloaked in moonlight, standing on a shattered palace stair with blood on her sleeve and tears in her eyes. Then a storm sea, a night road, a shrine bell, and a blind singer whose voice had once guided him through the end of the world. Su Tianming sat up too fast and nearly fell over. This body was not his original one. It was the body of a 16-year-old boy from a ruined border clan, thin from years of poor meals and hard winters. The clan house around him was patched and half empty, but it still held the smell of old incense and dust. Outside, someone was chopping wood with slow, tired strikes. He looked down at his hands. They were calloused, but not from the endless war he remembered. These were the hands of a boy who had learned to survive after losing almost everything. The last thing he had clearly remembered from his old life was sealing the void breach at the Skyfall Rift. He had been the Heavenly Emperor then, or something close to it. Not a ruler sitting on a throne and issuing decrees, but a guardian who stood where the line broke. He had died there. He was certain of that. Yet the memory did not feel like an ending. It felt like a promise unfinished. The wind stopped. Su Tianming turned toward the window and saw his grandfather crossing the courtyard with a bundle of firewood on his back. Old General Su Run had once commanded border troops. Now he walked with a cane and a stubborn spine, his left arm scarred from a dozen wars and one bad winter that had taken most of his strength. Even so, he still moved with the stubborn dignity of a man who refused to let a broken world decide his shape. Tianming, the old man called. You are awake. His voice was calm, but Su Tianming heard the tightness beneath it. Because today was the day the village patrol would come. Because today was the day the bloodline tablet would be checked. Because today his hidden gift might reveal itself to everyone in the border district, and everyone who cared about such things would start looking at him like a resource instead of a grandson. Su Tianming stood and almost lost his balance again. The moment his bare feet touched the floor, a voice rang in his mind. Emperor Echo Seal activated. Host confirmed. Su Tianming. Former identity fragments detected. Current world line deviated. Objective priority. Recover scattered divine echoes. Warning. 5 divine souls have reincarnated into mortal bodies. Su Tianming froze. His breathing turned sharp. The words were not spoken aloud, but they pressed against his thoughts with the authority of a law written into the bones of heaven. 5 divine souls. The women he had once saved. They had followed him down into mortality. And if they were here, somewhere on this continent, then the thing that had hunted them before had followed as well. He gripped the edge of the window frame until the wood creaked. Grandfather, he said, keeping his voice steady by force. What day is it? Old General Su Ren paused on the threshold. He studied Su Tianming for a long second, then looked away as if deciding not to ask what had changed in the boy's face overnight. The day your future begins, he said. If heaven is merciful, it will begin quietly. From the road outside came the sound of hoofbeats. Hard hoofbeats. Too many to be a neighbor. Su Ren's expression sharpened. Stay inside, the old man said. Then the front gate exploded inward. Chapter 2. The first bandit through the gate wore a bronze mask and a butcher's grin. He had barely cleared the threshold before Su Ren's cane struck his wrist with a crack that sent the blade spinning from his hand. The old general moved like a man who had spent his life learning how to kill before other men finished speaking. Su Tianming did not have time to admire it. More riders were already climbing over the broken fence, shouting for the surviving villagers to surrender their food, their grain, and any young girls who still looked healthy enough to sell. Su Tianming's body moved before his mind finished catching up. He snatched the hoe leaning beside the door and drove the iron head into the knee of a second bandit who had turned toward the house. The man howled and staggered. Su Tianming followed with a shoulder strike that would have meant nothing in his former life, but was enough, here, to shove the man into the wall hard enough to stun him. He stared at what he had done, startled by the speed in his own muscles. This body knew how to fight in a desperate, ugly way. Not technique. Survival. Another bandit swung a spear toward him. Su Tianming ducked, felt the point skim the hair above his neck, and heard his grandfather shout a warning from the yard. The old general was holding 3 men at once near the cart shed, his cane now gone, and a short saber in his good hand. The bandits were not ordinary thieves. Su Tianming could feel that in the way their chi moved. Thin but controlled. They had cultivators among them. Not high-ranked, but enough to terrorize a border village that had no spirit guard worth naming. He had no weapon. He had no cultivation. And yet, when one of the masked men rushed him again, the Emperor Echo seal in his mind pulsed once. Something inside him snapped into alignment. Su Tianming sidestepped, caught the spear shaft with both hands, and twisted. The move felt impossible and obvious at the same time. The bandit lost his balance, and Su Tianming drove the blunt end of the hoe into the man's throat. The man dropped to one knee, gagging. Su Tianming backed away, heart hammering. He had not learned that move in this life. He knew it from another one. The realization chilled him more than the morning air. Tianming. He turned. A bandit had broken through the side yard and was dragging a village girl by the wrist. She couldn't have been older than 13. Her face was white with terror, and her free hand clawed at the dirt as if she could root herself to the ground and become impossible to move. Su Tianming moved without thinking. He threw the hoe. The iron head struck the bandit's temple with a dull crack. The man released the girl and crumpled sideways. For one tiny moment, everything stopped. The girl stared at Su Tianming as if he had descended from the sky. Then she ran. The bandit Su Tianming had struck was still breathing, though barely. His mask had split. Beneath it was a face he recognized from the market. Not a local. Not a wandering thug. A subordinate of Bloodmark He Han too, one of the southern warlords who sold border villages to feed his private army. Su Tianming's jaw tightened. So the attack was not random. Someone had finally found the Su clan again. A pulse of killing intent rolled through the yard. Su Ren had drawn back from the cart, shed with blood on his sleeve. To the house, he barked. Now, Su Tianming ran. The front hall smelled of smoke and old paper. His grandfather shoved him toward the back room and slammed the door just as the outer wall shook with another impact. Through the plaster he heard shouting, steel, and the ugly rhythm of men who expected the world to fold. Su Ren turned to him, breathing hard. Listen carefully. If the house falls, go through the cellar. There is an old tunnel behind the shrine well. Do not wait for me. Su Tianming's throat tightened. Grandfather, come with me. The old man laughed once, but there was no humor in it. Boy, if I am still moving at the age I am, that means the heavens have not yet finished being unreasonable. Go. Another impact hit the outer wall. Dust rained from the rafters. Su Ren took Su Tianming's shoulders and looked him straight in the eye. You have been dreaming again, haven't you? Su Tianming went still. The old general's expression changed by a fraction. That is not the look of surprise I wanted, Su Ren muttered. Fine. Since this world prefers ugly truths, take yours early. If the bloodline tablet wakes at all today, it will not be quiet. He shoved a ring of old keys into Su Tianming's hand. Go. The door burst open. Chapter 3 Su Tianming escaped through the cellar with ash in his hair and the taste of fear still sharp in his mouth. The tunnel behind the shrine well was narrow enough that he had to crouch. Old stones scraped his shoulders. Water dripped somewhere ahead with the slow patience of a world that had no intention of hurrying for anyone's panic. He moved by touch and memory, carrying the keys his grandfather had shoved into his palm and listening to the chaos above him fade into the muffled thunder of violence. The tunnel opened into the back shrine. It was older than the clan itself, a small room of cracked black stone with a single bronze incense table and a faded mural of 5 women standing around a starless sky. Su Tianming had passed it 1,000 times as a boy and never understood why his grandfather insisted the room be kept clean. Now, with the Emperor Echo seal humming beneath his thoughts, the mural seemed to look back at him. 5 figures. Each one was half erased by age, but not enough to hide the shape of them. One held a spear. One held a sword. One held a lantern. One a brush. One a staff. Around them the mural painted ripples in the air, like fate itself bending toward their feet. Su Tianming's chest tightened. His memory of the 5 goddesses surged with unbearable clarity. Ning Xiao had once knelt in a field of winter herbs and healed a dying river with the warmth in her palms. Yunmei had laughed from a rooftop while stealing a map from a god who thought shadows could not think for themselves. Ji Hanyue had stood in moonlit armor and warned him that a kingdom built on fear would eventually fear its own crown. Feng Linger had ridden a storm beast through the edge of the void breach as if the sky were a road made for her. Luo Shichen had sung them all into battle with her blind gaze turned toward the thread of destiny no one else could see. And he had failed them. The memory struck with enough force to make him stagger. He caught himself on the incense table. The Emperor Echo seal pulsed again. Host memory divergence increasing. Divine Echo proximity detected. Su Tianming stared at the mural. Proximity to what? No answer came. Only a faint tug in the back of his skull, like a fishing line cast into darkness. He was not alone in this world. He had known that in theory from the moment the system woke. But theory was different from the physical sensation of standing in a ruined shrine while 5 forgotten silhouettes seemed to lean toward him through the paint and dust. Above him the house shook again. Then, abruptly, the sound of battle moved away. Tianming's eyes narrowed. That was wrong. Bandits did not leave prey unless the prey had become more trouble than expected or unless they had taken what they came for. He climbed out of the shrine and into the courtyard. Smoke drifted over the broken fence. One of the outer walls had collapsed inward. The bandits were already retreating in a loose formation, hauling grain sacks and one wounded man between them. At their center walked a rider in a dark cloak, face hidden beneath a bronze half-mask. He was not rushing. He was inspecting. Tianming felt the man's gaze settle on him even through the distance. The rider lifted one hand. A wave of pressure swept over the yard. Villagers who had been hiding in doorways dropped to their knees, unable to resist the force in the man's cultivation. Tianming's legs nearly buckled too. He gritted his teeth and forced himself upright. The masked rider seemed mildly amused by that. So this is the Su clan remnant, he called. The rumors were not exaggeration. Old bones still protect their bloodline. Su stepped from the smoke with a slash across his ribs and a face harder than iron. Han Tu's dog, he said. The rider laughed. Not my lord today, merely his hand. Tianming's attention sharpened. The man's chi was strange, not purely martial. There was something darker knotted through it, something that tasted like burned incense and old graves. The rider pointed at Tianming with 2 fingers. The boy matters more than the rest, he said. Take him alive if possible. That was all the confirmation Tianming needed. He was the target. Su heard it too. The old general moved before the bandits finished shifting their grip on the stolen sacks, lunging in a line meant to cut between the rider and Tianming. A cultist from the left intercepted him. Steel flashed. Blood misted the morning air. Tianming's vision narrowed. He grabbed a broken spear from the ground and rushed the nearest bandit. The man was a second-rank cultivator, stronger than him by every ordinary measure. But the body Tianming now wore carried a strange, stubborn rhythm. His own chi had not awakened yet. And still, when he met the bandit's blade with the spear shaft, the impact rang in his bones like a drum beat from another life. The Emperor Echo Seal flared hot. For one breath, the world slowed. Tianming saw 3 lines of movement. The first would leave him alive, but useless. The second would break the bandit's wrist if he committed early. The third would be reckless enough to open the rider's formation for half a second. Without understanding why, he chose the third. He stepped inside the blade arc, took the cut across his shoulder, and slammed the spear but into the bandit's stomach with everything his borrowed body had. The man folded. Tianming snatched the fallen blade and threw it, not at the wounded bandit, but at the rider. The rider tilted his head. The blade stopped in midair. Not by speed, by force. A thin black barrier swallowed it before it reached his throat. Tianming's stomach dropped. The rider smiled through the bronze mask. Interesting, he murmured. There is an emperor's instinct in you after all. Then his hand closed into a fist. Pain exploded through Tianming's chest. Chapter 4. The world came back in pieces. Tianming was on one knee in the mud, choking. His shoulder burned where the blade had cut him. The stolen spear was gone. The masked rider stood 10 paces away with one boot resting on a grain sack, his men regrouping around him in a loose semicircle. Su had fallen to one knee as well, though he still held his sword with both hands and the stubbornness of a man refusing to admit he was outmatched. The pressure in the air had not lifted. It had deepened. Tianming's heart pounded against the Emperor Echo Seal's unseen weight. Something inside his blood was waking in answer to the rider's blow. Not combat instinct this time. Something older. Something that had been waiting for the right crisis to surface. The rider tilted his masked face. So, he said, will the boy bleed or bloom? Su spat blood into the dirt and laughed. If you wanted a flower, you chose the wrong field. The rider ignored him. Tianming felt the answer forming before he could think it through. He was not the original Tianming, not truly. He carried fragments from another life, fragments enough to understand power, strategy, and the cost of hesitation. But this body had its own blood, its own history, and somewhere inside that history was an inheritance that had just been struck awake. He pressed his palm to the ground. Something responded. Not from the dirt. From beneath it. Lines of pale gold lit under the cracked courtyard stones, spreading in a circular pattern around the ancestral shrine. The pattern was old, older than the current clan house, maybe older than the border road itself. Tianming stared as the lines connected, and formed a six-pointed seal around the center of the yard. The rider's posture changed. His men stepped back. Su Rin's brows shot upward. So it was true after all. Su Tianming looked up. What was true? That the old bloodline tablet still had a pulse. The seal beneath the courtyard flared once, bright enough to bleach the morning gray into white. A wooden tablet rose from the ancestral hall floor, spinning slowly in the air. Su Tianming's grandfather had hidden it beneath the shrine altar all these years. A black slab of lacquered with the size of a hand, with the Su name carved into the face and 5 grooves cut into the back like channels for old rites. It floated now between Su Tianming and the masked rider as if the earth itself had decided the boy had reached the proper age for the truth. The Emperor Echo seal in Su Tianming's mind went silent. Then it spoke one sentence. Ancestral seal awakened. Emperor inheritance incomplete. Recover the first divine echo before the bloodline burns out. Su Tianming barely had time to process that before the tablet cracked in half. Light poured out. Not gold, not silver, but a clear spring green with white edges, as gentle as dawn over new leaves. From the broken tablet rose the faint shape of a girl kneeling with both hands cupped around a seedling. Su Tianming's breath caught. Ning Suyao. No, not Ning Suyao exactly. Not yet. Only the echo of her hidden soul, still young enough to be almost shapeless, but unmistakable in the way the light bent around it. A herbal fragrance spread through the courtyard. The wounded villagers in the doorway gasped as if the scent had reached inside their bones and touched something sleeping there. The masked rider took one step back. That was enough for Su Tianming to understand the significance. This was one of the divine echoes the system had warned him about. One of the 5, and it had answered his bloodline. The spring green light wrapped around Su Tianming's wound, stopping the bleeding in an instant. Warmth spread through his shoulder and chest. He felt his chi channels open a fraction, as if a sealed gate had heard its name spoken aloud for the first time in centuries. Su Rin's voice was rough. Boy, can you stand? Su Tianming closed his hand around the broken tablet fragment. Yes. The masked rider's smile vanished. Take him, he snapped. The bandits moved. Su Tianming moved first. He did not know any formal sword art. He did not need one. The spring light in his veins guided his instincts, and the Emperor Echo Seal supplied the rest. He dropped low beneath the first attack, twisted inside the second, and drove the edge of the broken tablet shard into the throat of the nearest bandit. The man fell with a sound more surprised than angry. Su Tianming heard his grandfather laugh once behind him. There he is, Su Rin said. The rider's black barrier rose again, thicker this time. Su Tianming felt pressure slam into him, as if a mountain had suddenly remembered his name. Yet the spring light in his chest answered with a stubborn brightness, and the old courtyard seal underfoot held the pressure just long enough for Su Rin to cut through the nearest enemy line. The masked rider watched the two of them with growing irritation. So be it, he said. The first echo has chosen. We will simply take the second elsewhere. He vanished into a swirl of black chi. By the time the smoke cleared, the bandits were gone. So was the grain. And on the broken tablet fragment in Su Tianming's hand, new characters had appeared in wet-looking ink. Find Ning Suyao in the northern herb fields before the hunters do. Su Tianming went still. His chest tightened around a memory from another life, a memory of spring rain, herbal baskets, and a girl whose hands could warm a dying river. The first divine echo had awakened. Now the hunt had begun. Chapter 5. Su Rin buried 3 villagers before noon. He did it himself, refusing help except for the shovels. He said the dead deserved hands that had known them. Su Tianming wanted to argue that the old general was injured badly enough to fall over if the wind shifted, but the expression on his grandfather's face warned him against wasting breath on things sorrow had already claimed. The border village had survived the raid, but only barely. 2 homes had burned. 1 storehouse was gone. Most of the grain remained, though the bandits had taken enough to leave the winter math ugly. More troubling than the damage was the mark left behind in the courtyard. The old seal refused to fade. It sat beneath the broken stones like a sleeping eye. Su Tianming knelt beside it while the rest of the village gathered in half-stunned silence. He could feel the seal now, not with sight, with resonance. Threads of buried power ran through the ancestral ground and into the old shrine behind the house. The tablet had not merely broken. It had confirmed him. The divine echo had awakened because something in his blood had answered it. He was not sure whether that made him chosen or bait. Su Rin joined him, lowering himself with a grimace. You know now, the old man said. Su Tianming nodded. That I am not normal? Yes. That part is obvious. I meant the rest. Su Tianming looked toward the smoke-blackened yard. The rider knew what I was. He wanted me alive. He knew about the echo before it appeared. He knew enough to be dangerous. Su Ren rested a hand on his knee. And now you know enough to be dangerous back. That was the trouble. Su Tianming did know things. More than he could safely say. He knew the border clan had once guarded one of the fallen gates. He knew the 5 goddesses had reincarnated. He knew the old enemy that had stalked them before would not be far behind. But his knowledge was incomplete, frayed by death and rebirth, and whatever had happened in the gap between worlds. The Emperor Echo seal pulsed faintly. Ning Suyao. The name burned in his mind like a direction. Su Ren watched him for a long moment. The northern herb fields are 3 days away if you take the hill road. For if you are careful, the bandit rider gave you a target. That means the girl matters. You believe him? No. Su Ren's mouth twisted. I believe the world is always less forgiving than it first seems. Su Tianming flexed his injured shoulder. The spring light had healed the worst of the cut, but he could still feel a thin warmth under the skin. Not enough to be called a cultivation miracle. Enough to prove the world was listening. What do I do if I find her? The old general's answer came without hesitation. Make sure she lives long enough to decide whether she wants your help. That, Su Tianming thought, was exactly the sort of advice that only a man with too many battle scars could give without irony. He rose. Across the village, women were repairing roofs. Men were clearing debris. Children were carrying water from the well, as if pretending normality might make the winter smaller. Life had already begun stitching itself back together around the wound. Su Tianming stared at the road north. He could feel the system waiting. No, not waiting. Tracking. Somewhere in the northern herb fields, one of the 5 divine echoes was already moving toward him or away from him, depending on which version of fate held the stronger grip. If he hesitated, hunters with better information would reach her first. If he left, his grandfather would be short-handed and the village would be vulnerable. If he stayed, the girl with the spring echo might die without ever knowing why the world had started hunting her. The choice was not really a choice. Su Tianming turned back toward the house. I am going. Su Ren grunted. I expected as much. You are not stopping me. Boy, if I could have stopped the first version of you from going into impossible battles, I would have saved myself a great deal of pain. The old general waved toward the road with his chin. Go find the girl. If the heavens are as rude as usual, she will already be in trouble by the time you arrive. Su Tianming almost smiled. Then a voice, soft as new leaves, brushed his mind. Do not go alone. He froze. Su Ren frowned. What is it? Su Tianming looked up at the shadow of the ancestral hall. For a heartbeat, he thought he saw a girl standing there in spring light, hands full of herbs, face blurred by distance and memory. The figure vanished when he blinked. But the voice remained. Do not go alone, it said again. Chapter 6. Su Tianming reached the northern herb fields by the second day. He had not gone alone after all. Old General Su Ren refused to let him travel without a pack mule, a map, and a ceremonial knife he claimed was for practical purposes, but was obviously just him being stubborn. More surprisingly, 2 border youths from the village insisted on coming too, saying the road north had been full of bad spirits since the bandit raid, and that they preferred bad spirits they could see. Su Tianming accepted the company because he was not arrogant enough to think he understood the world better than the people living in it. The herb field sat in a shallow valley where low winter shrubs had been trained between rows of pale stones. At this time of year the place should have been half asleep, but the qi here was strange. Green currents moved beneath the soil in soft pulses, as if the land itself had a heartbeat. Su Tianming felt it as soon as he stepped through the outer gate. The voice from before stirred in his mind. There. He turned slowly. A girl knelt in the farthest row of herbs with a broken basket tipped on its side beside her. She wore a patched coat too large for her, and her hair was tied in a loose braid that had come apart at the end. Her hands were stained with mud and crushed leaves. She looked ordinary at first glance, almost disappointingly so, until Su Tianming saw the faint green halo around her wrists. Ning Suyao, not yet the healer from his old memories. Only a village girl with tired eyes and a stubborn mouth, quietly gathering herbs while 3 older workers argued over whether the winter roots were worth the trouble. The Emperor Echo seal in Su Tianming's mind thrummed like a held breath. He did not move right away. The system had not offered him a map, only a direction. If he charged in and declared her fate was divine, she would probably kick him in the shin and run. If he approached as a stranger too smoothly, she might mistrust him for good reason. So he waited until she noticed him by accident. That happened when one of the workers laughed too loudly, and a cartwheel rolled over the edge of the raised path, dumping a crate of frostbitten roots toward the ditch. Suyao stepped into the path of the falling crate before anyone else could move. She caught it, not with brute strength, with both hands and a quick twist that redirected the weight into the ground. The basket hit the mud, split at the seam, and did not crush her ankle. Su Tianming felt the green echo inside his blood shiver. There it was again, the hidden spring of life beneath all the plainness. He walked closer. The workers noticed him first and stopped talking. One of them recognized his border clan clothes and gave him a wary look, the sort reserved for people from ruined houses who might still have old connections. Su Yao turned. For an instant their eyes met. Su Tianming felt the world tighten. Not romance. Not yet. Something much stranger and more dangerous. Recognition without context. The sense that two pieces of a broken history had just found the same table. Su Yao looked him up and down, then frowned. You are standing too close to the herb beds. Su Tianming blinked. That was not the greeting he had expected. I apologize. You look like someone who has been walking for too long, she said. If you are here to buy roots, speak to the foreman. If you are lost, speak faster. One of the workers snorted into his sleeve. Su Tianming almost laughed. I am looking for someone. That depends on whether she wants to be found. He was not sure how to answer that. So he did the sensible thing and asked, Are you Ning Suyao? The foreman went rigid. So did the workers nearby. Suyao's eyes narrowed by a fraction. Who was asking? The green echo in Su Tianming's chest pulsed, so hard it hurt. The earth under her feet glimmered faintly. He understood then that the spring echo had noticed him too, and that the people around them had not. Before he could answer, a shout rose from the valley gate. One of the herb guards came running with blood on his sleeve. Bandits, the man yelled. From the south road. They are heading straight for the storage house. Su Yao's face changed at once. Su Tianming saw the hidden healer in her before she could hide it. The ordinary girl disappeared behind a surgeon's focus. How many, she asked. At least 6. Her gaze flicked once towards Su Tianming, measuring him and then dismissing the measurement as incomplete. If you are here to buy roots, she said, you will have to wait. Then she ran. Su Tianming followed. Chapter 7. The bandits came over the ridge in 2 waves. Su Tianming counted them by instinct and cursed the habit in the same breath. 7 men, maybe 8, one of them with a cultivation pulse stronger than the rest. Not enough to level the fields, but enough to kill people who had no idea how to fight. Su Yao had already grabbed a basket pole from the herb shed. It was not a sword. It was barely a weapon. Yet she held it as if she had used worse things before. One of the workers tried to shove her back toward the storage house. She ignored him. Another shouted for the guards, but the nearest guard was already down, blood spreading dark across the path stones. Su Tianming stepped beside her and lifted the broken ceremonial knife Su Run had insisted he carry. Su Yao glanced at it. That is a very small weapon. It is a very rude one. That got him a look that might have been surprise. The bandits reached the first herb rows. They were not random raiders. Su Tianming knew that immediately. Their formation was too neat. Their eyes swept the field too deliberately. They were searching for someone, and the moment the leader spotted Su Yao, his expression changed from greed to confirmation. There she is, the man said. Su Yao stiffened. Su Tianming's stomach tightened. The bandits knew her. So did the system. The lead bandit lunged first. Su Tianming did not try to meet him head-on. Instead, he stepped sideways, dragged the basket pole down across the man's knee, and used the borrowed momentum to throw the attack wide. The bandit stumbled. Su Yao drove the wood pole into his ribs with a sharp, efficient motion that looked oddly practiced. The second bandit came from the left. Su Tianming barely blocked in time. The ceremonial knife should have shattered. Instead, the Emperor Echo Seal pulsed and sent a thin thread of force through his arm, enough to keep the blade from buckling. He felt the world narrow around the rhythm of combat, and in that rhythm, he saw the shape of the attack before it landed. He was not stronger than the bandit. He was earlier. That was enough. He ducked, cut the man's thigh, and shoved him into the herb rack. Bags of crushed leaves fell over both of them in a green cloud that smelled like sharp rain. The bandit cursed and swung blindly. Su Yao moved to his side without hesitation. The basket pole snapped against another attack and split in her hands, but not before she used the broken end to strike the bandit's wrist and jar the dagger loose. Su Tianming caught the falling blade and threw it into the dirt beside the man's foot. The man stared at him in disbelief. Su Tianming stared back. He could sense the green echo in Su Yao growing brighter with every second she fought. Not fully awakening, only stirring. Her hidden path wanted release, but something had held it back for years. The bandit leader noticed the change too. His face darkened. Enough play. He lifted one hand and sent a burst of black chi through the field. Herbs burst from the ground in a spray of leaves and soil. One of the workers screamed. Su Tianming threw himself in front of Su Yao without thinking, and the black force slammed into his chest like an iron hammer. He slid backward through the mud, coughing blood. The Emperor Echo Seal lit up in pain. Then the green echo inside him reacted. Not to the blow. To Suyao. Su Tianming felt a line connect between their bloodlines, thin as silk, but bright as morning. A spring-green light rose from the broken ground beneath Suyao's feet and wrapped around the wound in his chest. The pain did not vanish, but it changed shape. Instead of tearing, it sealed. Instead of bleeding, it knitted. Suyao stared. So did everyone else. The bandit leader took a step back. Su Tianming coughed and smiled through the blood. So that is why you came. He did not know whether he meant the bandits or fate. Suyao's fingers tightened on the splintered pole. Then, with a slow breath, she seemed to pull from somewhere deep under her ribs. A green glow formed around her palms. The herbs around them rose upright as if touched by spring wind. The bandit leader's face went pale. No, he whispered. Su Tianming knew at once what was about to happen. The hidden spring echo inside Suyao was waking. And if it woke here, in front of the wrong man, the valley would become a battlefield. Chapter 8. The first thing Ning Suyao did after the green light appeared was panic. That was reassuring in a way Su Tianming found difficult to explain. She stared at her hands as if they belonged to someone else, then at the herbs lifting around her ankles, then at Su Tianming bleeding in the mud. The glow in her palms brightened whenever her fears spiked and softened whenever she forced herself to breathe. The bandit leader recovered first. He shouted for his men to capture her alive. The order changed the field instantly. The other raiders stopped swinging for kills and started aiming for restraint. Su Tianming saw the shift and cursed under his breath. Alive meant valuable. Alive meant someone had already sold them a story about what Ning Suyao was. He did not have time to wonder who. He shoved himself upright and grabbed the broken ceremonial knife again. His chest ached, but the green echo had sealed the worst of the injury. More importantly, Suyao was no longer alone in the fight. Her fear had started becoming motion. Stay behind me, he said. She looked at him as if he had insulted her. No. He blinked once. That was not expected. You are injured, she said, voice shaking but steady enough to matter. If they want me, then they have to move through me first. The bandit leader laughed. Su Tianming did not, because he had just seen the line of light around Suyao's wrist's pulse in answer to her words. The spring echo responded to conviction, not strength. Conviction. That meant her hidden power was not simply healing. It was choice made visible. The realization hit him with force. The 5 goddesses had not reincarnated as passive fragments waiting to be reclaimed. They had come here as people. The bandits lunged. Suyao raised her hands. The green light burst outward in a ring that struck the nearest attackers squarely in the chest. No blood, no explosion, just a violent pulse of life chi that shoved them backward and made their knees buckle. Grass along the path sprang up through the cracked stone. The field smelled suddenly of rain and wet soil. Su Tianming's eyes widened. He had seen her divine self do things like this before. But seeing the mortal echo wake on its own, in fear and defiance, felt stranger and somehow more precious. The bandit leader snarled and reached for a talisman. Su Tianming saw the black edge of the ritual before it finished. Move. He grabbed Suyao's wrist and pulled her sideways as the talisman burst. A dark line scorched the ground where they had been standing. The shock wave ripped through the herb rows and scattered half the workers. One of the storage sheds caught fire at the roofline. Suyao stumbled, but did not fall. She was breathing hard now, face pale with concentration. Su Tianming leaned closer. Can you feel where they are weakest? She gave him a strange look. Yes. Then do exactly what you think is impossible. Her expression sharpened. That is a terrible instruction. It is also the only one I have. Something in her eyes changed. Not trust. Not yet. But she accepted the premise that he was not lying to her. She moved. The green light flowed with her. She did not attack the men directly. Instead, she touched the root stones lining the herb rows. The earth shivered. Vines shot up from the damp soil and wrapped around a bandit's ankles. Another vine snapped over a talisman arm and yanked the paper clean from the man's hand. A third burst through the soil beneath the bandit leader's boot and threw him off balance. Su Tianming rushed in at once. He drove the ceremonial knife into the leader's shoulder, not deep enough to kill, but enough to ruin the man's balance again. Suyao followed with a palm strike, glowing green at the center of the man's chest. The leader flew backward and landed hard in the mud. Silence fell over the herb field. Even the fire at the shed seemed to hesitate. The surviving bandits looked at one another. Su Tianming could read the fear in their eyes. Whatever they had expected, it had not been this. They had come to take a girl. Instead, they had awakened a spring. One of them turned to run. The bandit leader spat blood and pointed at Suyao with a shaking hand. Do not let her leave this valley. The Marquis will want her alive. That name again. Su Tianming's attention sharpened. Blood Marquis on Tuesday. So it was him. the same warlord who had sent men to the border village. Su Yao heard the title too. She went very still. Su Tianming glanced at her and understood that she knew more than she was saying. Before he could press her, hoofbeats thundered beyond the ridge. Guards. Real ones this time. The herb field workers erupted into motion, some carrying buckets of water toward the fire, others dragging the wounded away from the path. The bandits saw the approach and scattered at once, carrying their leader with them. Su Yao sagged. Su Tianming caught her elbow. Her knees were trembling now that the danger had passed. You are shaking, he said. So are you. Fair point. He looked toward the valley gate where the approaching riders had already been spotted by the guards. The field was burning in one corner. The bandits had escaped, and the spring echo inside Su Yao was still glowing under her skin like a second dawn. Come with me, Su Tianming said. She looked up sharply. Why? He did not have a neat answer. Because the people who sent those bandits will return, he said. And because if you stay here, they will keep trying to own the thing you have only just begun to understand. She searched his face. The green light around her hands dimmed and brightened in time with her breathing. You speak as if you know me, she said. He almost answered yes. Instead, he said, I know what they will do if you let them. That was enough, or perhaps it was simply the first truth she had heard all day. Su Yao looked toward the burning shed and the retreating bandits. Then she looked back at him. The field wind moved through the herbs and lifted the loose end of her braid. If I go, she said, I choose where. Su Tianming nodded once. Yes. That was when the distant riders reached the valley road, and the first thing they saw was a girl with spring light in her palms. Chapter 9. The riders were not herb guards. Su Tianming knew that in the instant he saw their armor. They wore lacquered black scale over their shoulders, with white tassels on the reins and a bronze sun stamped into each chest plate. Marquis G's men. More precisely, the kind of men a marquis sent when he wanted to be sure no one could later claim ignorance. Su Yao stiffened beside him. The valley foreman rushed forward to greet the riders, then went pale when the lead officer dismounted and pointed past him toward the herb rows. Where is Ning Su Yao? The foreman glanced back, then away. That was answer enough. Su Tianming's hand tightened on the knife. The officer was a sole grandmaster at least, maybe higher. Not enough to frighten the current Su Tianming if he had his old body and full power. But here, in a mortal frame with a half-awakened inheritance and a spring echo only partly awake, the odds were ugly. The officer's eyes landed on Su Yao. He smiled in a way that made the valley air feel colder. Good. The Marquis was informed that a rare medicinal constitution had been found in a border field. We have come to escort the girl to the capital for examination. Su Yao went pale. The words should have sounded official. Instead, they landed like chains. Su Tianming recognized the pattern instantly. Escort. Examination. Capital. All words men used when they wished to say ownership without sounding vulgar in front of witnesses. The officer continued. Any obstruction will be treated as treason against Marquis Ji Hang's authority. There it was. The new name joined the old one in Su Tianming's mind. Blood Marquis Hantu's political roof. A regional lord with too much influence and too little restraint. The exact sort of man who would try to harvest hidden talents before anyone else could see them clearly. Su Yao's hands clenched at her sides. I am not going anywhere, she said. The officer's smile sharpened. You have no standing to refuse. Su Tianming stepped forward. She does if the valley refuses your authority. The officer looked at him as though a servant had spoken from the wrong end of the room. And you are? Su Tianming should have answered carefully. Instead, he said, the man standing between you and your mistake. The valley guards froze. The officer's eyes narrowed. He took one step forward, and the chi pressure around him rolled outward like a wave. Workers in the rear rows stumbled. The foreman practically folded in half. Su Tianming felt the pressure hit his ribs. Then the spring echo inside him answered, not with healing but with defiance. Green light spread under his skin. The officer's expression shifted. Not fear. Attention. Interesting, he said softly. So this is the body the echo chose. Su Tianming's blood ran cold. He knew at once that the officer had just confirmed exactly what he should not have known. The voice from the masked rider came back in his memory. Take him alive if possible. The officer had not come here for a girl alone. He had come because the echoes were waking. Su Yao noticed the change in Su Tianming's expression and understood immediately that the situation had grown worse. You know him, she said. No, Su Tianming said. But he knows too much. The officer lifted a hand. Seize the girl. Kill the rest if they resist. The valley guards moved at once, though some did so reluctantly. Su Tianming drew the ceremonial knife and placed himself in front of Su Yao. It would have been a ridiculous defense in any ordinary world. Here it was still ridiculous, just less so. You should run, he said to her. Su Yao did not move. You should stop telling me what to do, she replied. He almost laughed in spite of himself. The first guard rushed him. Su Tianming met the attack and lost by rank alone, but not by rhythm. He gave ground, redirected, and used the guard's momentum to send him crashing into the herb racks. Another guard came in from the side. Su Yao hit him with a sudden pulse of green qi that made the man's steps stagger and his breath catch as if the very air had denied him permission. The officer watched the two of them with growing interest. Then he drew his own blade. Su Tianming felt the world tighten again. The officer's cultivation pressure was not merely stronger. It was cultivated on the edge of law, the kind of power used by men who made sure whole provinces called them respectable before they ever touched a sword. He stepped forward and the dust around his boots lifted in little spirals. Last warning, he said. Hand over the girl. Su Yao's voice came from behind Su Tianming, low and steady. No. The green light in her palms blazed brighter. Su Tianming's heart jumped. The spring echo was responding to her refusal. To choice. The officer's blade came down. Su Tianming moved before the strike landed, but even his borrowed instincts were not enough to fully avoid it. Steel cut across his forearm. Blood flew. At the same instant, Su Yao pressed both palms to the ground and sent a surge of green qi through the herb rows. Every plant in the field straightened. Roots burst through the soil in a living net and snapped around the officer's boots. The officer's eyes widened for the first time. Su Tianming seized the opening. He slammed the knife hilt into the back of the guard nearest him, took the man's dropped spear, and threw it not at the officer, but at the reins of the officer's horse. The animal reared. The officer's balance shifted. Su Yao drove a second wave of green qi up through the roots and sent the marquis man stumbling into the dirt. The valley guards froze in disbelief. Su Tianming did not waste the moment. Now, he said to Su Yao, do you still want to stay? She looked at the officer on the ground, then at the blood on Su Tianming's arm, then at the frightened faces of the herb workers around them. Her answer came softly. No. The officer snarled and tried to rise, but the roots held him just long enough for Su Tianming to hear the thin ringing in his own mind. Divine echo resonance stabilized. Spring echo confirmed. Protective bond formation incomplete. Warning. Hostile forces aware of host location. Su Yao heard none of that. She only heard the sound of the valley becoming unsafe in a way it could never fully undo. And when she looked at Su Tianming again, the first thread of trust had already begun to form. Chapter 10. They left the herb valley before sunset. Su Tianming would have preferred to stay long enough to explain things properly, but the officer's escape had changed the shape of the day. By the time the valley guards convinced themselves that no one had imagined the entire exchange, riders from the road had already started gathering in the distance. This was no longer a small problem. It was a signal. Su Yao packed with the calm efficiency of a girl who had learned to travel light because the world never waited for her to finish saying goodbye. Su Tianming did the same. The valley foreman tried to press dried root cakes into their hands. One of the herb workers cried without making a sound. The little group of border youths who had escorted Su Tianming stood awkwardly by the gate, pretending they were not watching the spring echo girl they would later brag about to everyone in the border district. Su Tianming checked the road one more time. No riders yet. Good. He turned to Su Yao. We need to leave by the east path. The south road will be watched. She slung her bag over one shoulder. You say that as if you have left here before. I have left many places before. That answer made her look at him more carefully than before. They walked for an hour before either of them spoke again. The countryside opened into a ridge road lined with winter grass and low stone markers. The sun was going down behind the hills, smearing the sky with pale red and gold. Su Tianming walked slightly ahead, but not far enough to make her think he was leading her against her will. At last Su Yao said, You recognize the bandits. Su Tianming kept his eyes on the road. Yes. You also recognize the officer. Some of him. He sighed. This was going to be difficult no matter how he handled it. I know things that I should not know, he said carefully. About the people hunting you. About the people hunting me. About what will happen if too many of us are found separately. Su Yao stopped walking. He stopped too and turned back. Her expression was not frightened, which surprised him. It was sharper than that. Testing. What are you really? There was no safe answer. So he gave her the closest thing to truth that would not immediately sound insane. Someone who died after seeing the shape of the world too late, he said. And someone who has been given a second chance to make fewer mistakes. She studied him for a long moment. Then she looked down at her hands. The green glow there had softened, but not vanished. It moved with her breathing now, calmer than before. When I touched the ground, she said slowly, I could feel things growing back. Not just plants. The broken places too. Su Tianming's head lifted. That was new. She continued. It felt like I knew where the life wanted to go, as if there was a path under everything else, and I had only just noticed it. The spring echo inside him answered with a low hum. Su Tianming felt the same thing then, not through sight, but through the world itself. There were layers under the ridge road, streams of pale green qi crossing the land like veins. Her power was not only healing, it was guidance. He took a slow breath. Ning Suyao, he said, I am going to tell you something strange, and you are free to think I am mad. That part seems likely already. Fair. He looked toward the darkening horizon. You are one of the people the world tried to hide. Her face did not change, but her shoulders tensed. And you are one of the people it tried to kill before they could wake. Silence. Then she said, very quietly, if that is true, then why do you sound sorry? Su Tianming did not answer at once. Because he had seen her before in another life. Because he knew the cost of her first awakening would not be this easy. Because every step toward remembering would also bring the enemy closer. Because the world had already begun to move around her, and he could feel it. Because I know what kind of trouble follows girls like you, he said. That earned him a soft, incredulous look. Girls like me. Girls with hidden fire under their hands. She huffed out a breath that might have been amusement. Then the ridge road shook. Su Tianming turned sharply. A line of riders had appeared over the hill behind them, black armor glinting in the dying sun. The officer from the herb valley had returned with reinforcements. And this time he was not alone. Fellow cultivators, before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us begin. Chapter 11. The riders were closer than they should have been. Su Tianming saw that first and cursed. The valley officer had clearly used some kind of tracing talisman before fleeing. That meant the delay they had counted on was gone. At least 12 men now crested the ridge, and the one in front wore a black cloak embroidered with pale, silver thread. The leader lifted his chin. Su Tianming recognized him from the pressure alone. The same masked rider from the border village. So the game had become clear. The valley had merely been one stop in a longer hunt. Suyao stepped back half a pace. Not because she wanted to flee. Because she was measuring the distance needed to fight. Su Tianming shifted his stance beside her. Can you run? He asked. Can you? He almost smiled. Not a helpful answer. Neither was yours. The masked rider raised one hand. Ning Suyao, he called, his voice smooth enough to be dangerous. The Marquis wishes to speak with you. Return peacefully, and no one else has to die. Suyao's answer was immediate. No. The masked rider sighed as if disappointed by the predictable. Then we will take the boy as well. That was enough. Su Tianming moved first, dragging Suyao sideways off the road just as the first wave of qi arrows struck the stones where they had stood. The arrows left black scorch marks that hissed faintly in the dusk. Su Tianming felt a chill crawl over his spine. Not ordinary qi. Something refined through a darker method. The masked rider spoke again, and this time Su Tianming heard the faint ring of ritual under the words. Close the net. The riders spread. Su Tianming saw the pattern in an instant. They were not trying to overwhelm them directly. They were forming a containment formation. A traveling cage. Suyao's spring echo could not be allowed to keep spreading. He glanced at her. Can you do what you did in the field? Suyao swallowed once. Yes, but not twice in a row, and not against this many. Good. Honest. Dangerous. The masked rider's men surged downhill. Su Tianming met the first with the spear he had stolen from the valley guard. He was still weaker than any of them individually, but the Emperor Echo Seal kept feeding him angles, timing, and ugly little openings. He struck a wrist, twisted a knee, and used one body to block the path of another. Beside him, Suyao moved with a different rhythm. She did not attack the riders' bodies. She attacked the road beneath them. Grass burst through the cracks in the stone. Soil heaved. Roots snapped upward and tangled ankles. A horse screamed and reared, throwing its rider hard enough to crack his helm. The masked rider watched the two of them and tilted his head. Then his black qi changed. The air thickened. Su Tianming felt pressure slam into his chest and understood that the man had been holding back. The formation around the road tightened all at once. The riders on the flanks closed in. Suyao's roots began to wither where they touched the black force. I do not want to hurt you, the masked rider said. Su Tianming laughed once, harsh and dry. That is the kind of thing a man says after he has already decided to hurt everyone else. The masked rider's hand twitched. Su Tianming saw the attack coming a fraction before it landed. Too late to dodge cleanly. He threw himself in front of Suyao anyway, and the black qi wave struck his shoulder with enough force to drive him to one knee. This time the Emperor Echo Seal did not answer with pain. It answered with memory. A battlefield. 5 women. One voice saying, If you fall, we fall with you. Su Tianming's eyes widened. The memory lit something in him that had been sleeping since the first breath of this life. He could feel a second thread in the seal, not the spring echo but something deeper, a line of bond waiting to be claimed. Not yet. Not here. But near enough to wake him. Su Yao reached for him. The masked rider noticed the motion and struck toward her with a black blade of qi. Su Tianming did not think. He shoved her aside and took the hit across the ribs. The world flashed white. He hit the road hard enough to taste blood. Su Yao shouted his name. The riders moved in. Then the ground beneath the road erupted with green light. The road itself began to bloom. Roots, grass, tiny white flowers, all surging upward at once in a wave so bright it turned the dusk pale. The riders stumbled. Horses panicked. The masked rider's black formation cracked for a moment under the sheer force of life, qi pouring from the earth. Su Tianming looked up through the pain. Su Yao stood with both hands buried in the road, tears on her face and green light blazing from her fingers. I said no, she whispered. The masked rider's eyes widened. For a moment, the formation failed. Su Tianming dragged himself to his feet and lunged for the nearest rider. He struck with the spear but ripped the man's arm out of guard position and used the opening to drive him aside. Su Yao moved with him, not behind him now, but beside him, and each time her qi touched the road the earth answered. The riders had expected prey. Instead, they found a battlefield waking under their feet. The masked rider cursed and raised his hand again. Su Tianming saw the black edge of a killing seal forming. And then, out of nowhere, a second pulse answered from somewhere far beyond the ridge. Not green. A different echo. Blue, cold, and sharp as moonlight. Su Tianming looked up in shock as the sky darkened by one impossible shade. Chapter 12. The blue pulse cut across the ridge like a blade of winter. It struck the masked rider's formation from the side and shattered the black qi net in a spray of frozen sparks. The riders on the flank were thrown back off their horses. One horse screamed, reared, and bolted down the far slope with its rider hanging half sideways from the saddle. Su Tianming stared. So did Su Yao. Neither of them had launched that attack. The masked rider did not waste time wondering. He turned his head toward the source, face unreadable behind the mask. At the top of the ridge stood a girl in pale blue travel robes with a sword hanging at her hip. She looked no older than them. Her hair was bound high, and her expression was cold enough to make the evening air itself feel guilty. Yet what seized Su Tianming was not her appearance. It was the feeling of moonlit steel and frost wrapped around a soul that had been sleeping far too long. xianxia, the second divine echo, not fully awakened, not even close, but unmistakable. Her eyes moved once across the battlefield. When they settled on Su Tianming, her face did not change, but something in the air around her tightened, as if an old wound had recognized its own scar. The masked rider spoke first. You are not marked by this conflict. xianxia's answer was calm. Then perhaps you should stop dragging civilians into it. The way she said civilians made it sound like an accusation against the world rather than the man in front of her. Su Tianming's mind raced. Why was she here? Why now? The timeline was too early for a coincidence. Unless, of course, the system had not been wrong. 5 divine souls had reincarnated. That meant more than one could be drawn into the same catastrophe at once. The masked rider's black qi gathered around his arm. Leave, he said. xianxia's sword slid free by an inch. Her voice remained flat. No. The masked rider attacked. Su Tianming did not get a clear view of the first exchange. Blue and black blurred together at the ridge edge, and the air rang with the sound of steel meeting force. xianxia moved like someone who had already seen this man's style in another life. She did not rush. She did not waste motion. Her sword lines were simple, economical, and deadly. The masked rider was stronger. Su Tianming knew that in the first 3 breaths. xianxia knew it too, and yet she did not retreat. Su Yao caught Su Tianming's sleeve. Who is she? He did not answer immediately because the sight in front of him had lodged somewhere behind his eyes. xianxia parried a black blade, slid under the rider's counter-strike, and sent a frost line up through his leg. The rider staggered just enough for her to cut the hem of his cloak. Just the hem. But the masked rider's expression changed. Recognition. He knew who she was too, or at least enough to be alarmed. That was the detail Su Tianming latched onto. xianxia was not merely strong. She was known. The rider bared his teeth in a way that might have been hidden by the mask, if not for the fury in his voice. Take her down. The remaining riders surged toward the ridge. xianxia flicked her sword once. Blue frost spread across the road in a straight line. The nearest horse skidded and went down. Its rider rolled and did not rise quickly enough. Su Tianming felt his breath catch. There was no doubt now. This was one of them. One of the 5. But unlike Su Yao's echo, Han Yue's power did not bloom as life. It came as restraint, precision, and a blade ready to cut a path through whatever stood in front of her. The masked rider barked an order, and 2 cultivators rushed her from the side. Su Tianming saw the problem before she did. Not because he was smarter, because he had lived long enough in battle to notice when a stronger fighter was being boxed into a bad angle. Left, he shouted. Han Yue moved as the first attacker struck. Her shoulder turned. The blade took the blow with a spark of frost, and she answered with a backhand that split one man's sleeve and sent him stumbling into the other. For one heartbeat, the entire field opened. Su Tianming seized the chance and rushed the nearest rider, still trying to maintain the black formation. He knocked the man from his saddle with a shoulder strike, grabbed the reins, and dragged the horse sideways through the broken net. Su Yao was already there, pressing both hands to the ground to make the roots surge in the exact path needed. The formation snapped. The masked rider saw it and swore. He changed tactics at once. Instead of pressing the attack, he withdrew a half step and sent a black talisman skyward. It burst above them in a blot of dark smoke and scattered into the wind. Su Tianming's stomach dropped. That was not a retreat signal. It was a message. Han Yue noticed the same thing. Her eyes narrowed as she cut down the last rider, trying to force the ridge line. He is calling for more, she said. Su Tianming looked at the remaining enemies. Their formation was already falling apart, but if reinforcements arrived before night fully set, the ridge road would become a trap. The masked rider glanced at Han Yue, then at Su Tianming and Su Yao, and seemed to make a decision. Take the girl with the green light, he said. We can ignore the rest. The words froze Su Tianming. Ignore the rest. As if he and Han Yue were just pieces outside the true board. Han Yue heard it too. Her expression finally changed, and Su Tianming caught the flash of something behind her eyes that was too old to belong to a 16-year-old swordswoman. Memory. Something inside her was waking. She looked at Su Tianming. For one impossible second their eyes met, and the ridge road disappeared. He saw moonlit armor. She saw a battlefield. Both of them went still. The masked rider used the opening to strike the ground and vanish in a cloud of black chi with the surviving men. By the time the smoke cleared, only broken armor, one dead horse, and the afterimage of blue frost remained. Su Yao was breathing hard beside Su Tianming. That girl, she said, who is she? Su Tianming looked toward the ridge top. Han Yue had lowered her sword, but she had not left. He knew the answer and did not yet know how to say it. Chapter 13. Han Yue did not introduce herself. She stood on the ridge with the wind moving her travel robes and watched Su Tianming and Su Yao with a guarded expression that said she had no intention of trusting them simply because she had saved their lives. Or perhaps because she had only partially saved them, which from her perspective might have been the same thing. Su Tianming was the first to break the silence. Thank you. Han Yue gave him a look. If you are alive, then I am not yet annoyed enough. Su Yao let out a surprised breath that might have been a laugh if it had been less tired. Su Tianming looked at the ridge, then at the road, then back at Han Yue. The black riders were gone, but not permanently. He could feel that in his bones. The masked man had retreated because he had seen something he did not want to fight head-on. That meant the next encounter would not be smaller. They were after her, Su Tianming said, nodding towards Su Yao. But they knew you were here too. Han Yue did not deny it. That was answer enough. Su Yao glanced from one to the other. You know each other? No, Han Yue said. Not yet, Su Tianming said at the same time. Han Yue's eyes narrowed. Su Tianming almost apologized, then thought better of it. The ridge wind shifted. For a moment the blue frost on the stones glittered, and with it came a faint ache in Su Tianming's chest. The Emperor Echo Seal was reacting to the proximity of another divine soul. He felt the edge of a bond thread trying to wake, not fully formed but undeniably present. Han Yue noticed his stare and straightened a fraction. You are from the Su border clan, she said. Yes. Then why do you feel familiar? Su Tianming's heart skipped. The answer, of course, was because the past had not remained buried. But he could not say that. Not yet. Instead he asked, why do you feel familiar to me? That drew a pause. Su Yao looked between them with a dawning suspicion that the world had gotten stranger than anyone had told her. Han Yue lowered her gaze for a moment, then looked back up. Because when I saw you on the road, she said, I felt the urge to cut down something I had already lost once. The words landed with quiet force. Su Tianming knew then that her memory fragments were closer to the surface than Su Yao's. Not enough to explain, but enough to hurt. He took a careful breath. Then perhaps we should stop meeting under attack. Han Yue's mouth twitched once. Not quite a smile, but close enough to matter. Perhaps. The wind grew colder. Su Tianming felt the pressure of another presence on the road behind them and turned sharply. Nothing there. But the Emperor Echo Seal gave a faint warning pulse in the back of his mind. Someone was watching the ridge. Someone had seen the battle and survived to report it. Ji Hanyuan noticed his attention shift. What is it? He stared into the darkening road. We are being followed. Su Yao went still. Ji Hanyuan's hand returned to her sword hilt. Are you sure? He did not answer immediately because he was listening to the thread of the world now, and the thread was pulling in a direction that made his skin crawl. Then the voice returned. Not in his thoughts this time. Out loud, from the ridge forest behind them. If you are going to recruit a healer and a swordswoman, a cheerful voice called, you should at least wait for the rest of us to arrive. Su Tianming turned. A girl in a dark traveling cloak stepped out from between the pines with a grin on her face and a knife spinning lazily between her fingers. Yunmei. The third echo had found him. Chapter 14, Yunmei looked exactly like trouble. That was the first thought Su Tianming had, and the second was that she was much too relaxed for a girl who had just appeared from the trees after a battlefield. She wore a dark cloak with the hood pushed back, her hair tied high and loose enough to suggest she had not bothered to care about the impression she made. A thin knife flashed between her fingers with the practiced ease of someone who had grown up around locks, alleys, and things people preferred not to leave unattended. She grinned at the three of them. Well, she said, this is awkward. I was hoping to avoid meeting you all until after dinner. Su Yao blinked. Ji Hanyuan's sword came halfway free. Su Tianming did not move, but the Emperor Echo Seal in his mind hummed so hard that his scalp prickled. Third echo. Shadow and stars. He knew it before the girl even stepped into the firelight because the air around her seemed to thin and deepen at the same time, as if dusk itself had taken a liking to her shoulders. Yunmei looked over Su Tianming first. You are younger than I expected. You are less subtle than I expected. She laughed. That makes us even. Ji Hanyuan's gaze cut between them. Do you know her? No, Su Tianming said. Yunmei tilted her head. That is rude. We have the beginnings of a friendship, and you are already denying our history. Su Yao frowned. What is happening? Su Tianming wished he had a clean answer for that. Instead, he asked Yunmei, who are you? Her smile sharpened. Someone who was told you might be worth the trouble. That was not an answer at all, which meant it was likely the closest thing to truth she felt like sharing. The knife in her hand vanished into her sleeve. Then she stepped closer, eyes flicking to each of them in turn. When they landed on Su Yao, the grin faded into something more alert. So the spring echo woke early, Yunmei muttered. And the frost echo is already half awake. That explains the mess on the ridge. Su Tianming's breath caught. She could sense the echoes too. Not like the system. Like recognition from one hidden soul to another. Yunmei saw his expression and rolled her eyes. Yes, I know. Mysterious girl appears from nowhere and says things she should not know. Try to look more shocked. It improves the pacing. Ji Hanyuan straightened. Who sent you? Yunmei's expression turned mischievous. If I say fate, will you all roll your eyes? Yes, Su Tianming said. Then I'll say nothing. The answer was so infuriatingly reasonable that Su Tianming wanted to laugh and punch a wall at the same time. He studied her. Yunmei had the same sharpness in her posture that he had seen in the blind singer of his former life, though here it was hidden under streetwise irreverence. Her gaze slid over the road like she was measuring exits and weaknesses out of habit. You were there at the Black Rider's retreat, he said. I was. Why not help sooner? She shrugged. Because I wanted to see which of you would break first. Su Yao stared. That is a terrible reason. It's an honest one. That, more than anything, made Su Tianming trust her a fraction. Not because honesty was good, because it was expensive. Yunmei's smile softened by a hair. Besides, she said, if I had stepped in too early, the masked man would have left. I needed him to show his hand. Su Tianming's eyes narrowed. You know him? I know of him. Then tell us. Yunmei shrugged one shoulder. Not here. This ridge is being watched. Again, the Emperor Echo Seal chimed a warning. Ji Hanyuan turned instantly toward the trees. How many? 3. Su Tianming said, listening to the pressure in the dark. Yunmei nodded. And one of them is very nervous. The forest edge shifted. 3 shadowed figures moved out of the pines, each carrying a short black crossbow. They had waited too long and revealed themselves too late. When they saw the 4 of them standing together, the lead assassin went pale. That is inconvenient, Yunmei said. The assassins fired. Su Tianming moved with a half-remembered battle instinct, while Ji Hanyuan cut the first bolt out of the air, and Su Yao sent a green pulse into the ground that made the roots beneath the attackers surge. Yunmei vanished from sight entirely. Su Tianming saw her again only when the nearest assassin dropped his crossbow with a knife in his wrist. No, not his wrist. Her knife. She was behind him in a blink, grinning as if murder were a hobby and not a profession. The fight lasted less than a minute. That did not make it easy. It made it terrifying. When the last assassin fell, Yunmei dusted off her hands and looked pleased in the way only a predator could be pleased by a clean meal. Jihanyu stared at her. What are you? Very talented. Su Tianming stepped around the bodies and crouched beside the nearest one. The man had a black mark burned into the inside of his collar. Not a common army symbol. A cult trace. His stomach tightened. The enemy was already active on the road. Yunmei's voice turned quieter as she noticed the mark too. You are being hunted by people who do not care if they leave tracks, she said. That usually means the hunt is only a distraction. Su Tianming looked up sharply. From what? She met his gaze for the first time without smiling. From the fourth echo. The ridge went silent. Su Yao spoke first, very softly. There are more like us? Yunmei's expression changed by a fraction. There are 5 of us, she said. Or there should be, if the world has not gotten ahead of itself. Su Tianming felt the blood drain from his face. 5. She knew. Not all the details, perhaps, but enough. The Emperor Echo seal in his mind flared in recognition, and somewhere far down the road a distant bell seemed to ring with the weight of a forgotten oath. Yunmei saw his expression and sighed. There you are, she murmured. I was beginning to worry you had not remembered enough to be useful. Chapter 15. Su Tianming did not like being told he was useful. It sounded too much like a compliment offered by a merchant before a contract got expensive. Yunmei, to her credit, seemed to understand that his expression had gone flat for a reason. Relax, she said. If I wanted to sell you, I would have waited until after the 3rd cup of tea. Su Yao looked between them. Can someone explain what is happening? Jihanyu crossed her arms. I would also appreciate that. Su Tianming pinched the bridge of his nose. I have a terrible feeling this is going to become a group discussion. It is, Yunmei said. You were just late. She crouched beside one of the assassins and rolled the body enough to expose the burned mark on the collar. Su Tianming saw the symbol clearly now, a black ring around a hollow eye. He knew that mark. Not from this life. The Void Hunters. His jaw tightened. Yunmei watched him closely. You recognize it. Enough. Then you know the kind of people we are dealing with. No. Worse than that. He knew what they became when they found a weak link. Su Yao folded her arms, green chi still faint around her wrists. Start explaining. Yunmei sighed theatrically. Very well. There are things in this world that listen when divine souls wake. Some listen from far away. Some listen from inside, people who should be too normal to matter. If the wrong people find us before we find one another, they can use the echoes as anchors. Jihanyue's expression sharpened. Anchors for what? Yunmei hesitated for only a second. For the thing that killed us the first time. The ridge road seemed to narrow around that sentence. Su Tianming felt his own memory shift uncomfortably. The void invasion. The black tide. The sacrifice. The 5 goddesses standing behind him while he held the line. He had died there. Yet somehow it had not ended the problem. He looked at Yunmei. You remember more than the others. She flashed a brief, crooked smile. I remember enough to be annoyed by it. That was not comforting, but it was honest. He glanced toward the road. The farther mountains were already dark. If the assassins were here, more eyes were probably nearby. The Black Riders had withdrawn, the cult marks had appeared, and the power threads in the world were beginning to pull together in ugly ways. The 4th echo, he said. You know where it is? Yunmei nodded once. Yes. Then why are you not there already? Her expression softened a fraction. Because the one tied to the 4th echo is in an imperial cage. Jihanyu went still. That was enough to change the air immediately. Yunmei looked at her, then at Su Tianming. Princess Jilanyu, she said. The moon crown is awake, and the court has already put chains around her future. Su Tianming felt the system pulse in response. The 4th echo. So that was where the path led next. Jihanyue's face had gone unreadable again, but the knuckles on her sword hand had gone white. The imperial family, she said slowly, uses that name in its succession records. Yunmei nodded. Yes, and it is not the only name they use. Su Tianming realized at once what she meant. The imperial palace had already buried the echo under politics. That made the rescue harder. It also made it unavoidable. He rose and looked at the road ahead. The assassins were dead, but the danger had not gone anywhere. If anything, the trap had become clearer. Where is the princess? He asked. Yunmei's eyes flicked toward the western horizon. Capital route. 3 days if you push hard. For if you are human about it. Su Yao stepped closer. And if we go now? Yunmei smiled. Then we might arrive before the engagement ceremony. Su Tianming froze. Engagement? Yunmei shrugged. The court is very fond of timing. Jihanyue's gaze turned distant and cold. Who is she being married to? Yunmei's grin returned. thin and sharp. A man who thinks his title can control fate. That sounded like exactly the kind of man who would deserve to be disabused of the notion. Su Tianming exhaled slowly. The third echo had found him. The fourth was tied to the capital. The masked rider had already marked them. The system's warning was becoming clearer by the minute. The path forward was no longer a question. It was an ambush with a schedule. He looked at the three girls around him, each carrying a different fragment of the world that had once stood beside him in another life. Then he pointed north. We go now. Chapter 16. The capital road was crowded with merchants, pilgrims, and soldiers. Su Tianming's little group should have stood out immediately, which meant Yun Mei's suggestion to borrow a pair of travel cloaks and a cart from a sleepy grain trader had been both criminal and practical. Su Yao sat in the back beneath a bundle of sacks, while Ji Hanyue walked beside the cart with the posture of a guard no one wanted to challenge. Yun Mei rode the front beam like she had done it her whole life. Su Tianming pulled the reins and tried not to think too hard about how quickly his life had become impossible to explain. The capital road changed gradually. Border fields gave way to more cultivated land. Inns appeared with actual painted signs. Patrol stations became regular instead of desperate. The farther they traveled, the more the world began acting like a place important people lived in. That was the exact kind of place where an imperial princess could be hidden in plain sight. By noon on the second day, Yun Mei had already led them around 2 checkpoints and one suspicious caravan that clearly belonged to the wrong side of the local power balance. How do you know so much? Su Tianming asked when they paused for water. She sat on a fence post with one boot hooked over her knee and grinned into her cup. Because people lie in patterns. Rich people lie with better shoes. Ji Hanyue snorted despite herself. Su Yao, who had been examining a sprig of road herb, asked, And the princess? Is she in danger? Yun Mei's expression turned less playful. Yes. That one word sharpened the air. Su Tianming looked toward the road ahead. From the engagement? From being alive in a room full of people who think bloodline is the same thing as ownership. He did not answer right away. The Emperor Echo Seal had been quiet for the last hour, but now it stirred again, faint and insistent. The capital was near enough that the next echo's pull was stronger. He could almost feel the moon crown waiting under stone walls and silk banners. That feeling made the hair on his arms rise. As dusk settled, they reached the outer market district and saw the first signs of ceremony. Red lanterns, imperial banners, guards in ceremonial armor standing watch at every intersection. The engagement was tonight. Su Tianming's jaw tightened. Yun Mei climbed off the cart and stretched her neck. Good. We are on time to ruin someone's evening. He glanced at her. You sound too happy about that. I have been told it is a charming flaw. Ji Hanyue looked toward the palace quarter. What is the plan? Su Tianming had not fully formed one yet, which was dangerous because the universe had a habit of demanding plans just after the point where improvisation stopped being cute. Then he saw the procession. Imperial soldiers moved through the avenue carrying lacquered gifts and ceremonial silk. At their center was a covered carriage with moon-white curtains. The vehicle moved with such careful protection that Su Tianming did not need the system to tell him who was inside. Princess Ji Hanyue. The moon crown echo. His chest tightened. So this was the cage. Yun Mei followed his gaze and nodded once. There she is. Su Yao leaned forward between the sacks, eyes fixed on the carriage. Can we get to her? Maybe, Su Tianming thought. If the soldiers did not spot them. If the palace wards were not already active. If the engagement guests inside the hall had not packed the avenue with hidden masters. Then the carriage curtain shifted. A pair of eyes met his from inside the moon-white veil. For a heartbeat, the road disappeared. Su Tianming saw moonlight and a blade of silver. He saw a woman standing in formal robes with chains around her wrists. He saw her look directly at him and breathe his name as if she had been waiting through several lives to say it. The carriage jolted. The vision vanished. Su Tianming sucked in a breath. Ji Hanyue noticed immediately. What happened? He was still staring at the carriage as it moved deeper into the palace avenue. She saw me. Yun Mei went very still. Then the echo is already awake enough to know you. Su Yao looked from one to the other. That sounds bad. It is, Yun Mei said very softly. The ceremonial drums started just then. The sound rolled over the avenue and into the palace district like a closing gate. Su Tianming looked at the carriage again. The moon-white veil drifted in the wind, and for one impossible second he felt the shape of a bond thread between himself and the princess, thin as frost, waiting for the first honest touch. The engagement doors were opening, and somewhere inside the palace, the fourth echo had begun to wake. Chapter 17. The palace did not permit commoners near the inner hall once the engagement ceremony began. That made the next hour a matter of disguises, timing, and one very talented thief. Yunmei had already procured the maintenance bans, gate passes, and an outrageously convincing stack of forged delivery slips by the time Su Tianming realized she had done all three without leaving the outer market square. He wanted to ask where she had learned that skill, but he had a feeling the answer would not improve his mood. Xianxia had changed into a palace guard's spare outer coat and looked so naturally displeased in it that no one questioned her at the first checkpoint. Su Yao wore a servant's cap pulled low over her braid and carried a tray of ceremonial tea with both hands, as if she had been born doing exactly that. Su Tianming got the easiest disguise of all, a low-ranking stable hand with a card of oil lamps. Apparently the gods had a sense of humor. Inside the palace, the air smelled of incense, lacquer, and old money. Everything was too polished. Floors shone. Pillars gleamed red beneath gold trim. Courtyards were arranged like arguments in marble. Su Tianming kept his eyes forward and his breathing even while the Emperor Echo Seal throbbed under his thoughts with increasing urgency. The moon crown was close. He could feel it in the way the palace spirits seemed to lean away from certain halls. Their plan was simple on paper and dangerous in practice. Yunmei would slip toward the record's wing and confirm the princess's route after the ceremony. Su Yao would move with the tea service and listen for any mention of bloodline rights or soul-binding contracts. Xianxia would stay near the outer guard line, ready to intervene if the ceremony turned violent. Su Tianming would keep moving until the system told him where the echo was strongest. That should have been enough. It was not. The moment he crossed the second courtyard, the Emperor Echo Seal slammed a warning pulse through his mind. There. He turned. Across the garden walk stood a girl in white and silver formal robes, her hands folded beneath her sleeves. She was no older than Su Tianming's current body, perhaps slightly younger. Her face was pale from stress rather than sickness, and her eyes were bright in the way of someone trying very hard not to show what she felt. Princess Xianxia, the fourth echo. Su Tianming nearly stopped breathing. She saw him too. The shock on her face lasted only a second before she masked it with court composure, but the bond thread between them had already snapped awake in his chest like a drawn string. Yunmei's voice came from his side, low and urgent. Do not stare. Too late. Xianxia's eyes widened by a fraction. Then a guard stepped between them, and the moment ended. Su Tianming kept moving, but his thoughts were no longer on the delivery cart. He could feel the princess's presence now, not as a distant political object, but as a person trapped in the center of a net. A moonlit wire vibrated in his chest every time she crossed the courtyard. He found Su Yao in the tea hall and saw at once that something was wrong. She set down the tray too carefully. What happened? He asked. She hesitated, then leaned toward him just enough to keep the words private. They are not just arranging a marriage. Su Tianming's pulse sharpened. What did you hear? The servants in the inner hall spoke of a bloodline binding right. They said the princess's spirit was too sharp to be left uncontrolled, and that the engagement would anchor her power to the imperial line. That was worse than he had feared. Not a marriage. A lock. Yunmei appeared at the far end of the hall with a piece of parchment half hidden in her sleeve. Her grin was gone. I found the record wing, she whispered. This is a soul contract map. Su Tianming took the parchment and nearly crushed it. There, in neat imperial script, was the outline of the princess's future written as though she were an asset to be stored. Xianxia had been right to be wary of titles. And then, from beyond the tea hall screens, came the sound of a cup shattering. The engagement hall had gone silent. Su Tianming turned toward the noise and felt the moon-crowned echo surge in his mind like a bell struck underwater. Xianxia had heard something. The ceremony was changing, and every person in the palace was about to learn why the fourth echo had never been safe to cage in the first place. Chapter 18. The engagement hall erupted. Su Tianming reached the doorway just in time to see Xianxia stand from her ceremonial seat with moon-white tea spilling over her sleeve. The lord offering the engagement, a richly dressed noble from one of the emperor's allied houses, was shouting something about disrespect and correction. The princess did not bow. That alone would have been enough to freeze the room. Then the silver edge of her soul pressure began to rise. Not fully awakened, but enough for the guards to feel it. The air thickened with moonlight. The hanging lantern flames stretched thin and blue. A court musician stumbled backward with his instrument in both hands as if he had just stepped into winter. Su Tianming heard the Emperor Echo Seal ring in his mind. Moon Crown Echo stabilized. On thread confirmed. The princess's gaze swept the room until it caught on him through the doorway. Again that impossible sense of recognition. Again the feeling that she knew him from somewhere the world had tried to erase. The noble offering the engagement snapped. You will sit down. Xianxia looked at him as if he were a badly timed insect. No. That one word broke the ceremony in half. The noble's face went dark. The outer guards shifted. Somewhere behind them, hidden masters started to move. Su Tianming could feel the danger gathering around the hall like rain before a storm. He pushed through the doorway. That was a mistake, and not a mistake. Several guards reached for him at once. Xianxia appeared from the side with cold steel in her hand, cutting one path open. Su Yao's green chi surged through a row of ceremonial vines, making them knot around ankles and tabaret legs. Unmake was already on the upper railing, where she should not have been and yet somehow plainly belonged. The noble pointed at Su Tianming. Seize the intruder. Xianxia stepped down from the dais. The hall went silent again, but this time the silence felt like restraint rather than order. If you wish to seize anyone, she said, voice steady enough to chill the room, you should begin by explaining why my future was written without my consent. The noble opened his mouth. Su Tianming saw the hidden masters begin to activate formations beneath the floor. There was no time left for a clean rescue. He moved toward the princess anyway. Xianxia saw him coming and did not flinch. Her expression was taut, almost angry, but there was a tremor in it too, the kind that came from holding oneself upright too long in a room designed to make collapse feel polite. When Su Tianming reached the edge of the dais, the moon-crowned echo within him surged once, and the bond thread snapped bright between them. Xianxia inhaled sharply. Her eyes widened. Su Tianming knew at once that she had felt it too. Not just the pull, the memory. A fragment flashed through his mind of a palace roof under the real moon, of a girl in white robes laughing because he had finally said he would not let fate choose for her. Xianxia's face changed with the same image. The noble barked an order. The hidden formation under the floor lit up, and all at once the hall's polished stone began to hum with sealing chi. Unmake shouted from above, that is new. Xianxia swore and shoved a guard off balance. Su Yao's eyes widened at the runes blooming beneath the princess's feet. Su Tianming did not move away. Instead, he caught Xianxia's wrist. The moment his fingers touched her, the moon-crowned echo flared inside both of them like a bell made of light. The sealing formation shattered. Chapter 19. The hall went white. Not from fire. Not from lightning. From moonlight so intense it drowned the polished red walls and painted every person in the room in silver outlines. Guards stumbled backward. The noble on the dais lost his footing and crashed into the ceremonial table. The hidden formation under the floor burst apart, as if something older and far more stubborn had just told it to stop. Su Tianming heard the emperor echo seal ring like a struck gong. Bond thread complete. Moon-crowned echo awakened. Princess Xianxia gasped and clutched his wrist harder. The moonlight around her was not gentle anymore. It moved like an answer. Thin silver lines ran from her collar down her sleeve, gathering at her palm. Her face had gone pale, but not with fear. With recognition so deep it looked like grief finally remembering its own name. It is you, she whispered. Su Tianming's throat tightened. I know. He did not know how she knew, or why the words felt so much like a wound being pressed open, but the bond thread between them made the truth undeniable. She remembered more than the others did. Enough to hurt. Enough to matter. The noble on the dais screamed for the guards to restore order. No one moved fast enough. Xianxia stepped across the hall with sword drawn, frost gathering at her blade. Unmake dropped from the railing and vanished into the line of guards at the far wall, leaving no clear path behind her. Su Yao sent green root light through the ceremonial vines, which sprang up and tangled the nearest soldiers in an angry knot. The hall was no longer a ceremony. It was a collapse. Xianxia turned to the noble, and her voice came out colder than the moonlight around her. You will not bind me. The noble's face drained of blood. He tried to command the guards again, but half the room had already noticed the moon pressure in the princess's presence. Men who had been loyal to the palace all their lives were suddenly staring at one another, as if wondering whose orders, exactly, had been worth following. Su Tianming understood the danger immediately. If the imperial house lost face here, the response would be brutal. That was why he should have pulled Xianxia out and vanished. Instead, the princess stepped fully off the dais and stood beside him. The movement made the whole room hold its breath. What are you doing? He asked quietly. Her eyes remained on the noble. Choosing. It was such a simple word and such a dangerous one that Su Tianming felt it all the way down his spine. The noble made one last desperate gamble. He pointed at her and shouted, "She has been influenced by outsiders." The sentence landed badly. Xianxia turned her head, and for the first time, Su Tianming saw the full force of the moon crown echo in her expression. No, she said. I have been lied to by people who thought my life was a seal they could stamp. The room did not know what to do with that, so it tried violence. The hidden masters beneath the floor finally broke through. Black chains of qi rose up around the dais in a 5-point binding net aimed at Ji Lanyue's wrists and throat. Su Tianming felt the danger before he saw the shape of it. He moved, but Ji Hanyue moved faster. Her sword flashed blue and cut the first chain in half. Su Yao's roots wrapped the second. Yunmei, somewhere in the crowd, laughed once and drove a knife into the wrist of the man powering the third. Su Tianming grabbed the fourth chain with bare hands and felt the seal bite into his skin. Pain burned up his arm. The moon crown echo answered. Light erupted from his hand and from Ji Lanyue's at the same time, the two currents meeting in the middle of the chain and snapping it apart. The noble on the dais stared in terror as the remaining chains failed one by one. Then the hall fell still again. Not peaceful still, shocked still. Ji Lanyue drew one breath, then another. She looked at Su Tianming as if seeing him clearly for the first time. You came. He did not have a clever answer for that. So he said the truest thing he had. Yes. Her expression softened by a fraction. The bond thread between them steadied. The noble, now crawling backward in the ruins of his own ceremony, stared at them both and seemed to understand exactly how badly his world had just shifted. He opened his mouth and was interrupted by the sound of distant bells sounding alarm through the palace quarter. Chapter 20. The palace alarms did not sound like bells. They sounded like a city realizing too late that it had been asleep, while someone sharpened a knife over its throat. Su Tianming turned at the first note and saw the guards at the far doors begin to reposition in panic. The noble on the dais had gone from furious to frightened to furious again, but fear had already done its work. Several courtiers were scrambling for exits. A hidden master near the rear wall was trying to reopen the destroyed formation. Ji Hanyue had already broken his wrist. Su Yao reached Ji Lanyue first and stepped beside her without asking permission. That alone almost made Su Tianming smile. Yunmei landed on the railing again and shouted, "We are out of time." She was right. The bond thread between Su Tianming and Ji Lanyue hummed with new stability. The princess had awakened enough to know her own cage, which meant the palace would no longer be able to pretend the engagement had been a harmless political inconvenience. Whoever had set this up would retaliate immediately. He needed to get her out. She needed to decide whether to run. And somewhere beyond the palace walls, the third and fourth divine echoes had just become visible enough for the enemy to notice. The emperor's noble finally recovered enough to shout, "Lock the district." It was too late. Ji Lanyue stepped down from the broken dais with moonlight on her sleeves and spoke to the hall in a voice that carried farther than her body should have allowed. "If you wish to lock something tonight, begin with the truth." No one answered. That was the problem with truth. Once spoken aloud, it became very difficult to put back in the cage. Su Tianming felt the system pulse again, urgent now. The fourth echo had awakened. The first hunt had begun. The capital would soon know. He reached for Ji Lanyue's hand, and this time she took it without hesitation. Outside, the bells continued to ring. Chapter 21. The bells did not stop until dawn. By then Su Tianming and the others were already 3 streets away from the engagement hall, moving through the palace underway with their breaths held and their disguises half destroyed. Yunmei had somehow stolen a maintenance satchel, a pair of servant tags, and a map she swore was only slightly illegal. Su Yao kept turning to look back, as if she expected the moonlight to come chasing after them on its own legs. Ji Lanyue did not come with them. That had not been the plan. The plan had been to pull her out while the hall still reeled, vanish into the servant tunnels, and keep moving until the palace understood the damage was already done. But when the first wave of internal guards rushed the ceremonial hall, Ji Lanyue had caught Su Tianming's sleeve and held him for one breath too long. Not because she was hesitant, because she had made a choice. "I will remain," she had said, voice low enough for only him to hear. "If I flee with you now, they will call me stolen. If I stay and make them search for me, they will have to admit I am not a seal on a shelf." He had wanted to argue. Instead, she had pressed a small moon-white token into his palm. The imperial seal was warm from her hand. "When the court begins lying about what happened tonight," she said, "use that. It will open one private audience door." Then she had turned back toward the chaos with her chin high and let the hall see that she was not afraid of the room built to cage her. Su Tianming had not forgotten that. He could not. The token burned against his palm now as he and the others slipped out through a side canal beneath the outer record's wing. Above them, the palace alarms had become something sharper. Footsteps, shouted orders. The sound of a city beginning to decide how much blood it would spend to preserve its pride. Yunmei led them through a drainage arch and into the river district beyond the eastern wall. "Black Lantern City," she said, flicking moisture from her sleeve, "is where the people who ruin other people for money pretend to be neighborhoods. Su Yao gave her a tired look. That is not a flattering description. It is accurate. Su Tianming watched the city's outer lights flicker to life in the gathering dark. Black Lantern City rose from the river plain in staggered layers of roofs, bridges, and hanging lamps. The higher streets were clean enough to fool travelers. The lower ones were a maze of wet alleys where every third doorway concealed either a gambling house, a courier broker, or a knife for hire. It was the exact kind of place where a hidden echo could survive by becoming invisible. The Emperor Echo Seal stirred. It was the kind of pulse that made the whole district feel briefly hollow, as if the bell from the arena had found the exact place in Su Tianming's bones where memory still echoed. Black Lantern City continued around him with all its usual noise, but he could feel something in the air turning its attention toward them. He had spent enough time around battlefields and court intrigues to recognize the shape of a warning when it came dressed like ordinary fatigue. This was not dramatic. That made it worse. The city was still pretending to be a city, and the thing waking inside it was already learning how to hide inside that pretense. Not because of danger this time. Because the city itself tasted familiar. Su Tianming frowned. Not in a memory sense. More like a wound that had once healed badly and then been pressed exactly where it hurt. Black Lantern City had stories buried beneath it. Old ones. The kind that made street corners feel like they were still listening. The city also had the look of a place built by people who had learned to survive under other people's plans. Roof lines were arranged in awkward layers, as if each generation had added on one more hiding place and one more angle for watching the next. River air slid through the lower alleys carrying the smell of wet rope, steamed rice, and old soot. Su Tianming could not shake the sensation that somewhere beneath the paving stones, older agreements and older betrayals were still echoing in the dark. Yunmei noticed his expression and grinned faintly. You can feel it too. Feel what? That this city was built by people who learned very early that secrets can be bought, stolen, or buried. Su Yao hugged her bag closer. I dislike this place already. Good, Yunmei said. Then you will pay attention. Behind them, far across the capital walls, another bell rang out. Su Tianming looked back once. Jilan Yue would be facing the court alone by now. He tried not to imagine the room after they left. The broken dais, the nobles' panic, the guards trying to reclaim control, while everyone pretended the princess had not just exposed the shape of her own cage. The moon token in his sleeve pressed against his skin like a reminder that she had not asked him to rescue her from every consequence. She had asked him to carry the truth, and that was a different kind of burden. Harder in some ways, more honest in all the others. He slipped the moon token into his sleeve and kept moving. Chapter 22 Black Lantern City did not sleep. It only changed masks. By the time they reached the lower district, the wide roads near the river had already filled with carts, dice games, and lantern sellers calling to passers-by, with the practiced cheer of people who knew the wrong people were always listening. Su Tianming, Su Yao, and Yunmei stayed off the main avenues and followed narrow alleys that smelled of damp stone, oil, and spiced broth. Yunmei moved as if the alleys had been drawn for her alone. She knew which doorways had blind spots, which rooftop lines were watched from above, which beggars were actually lookout children. Twice she stopped the group with a raised finger and waited until a patrol passed. Once she ducked behind a fishmonger's stall and came out holding 3 copper tokens she claimed had mysteriously fallen into my hand. Su Yao rolled her eyes. Su Tianming pretended not to smile. They found their lodging in a tea house no one respectable admitted to visiting. That made it ideal. The room was small enough that Su Yao immediately wanted the window open. Yunmei wanted it shut. Su Tianming wanted to know why the table had 2 false bottoms, and whether the innkeeper realized that was more suspicious than useful. The innkeeper, a sleepless woman with ink on her fingers, pretended not to notice their questions. That night, Yunmei took Su Tianming to the roof. Black Lantern City glittered below them in fragments. Oil lamps along the canals, lanterns over gambling halls, pale lights in the upper windows of wealthy homes. The river reflected everything in broken pieces, as if the city had already been cracked once and rebuilt in a hurry. Yunmei sat cross-legged on the ridgepole and looked down at the streets. You asked before why I know so much, she said. Su Tianming leaned against the roof beam. I did. This is why. She gestured at the city below. If you know where every secret is sold, you know who is desperate, who is lying, and who is one bad night away from making a stupid bargain. That sounds lonely. She gave him a sideways glance. It was useful. The moonless sky above them felt heavy. Su Tianming touched the token in his sleeve, then the inside of his wrist where Ji Lanyue's moon-crowned echo had answered his hand. The memory of her voice in the palace hall still lingered like cold light. Why did you stay with us? He asked quietly. Yunmei did not answer immediately. When she finally spoke, her voice had lost its usual tease. Because I saw the way the cult men looked at the princess. Because I saw the way the court looked at the swordswoman. Because I am tired of watching powerful people decide that if a girl is rare enough, she must belong to somebody. Su Tianming studied her profile. She looked at ease with the city in a way that made it hard to tell whether she had conquered it or merely learned to survive its teeth. The loose confidence in her shoulders was not the posture of someone who felt safe. It was the posture of someone who had made peace with danger as a daily fact and turned that knowledge into a kind of armor. Su Tianming had seen enough warriors in his former life to know the difference between bravado and practiced pressure. Yunmei wore the second one like clothing. There was the thief's grin, yes. But beneath it there was a harder line than he had thought. Something older. Something that had not forgotten too much. Then a sound from the street below cut through the quiet. A boy was running. Not running from play. Running in panic. Yunmei was already on her feet. Chapter 23. The boy was fast for someone so small, but not fast enough. Su Tianming saw the four rough men behind him before he saw the terror on the child's face. They wore work coats over leather armor, the sort of false modesty thugs used when they wanted to look like laborers and not collectors. One had a club. One had a hook knife. The third and fourth were blocking the alley mouth ahead. Yunmei's expression hardened. Guild runners, she muttered. For what? Su Yao asked, already moving to the rooftop edge. Su Tianming answered before Yunmei could. The child stole something. He knew because one of the men had the look of a collector who had lost an important piece of paper. Not a purse. Not food. Something small, wrapped, and worth killing over. The boy ducked into their alley below. Su Tianming dropped first. He landed between the child and the nearest thug, forcing the man to halt short or run him over. The club came swinging. Su Tianming stepped inside the strike and drove his shoulder into the thug's chest. The man stumbled back, cursing. Su Yao came in from the opposite side and sent a flick of green chi at the second man's wrist. His knife arm locked for one critical second. Yunmei was gone from the roof. She reappeared behind the third thug with a blade at the man's throat and a smile that did not touch her eyes. You are making a scene, she said. The thug swallowed. Su Tianming glanced at the child. The boy was clutching a small black parcel to his chest with both hands, eyes huge. Whatever he had stolen, he clearly had not understood its value. The collector on the far side took one look at Yunmei and swore. It's her. That changed the alley at once. The air seemed to tighten as the men realized the boy had just dragged a much larger problem into their narrow little hut. Su Tianming saw one of them glance toward the rooftops, not at the child but at escape routes. Another shifted his grip on the hook knife so he could throw if needed. The collector's face had gone from anger to calculation so quickly that it told Su Tianming everything about the world these people lived in. Every encounter was a transaction until the moment it became a funeral. The men had not been following a random child. They were after Yunmei. Su Tianming felt the Emperor Echo seal tighten inside his skull. Yunmei, what did you take? Her grin came back, thin and sharp. Something I was told not to touch. That is never reassuring. And yet it is often interesting. The collector lunged. Yunmei twisted away, but the hook knife in the man's offhand snapped toward the boy instead of her. Su Tianming moved on instinct, catching the boy by the shoulder and shoving him down. The knife clipped the parcel, and the black wrapping split. Inside was a relic no larger than a palm. A dark coin. No, not a coin. A disc of lacquered bone with a ring of dried silver ink around the edge. It gave off a pressure so cold Su Tianming felt it in his teeth. The nearest thug went white. Put that down, he whispered. Su Yao's face had gone pale too. What is it? Yunmei stared at the relic, then at Su Tianming, and all the color drained out of her cheekbones. That, she said, very quietly, is bad. The relic pulsed once. The Emperor Echo seal in Su Tianming's mind responded like a struck bell. And somewhere, far beyond the alley, a second pulse answered from the dark. Chapter 24. Yunmei took the relic from the boy before anyone else could react. Not gently, swiftly, like a thief snatching back a knife from the wrong table. The moment her fingers closed around it, the air in the alley changed. The relic was colder than winter water. Su Tianming saw the skin at her knuckles pale under the touch, but she did not drop it. The collector saw the same thing and went from frightened to desperate. Get it back. He attacked with a talisman in one hand and a short blade in the other. Su Tianming met him in the narrow seam between two market stalls and felt the alley compress around the two of them. Clay bowls rattled. A hanging lantern clipped the side of the man's shoulder and burst with a shower of oil-scented glass. The whole market stall line lurched into chaos in a way that would have terrified common shoppers and merely annoyed anyone who made a living from violence. Su Tianming was quickly learning which kind of panic belonged to whom. Su Tianming intercepted him. The fight in the alley was ugly and close, with too many walls and too little room for clean footwork. Su Yao pulled the boy behind a crate and kept him low while Unmake backed toward the alley mouth with the relic in hand. The men were not just tough. They were trained to work in pairs, forcing angles, cutting off exits, making escape feel like a mistake. That was when Su Tianming understood. This was not a petty theft crew. They were a branch of something larger. He struck the collector's wrist hard enough to dislocate it. The talisman slipped free. Su Tianming snatched it and felt a line of cold sigil work threaded through the paper like hairline cracks in ice. Voidcraft. His stomach tightened. The collector snarled and barked. She doesn't know what she's carrying. Yunmei's voice came from the alley mouth. Neither do you. The men froze. That was the opening. Su Tianming hit the collector in the throat with the talisman roll and shoved him into the wall. Su Yao sent a green pulse through the crate supports, making the stack lurch and spill broken boards in front of the two remaining thugs. The boy escaped through the gap, with Yunmei's help, and vanished into the street. The whole alley seemed to hold its breath after that. Su Tianming noticed the tiny things first. A fish scale stuck to the crate slat, water dripping from a gutter chain. The way one of the remaining thugs kept glancing toward the street, as if hoping the city itself would intervene on his behalf. The child had disappeared into the crowd, but his terror had not. It remained behind like a smear on the stones, and Su Tianming hated that the world was full of people who could treat that as an acceptable price. The alley fell quiet except for the sound of someone coughing on blood. Yunmei stared at the relic in her palm. No, not at it. Through it. Her face had gone still in a way Su Tianming did not like. Yunmei, she blinked once. This thing is a locator, she said. Su Tianming felt a chill. For what? Before she answered, the relic answered for her. The lacquered bone disc flashed black. Su Tianming saw a vision slam open in his mind. A circle of candles. A map of the continent. 5 points of light. One still dark, for already marked. Then a voice, smooth and amused, speaking from somewhere outside the vision. Another has awakened. The voice was not human. The alley vanished. Su Tianming saw a distant chamber of black stone where a woman in priestess robes knelt before a wall of shifting darkness. The darkness moved like liquid thought. It had no eyes, and yet it saw him. It saw all of them. Then the vision ended. Su Tianming staggered. Su Yao caught his arm. What did you see? He looked at the relic in Yunmei's hand. The thing hunting us found another one. Yunmei's expression had hardened again, but there was a strange gleam in her eyes now. Not fear. Recognition. She turned the relic over once. Good, she said. Then we're late. Chapter 25. The relic had a taste. That was the first thing Su Tianming noticed when he touched it with the Emperor Echo seal open in his mind. Not a literal taste, though it felt close enough. Bitter metal. Cold ash. The sensation of something observing from behind a veil and deciding it was pleased by what it saw. Yunmei nearly flung it at him when the relic began to pulse again. If this thing bites me, I will haunt you, she said. You already would, Su Tianming muttered. He held the disc in his palm and let the seal examine it. The result made his stomach sink. The locator was not simple. It had been made from the remains of a broken void gate shard and threaded with a search array that could track a specific kind of soul resonance. Divine echoes. Not perfectly, not by name, but enough to catch the scent of awakening. Su Yao looked from the relic to him. Who made it? Su Tianming closed his fist around it. Someone who knows what the void wants. Yunmei leaned against the alley wall and crossed her arms. Which narrows it down to several people I already dislike. They took the relic to the inn and locked the door. Or tried to. The innkeeper listened to Su Tianming's request for temporary silence, with the expression of a woman who had paid for this establishment with 7 different forms of compromise and was not about to be surprised by one more. She took the coins, slid the latch, and said, If the walls bleed, I charge extra. Inside the room, the relic finally reacted to the seal. A thin black thread rose from its edge and snaked towards Su Tianming's wrist. He jerked back instinctively, but the thread had already reached him. The Emperor echo seal lit. The black thread shuddered, then snapped into 100 tiny fragments of light. Su Tianming felt his own pulse slow for 1 heartbeat, and then snapped back in protest. The relic had no business feeling so alive, and yet the pressure in the room was unmistakably deliberate, the sort of attention that belonged to a mind rather than an object. Whatever the void had built into it, it was meant to be found in a place like this, cramped, private, and already full of secrets. For 1 breath, the whole room went cold. Then the relic unfolded into a vision. Black stone chamber. Priestess Wei Xuan. Candles arranged around a map whose points of light were moving. Su Tianming heard her voice clearly this time, though it did not belong in the room. The third has crossed paths with the fourth, she said to someone unseen. The Emperor is gathering his stars faster than expected. The unseen voice answered from the darkness. Then tighten the net. The vision shifted. Su Tianming saw a new line of writing appear across the map. Black Lantern City. And beneath it, in a smaller hand, recover the relic bearer. She will lead us to the others. The vision collapsed. Su Yao had gone rigid. Yunmei was very quiet. Su Tianming could still smell candle smoke and cold stone from the vision. The chamber in his mind felt too real to dismiss as a trick of the relic. The unseen voice had not sounded surprised to be found. It had sounded entertained, which was the kind of confidence that came only from something already sure the hunt would end in its favor. That thought sat in his stomach like frozen iron. Su Tianming looked at her. You knew this would happen. She did not deny it. I suspected, she said. Why take it then? Her mouth flattened. Because if I had left it where it was, the cult would have used it to find someone else first. That was a good answer. The kind of answer that made him trust her less and respect her more at the same time. It was practical, sharp-edged, and just selfish enough to be believable. Su Tianming set the relic on the table and rubbed the inside of his wrist, still feeling the afterimage of cold pressure. They were no longer dealing with a single artifact or a single priestess. They were looking at a system built to find people like them before they could understand what they had become. It was also the kind of answer that only made him more concerned. Su Tianming set the relic on the table and rubbed his wrist. The vision had confirmed the worst part. They were no longer hunting isolated echoes. The enemy had already organized around them. Yunmei must have seen the shift on his face, because she raised both hands and said, Before you start being dramatic, I have a plan. Su Yao frowned. That is rarely reassuring. I know Black Lantern City better than the people who built it, Yunmei said. If the cult has a branch here, I can find it. But I need to know whether you're ready to stop pretending we can do this one clue at a time. Su Tianming looked at the relic, then at the two women in the room. He had never liked the word fate. Too many people used it to excuse their own laziness. But the city in his vision had already been marked. The cult was already moving. The next divine echo was somewhere ahead of them. And if they delayed, the void would get there first. He nodded. Find the branch. Yunmei grinned, and for the first time since the palace bells, the room felt like it had a direction. Chapter 26, Yunmei found the ambush before it found them. That was not because she was lucky. It was because she was the kind of person who treated every shadow in Black Lantern City like a potential knife and every friendly face like a possible expense. She led Su Tianming and Su Yao through 3 back lanes, over a rooftop laundry line, and down a stairwell that looked like it should have ended in a cellar, but instead opened onto a narrow market street with no signs and too many watchers. Su Tianming had to keep reminding himself to trust her route, even when the turns made no sense. They passed a noodle stall with no customers, a pawn shop with its shutters half open, and a shrine lamp burning under a broken gutter, as if the city had made peace with holy things being used as markers instead of protections. Every few steps, he noticed new eyes on them. A laundry worker peering through cloth, a child pretending to play marbles, a man sweeping water in circles that were far too regular to be natural. Black Lantern City did not merely hide people. It trained them to hide one another. The first attack came from above. 2 men dropped from the eaves with anti-divine shackles in their hands. Su Tianming recognized the metal immediately. Cold black bands etched with silver lines. Not city guard tools. Cult tools. The kind used to pin down power before a body could defend itself. Yunmei swore and ducked left. Su Yao sent a burst of spring chi into the street tiles, making them crack upward under one attacker's heel. The man lost balance. Su Tianming slammed his shoulder into the other and drove him into a wooden post hard enough to splinter it. The shackles hit the ground with a heavy clatter. More attackers stepped in from the market stalls. Too many. Su Tianming saw the pattern immediately. They had not come to kill him. They had come to isolate Yunmei. The relic had made her the visible target, just as the vision had warned. The cult man at the center wore a street trader's hat and a smile that did not belong on any living face. Relic bearer, he said. Come quietly. Yunmei's answer was a knife. The cultist batted it away with a darkened talisman, but the motion cost him. Su Tianming used the opening to seize the talisman hand and twist. The cultist hissed in pain. Su Yao moved in behind him and pressed 2 fingers to the man's wrist. Green light flashed. The man's arm spasmed. Not enough to cripple. Enough to break rhythm. The cultist's smile vanished. So the spring echo is traveling with you. That almost made Su Tianming lose patience. He forced the anger down and went instead for the one thing the cult could not predict. He stepped inside the nearest man's guard and grabbed the anti-divine shackle from his belt. The metal burned cold against his palm. The moment it touched the Emperor Seal's current, the band started to crack. The cultist saw it and went very still. His pupils dilated. Impossible, he whispered. Su Tianming threw the cracked shackle into the street lamp, shattering the glass and plunging the market lane into flickering dark. In the shadowed gap, Unmake vanished. Not literally. Not yet. But enough that the cult lost track of her for one crucial heartbeat. That was all she needed. She reappeared behind the traitor-hatted cultist with her blade at his throat and a smile that promised bad news. You lot really should stop using the same trap twice, she said. The cultist's expression changed from surprise to fear. Su Tianming knew why instantly. The relic had said recover the bearer, which meant they wanted Unmake alive. Su Yao followed his glance and understood too. They want to take her, she said. Yes, Su Tianming replied. Unmake snorted. Obviously, the cultists backed off, but not far enough. They were still waiting for something. A signal. A higher authority. Su Tianming could feel it. Then the street behind them chilled. A black lantern on the corner went out. Another. The cultist in front of them smiled with relief. Too late. Su Tianming turned and saw a second wave arriving through the dark. Chapter 27. The second wave did not come from the street. It came from the shadows between the lanterns. Su Tianming had enough time to see the first shape before the rest formed around it. A woman in black priestess robes standing where no one had been a breath earlier, her sleeves embroidered with pale white spirals that looked less like decoration and more like eyes closed in prayer. Her face was concealed by a veil of fine black gauze. Priestess Wei Shuang. The cultist with the traitor hat dropped to one knee at once. That told Su Tianming everything he needed to know. Wei Shuang did not look at the kneeling man. Her attention was fixed entirely on Unmake. So, she said softly. The relic returned to the right hand after all. Unmake's jaw tightened. You know me? Wei Shuang's posture shifted by a fraction. I know what you are meant to become. The words hit harder than a threat. Su Tianming felt the Emperor Echo Seal flare with warning. This was not a random cult priestess. This was someone who understood the echoes and had been waiting for them to surface. The cold pressure around her carried the same wrongness as the relic, but deeper, as if the priestess herself had been standing too long in a place where the void had once spoken. Su Yao moved closer to Su Tianming. She is dangerous, she murmured. Yes, he said, and she knows it. Wei Shuang tilted her head. The Heavenly Emperor has risen in a broken body, she said, voice almost conversational. How inconvenient. I had hoped the women would wake separately. Su Tianming's blood ran cold. The priestess knew too much. Not the details, perhaps, but enough to connect him to the divine echoes and to know the order in which they were awakening. Unmake's blade rose a fraction. Say that again. Wei Shuang smiled beneath the veil. Black chi moved under the market stones. Su Tianming saw the attack line a moment before it unfolded. The dark shadows under the lantern stalls were not shadows anymore. They were thin mouths, opening. The street around them became a trap. Down, he shouted. Su Yao hit the ground and sent a green wave through the nearest paving stones, trying to interrupt the black chi bloom. Unmake vanished to the side. Su Tianming took the priestess's first strike on the forearm and nearly lost balance from the force. The touch of her sleeve felt like cold water from a grave. Wei Shuang's voice stayed calm. You have not yet understood the burden of gathering the stars. Su Tianming shoved her back and felt the current in his arm sting. The world around them began to narrow. At the edge of the market street, the cultists withdrew like people who had already finished their task. This was not a full assault. It was a test. A confirmation. Wei Shuang wanted to see whether the relic bearer could be pulled into the open and how the Emperor's seal responded to her presence. Unmake saw it too. We are leaving, she snapped. The priestess laughed quietly. Of course you are. But only after you have shown me which echo the stars will favor next. Then the shadows opened wider, and the market street dissolved into black lantern light and panic. Chapter 28. The next thing Su Tianming remembered clearly was the rain. Not rain from the sky. Rain from the memory inside Unmake. They had escaped the market street by the simple miracle of making Wei Shuang choose between pursuit and control. The priestess had chosen control. That bought them the minutes needed to break into the old city aqueducts and disappear under the lower district. The tunnels there ran wet and cold beneath the black lantern streets, carrying river water, old runoff, and whatever secrets the city preferred to wash away. Unmake was breathing hard beside him. Not from the chase. From the relic. The black disk had gone still, but not dead. It pulsed once every few breaths, answering the dark tunnels with an unsettling patience. Su Tianming watched her fingers tighten and loosen around it. He could see the strain in her jaw. If you want me to throw it into the river, he said, say so before I get attached to the idea. No, she said. Then, after a pause, I think it is attached to me already. That was not an encouraging sentence. Su Tianming stared at the relic for a long second and felt the ugly shape of the thing settle into his thoughts. It was not just a tool. It had the patient feeling of a wound that learned to think. The tunnel air around them seemed to thin, and even the sound of water dripping somewhere deeper in the aqueducts took on a measured, waiting rhythm. He did not like how easily the relic seemed to find the nerves in the room. It was as if the object had discovered the most private part of every person nearby and was tapping on it one by one, expecting an answer. Su Tianming had no intention of giving it the satisfaction, but the pressure it created was already changing the way the chamber felt. They stopped in a submerged chamber where the old stone walls rose around a central drain pool. Su Yao lit a small green lamp of qi that kept the chamber from falling fully into darkness. The light reflected off wet stone and showed the relic's surface clearly for the first time. Fine silver cracks had appeared across it. Su Tianming touched it lightly. The Emperor Echo seal opened. The relic answered by hitting Yun Mei with a memory so hard she swayed. Su Tianming caught her before she fell. At once the chamber vanished. He saw a palace roof under a moonless sky. Not the imperial capital. Another palace. Older. Empty in the way ruined heavens felt empty. A younger Yun Mei, or the soul that would become her, sat on the edge of the roof with bare feet dangling over black tiles. Beside her was a version of himself he barely recognized, smiling with exhaustion and blood on his sleeve. The memory was not his alone. It carried heat in strange places. The worn edge of the roof stone under Yun Mei's bare feet, the tremor in the old night air, the faint copper taste of too little sleep and too much restraint. He did not know this scene fully, but he could feel how it had once mattered. The kind of memory that survived because everyone in it had been too stubborn to admit how close to breaking they were. Yun Mei jerked upright in his arms, gasping. Her eyes were wide and unfocused. "I remember," she whispered. Then the next memory struck. Not a full life, just a fragment. Star fields, long quiet roads. A voice from his own mouth saying, "You never needed permission to be dangerous." Yun Mei made a sound in the back of her throat. The chamber lights flickered. For one dangerous breath, the night goddess echo inside her answered. Shadow crept across the wet stone. Not hostile shadow, listening shadow. The tunnel around them grew deeper, larger, as if the dark itself wanted room to remember. Su Tianming had the awful certainty that whatever had been waiting behind the relic was now aware of them in return. The dark did not feel empty anymore. It felt attentive, like a room full of people holding their breath while someone finally remembered the wrong name. Su Tianming set his hand on her shoulder. "Breathe," he said. Yun Mei glared at him, angry in the exact way people were when they hated being seen in a private moment. "Do not tell me what to do. Then do it for yourself." The anger broke, not into tears, into a laugh that was half bitter and half startled. "You really do remember that line," she said. Su Tianming went still. That line. It had not been his line in this life. It had been something his former self had said once on a palace roof while the world waited to end. Yun Mei looked down at the relic, then at her own hand as if it belonged to a stranger. "That was not a dream," she murmured. The night goddess echo had started to open, and somewhere above them, Black Lantern City kept pretending it had not already been chosen as the next battlefield. Su Tianming was beginning to understand that the city's real danger was not the cult hiding beneath it. It was the fact that everyone living above the cult had learned to cooperate with silence. That made every alley, every roofline, and every market stall part of the same machine. Once the echoes woke, there would be no clean boundary between the hunted and the people who pretended not to see. That thought kept tightening in his chest because it explained too much. A city that trained people to look away could survive a great deal of corruption so long as the corruption stayed profitable. The cult had not invented that habit here. It had merely learned how to use it. Chapter 29. Yun Mei was furious by morning. That was not a metaphor. It was visible in the tightness of her shoulders and the way she nearly took the chamber door off its hinges when she left the aqueducts. Su Tianming had learned enough by now not to chase a furious woman without first asking whether she preferred to be followed or left alone. He asked anyway. Her response was a glare over her shoulder. "Follow me if you want. Keep talking if you want to die." Su Yao sighed as if this were a familiar species of problem and gestured for Su Tianming to stay close. Yun Mei led them to the highest lower market terrace in Black Lantern City, where wind and lantern smoke cut through the rooftop lanes. She took them to a derelict inn with 4 locked doors and no obvious proprietor. The entrance sign had been scrubbed so many times that the original words were unreadable. "What is this place?" Su Tianming asked. Yun Mei shoved the door open with her shoulder. "A bad memory." Inside, the inn was empty except for one old table, 2 stools, and the smell of stale incense. She leaned on the table, and looked at Su Tianming with a dangerous calm. I remember enough now to be angry. He said nothing. The inn around them was still and stale, the kind of place that made anger sound larger because there was nowhere else for it to go. Dust lay in the grooves of the table. The old incense smell undercut the damp from the roof beams. Unmake looked as though she had spent all morning deciding whether to punch fate in the mouth or simply stare it down until it blinked. Outside, a cartwheel rolled past on the street below and then vanished into the city hum. The sound made the room feel even more sealed off, as if the building had learned the same habit as its owner. Keep quiet. Keep useful. Keep your real shape hidden. Su Tianming understood why Unmake had brought them here. Some places did not merely remind you of pain. They framed it. Not at you, she added, then looked more irritated by that fact. At the world. At the people who turned what I was into a curiosity. At the way memory comes back like some grand favor from the heavens when it should have been mine in the first place. Su Yao's expression softened. Unmake noticed and looked even more annoyed. Do not pity me. I wasn't, Su Yao said. I was recognizing you. That startled her. It startled Su Tianming too, because the words landed with a kind of blunt care he had not expected from Su Yao. The healer was not trying to smooth Unmake's edges or soften her into gratitude. She was naming the hard shape of her and leaving it intact. That was its own mercy. Su Tianming watched the exchange closely. Su Yao had gotten sharper since the palace. The spring echo was making her less afraid of standing near people who were already on fire. It also made the room feel more balanced in a way Su Tianming had not realized he needed. Unmake brought motion. Su Yao brought steadiness. Between them, the tension stopped feeling like a flaw and started feeling like structure. That was better. It was also dangerous, because structure could hold you up just long enough to walk into the next trap. Unmake pressed a hand to her forehead. The memory in the tunnel showed me something I do not like, she said. The palace roof. You. Me. And a choice I do not remember making, but I know I made. Su Tianming kept his voice gentle. What choice? To stop hiding. Silence settled over the room. She looked at him as if daring him to contradict her. I hate that I remember it, she said. It makes me feel as if I was built from someone else's bravery and then left to survive with the leftovers. Su Tianming met her gaze. That is not leftovers. Then what is it? Proof that you were always strong enough to choose. The words landed harder than he intended. Unmake's expression flickered through several emotions so fast he almost missed them. Suspicion, then anger, then the surprise of being seen cleanly enough that she could not deny it. Su Tianming had not meant to reach for the wound beneath her pride, but once the words left his mouth he understood why they mattered. Some people spent years waiting for someone else to tell them they were not a consequence. Hearing it aloud could be more frightening than any knife. Unmake looked away first. I do not want to be a vessel, she said quietly. Su Tianming answered just as quietly. Then don't be one. Her laugh was short and sharp. You say that like it is easy. I say it because I mean it. Su Yao folded her hands in her lap and watched them both. The tension in the room shifted. Not broken, but changed. The kind of change that happened when a person heard something true enough to hate and true enough to need. Unmake exhaled once, long and slow. Fine, she said. Then here is what I need from you, Emperor. No worship. No fated speeches. No looking at me like I am a banner waiting to be carried. Su Tianming inclined his head. Agreed. And if I tell you to stop, you stop. Also agreed. She stared at him for a heartbeat, then looked away again as if the agreement had cost more than she liked. That was the moment Su Tianming understood the memory had not just returned something hidden. It had put Unmake on the edge of becoming herself all at once, which meant everyone hunting them had probably felt it too. Chapter 30. Su Yao and Unmake fought in the tea house courtyard before lunch. Not with weapons, with words, which in Su Tianming's experience were often more dangerous because they had longer consequences. It started when Su Yao suggested that the relic and the memory surge should be sealed until they understood the risks. Unmake replied that if people kept waiting for the risk to disappear, they would die old and ignorant. Su Yao said reckless courage was just another name for bad planning. Unmake said good planning had nearly let her get chained in a market alley. Su Tianming attempted to mediate and immediately made both of them glare at him. The innkeeper watched from the doorway while pretending not to. You are both right, Su Tianming tried. That only made it worse. Su Yao turned first. You cannot heal a wound by ignoring it. Unmake crossed her arms. And you cannot survive a blade by apologizing at it. Su Tianming pinched the bridge of his nose. This, he realized, was not just a personality clash. It was a philosophy clash. Su Yao believed every life should be preserved long enough to choose. Unmake believed choice meant nothing if survival came too late to matter. Both were right. Both were tired. Neither wanted to admit that the other's method had saved them at least once. He waited until they both ran out of breath. Then he said, "We are not choosing between survival and compassion. We need both, or we become the people hunting us." Yunmei tilted her head. "That is almost intelligent." Su Yao rubbed her forehead. "Almost," Su Tianming agreed. The tension did not vanish. It settled. That was enough. Later, after they had broken the morning fast and escaped the innkeeper's pointed concern, Su Yao and Yunmei found themselves at the same table mending torn sleeves. Su Tianming watched the two of them in silence. Yunmei finally broke it. "You know," she said to Su Yao, "I thought spring healers would be gentler." Su Yao snorted. "I thought thieves would be less offended by honesty. That is because you have never had to be charming for a living. I have had to keep villagers alive through winter." Yunmei stared at her for a second, then laughed. Real laughter this time. Su Tianming looked down and smiled to himself. The echo bonds were still fragile, but they were becoming real. That evening, while Su Yao visited the market for herbs and Yunmei disappeared into the alley network to check on cult movement, Su Tianming found himself alone with the relic. It pulsed once, and somewhere across the city, a guild bell rang in warning. Chapter 31. The Thieves' Guild branch was hidden behind a fish sauce warehouse. Su Tianming would have appreciated the irony more if he had not been trying to avoid the 6 guards stationed at the back door. Yunmei returned from scouting with a list of times, routes, and one very personal insult for the guild master. Su Yao volunteered to stay in the alley with a basket of emergency herbs and the patience of someone anticipating trouble. Yunmei grinned when she saw Su Tianming adjusting the borrowed cloak she had stolen for him. "You look like an accountant who learned violence late. You sound proud of that." "I am." They slipped inside through a side passage Yunmei had marked with 3 chalk slashes and one old joke only a thief would think to write on a wall. Inside, the guild branch smelled of smoke, wax, and expensive rot. Ledgers lined the walls. Coin counters ran in the back room. A little side altar held the same black ring symbol from the relic vision. Su Tianming's stomach tightened. So the cult's reach was woven into the city's criminal spine. That explained the attacks. He and Yunmei moved separately once inside. She vanished into the accounting room. He took the corridor to the side office where a pair of guild clerks were arguing over bribe rates. One of them saw him, then reached for a hidden signal bell. Su Tianming hit the bell first. It shattered under his palm. The clerk shouted. Footsteps erupted from the hall. Su Tianming used the Emperor Echo Seal to catch the shape of the approaching men before they entered and shoved a table into the doorway, buying a precious half-second. The first attacker through the gap was not a guild enforcer. It was a cult assistant in plain clothes. Su Tianming saw the black ring mark burned under the man's sleeve. He felt cold anger, clean and precise. This branch was tied to the people who had marked the relic and the girls. Yunmei appeared behind the cult assistant and drove her knife through the man's wrist. "You really did make this place ugly," she said. "I am trying to improve it," Su Tianming replied, kicking the next attacker back into the hall. The clerk at the rear desk had already gone white. "Please," he blurted. "This is just trade. We only move things." Su Tianming stared at the ledger on the desk and saw the truth in neat columns. Names, shipments, coded references to sleeper goods, night lot, spring strain, moon potential. His jaw tightened. "Only move things," he said. The clerk's face crumpled. Yunmei leaned over the desk and flipped to the last page. There, written in a hand too careful to be innocent, was a delivery order stamped with a cult seal. Black Lantern City had been selling more than contraband. It had been feeding the hunt. That realization sat in Su Tianming's stomach like cold water. Not because it was surprising anymore, but because it meant every vendor who had shrugged, every clerk who had lied, and every alley runner who had taken a coin to keep quiet had been participating in a machine they either did not understand or understood too well. The city was not innocent. It was complicit in the easiest possible way, by making evil look like ordinary business. Chapter 32. Monk Dukong appeared the way old problems did, by waiting until everyone else had already spent enough effort to make his arrival inconvenient. Su Tianming found him in a tea stall near the river district while Yunmei burned the stolen ledger copies and Su Yao argued with an apothecary over whether moonroot should be sold by weight or by effect. The monk was seated on a low stool with a chipped bowl in both hands and the expression of a man who had spent his whole life pretending the world was amusing when it was in fact exhausting. He wore a travel robe patched at the elbows and a rope prayer cord around one wrist. No aura announced him. No grand entrance. Only a smile that turned slightly crooked when he noticed Su Tianming walking toward him. "You look more troubled than your age deserves," the monk said. Su Tianming stopped. "Do I know you?" "Not yet. You will wish you did." That was not a reassuring opener. The monk lowered his bowl, and looked at him with eyes too calm for the city around them. "You are carrying a karmic weight that would make a mountain resentful," he said. "And there are women around you who remember you in different directions." Su Tianming went still. Monk Du Kong smiled, as if that reaction confirmed something he had already suspected. "Yes," he murmured. "There it is." Su Tianming sat across from him without being invited. "What are you? Trouble with a robe? Sometimes wisdom by accident." That would have been annoying if Su Tianming had not felt the monk's presence as a kind of quiet pressure that did not belong to ordinary wanderers. Not a threat. More like a person who had seen enough of the world's hidden machinery to know where it squeaked. Monk Du Kong tapped his bowl lightly with one finger. "Every goddess remembers you differently," he said. "That means the you they remember is not the flawless emperor your own guilt wants to worship." Su Tianming's breath caught. The sentence hit because it broke the shape he had been holding himself in since the rebirth. He had been trying to remember the former life as if memory alone would restore worth. But the monk's words suggested something more difficult. The women remembered him in different directions because he had been different with each of them. Stern, gentle, reckless, exhausted, stubborn, loving. Not a statue. Not a prayer. A person who had been trying to keep too many promises alive at once. The monk's smile thinned. Su Tianming had the unnerving sense that the man could see not only what was in front of him, but the shape of what it would cost. The tea stall around them was noisy with clinking bowls and the scrape of stools. Yet the space under Monk Du Kong's calm still felt strangely separate from the city. Su Tianming hated how quickly that calm made him want to confess things he had not fully named to himself. That was the danger of people who looked harmless while carrying too much truth. For a brief moment, the monk seemed older than his face and younger than his robes, as if he had already watched this kind of pattern break once before and had come back to see whether the pieces fit differently this time. Su Tianming did not trust easy calm, but he trusted the tension underneath it. Du Kong was warning him because the next stage of the hunt would probably cost more than anyone in the room had admitted yet. "Good," he said. "Now we can speak plainly." He had the look of someone about to offer advice too uncomfortable to ignore. "If you insist on gathering the scattered echoes," Du Kong said, "then be careful. The ones who wake first may also wake the oldest pain." Su Tianming thought of Ji Lanyue's eyes in the palace hall, Yunmei's memory in the aqueducts, the way Su Yao's hands had glowed when she chose to protect strangers. "The enemy is already moving," he said. The monk nodded once. "Then so are you." He rose, tossed a coin into the stall bowl, and prepared to leave. Su Tianming stopped him with a question. "Why tell me this?" Du Kong looked over one shoulder, expression unreadable. "Because the day you stop needing to be told what kind of man you were is the day you can finally become the man these women actually know." Then he disappeared into the crowd before Su Tianming could ask what that was supposed to mean. Chapter 33. Yun Mei admitted the truth in a tavern kitchen. Not because she wanted to. Because she had run out of deflection, and the ledger copies had already been burned, and Su Tianming had managed to corner her between a shelf of rice jars and a stack of spoiled ginger. She looked at the floor while she spoke. "I remember you smiling through wounds you never let anyone see." Su Tianming said nothing. That was not because he had no answer. It was because the answer he wanted to give would have sounded too much like apology, and she had already said she hated those. Yun Mei's fingers curled once at her side. "That memory is humiliating," she muttered. "Why?" "Because it makes me want to trust you more than I have any right to." Su Tianming felt the word strike a place in his chest that had no neat name. The night goddess echo in her soul had opened enough for old palace fragments to surface, but not enough for the memories to become easy. He kept his voice careful. "Then trust me a little." She snorted. "That is a terrible bargaining technique. I never said I was a merchant." That won him the smallest ghost of a smile. Yun Mei looked away again, then added, so quietly he almost missed it, "You were tired in the memory. Always tired. And you still looked at us like we were the only thing holding the sky together." Su Tianming swallowed. He remembered that feeling. Not because it was noble, because it was true. The world had ended in the old life not because he had lacked strength, but because every sacrifice had cost too much, and he had kept paying anyway. Yun Mei frowned at the silence. "Say something." "What do you want me to say?" "That I'm not crazy." He met her eyes. "You are not crazy." Yun Mei stared at him for one extra breath, as if waiting for the catch. When none came, she looked away first. Su Tianming could see the war in her expression, the part of her that wanted to reject kindness because kindness had too often been followed by ownership. The memory had clearly not made her gentle. It had made her more dangerous in a quieter way. She could now tell the difference between being used and being trusted, and that difference mattered more than she seemed willing to admit. He respected that more than he could have said aloud. Yun Mei was not just remembering a past self. She was choosing, piece by piece, which parts of that self had been stolen by circumstance, and which parts still belonged to her. That was a hard, lonely kind of work, and it made her silence afterward feel less like avoidance and more like someone listening for the shape of her own name. Outside, the street noise below the tavern had changed. Too quiet. Su Tianming's spine tightened. He reached for the doorway just as the first shackle hit the frame. Chapter 34. The anti-divine shackles were better this time. That was the first thing Su Tianming noticed as he yanked Yunmei back from the doorway, and the black metal bands slammed into the wood where her head had been. Better carved, better weighted, more carefully inscribed. The cult had learned from the first ambush and upgraded accordingly. He hated how quickly the upgrade made sense. The enemy was responding to them in real time, refining tools based on each encounter. That meant every fight fed the next. Every clue burned away into a lesson for something darker. Su Tianming could feel the alley outside filled with the hard silence of professional hunters, people who did not waste breath on speeches because they already knew what they wanted to take. The second thing he noticed was the number of men outside. Too many. The tavern's front hall filled with dark uniforms and masked faces. No city guards. No guild runners. Cult operatives. Clean, efficient, and very certain they had the right room. One of them lifted a hand. "Recover the night, Echo Bearer," he said. Yunmei cursed. Su Tianming moved first. He shoved a table into the doorway and hit the nearest cultist with the edge of a chair leg before the man could recover. Xiao, who had heard the disturbance from the street below, appeared in the back passage with a basket of herbs still in her arms and the expression of someone who had decided the world would have to work around her schedule. "Again," she said. Apparently, Yunmei shot back. The cult leader at the front did not bother with a speech. He raised a palm, and the shackles on the floor snapped upward in a wide net. Su Tianming felt the air chill. He recognized that net. It was designed to pin down soul fluctuations and force divine echoes into a stable, extractable state. Extractable, not capture. Harvest. His anger rose cold and sharp. Su Yao sent roots through the kitchen floorboards, cracking them apart just enough to snag the first two shackles. Yunmei vanished under the table and came out behind the leader with a knife. Su Tianming caught the leader's wrist before the next net could drop. The man hissed. Su Tianming twisted and heard bone protest. "You know too much," the cultist spat. "I'm starting to hate that phrase," Su Tianming replied. The door behind them burst inward. Another squad. This was no local branch now. Wei Shuang had sent real hunters. Yunmei's face hardened. "Fine," she said. "We do this the loud way." She stepped into the open, lifted her chin, and the shadows in the tavern suddenly moved as though they had been waiting for a signal. The first night thread appeared around her fingers. Thin, bright, hungry. The cultists went very still. Su Tianming felt the Emperor Echo seal pulse in response. The night goddess Echo was one breath from opening fully, and everyone in the room knew it. Chapter 35. They broke into the safe house by following the cult members who tried to escape. That was Yunmei's idea. Su Tianming had assumed she was being reckless when she declared the street fight too public to be useful. Then she had stolen a cultist's key tag, flipped it twice in the air, and pointed out that frightened men always ran back to places that felt controlled. So they let one of them escape. He ran straight to a warehouse in the river quarter. Su Tianming, Su Yao, and Yunmei watched him go inside, then circled the building from two directions and slipped through the rear washroom window with the help of a bent latch and one very annoyed cat. The place looked like any other storage house from the outside. Inside, the walls were lined with paper wards and sealed glass jars full of black ash. Su Tianming hated it immediately. The relic's memory stirred in his sleeve. He knew instantly that they were stepping into a place where the city had already decided something was expendable. The warehouse door, the paper wards, the sealed jars of ash. All of it had the feeling of a room arranged by people who expected to clean up after an absence, not after a fight. Su Tianming felt his jaw tighten and slipped his hand closer to the seal in his chest. For more? That was the first thing the papers on the central table said. For more reincarnated divine souls being tracked. He found the note while Su Yao dismantled a shelf of false crates, and Yunmei listened at the inner office door. The note contained names only partially filled in. One marked by frost, one by storm, one by fate, one by silence. Su Tianming's jaw tightened. So the cult knew at least 4 of them now. Yunmei read the page over his shoulder and went strangely still. "They're closer than I thought," she murmured. "To whom?" "To all of us." The office door opened a crack. Su Tianming moved before the cult clerk inside could speak. The man wore the black ring mark on his thumb. The clerk saw Su Tianming's face and recoiled. "You're the Emperor's boy." That made Su Tianming's blood go cold. "What did you just say?" The clerk tried to slam the door shut. Yunmei caught it with her foot, and shoved it open. Su Yao sent a pulse of green qi through the office floor to keep the clerk from bolting around the rear desk. The man panicked. "We were told to watch for you. Watch for the echo gathering. The priestess said the emperor would come back for the stars." Su Tianming grabbed him by the collar. "Who else do you have marked?" The clerk's eyes darted to Yunmei. "The thief is one. The sword girl in the capital is one. The healer was one, until you hit her." Su Tianming went very still. "And the last two?" The clerk's face crumpled. "I don't know. The lists keep changing." That was answer enough. Yunmei took the ledger from the desk and flipped through it once, faster than Su Tianming could follow. Her expression darkened. "This place is a relay," she said. "Not the head. They're sending names upward." The clerk sagged. "Please," he said. "We just file things. We don't choose what happens next." Su Tianming let him go. Not because he was merciful. Because he finally understood the shape of the haunt. This city was not the trap. It was the mouth of it. Chapter 36. The cult nearly caught Yunmei because she was too angry to be careful. That was not how she would have phrased it, but it was the truth. By the time they left the warehouse safe house, the relay had been exposed and the city's underworld had begun turning on itself. The cult branch was burning from the inside out. The relay clerks were abandoning ship. Thieves Guild runners were either fleeing, changing sides, or trying to profit from both. Su Tianming thought the worst was over. Then a second squad opened the alley net from above and below. Anti-divine shackles. Again, this time the cult had a proper circle ready. Su Tianming got one look at the web of black metal and knew they had been waiting for Yunmei to isolate herself. They had predicted her anger, predicted the rout, predicted the return to the streets. Everything except the one thing they had not accounted for. Yunmei did not run this time. She looked at the net, then at Su Tianming, and there was a tiny, sharp edge of choice in her expression. "If this kills me," she said, "I will be extremely annoyed." "That is not the moment for confidence," Su Yao snapped. "It is exactly the moment." The cult leader lifted his hand. The net dropped. Su Tianming tried to tear through it, but the shackles bit toward his qi and burned cold against the Emperor Seal's current. He felt his power being pinned. Su Yao sent roots to crack the stone, but the circle had been designed for precisely that kind of intervention. Yunmei's breath hitched. For 1 second, Su Tianming saw the fear she had spent years hiding. Then she reached for him, not with her knife, with both hands. The moment she touched his wrist, the night goddess echo in her soul opened like a starless sky. The alley lights went dark. Not dead dark, living dark. Shadow folded around her body, then rose in ribbons through the air and over the shackles. The black metal froze in place as if stunned by being seen clearly. Yunmei's eyes flashed silver. Her hair lifted in the unseen wind of a memory older than the alley. Su Tianming felt the bond thread between them burn bright. The imperial roof. The ancient night. The smile she had remembered. Yunmei drew breath, and the alley answered. "Enough," she said. Then the full night goddess echo hit the world. Chapter 37. When the echo burst, Black Lantern City lit up in the wrong places. The black alley around them did not simply darken. It changed texture, as if the edges of the city had been dipped into deep water and were now moving under a moon the others could not see. Su Tianming felt the impact of Yunmei's power not just as light or shadow, but as presence. The cultists hesitated because they could no longer tell where the girl ended and the darkness began. That confusion was enough to break a circle built on certainty. In the half-second that followed, the whole street seemed to inhale. The alley where they stood went utterly dark for the span of one heartbeat, then flooded with silver star shadow that clung to walls, rooftops, and the edges of every cult shackle in sight. Su Tianming felt the pressure of the night goddess echo spreading out through the street web like a tide, finding every crack in the stone. The cult's circle broke, not because the shackles failed, because they could no longer tell where Yunmei ended and the dark around her began. Yunmei stood at the center of it, breathing hard, one hand still linked with Su Tianming's wrist. Her face had gone pale with strain. Her eyes were sharp enough to cut. The cult leader stared at her in open fear. "Impossible," he whispered. Yunmei smiled, and it was not a kind expression. "I've been told that before." The alley responded to her mood. Shadows moved across the wall in long sheets, cutting off the cultists' retreat routes. Su Yao, seeing the opening, drove a green pulse through the ground that sent the street stones bucking up beneath their feet. Su Tianming hit the nearest cultist hard enough to drop him, then turned and saw 3 guild runners at the far end of the lane already pointing at the cult mark burned on their sleeves. The underworld had noticed. Good. Yunmei's echo had not just frightened the cult. It had exposed them. By dusk, every criminal network on the lower terraces had heard what happened in the river quarter. Guild runners betrayed safehouse routes. Fence masters denied the cult's bribes. Old rival gangs started attacking one another because everyone assumed everyone else had already made a deal with the priestess. Su Tianming stood on a rooftop and watched the whole city begin to fracture along hidden fault lines. It was ugly. It was also effective. Unmake joined him a moment later, face still faintly silver in the fading light. "You look pleased," she said. "I'm considering whether you should always be this dangerous. You should probably not say that where I can hear it." He looked down at the city. Fires had begun in 3 separate alleys. Not the kind that spread wildly. The kind set deliberately by men destroying their own records. Su Yao called from below that the last cult runners had abandoned the warehouse relay. That was when Su Tianming knew the network had broken. Black Lantern City was no longer a clean hunting ground. It was a war zone. And in the center of it stood a girl who had just remembered how to turn shadow into a weapon. Chapter 38. May made her condition very clear before dawn. She would leave the city with Su Tianming only if he promised not to treat the women he found as prophecies first and people second. He considered pretending to be offended. Then he saw from her face that she would not accept performance. So he answered honestly. Agreed. May folded her arms. That was too fast. I was already trying not to turn people into symbols. She narrowed her eyes. Trying is not enough. Then correct me when I fail. That seemed to satisfy her more than any grand oath would have. They met on the inn roof at sunrise. The city below looked bruised from the night's fighting. Guild signs had been painted over in 3 districts. Several of the cult's chalk marks had been burned away. The streets were quieter than they had been. Quieter, not safe. Su Tianming knew the difference. May stood facing the eastern light, cloak hanging loose from her shoulders. The night goddess echo had not settled completely. It flickered now and then around her fingers like impatience. "I know you want to keep moving," she said. "Yes. And I know there's another echo out there." Su Tianming nodded. She glanced sideways at him. "I also know that if I keep pretending this is just a job, I will eventually become the kind of liar who lets other people tell my story." He looked at her for a long moment. "You're coming," he said. She scoffed, but there was no heat in it. "I just said I would. I'm making sure." "Good. Do that often." Her smile arrived slowly and disappeared before it could become vulnerable. Before they left, May returned to the inn room and came back carrying the black relic wrapped in cloth. Su Tianming stared at it. "You are not keeping that." "No," she said. "I am carrying it until we learn who it really belongs to." That answer, at least, was acceptable. At the city gate, the last of the cult's remaining middlemen were being rounded up by rival criminal crews. Wei Shuang had lost her branch. The city's shadows were no longer hers to control. That should have felt like victory. Instead, Su Tianming felt the old pressure of the hunt tightening somewhere beyond the world. The city behind them seemed to release a slow breath as they crossed the outer road. Lanterns were going out in the lower district one by one, not because the night was over, but because the people inside the city had already started tidying up the damage. Su Tianming watched the gate towers recede and thought about the strange, ugly usefulness of survival. Every clue they had found had cost somebody else something real. He did not want to become the sort of person who stopped noticing that cost simply because the road ahead was more important. May noticed his look. What now? He looked east, where the road to the Imperial Circuit and its famous sword prodigy waited beyond the hills. "Now," he said, "we go find the one with frost in her hands." Chapter 39. The resonance hit them in the middle of a tournament announcement. They were outside a relay pavilion at the edge of Black Lantern City, reading the latest reports on the Imperial Martial Circuit, when Su Tianming's seal suddenly throbbed hard enough to make him brace against the wall. Su Yao noticed first. May swore at once. The news placard hanging inside the pavilion had a fresh handbill attached to it, announcing the upcoming capital tournament and listing one name in a font larger than the rest. The paper itself was damp from river fog, and yet the ink looked freshly pressed, as if someone in the capital had wanted this announcement to travel faster than the usual gossip chain. Su Tianming could feel the city reacting around the notice. A merchant paused half a step too long. A courier looked up without meaning to. Tournament announcements were never merely schedules in places like this. They were declarations about who the powerful wished to be seen, and who they were willing to risk in public for the sake of that visibility. xianxia, sword prodigy, frost talisman champion, unbeaten under tournament conditions for 3 years. Su Tianming stared at the name, while the Emperor Echo seal rang like a struck bell. The third resonance, already known, had deepened. Not just a faint thread now. A clear pull. May read over his shoulder and let out a low whistle. That is one famous woman. Su Yao's expression tightened. Too famous is often dangerous. Su Tianming was already thinking through the implications. xianxia had stayed in the capital's orbit for a reason. If her fame was being broadcast across the tournament circuit, Then the court was either protecting her or displaying her. Possibly both. The seal pulsed again. Not a warning this time. Recognition. Su Tianming could feel a blade edge in the air around the tournament bill, as if frost had passed through the parchment before he touched it. Yunmei folded her arms. You're doing the faraway look again. I know her. That made Su Yao turn sharply. From the palace? Su Tianming shook his head. From before that. He did not explain. He was not sure he could, not without sounding like the world had folded itself into old wounds. The tournament bill listed the Imperial Circuit's top competitors. One of them wore a title that had nothing to do with martial skill and everything to do with politics. A prince's favorite sponsor, a noble house champion, a clan-backed heir. xianxia stood above them all in the rankings, and that alone told Su Tianming she was either being watched or boxed in. Yunmei tapped the page. If the capital is throwing her into public competition, it means someone is testing whether her loyalty can be controlled. Su Tianming's jaw tightened. He knew that sort of test. It was never just about strength. It was about whether the person could be made into a tool without breaking the blade. The seal pulsed so hard, he almost reached for the wall again. The message in the paper was no less political than the cult ledger had been. If the capital was throwing xianxia into public competition, someone was either praising her too loudly to control the crowd or displaying her like a blade meant to intimidate rivals. Su Tianming could not help thinking of the people in the hall who had called the princess a seal on a shelf. The tournament notice felt like the same cage, just repainted in more respectable colors. Then, beneath the tournament bill, a second notice fluttered loose in the breeze. It was sealed with the palace mark. Xianxia's moon token had opened a private audience request. Su Tianming looked down at it, then at the road east, then at the two women beside him. The next step had just split into two directions. And he knew, with the same certainty that had led him to the shrine in another life, that the capital and the tournament were about to collide. Chapter 40. They left Black Lantern City at noon. The market district looked bruised in daylight. Scorched awnings, broken signboards, and two alley corners that no one lingered near no matter how much traffic passed. Su Tianming could tell which parts of the city's underworld had already adapted to the collapse of the cult branch, and which parts were still pretending the wound had not happened. The walk to the gate felt like leaving a city that had briefly shown its bones, and then tried to hide them under merchant noise. Not because they were finished, because staying any longer would have invited the cult to rebuild and the city's rival gangs to start asking which side the Emperor's girl belonged to. Yunmei packed what she needed with her usual mix of speed and contempt for possessions. Su Yao spent half an hour making sure they had enough herbs for road injuries, then another half hour arguing that Yunmei's idea of emergency provisions was mostly dried fruit and bad luck. Su Tianming carried the moon token from Xianxia in his inner sleeve. The palace audience request had not been a summons. It had been a message, I am still here. That mattered. Yunmei noticed the way he touched the sleeve once and did not ask. At the city gate, the wind had turned colder. Su Tianming looked back once at Black Lantern City's rooftops. Fires still smoked in the lower district. The cult branch was broken, but the city's secrets would take longer to unlearn. He wondered how many people had died because the relic found its way into the wrong hand. Then he remembered the vision. The dark chamber. The map. The moving lights. Wei Shuang would not let this rest. That thought proved true before dusk. They had only just reached the outer road when Su Tianming's seal jerked hard enough to stop his horse. He dismounted and turned, feeling the pressure in the air change direction. Far beyond the road, somewhere in a place that did not seem to belong to any ordinary geography, a dark presence seemed to shift and listen. He knew, with a cold certainty, that Wei Shuang was reporting upward, not to a sect lord, to something much worse. The vision struck him a breath later. Blackstone Chamber. Priestess Wei Shuang kneeling before a wall of moving darkness. The darkness was amused. The Emperor has begun gathering his stars, Wei Shuang said. The unseen thing in the dark replied in a voice like a crack in the sky. Then the net tightens. Su Tianming shuddered and nearly lost the vision as it ended. Yunmei caught his arm. What did you see? He looked east, toward the Imperial Circuit and the sword prodigy waiting under court banners. Proof, he said, that the hunt is bigger than the city. Su Yao's expression hardened. Yunmei's hand tightened on the relic bundle. Behind them, Black Lantern City disappeared into the distance. Ahead of them, the road toward the capital waited with a blade in its hand. Chapter 41. Su Tianming reached the imperial capital under a borrowed name and a borrowed cart. That was the safest way to enter a city that measured bloodlines the way merchants measured spice. The outer gates of the capital rose in pale stone tiers above the road, each layer lined with guards in polished armor, and clerks who watched travelers with the bored caution of people paid to notice sins after they had already crossed the threshold. Black Lantern City had been a place of hidden knives. The capital was worse. It smiled while weighing them. Unmake had traded for 3 sets of travel papers, 2 merchant permits, and a pair of plain coats that made Su Tianming look like an underfed escort officer rather than a hunted heir to an old fate. Su Yao wore a physician's sash she had stitched from an old belt and a strip of blue cloth. The city gate inspectors barely looked at her. That, Su Tianming thought, was one of the most useful things in the world and one of the cruelest. The first thing he felt after the gate was not awe. It was pressure. The capital's qi was managed, organized, and intentionally layered. Roads guided circulation toward the palace quarter. Courtyards redirected flow toward the academies and ancestral halls. Even the incense smoke drifting from the outer shrines seemed arranged with political intent. The whole city had been built by people who understood that power did not merely sit in towers. It had to be taught where to move. Su Tianming kept his face blank. Inside his sleeve, the moon token from Xianxia gave a faint, patient warmth. Not a summons. A reminder. Somewhere in the capital, she was still holding herself together under a roof full of people who had tried to bind her life into a legal shape. He had not seen her since the palace hall, but that did not mean she had stopped existing in the margins of his choices. Unmake leaned close as they crossed the outer avenue. If anyone asks, you are my cousin and a very disappointing accountant. That feels personal. It is. Su Yao gave a quiet snort, and for one brief moment the 3 of them looked like a road-worn family instead of the things that had been chasing each other through priests, thieves, and court rituals. Then the sound of a tournament bell rolled over the avenue from the east arena. Su Tianming stopped. The Emperor Echo Seal stirred like something waking up under ice. The road under his feet suddenly felt thinner, as if the city itself had become a skin stretched over old bones. Carriages kept rattling past. A hawker called out for plum cakes. A pair of students argued over exam dates near the gate shrine. Ordinary life kept moving with the brutal confidence of people who had never once been asked to carry history in their ribs. Su Tianming envied that for half a breath, then let it go. Whatever had awakened in the arena was not going to wait politely for him to finish being human. He could feel the city trying to decide whether it had seen enough to intervene. Most of the people around him would not know the first thing about the echoes until the story was already being told for them. That was how the capital survived surprises. It turned them into rumors, then procedures, then excuses. Su Tianming had no intention of letting this one settle into that shape. The air still carried the faint smell of gate incense and wet stone from the morning rain. Under it was something sharper, the dry scent of paper seals and lacquer from the officials who never had to run. Su Tianming had seen enough courts to know the difference between a city that protected its people and a city that protected its own sense of order. This one had already chosen order, which meant anything strange would be treated as a problem to manage rather than a truth to face. That made his next decision easier than it should have been. If the capital wanted to reduce everything to procedure, then he would have to become a disruption large enough that procedure could not swallow it. He did not like how familiar that felt. In his first life, the Empire had always been best at surviving the disasters it helped create. It turned grief into logistics and called the result stability. Su Tianming would not let this city do that again. Not to Hanyue, not to Xianxia, and not to the women who had already started remembering the shape of the war. Chapter 42. Xianxia fought, as if the arena insulted her by existing. Su Tianming watched from the edge of the western stands with Unmake and Su Yao half hidden behind a rack of supply crates while the capital tournament crowd pressed and shouted around them. The arena floor below was ringed with banners, polished stones, and the kind of stage lighting that made every strike look more deliberate than it really was. The people in the stands loved it because they could pretend combat was elegant if it was clean enough. Xianxia gave them no such comfort. The first challenger rushed her with a tiger spear technique and shouted a clan name large enough to frighten peasants. Hanyue stepped aside by half a foot and cut the spearhead free of its shaft without changing her expression. The second challenger sent frost talismans across the field. She lifted her sword once and split the talismans in a line so neat that the remaining halves fell only after they had already lost their purpose. The crowd roared. Hanyue did not acknowledge them. The arena lights caught on the frost gathering at her boots and turned it into something ceremonial, almost sacred, which only made the sight more unsettling. Su Tianming could feel the crowd trying to make her into a story they could enjoy. A beautiful prodigy, a disciplined daughter of the capital, a sword talent worth bragging about over tea. None of those titles fit the pressure coming off her body. She was not performing for them. She was surviving in plain view. Su Tianming felt the old ache in his chest deepen as he watched. There was something unbearably familiar in the way she measured distance. Not just the mechanics of swordplay, the patience, the refusal to waste motion, the sense that her mind was already standing 2 moves ahead on a battlefield nobody else could see yet. This was the Moon War Goddess, he realized. Not a memory. Not entirely. A presence hidden under mortal discipline. The realization struck harder than he expected. In his former life, Hanyue had been the one who held the flank when the rest of them were exhausted. She was the one who understood how to turn grief into formation and silence into force. Watching her now, Su Tianming could almost feel the weight of another battlefield returning by pieces. There was also something deeply human in it, which made it harder to stand still. Every clean strike she made now looked like the result of a long private argument with pain. The crowd saw mastery. Su Tianming saw the cost of every year she had spent proving to people who underestimated her that she could outlast them all. The smell of the arena stayed in the air for a long time after each strike. Cold stone, iron filings, sweat trapped under expensive perfume, and the sharp bite of winter qi. Su Tianming could almost hear old battlefields in it. Not because they sounded alike, but because they shared the same fact of people trying to survive in front of a crowd. Unmake nudged his shoulder. You are staring. I know. Try less hard. The capital already has enough rumors. The arena fell quiet as Hanyue's current opponent dropped to one knee in the frost. Not because he had been defeated with injury, because he had simply understood he was outclassed. The announcer shouted her title, and the crowd answered with a chant. Su Tianming did not join them. He was listening to the silence between her strikes, the place where memory waited. That silence was speaking to him. Chapter 43, he recognized her in the angle of her wrist. That was the first thing Su Tianming admitted to himself as the tournament continued. Not her face, though that helped. Not her rank, though that was obvious from the arena records. It was the way Ji Hanyue used the space between attack and defense as if the boundary itself belonged to her. She fought like someone who had already lost too much to tolerate wasted movement. The crowd called her cold. Su Tianming saw grief disciplined into steel. When the next challenger entered, Hanyue did not rush. She circled once, the blade at her side angled low, and Su Tianming felt a memory he had not fully owned yet flicker behind his eyes. Moonlit armor on a battlefield, a younger woman standing in front of a collapsing gate while shouting for soldiers who were already dead. The Moon War Goddess had always carried war the way priests carried offerings, not for glory, but because somebody had to. His fingers curled against the crate edge. Unmake noticed and went still beside him. You remembered something. A fragment. Useful. He shook his head once. Painful. That, apparently, was enough explanation for her. It was enough because Hanyue had never needed people to soothe her when what she wanted was clarity. Su Tianming could see the old battlefield discipline in that reaction, the part of her that sorted danger first and feelings later. She had not been softened by time. She had been sharpened by it. The difference mattered. Below, Hanyue's sword flashed, and she won the match by forcing the challenger to yield before the final cut. The man left the field alive and humiliated, which in the capital sometimes counted as mercy. The arena master announced her next bout, but Su Tianming was no longer listening to the crowd. He was listening to the echo under the arena stones, a familiar pressure the seal in his chest kept trying to answer. Su Yao touched his sleeve. Do you know her? Su Tianming looked down at the arena floor. I think she knows me. That was the dangerous part. It was dangerous because recognition was never clean with the reincarnated echoes. If Hanyue remembered more than a face, then the old battlefield grief might be waking alongside the bond itself. He had no way to predict whether that would make her more willing to trust him or more determined to cut the wound open with her sword until every hidden thing spilled out. Ji Hanyue's eyes swept the stands once, not searching the audience, but measuring exits and pressure points. When her gaze passed over Su Tianming's position, she paused for a fraction too long. Not enough for the crowd to notice. Enough for him to feel it like a hand on the back of his neck. The Emperor's seal pulsed in recognition, and with it came a second memory. A collapsing moon gate. A woman in blue-white armor standing alone in the wreckage. Su Tianming understood then that the woman on the arena floor had been carrying war long before anyone in the capital decided to call her prodigy. Chapter 44. The capital knew how to turn talent into a leash. Su Tianming saw that clearly when the tournament attendants announced the day's formal guests and Prince Ji Wuhan's private pavilion opened on the east side of the arena. The prince arrived with a procession of scholars, guards, and 2 smiling noble women who looked as if they had been trained to applaud at the right moments. He was handsome in the polished way the capital loved. Expensive robes, careful posture, and a face smooth enough to hide whatever he had done to deserve the title. The crowd treated him with the kind of deference reserved for people who might ruin your entire family if you stood too close. Ji Hanyue's expression did not change when the prince entered, but Su Tianming felt the atmosphere tighten around her. Not romance. Not even hatred yet. Something colder. A recognition of ownership being rehearsed in public. Unmake leaned in and murmured, "That is the man." Su Tianming glanced at her. "You know him?" "Enough." She did not elaborate, but her mouth went flatter with each second the prince remained in view. Su Yao, who had spent enough time around officials to dislike them instinctively, watched the pavilion with the exact expression of someone noticing a snake in a medicine garden. The prince gave a formal speech about martial excellence, imperial stability, and the honor of seeing the capital's brightest talents gathered in one arena. The words were all correct. That made them worse. Su Tianming could hear the hidden meaning in every polished sentence. Cultivation was admirable so long as it served the throne. Every line was delivered with the ease of a man who expected applause to fill the gaps between his motives. Around him, servants lowered their eyes, and the nobles in the pavilion arranged their expressions into obedient interest. The capital knew this choreography well. Smile at authority. Pretend not to notice the leash. Call it etiquette, and you could survive almost anything. Then Ji Wuhan turned toward Ji Hanyue. His smile altered by a fraction. There it was. Not admiration. Possession. Ji Hanyue, he called. The court is pleased by your continued discipline. Hanyue returned the look with all the warmth of a blade resting in snow. That depends on who is defining discipline, she said. The stands went quiet. Su Tianming almost smiled despite himself. The prince's expression did not crack. That was the mark of a man used to humiliation and the kind of power that followed it around anyway. You have a place in tomorrow's banquet, Ji Wuhan said. We will discuss your future. Future. The word landed like a lock clicking shut. Su Tianming watched Ji Hanyue's shoulders go still, and knew then that the princess and the swordswoman were both trapped by the same kind of men, only on different floors of the palace. The moon crown token in his sleeve warmed once, as if Ji Hanyue far across the capital had just heard the same lie. Chapter 45. Su Tianming arranged the meeting through a weapon appraisal. It was not elegant. It was not clever by his standards. It was merely the least dangerous excuse available to get Ji Hanyue alone without looking like he had somehow infiltrated the capital just to stare at her from behind a supply rack. Unmake had found the invitation route in the tournament records. Su Yao had been the one to suggest that a physician and a merchant escort could plausibly be present at a military auction. The appraisal hall smelled of oiled steel and old lacquer. Hanyue stood near a display table lined with spearheads, swords, and sealed spirit tools. She had changed out of the arena robes into pale blue formal wear, but nothing about her posture had softened. If anything, the more expensive clothes made her look like a dagger wrapped in silk. Su Tianming approached with a merchant's calm he did not feel. I was told you were considering a weapon with moon-tempered steel. Hanyue turned. Her eyes narrowed at once. And I was told the vendors would stop trying to sell me nonsense. The display hall behind her held rows of lacquered stands, each one supporting blades that had been polished until they could reflect a person's worst intentions. Silver pommels, jade inlays, old battle scars hidden under fresh oil, all of it arranged to suggest that strength could be purchased cleanly. Hanyue looked at the weapons the way a physician looks at a badly wrapped wound. Not impressed, only assessing how much damage had already been done. Unmake, standing a respectful distance away, coughed into her sleeve to hide a laugh. Su Tianming placed the appraisal token on the table. The moment Hanyue saw his face more clearly, her hand went to her sword. Who are you? Someone trying not to be stabbed in a public hall. That did not help. She stepped close enough that the edge of her cultivation pressure brushed his skin. Su Tianming felt the moon war echo inside her soul react to his seal. The sensation was so sudden that for a breath the room dissolved. He saw a battlefield wall, half collapsed, and a woman in blue armor standing in snow with blood on her sleeve. Hanyue went white. So did he. The fragment of memory between them snapped open. Not full. Not yet. Enough. You, she whispered. The sword came out so fast the appraisal clerk yelped. Su Tianming did not flinch. He had seen this exact wound in her expression before. Recognition before trust. Trust before healing. She was remembering him as the person who had left, which meant he had started at the hardest possible place. The blade stopped an inch from his throat. Hanyue's hand trembled once. You are dead, she said. His answer was helpless and honest. Apparently not well enough. The silence after that was not empty. It was packed with every version of him that had already died in her memory, and every version still trying to prove it had not been for nothing. Su Tianming saw the old pain flash through her face so quickly that it almost looked like anger alone. He had no clean words for the shape of that hurt, only the certainty that it had lived inside her long enough to become part of the way she stood. The answer was foolish, maybe, but it was the only one that did not insult what she was feeling. Su Tianming saw the way Han Yue's throat moved when she swallowed. Anger was still there, bright and dangerous, but beneath it something else had begun to wake, something too fragile to name yet. Grief, certainly. Relief, perhaps. The unbearable strain of being forced to remember him as dead, and then being asked to process the impossible fact that he still existed. The clerk in the corner had already fled. Unmake, who had clearly anticipated this outcome, closed the hall doors with a casual foot kick and leaned on them, as if to say the rest of the building could wait until the conversation finished. Han stared at Su Tianming as if every memory she had ever buried was trying to claw its way out of the blade. Chapter 46. She remembered his death more clearly than the others did. That became painfully obvious the moment Han lowered the sword enough to stop killing him and started looking at him, as if she might instead dismantle every layer of his existence with her bare hands. The appraisal hall was quiet except for the click of a suspended spirit scale somewhere in the back room. "You vanished," she said. The words were worse than an accusation. Su Tianming let them land. "I know." "No," she snapped. "You do not get to say it like that. You left the 5 of us in the middle of a war and called it necessity." Su Yao stiffened at the edge of the room. Yunmei went still, because this was no longer about strategy. It was about grief. Su Tianming felt the old memory of that final battle scrape against his ribs. The void breach. The collapsing gates. The impossible choice. He had not meant to abandon them. He had meant to hold the line until the rest escaped. But in her memory, what mattered was not his intention. It was the empty space where he had been supposed to stand. "I do not expect you to forgive me yet," he said. Han Yue's grip tightened on the sword. "Forgive." Her voice went low enough to chill the room. "You think this is about forgiveness? I have spent years remembering how you looked when you decided to die without telling us. Do you know what that does to a person? It leaves a shape behind." Su Tianming could not deny it. The appraisal hall felt too small for the truth in her voice. The air itself seemed to close in. Su Tianming became suddenly aware of the little details the room had been pretending not to contain. The pale dust on the shelf edges, the quiet tick of a suspended weight scale, the faint sting of oil on the blade hilts. It was an ordinary room, which made the conversation in it feel more dangerous. There was no battlefield noise to hide behind now. Only the sound of one woman asking a dead man why he had chosen to leave a shape in her life instead of his body. He took a breath and answered as plainly as he could. "Then I will stand in that shape until you decide whether I was worth hating." That made her blink. It was the first visible crack in the wall she had built around herself since he arrived. Not weakness. Something more useful than that. The smallest acknowledgement that his answer had landed where she kept the buried things. Su Tianming did not mistake it for forgiveness. He knew better. But it mattered that she had not rejected the possibility of standing in the same room with the truth. Not soften. Not yet. But blink. Yunmei's expression flickered with approval that she would never admit to giving. Hanyu looked at him for a long time. Then she sheathed the sword with a motion sharp enough to cut the silence. "You are not forgiven," she said. "Understood. You are also not leaving until you tell me why the air around you feels like the battlefield before the gate fell." Su Tianming looked at her and knew the meeting had just become a breach point in the timeline. Chapter 47. Tianming accepted her anger because he had no right to refuse it. That did not make it easier. Hanyue's fury was controlled, which was worse than open shouting. It meant every word had been weighed and every grievance stacked in order. She was not simply accusing him of leaving. She was accusing him of surviving wrong. He told her the truth in the appraiser's hall, while Yunmei kept watch at the door, and Su Yao quietly set out a cup of tea she doubted anyone would actually drink. He told her about the Emperor Echo Seal, about the scattered divine echoes, about the way his old life and this one had started to bleed together in fragments. He did not tell her everything. Not yet. There were parts of the old war he still could not bear to name aloud, because naming them would make them more real than memory. But he told her enough to make her expression shift from rage into wary focus. When he finished, Hanyu stared at the cup in front of her. "So I am not the only one waking." "No." She let out one breath through her nose. That would have been too easy. The line almost carried humor, but not enough to be mistaken for it. There was too much history packed into the silence afterward. Su Tianming could see that the memory of the old war had not just returned to Hanyu. It had started measuring the present against the battlefield she remembered, and every comparison made the capital look cowardly by contrast. Su Tianming had no argument for that. He had learned, in both lives, that the people who survived the longest were rarely the ones who refused pain. They were the ones who could look directly at a wound and decide whether to keep it clean, close it, or weaponize it. Hanyue had already begun doing all three in the same breath. That was why her anger felt dangerous in a way shouting never could. Instead, he watched her sit with the words and saw the cost of memory moving across her face. She was not just remembering him. She was remembering the war he had left behind, and that meant the old battlefield had started walking again in her blood. "Why are you here?" she asked at last. "Because you were in the tournament circuit. Because the cult is watching. Because the prince is treating you like a trophy. Because I think the echo in your soul is waking." She gave him a flat look. "That is more than one reason." "It usually is." Hanyue's gaze flickered to the door, then back. "The prince will look for you now. He can try. You do not understand what he is capable of." That sounded like an invitation to learn exactly how dangerous the capital was being from someone who had already survived it. She stood, moved to the window, and looked down at the palace district. "Prince Ji Wuhan does not lose face lightly," she said. "If he believes I have been compromised, he will search my household, my tutors, my retainers, and everyone near me. He will call it concern. Then he will use the concern to control the story." Unmake muttered, "He sounds awful." Hanyue looked over her shoulder. "He is not talented enough to be merely awful. He is strategic." That, Su Tianming thought, was the more dangerous kind. Chapter 48. Prince Ji Wuhan noticed the shift before the day ended. That was inevitable. Men who governed by control rarely missed the moment when a carefully arranged room stopped behaving as they had planned. Su Tianming saw it in the banquet hall when the prince's gaze drifted once too often toward Ji Hanyue, saw it in the way the court attendants began whispering, and saw it most clearly in the way Ji Wuhan's smile tightened into something that wanted to pretend it was concern. He had summoned Hanyue to a private seat at the edge of the banquet pavilion. She had refused to sit. That alone was enough to make the prince's eyes narrow. Su Tianming stood near the serving tables in the guise of an assistant to the appraising merchants, while Unmake moved through the hall as if she belonged to the shadows between lantern poles. Su Yao sat with the healer's delegation and made herself look harmless in a way that only someone dangerous could manage. Ji Wuhan raised his wine cup. "You seem distracted," he said to Hanyue. She answered without looking at him. "You seem observant when it suits you." The prince smiled, but not pleasantly. "If you are uncomfortable with the arrangements, speak plainly. The court respects honesty." Su Tianming almost laughed. The court respected outcomes, not honesty. Honesty was only useful when it could be turned into a weapon against someone weaker. He watched a line of ministers tilt their heads in perfect, practiced synchrony as Ji Wuhan spoke, and the sight made the whole pavilion seem less like a gathering of peers and more like a finely arranged trap. Every fan, sleeve, and wine cup had been positioned to soften suspicion. The prince's power was not in force. It was in making people believe that obedience was a reasonable form of intelligence. That was why the banquet felt more dangerous than a duel. A duel had rules. A banquet had witnesses trained to misremember. Su Tianming watched the people nearest Ji Wuhan lower their eyes at the exact right moments and understood that the prince's control did not end with the officials. It lived in the habits of everyone who had learned to survive by anticipating his mood. The worst part was how ordinary the room looked from a distance. Polished tables, incense smoke, fine wine, soft laughter in the right corners. A visitor without context would call it civilization. Su Tianming called it a machine. The fear inside it had been trained to smile. Hanyue turned then, and the temperature in the pavilion seemed to change by a degree. "If the court respected honesty," she said, "then half the room would be eating from a prison bowl." One of the nearby nobles choked on his tea. Ji Wuhan's gaze sharpened. Su Tianming saw the exact moment he stopped seeing Hanyue as a person in his own mind and started seeing her as a variable that had become inconvenient. That was the mark of the threat. He had noticed her emotional shift. Worse, he had noticed Su Tianming's presence in the pattern. The prince's eyes slid once through the crowd and landed on Su Tianming's borrowed merchant coat. Su Tianming did not move. He had learned enough by now not to challenge a predator with sudden motion if it had not yet decided to strike. Ji Wuhan lifted his cup slightly in Su Tianming's direction, a tiny gesture that could have meant nothing. It meant everything. He knew. Unmake appeared beside Su Tianming with a dish tray and muttered, "That man is looking at you like you are a document he wants stamped and erased." "Charming. I know." Across the pavilion, Prince Ji Wuhan set down his cup and began speaking to one of the ministers. The conversation was calm. Too calm. Su Tianming could tell from the shift in servants that orders were already moving. The capital had begun to close its fist. What made that worse was how quickly everyone else adapted to the squeeze. Servants moved a little faster. Noble women laughed a little louder. The soldiers at the pavilion's edge straightened their backs and pretended not to notice the change in mood. Su Tianming had seen this pattern before. The moment a powerful man became inconvenient, the room around him learned how to pretend the inconvenience had always been there. He could feel the banquet curdling into the shape of a future apology. Chapter 49. Su Yao found the first proof in the medicine archives. The archives were supposed to be sealed to everyone except approved healers, which meant they were naturally full of people who thought seals were suggestions. Su Tianming, Yunmei, and Su Yao had slipped in under the pretense of delivering ceremonial reagents to a festival physician. The real reason they were there was because Su Yao had noticed a line in the court's emergency herb request that did not belong to ordinary medical use. It pointed to one thing: ward stabilizers for non-lethal spirit containment. That was not medicine. That was preparation. The deduction hit with the clean, sickening logic of a physician realizing a prescription is also a poison. The archive shelves around them suddenly looked less like storage and more like camouflage. Every sealed jar, every coded tag, every carefully noted shipment had been arranged to disguise a coming act of force as routine administration. Someone had been preparing the room long before anyone knew there would be a body to fit inside it. It also told Su Tianming something uglier. The prince did not need to invent this cruelty on the spot. He had a supply chain for it. People had been quietly making the pieces fit for a long time, which meant the court had been willing to look at the raw materials and ask only whether the final shape would be useful. That sort of willing blindness was hard to fight because it hid inside competence. She held the copied note up under the archive lamp and frowned. This is too specific for a banquet reserve. Yunmei peered over her shoulder. Meaning someone expects people to need restraint, not treatment. The archive room around them was so dry that even whispers seemed to scrape. Rows of herb drawers lined the walls, every label immaculate, every hinge oiled to silence. In a proper healing archive, that order would have been reassuring. Here it felt wrong, because the records were neat in the way prepared traps are neat. Someone had planned for blood before the first bruise appeared. Su Tianming knew where that road led before she even finished. Court bargaining with cult intermediaries did not need to be announced to be true. It only needed evidence. They found the evidence in the sealed herb requisitions, in the escort rotation tables, and in the coded exchange notices hidden under the lacquered shelving ledgers. Ancient weapons were being moved through the palace supply network under the language of ceremonial preservation. Su Yao looked sick. These are not just relic transfers, she whispered. They are bargaining notes. The paper in her hand trembled a little, and Su Tianming realized she was not just reacting to the crime. She was reacting to the scale of it. A handful of ledgers could usually be filed away as corruption. This was different. This was a chain of quiet agreements that turned the palace supply halls into a disguised marketplace for old power. The kind of market where the prices were paid in people. Yunmei flipped a second ledger page and swore. Here, empty slots marked for foreign intermediaries. Su Tianming leaned in and saw the pattern all at once. Supplies moving in one direction, sealed crates in the other. Recovery notes for artifacts that should never have left old tombs. The prince was not merely trying to control Hanyu. He was helping build leverage for whatever force had already offered him the right price. That made the next step brutally clear. If they wanted to save Hanyu, they needed proof that the marriage was not a love match, not a political inconvenience, but part of a broader transfer of inheritance. And they needed it before the court locked the room. Chapter 50. Yunmei stole the documents from the prince's private study in less than 5 minutes. Su Tianming did not ask how she did it. There were some answers a person accepted only if they wanted to keep trusting the hand that brought them the evidence. The pages she dumped on the table at the safe house were sealed in lacquered red binding and stamped with a frost crest that made Su Tianming's chest go tight the moment he saw it. Ji Hanyue's name was written 3 times. Once as bride, once as anchor, once as blood key. Su Yao read the last one aloud and then went very still. Blood key. Yunmei's mouth flattened. That does not sound good. No. It sounded exactly like the kind of thing a noble house wrote when it planned to turn a person into a mechanism. Su Tianming flipped the final page and found the line that mattered most. The marriage rites were designed to activate a hidden Frost War inheritance tied to Ji Hanyue's line, then bind that inheritance into Prince Ji Wuhan's blood oath. The ceremony was not simply political. It was a lock. The room went silent around the document. Su Tianming felt the silence settle deep into his shoulders. The kind of silence that followed a verdict. The kind that told everyone present that one more step forward would force them to choose a side they could no longer deny. The prince's handwriting on those pages looked too deliberate, too calm, as if he had known all along that turning a woman into a mechanism would only sound cruel if anyone bothered to read it out loud. That was the sort of evil the capital liked to preserve, elegant enough to be deniable, formal enough to be framed as duty. Su Tianming could smell the sealed ink and lacquer on the papers and almost hear the calculation in the prince's silence. This was not a man improvising. It was a system with a face, and the face was smiling at them from the other side of the room. Su Tianming could feel the seal in his chest responding angrily. Hanyue had joined them only long enough to verify the pages and then vanished back into the capital before the guards could notice her absence. Now they had the truth, but the truth came with a deadline. The rite was scheduled to begin under the next full martial court assembly. If they missed that window, the prince would have his seal and Hanyue would have fewer choices than before. Yunmei sat on the edge of the table. So we sabotage it. Su Tianming nodded. Su Yao exhaled slowly. And if she is caught helping us? Yunmei looked at the blood key node and answered with unusual seriousness. Then the prince already planned to punish her for existing wrong. At least this way we control the timing. Su Tianming kept staring at the page. The handwriting on the right schedule looked familiar in the worst possible way. Not because he had seen it before. Because it carried the same hidden cadence as the relic vision. Someone else was invested in this marriage. Chapter 51. Hanyue agreed to sabotage the engagement rites only after she saw the blood key page. She did not say much when Su Tianming passed it to her in the archive stairwell. She read it once, then again, and the frost around her fingers sharpened visibly enough to crack condensation from the wall. When she handed the page back, her expression had gone too calm. So that is what this was. Not a question. Su Tianming kept his voice even. You knew part of it. I knew enough to mistrust it. Not enough to prove it. She folded the page with ruthless precision. Now I know enough to hate it. That was apparently the closest she was willing to come to gratitude. Her control did not hide the intensity in her face. If anything, it made every reaction more visible because she was holding so much of it in place. Su Tianming could see the calculations moving behind her eyes. Who in the court might already know? What parts of the trap had been hidden from her? How long the prince had been planning to make her family pay for her refusal? She was not simply angry. She was assembling a war map. The plan formed over the next hour in fragments. Hanyue would attend the engagement rites as ordered and appear obedient. Su Tianming, Yunmei, and Su Yao would move through the lower shrine corridors and disrupt the seal array at the exact moment the prince attempted to bind the inheritance. If they were lucky, the interruption would break the ritual circle before it could lock fully. If they were not, the entire hall would know they had tried. Hanyue did not seem troubled by that possibility. The court already assumes I am difficult, she said. I may as well be useful while disappointing them. Yunmei gave her a sideways look. You really are the sort of person who would say that with a straight face. Hanyue replied. You say that like it is unusual. Su Tianming almost smiled. But his attention was fixed on the prince's ritual schedule. The seal pattern listed 3 support nodes, one of which lay beneath the banquet floor, another under the eastern prayer corridor, and the third in the heirloom chamber behind the ancestral screen. The timing was narrow. The prince was trying to use the ceremony itself to braid the inheritance through Hanyue's line and into his own. That meant the ritual would fail badly if any one of the 3 nodes broke. It also meant the prince had likely prepared for exactly that sort of failure. When he told Hanyue this, she only nodded. Then we make him prove it. Chapter 52. The capital tournament turned into a disaster before noon. That was the official description later. In reality, it was a breach event. The arena was full of lords, retainers, contestants, and court appraisers when Ji Hanyue entered the field for her scheduled showcase match. The prince's attendants had arranged the seating so that everyone important could witness her discipline. Su Tianming stood near the outer walk in the guise of a sword oil supplier. Yunmei had already slipped into the upper lanes with forged access tags. Su Yao remained with the medical team, ready to move when the first injury became the first opening. Hanyue walked onto the field in pale tournament robes and gave the judges a bow so spare it could have been mistaken for insult. The challenger opposite her grinned. Wrong choice. Su Tianming saw it in the way Hanyue's eyes cooled. This man had been sent to test her, not to beat her. He was strong enough to survive a match and weak enough to be proud of it. The kind of opponent who believed the arena was about image. Hanyue treated it like weather. The first exchange went precisely as expected. Then she stopped restraining the center of her soul. The Moon War goddess Echo burst out like a winter sky breaking open. The arena floor froze from the center line outward in a silver-white wave, so sudden the crowd screamed before the sound could catch up. The challenger lost his footing, his sword locked in a block of frost, and a ring of thin moonlight spun around Hanyue's body like a second blade. Every lantern in the arena guttered low. The temperature dropped hard enough that breath turned visible in the upper stands. Somewhere a child started crying, and was quickly hushed. The judges tried to shout over one another, but the whole arena had gone from spectacle to omen in a single heartbeat. Su Tianming felt the pulse of the echo in his own chest like a struck drum, answering a sister voice he still did not fully understand. Su Tianming felt his own seal scream in response. There it was. The third echo had fully answered. The judges shouted. The crowd rose. The prince's pavilion erupted in movement as guards pushed toward the field, but the arena had already become something else. Not a performance. A declaration. Every gaze in the stands sharpened at once. People who had been cheering a moment ago were now staring as if they had stumbled into a verdict. The judges hesitated because no one wanted to be the first to call a weapon by the wrong name. In the pavilion, Ji Wuhan went very still, which was somehow worse than anger. Men like him only froze when they were deciding exactly how much force they could later justify. Han Yue stood in the frost and looked directly at Prince Ji Wuhan. For the first time, the prince's face lost its smooth confidence. The crowd had just seen what he had been trying to keep contained. And the worst part was that the room around them had begun to understand it too. The judges were staring at the frost like it had personally insulted them. The attendants at the edges were whispering too fast, too carefully, the way people do when they are trying to make a terrifying thing sound like a technical irregularity. Su Tianming could feel the prince's control beginning to fracture at the exact moment the arena realized it had witnessed something that could not be neatly filed away. Chapter 53 The Public Chaos gave Su Tianming exactly the opening he needed. When the arena froze, the judges assumed it was a martial demonstration gone wrong. When the prince's pavilion began shouting orders, the healers rushed the field. When several contestants slipped and crashed into the outer barriers, everyone's attention scattered exactly the way a good disruption should. Su Tianming moved through the confusion to the judges' corridor. Yanmei had already stolen the key ring. Su Yao had already redirected the medical guard line toward the injured contestants instead of the prince's pavilion. That left Su Tianming with one job: make the court see the shape of what had been hiding under its own floor. He found the sealed corridor behind the East Archive and felt the Emperor's seal pulse once as he touched the lock. Inside were the proof documents from the cult intermediary chain, the prince's ledger, the marriage rite notes, the hidden weapon transfer orders. If he could get these onto the central hearing dais, the prince could not pretend ignorance. More importantly, the cult could not pretend the palace had been uninvolved. He heard shouting behind him. Ji Wuhan's guards had noticed the missing ledgers. Su Tianming ran. He made the distance to the dais with 3 breaths to spare and leapt the last stair as the prince rose to deny any accusation before it was even formed. That was the kind of power the court allowed itself. Speak first, control the story, make truth chase you through 2 rooms and a witness list. The hearing hall smelled of ink, sandalwood, and expensive certainty. Men at the edges of the room had already begun deciding where they would stand if the moment tipped the wrong way. Su Tianming could feel the entire chamber waiting for someone else to define the truth for it, and that made the act of throwing the papers down feel almost like striking a bell. Su Tianming threw the papers onto the hearing table. The room went quiet. The prince looked at the ledgers, then at Su Tianming. Not surprised. Angry. Who are you? Ji Wuhan asked. Su Tianming met his eyes. The man your court should have been afraid to invite. The words landed badly enough that the nearest ministers all shifted in their seats. Yunmei appeared on the balcony with one of the cult intermediary signatures in her hand and smiled down at the hall like a thief presenting receipts. You may want to read the footnotes, she called. The prince's expression hardened into something cold and very deliberate. Su Tianming knew then that the battle had left the arena. Now it was going to be political. That meant slower knives, cleaner lies, and the kind of damage that survived because everyone involved could claim they had only been following protocol. Su Tianming had seen empires do this before. They rarely called it corruption when the corruption was supported by seals, schedules, and enough frightened clerks to make the paperwork disappear into history. The hearing hall itself seemed to hold its breath around the minister benches and lacquered railings. Su Tianming could feel the old habit of the capital trying to take over, the instinct to smooth everything into procedure before anyone had to admit a person had been turned into leverage. That was the real fight here. Not the papers. Not the prince. The room's willingness to let the truth become a matter for committees. Chapter 54 Ji Wuhan survived by making the blame look communal. That was the first thing Su Tianming learned after the hearing. The prince did not lash out in public. He did not scream, threaten, or break decorum where witnesses could quote him later. Instead, he let the court move around the evidence and offered a story that was just plausible enough to survive the first night. Foreign cult involvement. Rogue intermediaries. A misunderstanding around martial relic storage. Enough truth to make the lie hard to kill. Su Tianming hated him for that. The capital hated him a little too, which was not the same thing. Hate was simpler than the machinery underneath it. The court could dislike a man and still use his documents, quote his results, and move his fate around the room like a chess piece no one admitted belonged to them. Su Tianming could already see the ministers rehearsing their innocence before the meeting ended. They would not call it betrayal. They would call it prudence and expect the language to save them. The capital's version of survival was not. It was compromise stacked on compromise until nobody remembered where the first lie had started. Ji Wuhan lived comfortably inside that logic. He only needed enough truth to keep the whole machine from looking rotten. Su Tianming could already see the ministers stepping back from the evidence, not because they believed him, but because believing him would make them responsible for what came next. The longer he watched the hall, the more obvious it became that no one here was surprised by corruption. They were only surprised by timing. That was the difference between a scandal and a career-ending disaster. The capital would forgive almost anything if it arrived in the correct month and wore the correct seal. By the time the hearings ended, the prince had lost none of his smile and some of his credibility, which in the capital meant he still had enough power to be dangerous. He shifted the narrative so quickly that several ministers ended the evening arguing over procedure instead of guilt. That, Su Tianming realized, was the prince's real talent. Not brute force, not charisma, control of what the room considered reasonable. Yunmei threw herself into the accounting records until late evening, looking for the line that connected the cult intermediaries to the marriage rites. Su Yao examined the wounded arena contestants and quietly confirmed that the frost burst had not been a natural breakthrough collapse. It had been triggered by a hidden seal array built to react to emotional stress in Hanyua's lineage. Su Tianming listened to both reports and felt the knot tighten in his stomach. Ji Hanyua had not been selected for marriage because she was powerful. She had been selected because her power could be used to unlock something beneath the prince's family line. That changed the scale of the threat, and it meant the court had no intention of stopping at one wedding. Late that night, he caught the edge of a sealed correspondence bearing Prince Ji Wuhan's private hand. The message had been rerouted after the hearing, but not hidden enough. He read only the first line before Yunmei snatched it away. The prince wanted Hanyua watched, not punished. The capital, Su Tianming thought, was a room full of men deciding how much they could steal without being called thieves. Chapter 55. Ji Hanyua officially broke from the prince 2 nights later. She did not do it with a speech. The capital loved speeches because speeches could be quoted and filed. Hanyua did it with a signed refusal presented to the court registrar in full view of everyone who thought she would back down if enough eyes were on her. Her family name was still attached to the formal request, but the meaning was unmistakable. She would not complete the engagement rites. She would not let the prince inherit her bloodline by ceremony. The response was immediate. There was no dramatic confrontation in the registrar's chamber, only the chill efficiency of an institution that had been waiting for an excuse to punish. Pen scratched. Seals stamped. Couriers moved. By the time the sun climbed over the roof beams, Hanyua's household was already being stripped of privacy and called a protective measure by people who did not have to live with the consequences. That was the sort of cruelty the capital excelled at. It never had to shout. It only had to let paperwork do the cutting. Su Tianming could practically hear the copy clerks moving from one stamped line to the next, each stroke reducing Hanyua's life to a controlled inconvenience in the eyes of men who would later call themselves practical. Her household was seized before dawn. Su Tianming heard the news from Yunmei, who arrived at the safe house with her face drained of color and 3 missing buttons on her sleeve. The guards had taken Hanyua's father, 2 younger cousins, and every senior retainer in the estate before the sun fully rose. The message was not subtle. It did not need to be. Break the contract, lose your family. Hanyua stood in the doorway when they told her, sword untouched at her side. Su Tianming expected rage. What he saw was colder. Not fury. Calculation. She looked at him and asked, how long until the prison transfer? That was the moment he understood how badly the capital had misjudged her. They were not asking a surrender question. They were asking for the timetable. That realization changed the way he looked at Hanyua's posture in the doorway. She was not waiting for rescue to decide whether she had the right to move. She had already decided. The threat against her family had not trapped her. It had clarified her. Su Tianming could see, all at once, that the court had mistaken the shape of her loyalty for weakness. That understanding changed the air in the room for him. Hanyua was not waiting for rescue to decide whether she deserved to act. She had already moved past that stage. The capital had tried to corner her into silence, and instead it had sharpened her. Su Tianming could feel how much the prison threat meant to her, but he could also feel the harder thing underneath it, the refusal to let the court keep defining what her family cost. Yunmei spread the estate maps across the table. Suyao sorted injury supplies into travel bundles without being asked. The prison complex sat on the western edge of the city, beneath a lower court tower and a storage ward connected to the old punishment routes. If they moved before the transfer, the family could be intercepted. If they waited, the guards would move them into the imperial holding cells. Hanyue folded her hands once and looked down at the maps. Then we move tonight, she said. Su Tianming felt the emperor's seal pulse in agreement. The capital had decided to answer choice with force. Fine. Then they would answer back. Chapter 56. The prison assault began in rain. Not a dramatic rain, just the thin, cold kind that turned stone slick and made lantern flames burn lower. Su Tianming had always trusted bad weather during rescues. It made guards impatient. It made noble patrols slower. It made the world smell like metal and wet dust, which felt appropriate for breaking into a prison built by men who called discipline virtue and cruelty necessity. The rain also made the city feel less certain of itself. Every roof dripped differently. Every alley reflected lantern light in broken strips. Su Tianming liked that kind of weather because it blurred the line between the official city and the secret one underneath it. A prison rescue in rain was never clean, but clean rarely meant humane. Unmake got them through the outer service gate by bribing a laundry clerk and stealing the guard rotation tags before the clerk realized she had been robbed. Suyao carried the medical satchel that let them pass as a late treatment delegation. Su Tianming and Hanyue moved at the back, both of them quiet, both of them carrying the same sort of stillness that comes before violence when violence is the only honest language left. The prison tunnels were colder than the street. Su Tianming could feel why. The walls were lined with suppression talismans, not enough to crush a cultivator outright, but enough to slow spirit circulation and make every breath feel heavier than it should. The capital did not simply imprison people. It taught their bodies the shape of waiting. The smell of the place tightened his throat. Wet stone, mold, old incense that had long ago turned stale. The prison felt less like a building than a lesson repeated often enough to become muscle memory. Su Tianming hated the confidence of it, the way the whole place assumed everyone inside would eventually learn to walk slower. The sounds inside were muted on purpose. Footsteps lost their edge. Voices dropped into the stone as if the prison itself was swallowing the idea of resistance. Su Tianming hated that technique almost more than the talismans. It was one thing to bind a body. It was another to train the body to accept the binding as the normal shape of a room. The corridor lamps shone through rainwater tracked in on boots and made the stone glisten like the inside of a shell. Somewhere deeper in the complex, a prisoner coughed once and was answered by a guard's boot. The whole place smelled of damp iron, old paper, and the faint medicinal bitterness of exhaustion. Su Tianming hated it immediately in the way a person hates a room that was built to make surrender feel reasonable. They found Hanyue's family in the lower holding block. Her father had been beaten but not broken. Her younger cousins were frightened and furious in the way children get when they understand something is deeply wrong, but still lack the words to accuse it properly. The family retainers were already planning how much pain they could endure before the next round of questions. Hanyue went still when she saw them. Then she moved. The first lock broke under a frost line, so clean it sounded like glass being cut. The second cell door opened when Su Tianming slammed the hinge pin with the Emperor Seal's current, and Suyao flooded the corridor with spring qi just enough to clear the suppression talismans from the air. Yunmei handled the corridor watch with one knife and a grin that could have frightened a worse enemy than a prison clerk. When the family was free, Hanyue's father looked at Su Tianming as if trying to decide whether he was a disaster or a miracle. Hanyue did not give him long. The alarm bells started 2 corridors over. They had minutes, not mercy. And as Su Tianming turned toward the exit, the Emperor Echo Seal struck him with a flash of memory, so sharp he almost missed the warning. Hanyue once held a moon gate together by herself, while the rest of the world fell apart around her. He knew then that this rescue was only the beginning of what she had already endured. The realization made him glance at her again, not because he needed proof, but because he suddenly wanted to measure the distance between the woman moving through the prison and the one the arena had presented to the crowd. There was no gap, only layers. The capital had tried to file her down into something convenient and failed badly enough that the failure had become dangerous. That failure also changed how he saw the others around her. Her father was bruised, but still upright. Her younger cousins were terrified but already angry enough to remember this night forever. Hanyue's household had survived by being stubborn in a place that rewarded surrender, and now that stubbornness was becoming contagious. That failure also changed how he saw the others around her. Her father was bruised, but still upright. Her younger cousins were terrified but already angry enough to remember this night forever. Han Yue's household had survived by being stubborn in a place that rewarded surrender, and now that stubbornness was becoming contagious. The thought stayed with him as the rain battered the stairwell roof and the alarm bells began to pull the prison apart behind them. Han Yue had carried a whole history of ruin and silence, and he had only now begun to understand the cost of that silence. She had not been standing still while the world forgot her. She had been refusing to collapse in a way that would have made everyone else more comfortable. Chapter 57. The memory came back in fragments during the escape. They were halfway up the maintenance stairs when Su Tianming saw the collapsing moon gate in his mind again. Not a literal gate. A battlefield structure, carved from pale stone and lunar metal, cracking under the weight of a broken formation. Han Yue in blue armor had stood in front of it with her sword buried to the hilt in the threshold, while soldiers screamed behind her, and the sky itself split open above the wall. She had been younger then. So had he. He remembered shouting to her across the battlefield. Remembered the exact way she had turned her head, one eye bloodshot from the strain of holding a line no sane person could hold alone. "You should fall back," he had said. And she had answered, "If I fall back, the gate falls." The memory hit so hard that Su Tianming nearly missed a step. Han Yue noticed at once. Her hand caught his elbow and steadied him just enough to keep him moving. That small touch carried more trust than her words had so far, and he felt it like a blade edge sliding into a sheath. Not forgiveness. Not yet. But the beginning of acceptance that he was still trying to stand where he once had. The prison courtyard erupted behind them. They burst through the rain gate with the rescued family in tow and turned into a side alley where unmake had already hidden horses and a city cart. The guards behind them were too late to make the capture clean. That meant the alarm spread instead of the escape being contained. Good. It also meant the prince would know exactly who had intervened. Su Tianming did not care. He was still caught on the memory. He had seen Han Yue before she became the capital's frost prodigy. Seen her back against a moon gate and understood, too late, how much of her strength had always been borrowed from the people she refused to abandon. He looked at her in the rain now and saw the same shape. No wonder she was angry. No wonder she had remembered him dying. The old life had not just cost them victories. It had cost them years of unfinished grief. Chapter 58. Han Yue joined the group at dawn. Not formally. She hated formalities now. She arrived with her family sheltered, her sword cleaned, and her expression set in the hard line of someone who had decided the world could no longer be allowed to sort her into obedient categories. Su Tianming expected her to announce a condition. She did. "We are allies in war before we are anything softer." Unmake clapped a hand over her heart in exaggerated offense. That almost sounded like a romance line. Han Yue gave her a flat look. "Do not make me regret rescuing your sense of humor." Su Yao, to Su Tianming's surprise, smiled. The family had been moved to a safe house outside the inner city wall. Their rescue had bought Han Yue time, but not immunity. The prince would retaliate, and the court would help him find a way to call it order. Han Yue knew that. The capital knew that. Su Tianming knew that the new shape of their traveling group was no longer temporary. There was a steadiness in the room now that had not been there before the prison. Han Yue's father was recovering. Unmake had already started planning routes. Su Yao was checking supplies with the expression of someone who had accepted that temporary alliance was a lie the world sometimes told itself right before it became a family. Su Tianming felt that, too. The group had crossed a line without formally naming it, and the crossing itself had done the naming. The room had changed from a place of emergency into one of decision. That mattered. It meant nobody was waiting for permission anymore. It meant the next betrayal would not be the one that split them apart, because the shape of their trust had already become bigger than any one person's discomfort with it. Su Tianming could feel how unusual that was for all of them. Han Yue no longer looked like a lone sword waiting for a command from the palace. Unmake had stopped pretending the group was temporary. Su Yao had started arranging bandages and herbs with the calm of someone who already knew where the next battlefield would be. It was a dangerous comfort, but it was real, and real things were harder to break than perfect plans. There was a steadiness in the room now that had not been there before the prison. Han Yue's father was recovering. Unmake had already started planning routes. Su Yao was checking supplies with the expression of someone who had accepted that temporary alliance was a lie the world sometimes told itself right before it became a family. Su Tianming felt that, too. The group had crossed a line without formally naming it, and the crossing itself had done the naming. They were too visible now to pretend otherwise. Han Yue laid her sword across the table and looked at Su Tianming directly. "If I stay," she said, "I need honesty." He nodded once. "Good. And I need you to stop treating me like a relic that might break if looked at too hard." Unmake muttered, "That's aimed at both of you." Su Tianming almost smiled. Han Yue's gaze sharpened, then softened by a hair. I am not a prize, she said. I am not a symbol of how the capital mistreated me. I am not the moon gate they abandoned. If we are doing this, then I want the part where my sword matters and my choices are mine. Su Tianming met her eyes. Good, he said. That is the only version of you worth fighting beside. The room went quiet after that, not from awkwardness but from the weight of a promise finally spoken in plain language. Outside, the capital bells started ringing again. Not alarm bells this time. War bells. Chapter 59. The fourth resonance reached them from the south coast in the middle of a strategy meeting. Su Tianming felt it first as a pressure shift in his chest. Not pain. Not exactly. A strange, open brightness, like wind over sea water. He straightened so abruptly that Su Yao looked up from the route map and Han Yue's fingers paused over the prison transfer notes. Yunmei noticed the change in his face and frowned. What now? Su Tianming's answer came with the second pulse. Joy. Wild, unguarded, impossible joy threaded through the echo line. The sensation was so unlike the others that for a moment he thought he had misread it. The spring echo had been warmth and life. The night echo had been shadow and choice. The moon war echo had been grief sharpened into battle. This new resonance surged with movement and open sky, the feeling of a person who had never forgiven the world for trying to keep her grounded. Southern coast. Storms. Beast tide. One laugh in the middle of a cyclone. Su Tianming reached for the table to steady himself. Han Yue was already on her feet. Where? He looked east and south at once, though the answer had already arrived in him. Not a place yet. A feeling. A coastline battered by weather and wild things. A girl who sounded like she had made friends with thunder instead of fearing it. The coast, he said. Su Yao exhaled slowly. We are collecting impossible women now. Yunmei grinned despite herself. Only now. The comment was light, but the room underneath it had changed. Su Tianming could feel the others hearing the same pulse and not yet knowing what it meant. The coast was not just another location. It was a moving problem, a living voice, a force the cult could not fence in with paper and seals. He thought of storm-bound harbors, nets dripping in the wind, and a girl whose laughter seemed to be made of weather. That was enough to make the next leg of the journey feel both terrifying and exhilarating. The sea echo pulsed again, and beneath it Su Tianming sensed a second thing, not yet awake, but moving nearby like a tide under dark water. The void had felt the capital. The cult had felt the city. Whatever waited on the coast was already in motion. He looked at the map and knew the Empire would not thank them for leaving. That was fine. He had expected resistance, but not the strange lightness that came after the decision was made. Once the Empire made its threat plain, every hesitation vanished. There was no longer a question of whether they were breaking rules. They were breaking the ones designed to keep people obedient. That made the next step easier, not harder. He did not intend to ask. Ahead of them, somewhere past the roads and the hills, and the administrative borders that mattered so much to men in offices, the coast was already answering in her own weather. Su Tianming did not know the shape of the woman waiting there yet, only that the echo in his chest had started moving toward her with the stubborn certainty of tidewater. Whatever came next would not behave like the capital. That was the first good thing about it. The thought left him with an odd kind of anticipation. Not peace. Not exactly hope. More like the feeling of opening a door into weather that would hurt your face and clean the air at the same time. If the next goddess was truly waiting in storm and salt, then whatever the cult had prepared for them in the capital was already too small to contain the larger war coming into view. Behind them, the city bells rang one more time, and the sound was swallowed by distance almost as soon as it appeared. Su Tianming kept his eyes on the road ahead. He had spent enough time in cities to know they were best admired from the outside, where the walls looked like promise instead of warning. Ahead lay open country, weather, and the kind of woman whose laughter could probably insult thunder. The first warning bell from the coast did not reach them yet, but he could imagine its sound rising over nets, docks, and wet stone. Somewhere out there, sailors would be pausing with their hands on rope, and children would be looking toward the dark water without knowing why the horizon felt different. The Empire might still believe it was watching a single group leave the capital. Su Tianming knew better. Something larger had started moving. He liked the image because it made the coming conflict feel less abstract. Real people would be hearing that bell. Real hands would stop tying knots. Real eyes would turn toward the sea. The cult wanted stars it could track. The coast would give them weather instead, and weather had a terrible habit of refusing to be owned. Chapter 60. Su Tianming left the capital with Han Yue's family escorted to safety and every major power in the palace wanting a different version of his head. That was the honest summary of the morning. The prince had not been able to pin the prison assault on them cleanly, but he had done enough to make the court suspicious and the military nervous. Ministers who had smiled at Su Tianming the day before now pretended not to know his face. Guards tightened their patrols. Messengers moved too quickly between towers. The capital had entered the stage where every faction tries to look calm while deciding how much blood it can afford. Han Yue rode with them out through the southern gate in borrowed travel gear, and a face made even colder by the knowledge that her household had been used as leverage. She did not speak until the gates were behind them. The Empire will stand against us eventually. Su Tianming looked over at her. Because of the prince? Han Yue's jaw tightened. Because of what we exposed. Because the court would rather call this a private scandal than admit it has been bargaining with things it cannot control. She glanced once at the gate towers shrinking behind them. They may hate Ji Wuhan for failing, but they will hate us more if we keep making the failures public. Her tone did not soften after that. If anything, it sharpened. The capital can survive shame if shame stays internal. What it cannot survive is spectacle. We made this public, which means every faction will be forced to choose whether they are protecting the throne or protecting the lie around it. Yunmei snorted. That sounds exhausting. It is, Han Yue said. And you still said it like a report. Han Yue gave her the faintest look of dry amusement. I am trying very hard not to panic in front of people I like. Yunmei clicked her tongue. That sounds like a them problem. Han Yue gave her a look that might have been amusement in another life. Su Tianming could feel the road pulling them south even before the horses quickened. Behind them, the capital's morning glow sat over the walls like a polished mask, beautiful from a distance and full of teeth up close. Ahead, the coast waited in storm weather and impossible laughter. He did not know yet which of the gods would answer first, only that the answer would not arrive gently. The small silence between them after Han Yue's dry amusement felt newly earned. It was not comfort exactly. It was the shared understanding that none of them would get to be simple again. That should have made the road heavier. Instead, it made it honest. He looked from Han Yue to Yun Mei to Su Yao and felt, for a moment, the odd, dangerous shape of belonging. None of them had chosen each other under easy circumstances. They had been dragged into the same motion by pain and memory and the refusal to stay buried. That should have made the road heavier. Instead, it made it honest. Su Tianming could feel the road pulling them south even before the horses quickened. Behind them, the capital's morning glow sat over the walls like a polished mask, beautiful from a distance and full of teeth up close. Ahead, the coast waited in storm weather and impossible laughter. He did not know yet which of the gods would answer first, only that the answer would not arrive gently. Su Tianming watched the capital fall behind them in the dawn haze. The walls looked taller from the road than they had from inside, and for a moment, he understood why men like Ji Wuhan loved cities. Cities could make a cage feel like civilization. He could almost hear the surf already, though the road still carried them away from the capital. The vision was not a map yet. It was a promise of motion, gulls wheeling over dark water, storm clouds rolling in layers, salt drying white on armor, and a laugh loud enough to outshout thunder. Whatever awakened there would not be subdued by court law or palace etiquette. That meant, of course, that the Empire would fear her. The echo of the southern coast still burned in his blood. That burn did not feel like a wound anymore. It felt like direction. Su Tianming kept his grip on the reins and let the road carry him forward with the certainty that whatever waited beyond the hills would not be a quieter version of the capital. It would be louder, stranger, and far harder to pretend away. Wild, bright, free. A girl laughing through a storm that had not yet learned her name. Su Tianming tightened his grip on the reins. The next goddess was waiting in weather and beasts and salt wind. And the Empire, now fully aware of what was gathering, would not stay neutral for long. Somewhere ahead, beyond the low hills and salt bright wind, the first coastal warning bell was already beginning to echo through fishing towns. Su Tianming could not hear it yet, but the sea had started answering in his bones. The road curved south, and with every mile the capital's noise thinned until only hoofbeats, wind, and the sense of something immense moving just out of sight remained. Whatever came next, it was already running toward them. He thought about the shape of that movement for a long time. Not the cult's careful hunt, not the court's polished cruelty, but something older and less obedient. Tide, weather, storm surge, the way a shoreline changes without asking permission from anyone who built a pier. If the next goddess truly lived in that kind of world, then the fight there would not be about preserving what was already in place. It would be about deciding what deserved to survive the storm and what had been rotting long before the first wave hit. That was a strangely hopeful thought. It meant the coast might be honest in a way the capital never was. A ruined dock was still a ruined dock. A broken net was still broken. The sea did not flatter its own violence, and perhaps that was why its danger felt cleaner. Su Tianming tightened his grip on the reins and let the horse's steady movement carry the thought forward. Somewhere ahead, a girl who laughed at thunder was waiting, and the world behind him had already started to look smaller because of it. He let that knowledge settle in his chest and found, to his own surprise, that it did not feel like dread. It felt like motion. The kind of motion that meant something had finally escaped the rooms built to contain it. If the coast was where the next echo waited, then the world was already widening again, and the widening itself was a kind of victory. The first coastline settlement would not know their names yet, only the shape of the weather rolling toward it. Su Tianming pictured fishing nets hauled in too fast, gulls scattering off the harbor rail, and old women turning their heads toward a sky that had not yet started breaking. There was comfort in that image, strangely enough. The world was not waiting for permission to change. It was already changing, and they were only finally arriving where the pressure had been building. Somewhere ahead, beyond the low hills and salt bright wind, the first coastal warning bell was already beginning to echo through fishing towns. Su Tianming could not hear it yet, but the sea had started answering in his bones. The road curved south, and with every mile the capital's noise thinned until only hoofbeats, wind, and the sense of something immense moving just out of sight remained. Whatever came next, it was already running toward them. Chapter 61. The first coast settlement they reached looked like it had been hit by the sky, and then asked to continue, as if nothing had happened. Wind shoved rain sideways across the harbor road. Nets hung in torn black curtains from tilted poles. The salt smell was sharp enough to sting the eyes, and every surface that should have been dry was wet, slick, or both. A fishing gate lay split in two beside the outer dock shrine. Beyond it, the sea rolled in long gray bands under a bruised horizon, while the cliffs to the west were white with spray and clawed with warning talismans too small to matter. Su Tianming stood still for one breath and felt the coast echo answer him like a hand striking a bell inside his chest. Not fear, not pain, recognition. Something vast was moving under the water. The feeling came with images that did not belong to the present. A palace banquet hall with its lacquered beams reflected in tidal pools. A procession of lantern boats drifting through warm summer fog. The bite of sea salt on old ceremonial wine. He had not been to this coast in either life, and still the place seemed to know him with the patience of something that had been waiting under a blanket for the right hand to pull it away. Han Yuan noticed his stillness and glanced over. Do not tell me you are having a moment. I am assessing the battlefield. That is a moment with better posture. Yunmei gave the ruined dock a long look. Then the fishing gate split in half at the shrine. Whatever is under the water has bad manners. Su Yao rose from the child she had healed, palms faintly green, and looked toward the channel with a frown that sharpened the air around her. The qi is uneven. It keeps pressing down, then recoiling. Something is breathing. Han Yue dismounted first, cloak snapping in the wind. This is what you call a manageable trip. Yunmei looked at the harbor, where two fishermen were arguing with a beast-shaped shadow tangled in their nets, and said, I have never once trusted a coast that looked this cheerful about being ruined. Su Yao had already gone to the nearest child with a bleeding arm, kneeling in the mud without hesitation. Her expression was focused, but Su Tianming could see the tension in the set of her mouth. The sea qi here was wrong, overcharged with something that felt like panic trapped under pressure. A harbor bell rang once. Then again. This time the sound was answered by a boom so deep it came from under the seawall itself. The dock workers shouted. A gull fell from the sky in a spiral of black feathers. On the far side of the harbor, a wave rose too high and broke with a shape inside it, a serrated flash of bone and scales that made the fishermen stumble backward in open terror. Beast tide, Hanhua said. Su Tianming nodded, already feeling the emperor's seal tighten. Not normal ones, he said. The settlement was trying to hold. Men were hauling oars from the racks. Women were pulling children into the shrine hall. A pair of beast tamers in salt-stained coats were trying to calm a line of crab wolves that had begun snapping at the harbor gates. No one looked surprised by panic. That, more than anything, told Su Tianming this had been getting worse for days. It also told him the people here had already learned the cost of waiting for help from sect halls or imperial banners. Their faces had the stripped, practical look of folk who knew how to lash broken wood to broken wood and call it survival. A grandmother with wet sleeves was already shoving rice cakes into a basket for the children. A dock foreman barked for net lines to be cut and reset. Even the shrine keeper, a stooped man with a prayer scar on his brow, was carrying buckets rather than hiding inside the altar room. He took one step toward the dock and heard a laugh overhead. Bright, easy, reckless. It cut through the storm like a blade through silk. Chapter 62. Phone Linger came down out of the cyclone on the back of a sea eagle the size of a carriage roof. The bird should not have been able to fly in that weather. The wind was too violent, the rain too dense, the harbor air too turbulent with cracked chi. Yet it soared anyway, wings spread through the storm with a kind of furious joy, as though the sky had insulted it, and it had chosen to take that personally. The girl on its back was laughing. Not nervously. Not because she was trying to hide fear. She was laughing because the storm was fun. Su Tianming stared before he could stop himself. She wore a short sea blue coat over tan travel leathers, hair braided and pinned with shell clasps that flashed silver in the rain. One booted foot was hooked around the eagle's harness, the other braced on its back, and she held the reins with the easy confidence of someone who expected the world to get out of her way. The sea eagle banked hard, dropped low over the harbor roof, and landed on the broken fishing tower with enough force to shake loose a shower of wet tile. Its feathers were dark green at the tips, silver along the inner span, and streaked with spray that glittered like crushed shell. The bird glared at the harbor as if it had personally offended him, then spread its wings wider to shield Linger from the rain. For one impossible instant, Su Tianming saw the old shape in her echo more clearly than in any memory. Not a woman submitting to a domain, but a current that had found a body willing to ride it. Linger sprang down, threw back her hood, and grinned at the crowd like the storm had personally delivered her. "You all look miserable," she called. "Is the weather winning again?" One of the beast tamers near the gate shouted, "Linger, stop showing off and help us." "I am helping." From the sky, especially from the sky. Su Tianming felt the laugh before he heard the echo. Wind and salt and open motion moved through her in a rhythm so familiar that his breath caught. It was not the moon war goddess, not the night goddess, not the spring echo. This one felt like a horizon that would not be fenced in. Feng Linger flicked rain from her sleeve and finally looked at him. Then her eyes widened. Not with fear, with delight. "Oh," she said. "You look exactly like the man from my dream who always said terrible things about destiny." Yunmei muttered, "I like her already." Linger hopped off the tower edge, landed lightly on the dock, and pushed through the storm towards Su Tianming as if they were old friends meeting in the middle of a disaster. "Tell me," she said, stopping just short of him. "Are you here to save the coast, or did the coast finally get interesting enough to save you?" The sea eagle cried overhead, and the waves struck the harbor wall hard enough to send spray over all of them. The wind sea goddess had arrived. The tidal settled over the harbor like a weather pattern. The fisherfolk nearest the tower crossed themselves with salt-stiff fingers, not because they understood divinity, but because every coast has its own way of greeting something larger than fear. Ling-Er only laughed, and the sound of it made the sea eagle stamp once on the tower roof as if eager to be introduced properly. She said the title like a dare, and the sea around the harbor seemed to answer with another hard slap against the wall. Su Tianming felt the emperor seal in him settle into a more alert state, as though the world had just put a hand on the hilt of a blade and promised to become complicated. Linger looked almost offended by how quickly everyone began treating her as a sign instead of a person. Then she noticed the fear in the harbor workers' faces and softened by a fraction, as if deciding that she would rather be a loud promise than a quiet problem. That was her gift too. She did not just command the sky. She made the people below it stand taller because they could feel her refusing to bow first. Chapter 63. Phone Linger was impossible to keep still. That became obvious in the first 5 minutes. While the rest of the harbor tried to survive the beast tide, she had already climbed the fishing tower, shouted directions to the tamers below, and kicked a broken winch into place so a net line could be raised over the dock breach. She did not ask permission. She did not wait for consensus. She moved like someone who had never believed the world deserved the luxury of her hesitation. Su Tianming tried to catch her after she sent 3 crab wolves skidding back into the surf with a burst of wind chi, but she only laughed and darted away. "You move like a general," he said. "You move like a man trying to make me sit down. That is because you are bleeding from the wrist." Linger looked at the red streak on her sleeve, then shrugged. "The wrist is optional." Yunmei, from behind a pile of rope coils, barked a laugh, so sharp it nearly turned into a cough. Suyao elbowed her and said, "Please do not encourage this." Linger leaned in towards Su Tianming, eyes bright with salt spray and mischief. "She hates being encouraged because it makes her feel responsible." "I can't hear you," Suyao said. "Good," Linger replied. "Then you can hear me say thank you for keeping people alive while I make bad decisions." The wind around Linger shifted when she said it. Su Tianming felt the strain in her soul answer his seal in one clean, bright pulse. The hidden echo in her was not buried like Han Yue's or cautious like Yunmei's. It had been living near the surface all along, disguised as temperament, instinct, and a refusal to be tamed. That refusal had practical consequences. Every few moments, she would point a tamer toward one dock and then change her mind, redirecting 3 fishers to a different angle because the wind had shifted by a breath. She spoke to the crab wolves in a sharp, low whistle that seemed half command and half joke, and the beasts settled long enough for their handlers to bind them. When one boy froze at the sight of a snapped mast, she grabbed his shoulders, looked him in the eye, and said, "If the sea wants you dead, it would have done it already. Move." He moved. That tiny success mattered more than any grand speech. On a coast like this, survival was counted in inches and reactions. A hand released from fear meant one less body swept into the tide. A child stepping away from a collapsed mast meant the harbor would still have someone left to hand a bucket to the next time the sea bit back. Su Tianming saw the settlement register Linger's command in real time, and the result was not obedience so much as relief. She made danger feel traversable. That tiny success mattered more than any grand speech. On a coast like this, survival was counted in inches and reactions. A hand released from fear meant one less body swept into the tide. A child stepping away from a collapsed mast meant the harbor would still have someone left to hand a bucket to the next time the sea bit back. Su Tianming saw the settlement register Linger's command in real time, and the result was not obedience so much as relief. She made danger feel traversable. That made the memory fragments come faster. A heavenly sea under a gold sky. A training platform made of cloud light. Linger, younger and older at once, standing with sea spray on her cheeks, and saying, "I was never meant to kneel where the wind could reach me." Her eyes went wide. Then she smiled. So that is what that feeling was. Su Tianming did not need to ask what feeling. Her face had not gone bitter like some of the others. It had lit up, startled and pleased, as if remembering divinity was less a loss than a door opening at last. "You remember," he said. "Bits," she answered. "Enough to know I was right to be difficult." She said it with such genuine delight that Han Yue turned away to hide a smile, and Yun Mei lost the fight completely. Linger did not seem embarrassed by any of it. If anything, she looked energized, as though the fragments were not pulling her backward but widening the frame she could stand inside. Su Tianming realized that this was why she was dangerous. She did not hold remembered power like a relic. She treated it like a door and kept her hand on the handle, ready to open it wider whenever the world demanded more from her than it had any right to. That kind of confidence spread faster than a rumor. Harbor fighters who had been crouched behind net posts were now watching her for cues. The children near the shrine were imitating her hand motions without knowing why. Even the weather seemed to tilt in her direction, gusting at just the right moment to make her grin. The coast had not been waiting for a strategy so much as a reason to believe motion could save them. Chapter 64. Linger embraced the divine memory with the enthusiasm of someone being offered a larger sky. That should have been alarming. Instead, it was contagious. That should have been alarming. Instead, it was contagious. While Su Tianming and the others sat through the storm in the harbor command house, Linger paced in circles around the map table, pointing out weak points in the tide wall, questioning the beast-tamer routes, and insisting that any plan which assumed the sea would remain in one place was already stupid. She did not mourn what she was becoming. She celebrated it. Most people get smaller when they remember more, Yunmei observed. Linger leaned over the table, squinted at the harbor channel map, and said, "Most people are boring." She traced a route through the map with 2 fingers, not because she had studied the charts longer than anyone else, but because she seemed to feel the tension in the coast roads as if they were ropes under her hand. You cannot beat the sea by pretending it is a wall. The tide is already deciding where you may stand. Use that. Let it move the enemy into places you can choke. Hanyue folded her arms. "You are going to get us killed." "Probably," Linger said cheerfully. "But at least we will be stylish." Su Tianming should have been irritated by how easily she broke every room she entered. Instead, he found himself watching her with a strange, reluctant relief. There was no hesitation in her, no agonized caution. The old memories did not frighten her into obedience. They gave her permission to be bigger. That was dangerous. It was also exactly what the coast needed. Su Tianming also saw the burden underneath the brightness. Linger did not carry fear the way Hanyue did, tightly wrapped and controlled. She converted it instantly into movement, which meant she was always one decision away from throwing herself into the sharpest current in the room. That made her inspiring, but it also meant she could burn through a battlefield faster than anyone could calculate. The others were starting to understand that her confidence was not a lack of care. It was a refusal to let fear slow the moment where action mattered. In a place where every tide could bring either food or ruin, hesitation was a luxury nobody could afford. Linger moved like someone who had never once mistaken caution for virtue. When the harbor bell rang again, Linger was already on the window ledge. "If you are all done being sensible," she said, "the tide line is about to fail." They got there just in time to see it. The western channel broke under the pressure of the next wave, and the beast tide spilled into the lower docks with snapping jaws and burning eyes. Linger laughed once, threw both hands out, and sent a wind wall down the street so hard it peeled the rain sideways. "Follow me," she shouted. And everyone did. Not because she was the strongest, because she made movement feel like freedom. Several fishermen began mirroring the rhythm without being told. A line of women at the shrine door shifted a supply cart to the left at the exact moment the wind changed. One old netmender laughed under his breath when he realized the whole dock had started moving as though the storm were part of a dance they had finally remembered. That was Linger's gift. She did not just give orders. She made the coast believe it could answer back. Chapter 65. The problem with Feng Linger was not that she resisted plans. It was that she was usually right too. Su Tianming learned that by the second storm shift, when he tried to assign her to the rear line, and she simply climbed a warehouse roof instead so she could see the whole ugly mess. Every attempt to box her into a tidy role ended with her either ignoring the role or making the role look stupid. You cannot keep making decisions on the fly. Hanua snapped after Linger abandoned a defensive line to save a tamer pinned under a fallen mast. Linger wiped rain out of her eyes and grinned. "I absolutely can. Watch me." "That is not reassuring." "It is for me." Unmake, who had spent the afternoon rigging traps in the flooded alleyways, muttered. "She has the moral compass of a storm eel." Linger pointed at her without looking. "And you have the face of somebody who secretly admires me." "I do not." "Liar." Su Tianming had to bite back a laugh. Even now, with the beast tide still pushing at the harbor wall and the void-tainted currents in the surf making the water taste wrong, the coast kept trying to turn the disaster into a joke. Or maybe Linger did that. Maybe she had always survived by refusing to let the world become too solemn to resist. That made her hard to command, hard to predict, and impossible to intimidate. It also made the cult notice her almost immediately. The first omen was silence. Seabirds stopped circling the outer reef. The gulls vanished from the rocks. A cold patch of air spread through the harbor like the feeling of a hand laid over a mouth. Su Tianming had seen enough void work to know the shape of an approaching predator. The cult did not need to arrive at full strength to frighten a coast like this. It only needed to let the water remember what it had been taught. He thought of every merchant road, every hidden cove, every shrine fisherman had pointed out to him in fragments of half-finished warning. The coast had a memory too, and the cult was trying to overwrite it. That made the coming battle less like a clash of armies and more like a struggle over who got to define what the sea meant to the people living beside it. That realization made him pay attention to the harbor in a new way. The loose ropes, the salt-smudged icons nailed above doorframes, the way the old women on the quay touched their wrists before stepping onto wet boards. None of it was accidental. Every habit here was a small conversation with a hostile ocean. To let the cult corrupt that conversation would be to let them write themselves into the coast's bones. At sunset, when the sky turned copper and the rain thinned to a mist, Su Tianming found black rings of void ash drifting in from offshore. He knew the sign before he saw the source. That ash did not behave like ordinary smoke. It moved in threads, each curl seeming to test the wind before settling. Su Tianming recognized the pattern from old cult encampments, a deliberate trail, one meant to be found. Wei Shuang wanted the coast to know she was close enough to hurt it and confident enough to do it with ceremony. Priestess Wei Shuang had come to the coast. Chapter 66. The void breach had been waiting under the ocean floor for centuries. Su Yao found the first sign while checking the medics beneath the harbor hall. A line of fishermen had gone numb from the knees down after standing in the same wet street for too long, and their qi tasted wrong. Not poisoned. Not exactly. Hollowed. "This is not from the tide," she said, voice tight as she traced the frost-gray veins under a man's ankle. "It is coming up through the water." Su Tianming crouched beside her and touched the damp flagstones. The emperor seal recoiled. Under the stone, beneath the docks, beneath the sea wall itself, something vast and wrong shifted in the dark. Not a creature. Not a current. A wound. "How old?" Hanwei asked. Su Tianming listened to the hiss of surf beyond the wall and answered carefully. "Old enough to have learned our names before we were born." That was not comforting. Yunmei, who had been searching the harbor records, arrived with a stack of stolen maps under one arm. "The original harbor foundation was built over a buried pressure seal," she said. "A monastery marked the site 1,000 years ago, then burned. The records say the sea swallowed the altar." "Did it?" Linger asked. Yunmei gave her a look. "What do you think?" The sea answered for her. A wave struck the outer wall with enough force to crack a brace. Then the water below the harbor blackened. For one instant the blackness looked like a reflection of the sky. Then the illusion broke and he saw the pattern inside it. a lattice of old pressure seals woven together under the harbor floor. Someone had not merely discovered the breach. They had nurtured it, fed it, and hidden it beneath layers of ordinary salt water until the coast had started thinking of the wound as weather. Su Tianming looked out over the channel and saw void light under the surface, pulsing in slow, hungry beats. The breach was not open yet, but it was breathing. That meant it had been fed. That meant someone had known where it was and kept it alive. Priestess Wei Shuang, he thought. Always one step behind the storm, always waiting to turn disaster into leverage. And now she was coming by sea. The realization sat in his stomach like a weight. If Wei Shuang had been feeding the breach, then the storm outside and the wound below the harbor were not separate problems at all. They were one mechanism. Pressure on the sea, pressure under the stone, pressure on the people until all of it gave at once. The coast had been turned into a lock, and the priestess was carrying the key. He could almost respect the audacity if it were not aimed at people trying to survive. The monastery records had said the altar was swallowed by the sea, but swallowed things do not stay harmless. They rot, they shift, they change the water around them. Wei Shuang had probably known that, or at least believed she could control what she had buried. Now the harbor was paying the price for a mistake made by someone who had never intended to come back and face it. Chapter 67. By dawn, the fishing clans were fighting alongside them. Not because they had been convinced, because they had run out of places to hide. Su Tianming watched old net captains shoulder spears beside beast tamers and harbor guards while the storm battered the cliffs above them. The docks were half flooded. The lower streets were full of broken crates and salt water. Children carried boiled cloth bundles for the wounded. Someone had set up a soup pot under a collapsed awning, because even during a tide emergency the coast refused to stop being a place where people fed one another. Linger, standing on a crate with a wind whistle in her teeth, shouted, "The right side of the channel is going to collapse if no one clears the stones." "There are no enough people," a tanner yelled back. "Then move the wrong people faster." Unmake nearly choked on a laugh while shoving a floating beam into place as a barricade. Hanyue, Frost's sword bright with rain, cut a charging reef hound in half and said, "I dislike how effective she is." "You dislike that she says it out loud," Su Tianming replied. Hanyue glanced at him, then at Linger, and admitted, "Also that." The coast clans had a way of fighting that made sense only once the tide was already on top of you. They did not hold lines. They bent, swapped, swarmed, and gave ground only to take it back at a different angle. Under Linger's shouted directions, the harbor defenses began to move like water. Su Tianming saw the pattern form and realized it was not just survival. It was culture. These people had spent generations learning how to make disaster run out of room. He also saw what that culture cost. Every move had to be made with one eye on the next wave. Every victory was temporary. Every wounded body had to be hauled clear before the surf took it back. That kind of fighting left no room for pride. It left only function, stubbornness, and the shared understanding that the sea would never apologize. By midday, the town had turned them into heroes whether they liked it or not. That happened in the way villages decide things. Quickly, publicly, and without consulting anyone who might object. A boy who had been too afraid to leave the shrine door now carried buckets with the older men. A woman with sea salt in her braid began handing out spare ropes like she had been born to command a dock. Once the coast accepted you, it did not do so with ceremony. It did it by feeding you, then asking whether you were strong enough to keep standing. An old woman pressed dried seaweed charms into Su Tianming's hand and told him, "Do not let the wind girl die. We like her." "I'm standing right here," Linger called. "Then keep standing," the old woman snapped back. Linger beamed. Su Tianming looked at the wounded harbor and the fighting shoreline and thought, with a heavy sort of gratitude, that the coast knew how to honor people by giving them something worth losing. The gratitude was complicated. The coast had accepted them quickly, but only because the people here had already lost enough to recognize the shape of a defense when they saw one. That made every smile feel earned and every thank you carry the weight of a debt. Su Tianming knew they were being folded into the shoreline's own memory now, which meant the place would remember both their help and any failure that followed. That was what made the whole thing feel larger than a skirmish. The coast was not asking whether they were strong enough in the abstract. It was deciding whether they deserved to be part of the story it would tell later. Su Tianming understood that kind of test all too well. It was the same one the old palace had used, just with more salt and fewer lies. At least until the cult ships appeared on the horizon. The horizon itself seemed to darken as they came in, line after line of black hulls cutting the gray water. It was the sort of sight that made the body understand danger before the mind had time to catch up. Chapter 68. Linger taught them to fight like the sea was alive. The lesson began with a shove. Su Tianming had expected demonstrations, explanations, maybe even a diagram if he got lucky. Instead, Linger planted both hands on his chest, drove him back 2 steps into the wet sand, and said, "You keep standing where the enemy wants you." "That is generally where I am supposed to stand," he replied. "Then stop being general." Yunmei snorted so hard she nearly dropped her knife. Hanyue folded her arms, clearly trying not to smile. "Do you always teach by insulting people?" "Only when they need it," Linger said. She drew a line in the sand with the toe of her boot. "The coast lies to you if you fight it like a wall. Wind moves. Water slips. Beasts surge and scatter and come back from angles you did not respect. If you make a rigid formation out here, the sea breaks it for you." She assigned them positions without asking whether they agreed. Su Tianming found himself at the center of a loose triangle with Han Yue on the breaking line and Yun Mei moving like a shadow between the angles. Su Yao was told to stand far enough back to see the whole formation and close enough to interfere when it failed. "That is not a real instruction," Su Yao said. "It is on the coast," Linger replied. Then she tapped the map with one finger and said, "You keep thinking in straight lines. The sea does not care about straight lines. Bend here, break there, move the wounded through the alley instead of the street. And if the beasts surge from the channel, then we let them overcommit into the tide flats." The first test came when she whistled for the sea eagle. The bird swept low over the water, and a pair of reef serpents erupted from the surf after it, drawn by the motion. Linger did not retreat. She ran toward the creatures, called their names in a sharp coast dialect, and split her wind chi in a twisting spiral that made the serpents lose their balance long enough for Hanyue to cut one jaw open and Yun Mei to drive a knife into the other eye. Su Tianming caught the shape of it then. Not a rigid formation, a living rhythm. They trained until the light went gray and the tide came in hard. By the end of it, Hanyue was breathing through clenched teeth. Yunmei had salt in her hair. Xiao had started murmuring apology to the sea eagle every time it glared at her. And Su Tianming had learned that Linger considered caution an insult unless it was backed by proof. "Better," Linger said, circling them one last time. "Still ugly, but better." "We are not here to be pretty," Hanyue replied. Linger grinned. "Good. The sea hates pretty." The beach behind them was already turning into a living exercise. Crabs snapped at the ankles of anyone who stood still. Spray hissed over the stone. Wind tugged at cloaks and loose ropes. Linger kept correcting the rhythm of the group until the whole formation felt less like a drill and more like a thing the coast itself had chosen to approve. The sound of it was almost musical. Boots on wet shell shouted corrections, the flutter of sailcloth drying in broken gusts, the sharp cry of the sea eagle when someone moved too slow. Su Tianming could feel the patterns settling into the fighters around him. They were no longer reacting to the storm. They were learning to enter it on purpose. By the end of the second pass, even the most skeptical harbor fighter had started moving without waiting for orders. That was the other thing Linger understood instinctively. People on the edge of disaster do not need perfect instruction as much as they need permission to act before fear turns them rigid. Su Tianming saw one of the older fishers stop glancing at the horizon and start watching the nearest child instead, ready to shove her out of danger if the spray came over the breakwater. Another man adjusted the angle of a net pole by a few degrees and immediately improved the whole line of defense. Those tiny changes mattered. Linger was turning panic into local knowledge one breath at a time. Out beyond the breakwater, the first cult sails came into view. Chapter 69 Priestess Wei Shuang arrived by sea, as if the ocean itself had agreed to carry her. The cult warships did not look like normal vessels. Their hulls were too dark, their masts too tall, their sails too pale. Black runes crawled along the wood like damp scars, and the water around them turned frothy where the void poison under their keels touched the current. The harbor watch began shouting before the first cannon fired. Wei Shuang stood on the lead ship's prow in priestess robes that did not move in the wind. The veil across her face made her look less human than she had in Black Lantern City. Behind her, cult marines lined the railings with hooked spears and anti-divine shackles. Windbearer. Her voice carried across the water like a knife on silk. "Come quietly. The sea will not save you if you do not." Linger climbed the harbor wall and shouted back, "That is the most boring threat I have ever heard." Yun Mei laughed once, then turned serious as the warships began to spread into formation. They brought enough ships to flatten the dock line. Hanyue drew her blade. Frost gathered along the steel, pale and bright against the rain. "Then we break the formation." Su Tianming felt the Emperor seal pulse hard enough to ache. The air was full of salt, qi, and the first pressure crack of an enormous battle coming awake. Wei Shuang lifted one hand. The sea answered. A black wave rolled under the ships and rose into a wall of dead water that crashed toward the harbor defense. Several fishermen screamed as the tide surged over the lower barricades. The cult had not come to take the Wind Girl. It had come to seize the coast. Su Tianming felt the whole battlefield reorient around that truth. The harbor, the cliff roads, the shrine hall, even the child-sized alleys inland were suddenly part of a larger net. If Wei Shuang could break the coast, then the cult could isolate the northern route, starve the harbor clans, and turn the whole region into a sacrificial basin. This was not just about catching one goddess echo. It was about proving that divine memory could be cornered and sold. Linger launched herself from the wall before Su Tianming could stop her, wind whistling under her boots as the sea eagle rose beneath her like a living spear. "Now," she shouted, "we make them regret being dramatic." Chapter 70. The naval war began in the harbor channel and immediately became a disaster on both sides. Unmake vanished into the supply sheds with 3 stolen powder tags and a grin that promised sabotage before anyone else had even finished shouting. Su Tianming saw her a moment later on the highest dock crane, crouched in the rain like a roomer with a knife. Hanyue took the ice line at the breakwater. Every time a cult cannon fired, she cut the impact wave into brittle shards that rained back into the water and shattered the hull of the nearest enemy launch. Sea spray froze on her sleeves. Her breath came out in silver mist. The coast wind carried her frost farther than it should have, and the sight of it made the harbor guards shout her name with the kind of joy people reserve for impossible reprieves. Linger was everywhere. She jumped from mast to mast on the Sea Eagle, pulling storm currents into spirals that tipped cult boarding planks off balance and spun them into each other. She shouted directions over the cannon thunder with the ease of someone ordering supper. "Left flank, you idiots." "That is a ship. Then let it be left." Su Tianming was laughing and fighting at the same time before he realized it. The coast had become too wide for clean strategy. Smoke, rain, wind, salt spray, and beast screams turned every movement into improvisation. He cut through 2 cult boarders, caught one shackle chain with his seal-charged palm, and hurled the man into the sea. Then Wei Shuang moved. The priestess did not rush. She adjusted the line of her wrist as if conducting a hymn no one else could hear, and the cult formation shifted with her. Su Tianming saw it in that instant. The ships were not merely vessels, but nodes, each one tethered by void threads to the engine under the bow. Wei Shuang was trying to turn the harbor into a sacrifice circle, one burst at a time. The precision of it was offensive. Every boat had been placed with care, every range measured, every cannon angle chosen to box the defenders into narrower lanes. He could feel the priestess' confidence in the geometry. She expected people to panic once the harbor began to collapse in layers. Su Tianming had no intention of rewarding her patience. That meant the cult had spent time preparing not just a battle, but a ritual of attrition. Every strike was meant to wear down morale, exhaust the harbor's defenders, and make retreat look like the only intelligent choice. Su Tianming hated how carefully the priestess had thought it through. Evil was always more offensive when it understood logistics. Her ship's bow split open, and a void engine inside began to hum. The water turned black. Yunmei shouted from the crane line. "They are feeding something under the hull." "That would explain the screaming water," Linger called back. The void engine fired. Black veins spread through the water where the strike landed, then leapt into the wet pilings as if the harbor itself were becoming infected. The nearest fishermen stumbled back with tears in their eyes, not from grief, but from the sting in the air. Su Tianming caught one breath and tasted copper and ash. The cult was not only attacking infrastructure, it was trying to teach the sea to hate its own shores. That thought made him angrier than the damage itself. The coast was full of people who had built their lives around the water's moods. To poison the current was to insult generations of labor, to say their survival habits were nothing more than an opening for corruption. Su Tianming wanted the priestess to feel how personal that was. He wanted her to understand that people would bleed before they surrendered the shape of their home. He also wanted her to see the faces of the people she had underestimated. The old men who could read a wave by the sound it made on the pilings. The women who tied knots in the rain with numb fingers because food on the table mattered more than fear. The children who were learning, this very minute, that courage could be ordinary. That was what Wei Shuang had failed to account for. Not heroes. Habitual resilience. A column of poison black current smashed into the harbor wall and sent a shockwave through the lower docks. Men fell. Wood cracked. The smell hit a heartbeat later. Not rot, not salt, but something metallic and wrong, like blood left too long in an iron bowl. Wei Shuang's voice drifted over the destruction. "Now you will understand the cost of hiding stars in mortal flesh." Su Tianming caught the edge in her tone and recognized it as doctrine. To the cult, divinity inside a mortal body was not just theft. It was blasphemy in a form they could weaponize. That belief made them less like pirates and more like theologians of violence. And it chilled him because he could hear how deeply they had practiced the logic of ruining what they could not own. Chapter 71. Suyao understood before anyone else that the poison was meant to spread. It was in the water. It was in the spray. It was in the breathing. Su Tianming found her in the middle of the harbor square with her sleeves rolled to the elbow and green qi already spilling from both hands into the bodies of the injured. She was pale, furious, and focused in a way he had only seen once before, during the worst fever in the border village. Except this time the scale was larger by orders of magnitude. "Can you stop it?" he asked. Suyao looked up at him, eyes bright with strain. "Not if you keep asking questions." He barked a laugh despite the blood and smoke around them. She turned back to the crowd and planted her feet. The spring goddess echo opened like a field after frost. It changed the square in layers. First the poisoned air thinned. Then the panicked shouting softened because people could finally breathe. Then the frozen fear in the eyes of the injured turned into something else. Attention, then trust, then the shaky beginning of hope. Suyao had to plant her knees wider just to keep upright. And the green light kept coming anyway, a river refusing to stop because the bank had cracked. Green light ran from her palms into the harbor square. It touched a child coughing foam, a tanner with black veins at his throat, a dock runner whose hands had gone numb, and then it kept going. Not just healing, purifying. The poison in the air recoiled from the surge of life. The people around her stared. Suyao did not care. She was breathing harder now, but her voice stayed steady. "Bring me the wounded. Not the dead. Not yet. The living first." One of the harbor aunties, covered in soot and grief, grabbed her sleeve and said, "Girl, your hands are glowing." Suyao glanced down as if surprised. "Yes, they are." "Well, keep it up." That made Su Tianming smile so hard it hurt. It hurt because he could feel how much of the harbor was now leaning on Suyao without asking permission. Every healed breath, every steadier hand, every person standing back up because she had reached them in time was another thread tying her to the square. She looked fragile only if you ignored the pressure she was holding back. Su Tianming did not think he had ever loved her work more than he did in that moment. He knew she would pay for it later. That was the cruel part. The stronger she became, the more the world would try to use her as proof that suffering could be converted into endurance forever. Su Tianming hated that truth, and he hated even more that she seemed prepared to meet it anyway. She was building a future with her hands while the present kept trying to break her wrists. Across the square, Hanyue threw a frost wall around the poisoned intake channel, and Linger used a wind spiral to drive the toxic mist upward and out to sea. The harbor was surviving because all of them were finally acting like the powers they had once been rather than the frightened pieces they had become. Then Suyao coughed once, swayed, and nearly fell to one knee. Su Tianming moved to catch her, but she shook her head, smiling through the strain. "I am fine," she lied. She was not fine in the ordinary sense, but the ordinary sense did not matter anymore. Su Tianming saw the tremor in her jaw, the way she kept swallowing against a rising ache, and the way the people around her looked at her like she had become the first unambiguous good thing they had seen all day. That expression on their faces gave her strength even as it drained her, and he realized with a jolt that she was feeding on the same trust she was giving away. And the liar's smile told him just how much farther she could still push. Chapter 72. Linger remembered the heavenly sea at sunset. It happened after the harbor battle, when the smoke had thinned and the storm had retreated just enough to leave the sky red over the water. She sat on the broken breakwater with her sea eagle preening nearby, swinging one boot over the edge and looking out at the horizon as if she could see through time by staring hard enough. The harbor below them was still noisy with repairs. Hammers rang on hull planks. Someone was hauling a net full of smashed shell from the shallows. A pair of children were arguing over who had seen the biggest wave. The ordinary sounds made the memory feel stranger, as though beauty and disaster had decided to occupy the same room. "I remember dancing," she said suddenly. Su Tianming turned toward her. "On a sea that was not water," she continued. "It was light, maybe, or clouds. You stood there looking annoyed, which means I was probably doing it wrong on purpose." Unmake, who had been sharpening a knife beside the wrecked net shed, paused. Hanyue looked over too, slow and guarded. Linger smiled without looking at them. "You said I was impossible. I said I was free. Then I laughed, because that made you look like you were trying not to laugh too." Su Tianming felt the memory hit a place in his chest he did not know how to defend. The heavenly sea. The final war. The impossible brightness of a place that had existed before everything broke. He could almost hear the cadence of it in her voice, as if the memory were not static, but still moving somewhere just outside reach. Wind brushing over polished cloudstone. The angle of a laugh. The feeling of balancing on a surface that should not have held, and yet did, because the world had once been kinder to them. Linger remembered the beauty without turning it into grief, and that made the recollection sharper rather than softer. That difference mattered to him more than he expected. The others had to claw their way back through pain before they could touch what they were. Linger seemed to have reached the memory and simply chosen not to let it poison her. Su Tianming envied that a little. He also trusted it, because a person who can remember joy in the middle of ruin is harder to break than someone who only remembers what was lost. Linger still did not sound bitter. It was beautiful, she said softly. And it is weirdly nice to know that some things really did happen. Su Tianming sat beside her on the stone, careful not to crowd her. Does it hurt? He asked. She considered the question. Yes. Then, after a long moment, but not in the way people mean when they ask that, she tucked one knee up and rested her chin on it. The sea breeze tugged at the loose braid over her shoulder. When the fragments came back, I thought I would feel lost. Instead, it was like hearing a song I loved as a child and realizing I still knew every step. Some of it is grief. Some of it is joy. Mostly, it is a terrible amount of honesty. Then she shrugged. But pain is not the same as regret. I don't regret any of it just because the world got smaller after. That answer landed harder than he expected. She glanced at him and grinned, the brightness returning. Also, you really were annoying. I have been told that before. By me. I suspected. For the first time since he had started this journey, Su Tianming found himself laughing without feeling the need to stop before it became grief. Linger smiled at that, then nudged his shoulder with hers in a way that was almost casual and somehow more intimate for it. There. That sounded like the man I remember. Miserable, but not dead inside. Chapter 73. Linger's openness forced Su Tianming to look directly at what he had lost. Not in a dramatic way. That would have been easier. It happened while the harbor slept under repair lanterns, and the wind carried the smell of salt through the broken streets. The others had gone to rest. Even Yun Mei had stopped moving for one rare hour. Su Tianming sat alone on the cliff path above the water and watched the dark sea beat against the rocks like a patient threat. The lanterns in the harbor below were a smear of warm gold against the blue-black wet stone. Nets hung from the roofs like tired banners. Somewhere a smith was still working late, and the ring of metal on metal drifted up the cliff with each gust. It should have been peaceful. Instead, it felt like standing in the thin place between a home and the memory of one. He missed the heavenly palace. That was not the same as wanting it back. He missed the roof where he had once sat with all five of them arguing over strategy and tea. He missed the sound of Hanyue complaining that he was overplanning. He missed Yun Mei stealing fruit from the celestial orchards. He missed Su Yao's hands stained with medicine and the way Linger had always found the highest place in any room. He even missed the feeling of knowing where he stood in the world before sacrifice shattered the map. The loss hurt more now because the people beside him were beginning to resemble the memories he had carried. If they remembered enough, then what exactly had he saved? The question had no clean answer. He pressed his fingertips into the cliff grass until the blades bent and the salt wind cut at his eyes. Behind him, he heard footsteps. Hanyue, silent as snowfall, stopped a few paces away and looked out over the water with him. You are thinking too loud, she said. I did not know that was possible. With you, it is a talent. Su Tianming let out a breath that almost became a laugh. Do you ever think about how much of this is our fault? Hanyue's jaw tightened. Yes. And I think guilt is useful only when it tells you where to stand next. She crossed her arms. Everything else is vanity. He looked at her profile in the lantern light and realized she was offering him the only kind of comfort she knew how to give. Not softness, but a place to put his weight. Footsteps came up behind him. Hanyue's voice was quiet. You are brooding again. I prefer thinking. You are doing both badly. He almost smiled, but the weight in his chest kept it from going easy. Linger remembers without bitterness. Hanyue sat beside him with her sword across her knees. You say that like it is simple. It isn't. No, she said. But maybe she is not carrying the same kind of wound. Su Tianming stared at the sea. And maybe mine is the kind that never closes. Hanyue was silent long enough that he thought she would not answer. Then she said, then stop trying to close it alone. That, more than anything, made his throat tighten. Chapter 70. For the descent beneath the coast began through an old monastery shaft hidden under the collapsed shrine at the far end of the harbor. The monks had gone centuries ago. The sea had not. Su Tianming led the way down a stair cut into stone that had gone damp and black with age. The air changed by degrees, salt fading, cold thickening, the smell of old incense turning to dust and mold. Hanyue followed with her sword lit at the edge. Linger moved like she already knew the tunnel. Yunmei complained about the smell until the stone walls began carrying carved lines of script that made her go quiet. Those lines were not prayers. They were records. The deeper he looked, the more the carvings changed from devotional marks into practical accounting. Dates, tide heights, casualty counts, notes about when the void pressure surged and which tunnels had been sealed with what kind of stone. Someone here had treated the coast like a battlefield for so long that every prayer had become another form of logistics. These are battle marks, she said, brushing dust from a wall. Not monastery text. Someone carved a war history here. The corridor opened into a vast underwater chamber where the sea pressed above a vaulted glass dome. Through the warped surface, Su Tianming could see fish moving like pale ghosts over submerged ruins. The chamber walls were covered in murals, not of strangers, of them. He stopped so hard Hanyue nearly hit his shoulder. The murals showed 5 figures standing against a black tide. One carried frost, one shadow, one spring light, one wind and sea. One stood at the center with an emperor's seal blazing above his hand. Su Tianming stared. This was not just a ruin. It was a memory room. He felt the old weight of recognition through the seal in his chest. Not because he remembered this place directly, but because the architecture carried the logic of the old war. A chamber built to preserve not relics, but the shape of a decision after it had already cost too much. Whoever made it had wanted the future to know what the present had chosen. The room was doing more than preserving. It was accusing. Every carved line along the walls said someone had once stood here and decided that history would be worth the blood if it kept the next generation from making the same mistake. Su Tianming found that almost unbearably human. The old war had not been won by divine distance. It had been won by exhausted people refusing to let the map go dark. That was what unsettled him most. The room did not feel like a tomb. It felt like a warning that had refused to expire. Whoever carved it had understood that history is not only what happened, but what must be remembered in time to prevent it happening again. Su Tianming could almost feel the hands that had shaped the place, tired and determined, and already certain that they would not live to see the full result. And that meant the room was asking something of them now. Not just to look, but to carry. Su Tianming understood the pressure of that expectation. It was the same pressure he had once placed on himself when he thought sacrifice could be made clean by intention alone. The murals suggested otherwise. They suggested that survival always leaves marks, and the only choice is whether those marks become guidance or vanity. Linger reached the first mural and ran her fingers over the painted outline of her own face. "That is flattering," she said in a small voice. "And unsettling." Yunmei stood at the next panel. "This one is definitely you making a terrible decision." Hanyue touched the frost mural with 2 fingers, and the air around her blade cooled at once. The chamber seemed to inhale around them. Water trembled above the glass dome. Fine dust slid from the mural seams and drifted through the air like old ashes. Su Tianming had the strange feeling that the room itself was waiting for all of them to remember enough to become dangerous again. There was something humiliating about being recognized by a room. At the same time, the recognition was deeply comforting. They had not simply stumbled into a ruin. They had walked into a place that remembered them as a team. That meant the old war had not been just a disaster. It had been a promise that failed once and might yet be completed. Then the chamber trembled. Not from the sea. From below. The hidden breach was awake. Chapter 75. The breach whispered in their grief. Su Tianming heard it first as a voice barely above the pressure in his bones. Then it became many voices, low and overlapping, moving through the chamber walls like breath through a cracked flute. The void had learned their faces. Now it was trying to learn their pain. The murals flickered. The stone around them dimmed, as if the chamber itself were losing confidence. Then the whisper sharpened into names. Not spoken with hatred. Spoken with the tenderness of a knife entering a wound. Hanyue heard the sound of the gate she had not saved. Yunmei heard the long years of being treated as clever property. Suyao heard every person she had failed to reach in time. Linger heard the moment the sky narrowed and told her to kneel. And Su Tianming heard himself die. Not all at once. That would have been merciful. He heard fragments. The final command. The void rift screaming open. The seal tearing through his own chest. The sound of the 5 of them calling to him while the battlefield came apart. His knees nearly buckled. The chamber darkened around the edges. The breach wanted them divided. Su Tianming felt the old war tug at him through the voices. Back then he had thought sacrifice was a clean thing because it was necessary. The breach was proving how false that belief had been. Nothing that mattered was ever clean. It was just hidden well enough that you only saw the stain after the wound had already been dressed. The worst part was how familiar the trick felt. He had seen enemies before who knew how to press exactly where guilt lived and call it strategy. The void only made it more elegant by adding centuries of patience. It did not want them dead in the chamber. It wanted them lonely inside each other, certain that no one else could possibly understand the shape of the hurt. Su Tianming realized with a chill that the breach was not only attacking them. It was studying what hurt they had failed to heal since the first war. Every whisper carried a hint of intimacy, so wrong it made the skin crawl. The thing under the coast had spent centuries feeding on grief, and now it was using that long hunger like a key. Do not listen, Hanyu snapped, voice cracking through the pressure. Unmake bared her teeth at the darkness. I hate when evil is emotionally literate. Linger looked up, eyes bright with fury. It thinks pain is a leash. Su Yao, shaking but standing, set her hand over the mural of the spring echo and whispered, then it is wrong. The whispering intensified. The breach had found the deepest cuts, and it was starting to pull. Su Tianming heard his own breath coming too fast. He forced his fingers open, then closed them again, grounding himself in the presence of the others. If the enemy wanted their old wounds isolated, then the answer was simple. They would have to bleed in front of each other and stay standing. Chapter 76. Instead of breaking, they hardened. That was not the same as being unhurt. The difference mattered. They were still carrying the old damage, still hearing it shake inside the chamber, but now the damage belonged to all of them at once. Nothing a predator had named could stay private once it had been answered out loud. That shift in scale changed everything. Grief that had felt sharp and private in the dark became something shared, something that could be held between them without shame. Su Tianming saw it in the way Hanyu set her shoulders, in the way Yunmei's grin turned feral instead of brittle, in the way Su Yao inhaled the hurt and kept standing anyway. Linger was the last to move, and when she did, the whole chamber seemed to tilt toward her like a sail catching the first true wind. That was the surprising thing. The chamber answered them with a low shiver, as if even the stone recognized the difference. There was grief in the room, yes, but there was also consent now. Each of them had chosen to stay standing in front of the wound, instead of pretending it belonged to someone else. That choice changed the shape of the air. Su Tianming felt the seal in his chest loosen by a degree, not because the danger was less, but because the burden was no longer being carried by one set of shoulders. He had forgotten how much strength there was in being witnessed while hurting. The chamber itself seemed to lean in, expecting them to finish a sentence that had been interrupted for too many years. The chamber had expected collapse. The void had spoken too confidently, too intimately, as if naming each wound would make the whole group split apart. But once the grief was out in the open, it lost its private power. It became something everyone could see and answer together. Su Tianming straightened first. Then Hanyu did. Then Yunmei laughed once, a raw sound with no humor in it, and said, "That all you have?" The breach throbbed in the walls. Linger threw back her head and shouted into the dark. "You wanted us small?" She lifted both arms. Wind gathered around her wrists in bright, furious rings. Too bad. The air detonated. Not fire. Not lightning. Wind. The chamber filled with pressure so dense it made Su Tianming's ears ring. Linger's echo surged through her body, not as a trickle, but as a storm front arriving all at once. The glass dome above the chamber shivered as the underwater sea churned in answer. The tempest did not behave like an ordinary spell. It arrived with layers, the outer ring a screaming barrier of pressure, and the center a calm, ice so sudden it made the chamber feel huge. Water rushed against the glass dome overhead. Loose stones shot sideways. The murals flickered with reflected blue-white light while the wind carved through the breach, shredding the void's tendrils into strips that dissolved like smoke in rain. Tempest Domain. He felt the name before he understood it. Linger laughed, wild and bright, and the chamber around her became a living cyclone. Currents snapped around the breach. Loose stones lifted. The murals lit with stormlight. Hanyu thrust her sword into the floor and sent a frost line into the chamber walls to brace the structure. Yunmei vanished into the spinning dark to cut the void anchors one by one. Su Yao sent healing green chi through the cracks so the chamber would not tear itself apart before they could finish the job. Su Tianming drove the Emperor seal into the center of the breach. The void screamed. It screamed through the walls, through the bones, through the old stone beneath the chamber. For one terrifying moment, Su Tianming felt the same pressure he had felt at the end of his first life, the same terrible sense of balance tipping toward catastrophe. Then Linger shoved the storm harder. Hanyu locked the chamber with frost. Yunmei cut the central anchor, and Su Yao poured green light into the fracture line, as if stitching a wound in the world. The tempest tore through the wound and widened it just enough to kill it. The collapse did not feel neat. The breach resisted until the last possible instant. and the chamber shuddered under the strain. Salt water slammed against the glass dome. Frost spidered through the cracks Han Yue had reinforced. Green light from Su Yao flickered along the edges of the wound like moss trying to grow over fire. But Linger kept the pressure on, laughing through the strain as if the storm itself had become another language she refused to mispronounce. For one heartbeat, the entire underwater chamber blazed white. Then the breach split apart. Chapter 77. Wei Shuang lost half her fleet and still tried to retreat like she had intended the slaughter all along. The harbor battle above the chamber ended in broken masts, smoking sails, and water full of void-tainted wreckage. Cult warships burned under frost and wind. The sea eagle cried over the smoke-black waves, circling the dying fleet like a triumphant omen. Linger stood on the breakwater with wet hair streaming down her back and looked at the horizon as if daring the rest of the cult to come back. The harbor looked like the aftermath of a god's argument. Broken sails drifted in the tide. One cult launch had been pinned sideways against the outer rocks. Another burned so hot its mast had turned into a red coal against the gray weather. Fishermen and harbor guards were already dragging survivors to shore, cursing them while they saved them. The smell was smoke, salt, and the metallic tang of spent qi. Wei Shuang's lead ship was listing badly. Her veil was gone. Her face, pale and severe, had turned toward the coast with the expression of a priestess who had just learned that her god had mispriced the storm. "You have awakened 4 echoes," she called across the water, voice carrying through the smoke. "The void will remember this." Yunmei, standing on the shattered dock crane, shouted back, "Please do. It is the only thing in this fight with a memory." One of the cult ships tried to fire again. Han Yue's frost cut the cannon mouth open and cracked the deck in two. Linger leaned over the breakwater, wind coiling around her ankles. "You came here for me," she said to Wei Shuang. That was rude. The priestess's gaze remained fixed on her. "You are only a vessel." Linger smiled in a way that made even Su Tianming uneasy. "Then why are you so afraid of what I carry?" Wei Shuang did not answer. She signaled retreat. The surviving cult ships pulled back into the storm, dragging smoke and broken rigging behind them. The harbor let out a collective breath that felt like it had been held for generations. Several of the fishers sank onto their heels and covered their faces. A woman with singed sleeves began laughing and crying at the same time. An old man at the gate made a prayer to the sea, so rough it sounded more like a growl. Su Tianming understood then that victory was not just about destroying an enemy. Sometimes it was the moment a community realized it still existed after the blade had fallen. But Su Tianming knew the real problem was not the retreat. It was what Wei Shuang had learned from it. For goddesses had reunited. The void now knew the shape of the gathering. Chapter 78. The final resonance appeared in a forgotten mountain shrine 2 days inland. The coast was still reeling from the naval battle when the warning arrived. Not through vision, through pressure. A thread of fate so thin Su Tianming almost mistook it for fatigue. It drew northward from the harbor cliffs, across old roads and forgotten passes, toward a mountain shrine that did not appear on any map the harbor clans trusted. The air there felt different from the coast. Thinner, colder, and full of the scent of wet pine needles and old paper talismans. A flock of mountain sparrows kept darting in and out of the eaves without fear. Even the wind seemed to move carefully, as though the shrine had asked it to keep the noise down. That stillness made the pilgrims easier to read. Some were desperate enough to pray to anything that would answer. Others were only curious. But curiosity has the same shape as faith when the world starts to break. Their rice offerings were small, almost humble, and that made the shrine feel more credible than any palace hall ever had. One little boy on the lower steps kept looking from the singer to the road beyond the shrine, as though expecting the mountain to answer a question for him. An old woman beside him muttered a prayer under her breath and pressed her thumbs together until the knuckles whitened. Su Tianming had the unsettling sense that the whole shrine had become a nerve ending, waiting for whatever touched it next. That stillness made the pilgrims easier to read. Some were desperate enough to pray to anything that would answer. Others were only curious. But curiosity has the same shape as faith when the world starts to break. Their rice offerings were small, almost humble, and that made the shrine feel more credible than any palace hall ever had. Yunmei found the shrine first by following rumors from pilgrims. The place sat tucked into a pine slope above a mist valley, half buried in stone and moss. Wind chimes hung from cracked eaves. The prayer bell was rusted. Yet the steps were swept clean, and someone had left fresh rice and water at the altar. A blind singer waited on the third terrace. She sat with a stringed instrument across her lap, hood pulled low, and was singing to a line of pilgrims while they listened as if their lives depended on it. Su Tianming stopped halfway up the steps. The melody was wrong for a mortal throat. Not because it was impossible, because it carried too much distance, too much time, too much fate. The blind singer turned her head toward him before he spoke. "Emperor," she said, voice soft as incense smoke, "you took long enough." The way she said it made the pilgrims stiffen. One of them turned to flee, then stopped when the singer lifted a hand and the instrument in her lap hummed once, a note so clear it felt like a warning to the bones. She wore plain robes, but there was nothing plain in the stillness around her. The light seemed to organize itself in her presence, pooling at the steps and the altar as if the shrine knew its own master had finally arrived. Su Tianming saw then how the shrine had been prepared around her. The swept stone, the fresh water, the way the pilgrims unconsciously gave her space without understanding why. She was not simply waiting here. She had become the center point around which this mountain place chose to remain coherent. The pilgrims stared. Linger whispered, "She knows you." The singer smiled faintly without looking at anyone. "I know all of you." Su Tianming felt the emperor's seal stir like a wound about to reopen. This was the fate goddess echo. Not a banner, not a sword. A voice that had learned how to survive by hearing the future before anyone else dared to name it. The sensation in his chest was immediate and unpleasant, like watching a lock click shut around a memory he had been trying not to admit was missing. If she had found them here, then the road north had been waiting longer than any of them understood. He should have felt relief. Instead, he felt dread, because the singer's voice carried something he had been avoiding since the first memory returned. Not just recognition, but the kind of knowledge that comes from standing too close to the moment of someone's death. The singer lifted her chin toward the mountain path above the shrine. "If you came for the girl who waits in the north shrine," she said, "then you will need to hear what your own death has been trying to tell you." Chapter 79. Tianming sensed it before he understood it. Finding Luo Shichen would not be like the others. The blind singer's words hung over the shrine courtyard like incense smoke. The pilgrims had left in uneasy silence. Rain clouds gathered over the ridge. Su Tianming stood in front of the altar and felt the old pressure in his chest turn into a knife point. "What do you mean, my death?" he asked. Luo Shichen's fingers brushed the strings of her instrument once. The note rang in the stone like a bell heard underwater. "I mean," she said, "that you did not die the way you remember." The words landed like a hand on an open wound. Su Tianming had carried the shape of that final moment for too long to hear it questioned without feeling the room tilt. If the end had been edited, then every certainty attached to it had to be treated like a borrowed blade. Useful, dangerous, and never as solid as it looked. The words landed hard enough to make Hanyu step forward. "Explain." Luo Shichen tilted her head. "You were not alone at the end. You think the sacrifice was yours, and in one sense it was. But the shape of the seal, the names carved into the void gate wall, the fragment you keep refusing to look at, all of it says something else too." Su Tianming went cold. "Something else like what?" "Like the enemy knew your choice before you made it." Yinmei swore under her breath. Su Yao's face had gone pale. "That means someone on our side knew too." Luo Shichen did not answer immediately. She listened to the mountain wind, then said, "The fifth goddess is the one whose memory can finish the sentence. When you find her, you will remember why the world broke the way it did." That was worse than any threat, because it sounded true. Su Tianming looked at the blind singer and felt the strange, awful certainty that his death had not been the end of the story. It had been the first missing page. The thought made him feel both hollow and furious. He had carried sacrifice like a clean wound for too long. Now the edges were opening, and what lay underneath was messier, lonelier, and far more dangerous than honor. At the same time, the anger was useful. It kept him from sinking into the old habit of treating pain as proof of virtue. If someone had arranged the sacrifice, then he did not owe them reverence. He owed them an answer. The distinction mattered, and he clung to it like a handhold in bad weather. It also changed the way he looked at the women beside him. Their memories were not a curse to be endured for his sake. They were evidence. Evidence that the enemy had cared enough to plan, and evidence that they had all survived long enough to become dangerous again. That thought steadied him in a way comfort never could. The worst part was that he could not even hate the truth. If his death had been manipulated, then the people who had survived because of it had been living inside somebody else's design. That made every reunion precious and every memory suspect. It also meant the next answer would not be gentle. "Where is she?" he asked. Luo Shichen smiled, and for a moment the shrine seemed colder. "North," she said, "where the old grief was buried deepest." Chapter 80. They headed north at dawn. The coast was behind them now, full of broken ships, repaired docks, and storm scars that would take months to fade. Linger rode ahead on the Sea Eagle, never quite on the road and never quite off it. Hanyu traveled with Frost in her sword arm, and a new reluctance to let anyone else carry the dangerous edges of a plan. Yinmei had already started counting how many towns could be bribed, bypassed, or beaten if they needed a faster route. Su Yao checked every supply twice because she had learned that the world now liked to punish generosity with emergencies. The coast was behind them now, full of broken ships, repaired docks, and storm scars that would take months to fade. Linger rode ahead on the Sea Eagle, never quite on the road and never quite off it. Han Yue traveled with frost in her sword arm and a new reluctance to let anyone else carry the dangerous edges of a plan. Yinmei had already started counting how many towns could be bribed, bypassed, or beaten if they needed a faster route. Su Yao checked every supply twice because she had learned that the world now liked to punish generosity with emergencies. Su Tianming rode in the middle and tried not to think about Luo Shichen's last words. It did not work. Somewhere beyond the sky, far beyond the thin white road of clouds, something ancient turned its attention toward the mortal continent. He felt it as a pressure shift, so large it made the hair rise along his arms. Not the void cult. Not Wei Shuang. Something older, colder, and less interested in human timing. The Emperor's seal inside him tightened. Linger slowed enough to ride beside him. You look grim. I have reason. I know. She peered at him, then looked at the horizon. The singer got to you. Yes. Good, Linger said. That means she was telling the truth. Su Tianming let out a slow breath. You are very calm about terrifying things. No, she said. I'm just honest about them. That answer stayed with him as the road climbed. The mountain passes ahead were jagged and pale, the kind of land that stripped sound out of the wind and left only hoofbeats and rock. The fifth goddess was somewhere in that high silence, and finding her meant the last buried truth would finally surface, whether he was ready or not. The road tightened as it climbed, narrowing into switchbacks cut between stone shelves and old pines. Frost gathered in the cracks of the trail where the morning shade lingered, and the wind there smelled nothing like the coast. It smelled dry, old, and watchful, as though the mountain had never forgiven the sea for sending trouble inland. The change in terrain seemed to change the way everyone rode. Linger drifted farther ahead, peering at the ridgeline as if it had insulted her personally. Han Yue kept closer to the center without being asked. Yunmei's jokes grew quieter, which meant she was taking the threat seriously. Su Tianming took comfort in that. When danger sharpened the whole group instead of scattering it, he knew they were still moving in the right direction. He looked once over his shoulder. The coast had already begun to blur into distance and mist. Somewhere beyond it, Wei Shuang was rebuilding. The void was learning patience, and the thing above the clouds was deciding how much of the mortal continent it wanted to consume. The mountain passes ahead were jagged and pale, the kind of land that stripped sound out of the wind and left only hoofbeats and rock. The fifth goddess was somewhere in that high silence, and finding her meant the last buried truth would finally surface, whether he was ready or not. Behind them, the sea remained restless. Above them, the sky looked wrong. Su Tianming did not need Luo Shichen to tell him that the ancient enemy had finally turned its full attention toward them. He could feel it in the way the air had changed, in the way the road seemed to tilt toward the future, in the quiet, collective resolve of the women riding with him. The north was waiting, and the waiting itself felt hostile, like the world had leaned forward in its sleep. And for the first time since his rebirth, he understood that what he had been carrying was not only memory. It was a war still deciding whether to wake. And somewhere far ahead, beyond the next ridge and the next memory, Su Tianming had the terrible feeling that the answer would not be found gently. The thought followed him like a second shadow as the road climbed into thinner air. Behind them, the coast shrank into gray distance. Ahead, the mountains waited with the same patience as a drawn bow. Su Tianming tightened his grip on the reins and kept going, because stopping now would mean handing the next truth to the enemy before he had even seen its face. Chapter 81. The mountain passes opened like the mouth of something vast and patient. Su Tianming had traveled through higher peaks in his first life, when the sky belonged to the Heaven Emperor and the roads knew their place. These passes were different. Older. They twisted upward with the deliberate intent of something that enjoyed watching pilgrims exhaust themselves trying to reach the top. The stone formations looked less carved by natural erosion and more shaped by a sculptor who believed beauty required suffering. Colors that should not exist in nature. Deep purples, midnight blues, silver grays that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, striped the cliff faces in patterns that seemed almost intentional, almost like warnings written in a language only the mountains understood. The paint might have been blood, once, ancient blood of things that had died in these passes centuries ago. The air itself felt charged with memory, as though the mountain was remembering every journey that had passed through it, every struggle, Every moment of human will test it against stone and altitude. The mountain breathed history with each wind that blew through its canyons. The mountain held the echoes of 10,000 footsteps, each one a story of someone trying to reach the top, of someone trying to cross from one side to the other, of someone seeking what lay beyond the passes. The path was narrow enough that two people could not walk side by side without risk of tumbling into the gorges that fell away on either side. And those gorges were not simple drops. They twisted downward in spirals that made the eyes water when you tried to follow them to the bottom. Mist clung to the depths, obscuring what lay below, suggesting that the falls were deep enough that the bottom had become theoretical rather than actual. The air that rose from those depths carried a cold that had nothing to do with altitude and everything to do with the simple fact that sunlight could never penetrate far enough to warm those spaces. That cold tasted like the breath of things that had never seen light, of forces that existed in the darkness between worlds, of the ancient weight of stone and time pressing down on the abyss. Linger looked at the terrain ahead and grinned like she had just been offered a very interesting argument with the weather. The wind sea goddess seemed utterly unconcerned with the precarious path. She was already moving forward, her steps light and confident, barely seeming to touch the stone before moving to the next foothold. Her divine memory had given her clarity about how to move through dangerous spaces, not through careful calculation, but through trusting her instincts to read the currents of air and the subtle patterns of the terrain. She could sense the weak places in the stone before they became obvious. She could feel where the wind wanted to push her and use that knowledge to find purchase, almost dancing with the dangerous geometry of the path. She was not so much walking as performing an elaborate conversation with the mountains, asking permission with each step, negotiating safe passage through movement rather than words. The mountains recognized her as divinity and allowed her passage, the stone settling under her feet almost as if it was inviting her to step there. The difference between her and the others was immediately obvious. Where Linger moved with the confidence of someone who understood that the mountain could not truly harm her, Hanyue moved with the precision of someone who had calculated every risk and chosen to accept them consciously. The composed goddess was reading the terrain with a military mind, understanding sight lines and defensible positions even as she carefully placed each foot. Where Hanyue took each step as a deliberate choice, backed by strategic analysis of the terrain ahead, Yunmei adapted to the terrain in ways that seemed almost liquid, her body shifting weight and position in response to subtle changes in the surface. She was reading the rock the way someone might read a person's face, looking for signs and signals that would help her stay safe, understanding through flexibility what others had to understand through force. Suyao moved carefully but not fearfully, maintaining the life force in her body at a level that kept her stable despite the obvious danger, using her connection to growth and vitality to sense where the earth was strongest, where life had roots, where the stone was most solid. And Su Tianming moved through the space with the certainty of someone who understood that the mountain knew what he was and would not dare to eject him regardless of how narrow the path became. The emperor seal in his chest seemed to broadcast his identity to the stone itself, and the stone responded by holding him steady, honoring the authority that was written into his very being. Heaven's emperor could walk anywhere he chose to walk. The path narrowed as they climbed, forcing them into single file along a ridge where the stone fell away on both sides. The air grew thin and sharp, each breath becoming a conscious effort that required intention and power. Wind came down off the higher peaks in gusts that seemed almost intelligent, testing their footing, pushing at their backs, recalculating the angles of attack with each person who passed through. No ordinary wind. This was the mountain teaching them its language, and it was not offering translation. The wind was a test, and those who could not read it would not survive to reach the summit. The wind was a teacher, and it was not gentle with its lessons. The fifth goddess is buried deep, Hanyue said from her position ahead, her voice steady despite the wind that tried to tear words away. The composed goddess was extending her cultivation outward carefully, reading the patterns of divine energy that her sisters would leave behind. The fifth goddess had sealed herself away so carefully that her presence was barely a whisper in the world. Finding her would require not just power but understanding, the ability to read the absence of signal the way others might read its presence. The resonance is faint. It is like searching for a star that forgot how to shine. The words hung in the mountain air, each one a truth that none of them wanted to acknowledge. The fifth goddess might be lost. The fifth goddess might be so sealed away that they could never reach her. The fifth goddess might be the sacrifice that had to be made to save the others. Yunmei picked her way across a section of loose shale and called back. Maybe she does not want to be found. It was meant as a joke. Nothing about her tone suggested she believed it was funny. The words carried the weight of real possibility. The fifth goddess might be hidden not by force but by choice, and if that was the case, finding her would be more difficult than any battle could make it. The adaptive goddess was trying to lighten the mood, trying to ease the tension that was building with each step upward toward what awaited them. Suyao, whose cultivation allowed her to sense life patterns more clearly than the others, had gone quiet. The stillness around her was the kind that came before important news. Su Tianming knew the shape of it by now. The fourth goddess's memories were returning rapidly, in fragments that came without warning. Each one seemed to crack her open a little wider, as though divinity was a thing that could not fit inside a mortal frame without forcing the frame to stretch beyond what it was meant to contain. Just that morning, Suyao had suddenly stopped walking and stared at nothing for nearly an hour. When she returned to herself, her eyes had been full of a terrible knowing. She had not spoken about it. She had not needed to. Su Tianming could read divinity the way others read faces, and what he saw in her expression was the weight of memory returning, the sensation of becoming something larger than she had expected to be. The fourth goddess had been the keeper of life essence. She had stored power the way other humans stored breath, carrying the force of creation in her very being. Now that her memories were returning, she was beginning to understand what she had been made to carry and why it had been locked away so carefully in mortal flesh. That knowledge was heavy, and it was growing heavier with every mile they climbed toward the mountain's heart. How much further? Linger asked, not bothering to hide her impatience. The wind goddess was starting to feel confined by the narrow path, her need for movement frustrated by the necessity of careful footing. I can sense something ahead, something that tastes like divinity and regret in equal measure. How much further until we reach her? How much longer until we complete the circle? Luo Shichen, who had insisted on accompanying them north, answered from the rear of their line with the certainty of someone who had always known the answer. She moved through the dark space as easily as through daylight, her blindness making the physical path irrelevant. She could navigate dimensions that sighted people could not even perceive. The shrine sits in the next valley, she said, her voice carrying knowledge that went deeper than simple geography. The blind priestess spoke with the certainty of someone who had seen these futures unfold in her mind 1,000 times. But the shrine is not the problem. The problem is what the shrine has been teaching itself to keep locked away. The fifth goddess sealed herself in deliberately. She understood what she was, understood what she might do if her memories returned too quickly, understood the danger she represented to the world if she awoke without warning. She has been teaching herself, all these years, how to be small, how to be contained, how to limit the power that is her true nature. She has been meditating on smallness, on limitation, on the art of being less than what she could be. The mountain seemed to echo that warning. A boulder somewhere above them shifted, dislodged by wind or time or purpose. The sound of its fall grew louder rather than softer, gathering speed and intention as though gravity was emphasizing its point with each 100 feet of descent. Su Tianming felt the emperor seal tighten like a hand closing around his ribs. The air itself seemed to hold its breath, waiting to see if they would be crushed or if they would pass through to what came next. The mountainside seemed to be testing them, asking whether they were worthy of what awaited above. That sound was not accident. It was an announcement. The mountain was telling them that the fifth goddess had heard they were coming, and her response was building. The response was gathering power. The response was beginning to manifest in the physical world. Chapter 82. The first attack came in the form of the sky going wrong. It did not darken. It fractured. One moment the clouds were moving in reasonable patterns, following the thermals of the mountain passes. The next moment they were hanging like broken glass suspended in invisible hands. The light that fell through them came in sharp angles that cut rather than illuminated. The very air seemed to separate into layers, each one at a slightly different temperature, creating a visual distortion that made distant objects appear to move even when they were perfectly still. Distances became impossible to judge. Space became unreliable. The fundamental assumptions about how the world worked began to unravel. The effect was nauseating, disorienting. Su Tianming felt his stomach lurch as his eyes tried to process something that violated the basic rules of how sight was supposed to work. The world was becoming unreliable. The fundamental premises that kept reality coherent were starting to unravel. The normal rules of physics seemed to be suspended, replaced by something else, something that obeyed logic that human minds were not equipped to process. Linger felt it first. Her hand went to her sword, and the wind around her began moving in tight, dangerous circles. The wind sea goddess had learned to read the currents in the air the way other people read ground beneath their feet. She could sense the intrusion immediately, could feel the wrongness that the void's presence created in the natural patterns of air movement. Her body was already responding before her conscious mind had finished processing the danger. Every instinct told her that something massive was moving against them, and that instinct had been honed by centuries of warfare. "The void is here," she said, and her voice cut through the distortion like a blade. Not a question, a confirmation. The darkness in the sky was not metaphorical. The void's presence was creating actual disruption in the fundamental substance of the world. The air was becoming difficult to breathe, not because the composition was changing, but because the void was teaching it to stop supporting life. That was how the void worked. It did not attack with sudden violence. It taught things to stop being what they were, to cease functioning, to forget their purpose. It was corruption at the most basic level, transformation into non-being. It was the fundamental entropy that all things feared, the decay that all order resisted. Yunmei was already moving to higher ground, her adaptation allowing her to shift her weight and center of gravity in ways that the terrain would have made impossible for an ordinary person. The adaptive goddess was not running. She was repositioning, finding the places from which she could observe and respond most effectively. Her training from thousands of years of warfare had taught her that the best way to survive an attack was to understand it first, to see the pattern beneath the chaos, to find the logic in what seemed like random destruction. She needed to understand what the void was doing and why, because that understanding would tell her what she needed to do to counter it. Suyao turned in a slow circle, her palms glowing faintly green as she tried to read what was approaching. The keeper of life force could sense the lack, could feel the places where life energy was being drained away, could understand the pattern of how the void was moving toward them. Her face had gone very still, which was how she looked when she was processing information that scared her deeply. But underneath the fear was certainty. The keeper of life knew what she was being asked to protect, and she would not fail. The green glow in her hands grew brighter, becoming almost aggressive in its assertion of vitality in the face of what was trying to void it away. Hanyue had drawn her blade, and the composure in her face was the kind that came from centuries of war. The composed goddess had seen many battles. She had learned that panic accomplished nothing, that fear was a luxury that leaders could not afford, that the only useful response to an attack was to understand it clearly and respond to that understanding with absolute precision. She was already calculating responses, already understanding the geometry of the space, already preparing her defense against what she anticipated would come next. But underneath her composure was something else, a terrible certainty that this fight was going to cost them, that the void had finally decided to stop testing and start pushing. The game had reached a new level, and the stakes were no longer theoretical. The Emperor seal in Su Tianming's chest roared. Not fear. Recognition. The ancient enemy had not just sent servants. It had sent a fragment of itself, something with enough power to bend the light and make the mountain hold its breath. The fragment was not fully manifested, not completely present in the mortal realm, but it was enough. It was enough to challenge them. It was enough to kill them if they made mistakes. The power was real. The threat was absolute. The moment of testing had ended. They came down the pass from above in forms that refused to stay solid. 3 figures, maybe 4. It was difficult to count when they kept shifting between shapes. Human when it suited them. Something with too many joints when it did not. The void ash that clung to them moved like a living skin, peeling away and reattaching at random intervals. Where they walked, the stone turned gray and brittle, becoming something that was no longer quite matter but not quite void either. A transition state. A place between being and non-being. Death given temporary form. Run, Luo Shichen said from behind them. Now, her blind eyes saw further than anyone sighted once, and what she saw was a level of danger that required immediate retreat. Run toward the shrine. The girl is waking. Her power is rising. If you reach her in time, she can anchor this space. If you do not, none of you will survive what is coming. Linger laughed once. A sharp, bright sound in the dying world. I have stopped running. She moved before Su Tianming could speak, launching herself forward with a burst of wind chi that sent her flying at the approaching figures. For a moment, just one heartbeat, he thought she might actually be reckless enough to attack them alone. Then the wind around her condensed into a wall, and she used it to push the 3 void-touched creatures backward, buying distance. She was not trying to defeat them. She was trying to buy time. She was trying to create space for the others to move. The wind goddess was performing a dance of pure defense, showing the void that it could not simply overwhelm them, that they had teeth, that they could fight. Go, she shouted at them, her voice carrying the authority of someone who knew what she was doing. I will hold this ridge. I will keep them here. You reach the girl. You bring her to waking. Everything depends on that. Everything depends on reaching her before the void can fully manifest. Absolutely not, Hanyu said, already at Ling'er's side. You are insane, and I am apparently insane with you. The composed goddess drew her blade fully, and the steel sang with a note that echoed off the mountains. If we are standing, we stand together. That was the oath. That was the promise. I am not leaving you here to face this alone. The void creatures advanced again, their shapes becoming clearer as they approached. Not fully manifested, not fully here. They existed in the space between states, and that made them harder to kill than ordinary enemies. A sword could cut flesh. It could not cut the void, not without help, not without power that ran deeper than mortal cultivation. The creatures were made of hunger, and hunger did not die from conventional weapons. It had to be understood. It had to be rewritten. It had to be given something better to choose. But for now, the only way to stop it was force. The only language it understood was power. Su Tianming felt the answer rise in him, like something waking from a very long sleep. The Emperor's seal was moving now, demanding release, demanding that he stop holding back and start using the full weight of his power. The fragmented Emperor was being called to become something more complete, something more present, something that could stand against the force that had once threatened to destroy the heaven itself. The power wanted to manifest. The seal wanted to open. The Emperor wanted to be. The Emperor's seal exploded outward, not with violence, with authority, the kind that came from having once commanded the natural order and still remembering the language it answered to. The void creatures hissed like water touching hot metal, their forms fragmenting. The pressure of the Emperor's presence was too great. The fundamental authority embedded in Su Tianming's being was incompatible with their existence. They tried to reform, but the seal's pressure was too immense. One of them turned and fled back up the ridge, its half-solid body struggling against gravity it should not have been able to feel, but now could sense bearing down on it like a physical weight. The Emperor's will was pressing down on it, crushing it back toward the void from which it came. The other two died in place, their forms unraveling like knots finally being pulled apart by hands that knew the pattern. They came apart into nothing, into less than nothing, into the spaces between thoughts where void hunger tried to hide. But there was nowhere to hide from the authority of heaven. The authority of the Emperor was absolute. The authority of the seal was undeniable. The light returned to normal. The stone beneath their feet stopped being brittle. The mountain exhaled, relieved to be solid again, relieved to be part of the world instead of caught between states. Everything returned to the normal rules of reality. The void's touch faded. The corruption receded. But in that moment of clarity, Su Tianming understood the cost. The Emperor's seal was growing. With each use, with each return of power, it was becoming harder to contain. The fragmented Emperor was remembering what he had been, and remembering was dangerous. The more he remembered, the more he became, and becoming that might not be compatible with being the man he had learned to be through this journey. The power was awakening. The Emperor was returning, and the man was beginning to fade. Chapter 83 Silence after violence has a particular weight. Su Tianming stood in the middle of it, breathing carefully, while the Emperor's seal slowly retreated back into his center. The energy still burned, but it was contained again, sealed away, held back by the force of his will. His hands were shaking. That kind of power expenditure always came with a cost, and the cost was always the same. It made him remember too much. He remembered the throne room with its 1,000 pillars of white marble, each one carved from stone that had been blessed by the hands of artisans whose names had been forgotten ages ago. He remembered the feel of the Heaven Emperor's seal in his hands, actual hands, from another life, before reincarnation had broken everything into pieces. He remembered the weight of it, the responsibility of it, the way it had felt to be the center of all power, to have authority that was not questioned because the fundamental order of the world agreed with you. The sky answered to his commands. The earth moved at his word. The stars themselves would have rearranged themselves if he had asked it. The power had been absolute. The authority had been complete. The responsibility had been crushing. He also remembered what it felt like to lose that authority, and to accept that loss as the price of saving 5 goddesses who would go on to live and die without any memory of who they were. That sacrifice had been absolute. He had scattered himself so completely that he could not even fully reassemble now. The fragments were remembering each other, trying to coalesce, but the process was painful. It was like trying to gather light that had been refracted through 1,000 prisms back into a single beam. Something would be lost in the regathering. Something would be damaged beyond repair. The reunion could never be as clean as the scattering. That was magnificent, Yunmei said from her perch on the rock face above. She had climbed higher during the fight, finding the best vantage point from which to observe and respond. Also completely insane. You nearly brought the mountain down. There was approval in her voice, but also concern. The adaptive goddess understood that what she had just witnessed was not entirely under Su Tianming's control. The Emperor Seal had acted. He had simply provided the permission. I did what was necessary, Su Tianming said. His voice sounded strange to his own ears, carrying harmonics that belonged to the Emperor more than to the man. The void creatures would have killed us if I had hesitated. They would have forced us to choose between survival and reaching the fifth goddess. I chose survival. I chose to use the power. Linger's expression had shifted. The easy mischief was still there, but underneath it was something older. Something that had watched emperors rise and understood the burden in their shoulders. The second goddess was looking at him with the eyes of someone remembering divinity, and her assessment was not comforting. She was seeing the emperor beneath the man and recognizing the tension between what he had been and what he was trying to become. You are holding something back, she said. It was not an accusation. It was a recognition of truth. Even now, even with us, there is more in you than you have shown. More power than you are allowing to emerge. More of the emperor than you are letting surface. It was not a question. It was a statement of fact. The wind goddess could see the power coiled in his center. She could feel the authority that he was struggling to contain. She could read the story written in his aura, the story of the emperor trying to be human and the human beginning to fade. Yes, Su Tianming admitted. There was no point in lying to someone who could read divine signatures the way Linger could. She could see the power coiled in his center. She could feel the authority that he was struggling to contain. She could see the emperor beginning to wake. The seal is growing stronger with each use. If I use it fully, I might not be able to contain it again. I might not be able to remain human. The emperor might consume the man. The divinity might overwhelm the mortality. Su Yao had closed her eyes. When she opened them again, her eyes held layers that had not been there before. The fourth goddess was surfacing more rapidly now. The violence had accelerated her memories. She was remembering faster than the others, her memories arriving in waves that threatened to overwhelm her human consciousness. The enemy knew you were coming, she said, her voice carrying the certainty of someone who was beginning to see through divine eyes. It sent those creatures not because it thought they could win, but because it wanted to measure you, to understand what you have recovered, to assess whether you have regained enough power to be worth fighting directly. The void does not waste its fragments lightly. It sent them because you are a threat. It sent them to take your measure. That assessment sat cold in the air between them. The knowledge settled into them like ice water in the chest. They had been tested. The void had evaluated them. And by sending such powerful creatures, by revealing such direct opposition, the void had answered one crucial question. They mattered. They were significant. They were worth the void's direct attention. Luo Shichen stepped forward, her blind eyes somehow seeing more clearly than any of theirs. She was touching the stone where the void creatures had died, feeling the corruption that had been left behind, understanding the message that had been encoded in their very presence. The priestess was reading the signs. She was understanding what this attack meant. Come, she said. The shrine waits, and the girl in it is beginning to wake. The closer you draw to her, the faster this will all move. Time is no longer on our side. The enemy has stopped testing. It has begun the final push. Everything that was patient is now becoming urgent. Her blind eyes seemed to see futures branching ahead, all of them leading toward the same place. A confrontation that could not be avoided, a meeting that could not be delayed, a reckoning that was inevitable. The mountain had returned to ordinary, but that ordinariness was a lie. The void had been here. It had touched this place. It had left marks that would take decades to fully fade. But something fundamental had shifted. The ancient enemy was no longer distant. It was measuring them. It was learning. And for the first time since he had begun this journey, Su Tianming allowed himself to understand what that truly meant. The war was no longer something that was coming. The war had already started. The crisis had begun. Everything they did from this moment forward would be in response to an enemy that was no longer waiting, but was moving with purpose and hunger and intention. The hours of preparation were over. The age of crisis had begun. Chapter 84. The shrine sat in the next valley like a secret the mountain had been keeping for ages. It appeared suddenly when they rounded a corner of the ridge, stone walls covered in moss so thick it seemed to be reclaiming the structure from the material world itself. Roof tiles that had turned the color of water as centuries of rain had slowly transformed them, prayer bells that hung silent in wind that should have been moving them. The whole structure seemed designed to minimize its own existence, to be as unobtrusive as a sacred space possibly could. It was the kind of place that people would pass by without noticing, which meant that whoever had built it had understood the value of hiding in plain sight, of being protected not by walls, but by the simple fact that most eyes were trained not to see what they were not expecting, which only made Su Tianming more certain that it was a trap, and that the trap had been waiting with considerable patience. The trap had been waiting for them specifically. The shrine existed in this location not by accident, but by design. The fifth goddess had chosen this place because it offered the right balance of isolation and accessibility, enough distance from civilization to allow her to exist without drawing attention, enough proximity to paths and settlements to allow those who truly needed to find her to do so. She was hiding, but not in absolute isolation. She was sealed, but with the kind of seal that allowed the right people to pass through. The shrine was waiting, and now they had arrived. "Where is she?" Linger asked, moving down toward the shrine with the caution of someone who had finally decided that caution mattered. The wind goddess had already expended significant energy holding the void creatures, and she was aware that her reserves were not infinite. She needed to be strategic now. She needed to be careful. The easy confidence had been replaced by tactical awareness. The battle ahead would require everything they had. Hanwha did not answer immediately. She was listening to something the rest of them could not hear. Her cultivation extended outward in spirals of intent that reached far beyond the physical boundaries of the shrine. The composed goddess was reading the patterns of divine energy that should have been present if a goddess were truly sleeping here, trying to understand what was actually happening beneath the surface of this place. Her military mind was calculating the defensive positions, understanding the geometry of the space, preparing for what might come. When she finally spoke, her voice was smaller than usual, carrying the weight of realization. "Below," she said. "Deep below. She is in chambers beneath the shrine, and she is." Hanwha paused, searching for the right word. "She is awake, but not the way the others were. This is different. This is not a sleeping goddess beginning to remember. This is a goddess who has been teaching herself to be asleep while remaining aware. The seal is not holding her down. She is holding herself down, and that restraint is collapsing. She is holding herself in place, but the strength to do so is running out. Her power is growing. Her need for release is becoming more urgent. She cannot hold the seal much longer." Suyao was already moving toward the shrine entrance, drawn by the resonance of life energy. Her hands were glowing a soft green, and her steps had the inevitability of someone walking toward something they had to understand, regardless of the cost. The keeper of life force could feel the power beneath the shrine like a second heartbeat beneath the earth, vast and ancient and beginning to wake. It was the pulse of creation itself, the force of growth and life made manifest. "The girl has power," Xiao said, and her voice carried awe mixed with fear. "So much power it is like trying to see the sun at noon. It is everywhere and nowhere at once. It is bleeding into the world even though she is still beneath the earth. It is starting to burn through the seals that were meant to hold it. She is a creature of such power that the very ground trembles with her existence. When she wakes, the world will shake." The shrine's entrance was unmarked. No names carved into the stone. No symbols carved into the frame. Just an opening in the wall that led downward into darkness. Torches hung in iron brackets along the walls inside, and each one was lit, though there was no sign of anyone tending them. The flames burned with a pure, white light that did not cast shadows. It was unnatural light, divine light, the kind of illumination that came from the presence of great power carefully controlled. Someone, something, was maintaining those flames from within, was keeping the light burning as a beacon for those who came seeking. The air that rose from below was cold and strange. Not the cold of winter. The cold of something that had been sleeping for a very long time and was only now beginning to move again. It was the temperature of potential, of power not yet released, of energy held in suspension by the sheer force of will. Su Tianming felt the emperor's seal stir once, carefully, the way you might test a wound to see if it has healed. The seal was responding to what was below, recognizing a power that matched its own in scope and nature. The fifth goddess was no small divinity. She was something vast, something ancient, something that had been hidden away for good reason. Luo Shichen descended first, her blindness making the darkness irrelevant. She moved with the certainty of someone who could navigate spaces that others could not see, who could read the spiritual geography of a place more clearly than its physical structure. As she descended, she spoke back up to them, her blind eyes seeing further than sighted ones could reach. "Careful," she called back up the steps. "The girl who waits at the bottom is the one whose memory was sealed most deeply. When she wakes, everything will accelerate. The enemy will know. The void will begin its push in earnest. There is no gradual awakening anymore. There is only the breaking of the seal and what comes after. Once she remembers fully, the timeline changes. The slow build becomes a sprint. Everything that was patient becomes urgent. Everything accelerates. Are you ready for that? Are you ready for the world to change?" The question hung in the air, unanswered, as they descended together into the dark, deeper into the earth, deeper into the shrine, deeper into the presence of power that was beginning to wake. Chapter 85. The chambers beneath the shrine were vast. Not in the way buildings could be vast, with length and width and height that could be measured with tools and understood through simple geometry. This was a different kind of vastness. It was the space a power reserves for itself when it needs to sleep for centuries. It was volume that existed not just in the physical world but in the spiritual dimensions as well. Chambers that opened onto planes of reality that ordinary perception could not access. The walls seemed to extend infinitely in all directions, folding through dimensions that the eye could not follow. The walls were carved from a stone that had never seen daylight, and that stone was covered in inscriptions in a language that did not use words so much as concepts. The glyphs seemed to move when you were not looking directly at them, as though they were alive, as though meaning itself was something that could take physical form and change depending on who was reading it. Tianming could read parts of it, because parts of it were written in the old language of the Heaven Emperor. The glyphs of command, the symbols of absolute authority, warnings, mostly, seals, locks, arrangements of power designed to keep something from waking up too fast or too angry. The inscriptions covered every available surface, and they were detailed, specific, focused on the particular task of containing a goddess whose power was so vast that it could not be confined in a normal way. The ancients had carved not just barriers but entire philosophical frameworks into the stone, trying to convince the imprisoned goddess to remain asleep through the sheer force of their reasoning and intention. They had used words and power and pure will to create a cage that would hold indefinitely, or so they had hoped. All of them, he realized with cold certainty, were beginning to fail. Cracks ran through the inscriptions. Seal marks that should have glowed with enforcing power were dark, their light gradually being absorbed or extinguished by something from below. Someone had been breaking them down from the inside, piece by piece, for months, maybe longer. The girl who was waking had been dismantling her own cage, stone by stone. Not with violence, but with patience. Not with force, but with the gradual pressure of consciousness returning, of awareness that she should not be imprisoned anymore, of the simple fact that seals weakened when the one being sealed no longer accepted their necessity. She had been teaching herself to wake. She had been preparing for this moment. She had been ready. At the center of the main chamber sat a figure in white robes. She was meditating. Her hands rested palms up on her knees. Her breathing moved the air in perfect rhythm, slow and steady and infinitely patient. She could have been mortal, completely ordinary, if not for one detail. Where she sat, reality was struggling. The light moved wrong around her. Colors were slightly off. The sound of everyone's footsteps seemed to arrive at her position both instantly and after a delay, as though sound was being refracted through multiple dimensions of space simultaneously. She existed in multiple places at once. She was folding reality around herself like a garment. She sits in more than one place at once, Yunmei whispered, and her adaptive nature could barely process what she was seeing. I have never seen anything like that. She is existing in multiple states of being simultaneously. She is here and not here. She is awake and sleeping. She is present and absent at the same time. That should not be possible, but here she is, doing it anyway. She has already gone beyond the boundaries of what divinity is supposed to be capable of. The girl opened her eyes. They were silver. Not reflective silver like polished metal. Silver like the sky at dawn, like the light behind light, like something that had been looking at the structure of existence for so long that it had learned to see in wavelengths mortal eyes were not supposed to manage. The eyes held universes. They held the patterns that govern reality itself. They held understanding so deep and comprehensive that it made you dizzy just trying to glimpse what they contained. Those eyes had seen the structure of creation. Those eyes understood the code that held reality together. When she smiled, Tianming felt the whole world hitch. "Hello," she said, voice soft and carrying harmonics that suggested she was speaking in multiple tones at once, as though different versions of herself from different times were speaking in unison. "You took long enough to arrive. I have been waiting for ages." "Well, waiting. That is not quite the right word for what this has been. Waiting implies time passing normally. This has been more like preservation, preparation, a necessary sleep that I orchestrated myself because I understood that waking without warning would cost too many lives. I have been teaching myself to sleep peacefully while my sisters awakened. I have been holding myself down with bonds of my own creation, bonds that only they could help me break." She stood. The motion seemed to take longer than it should have, or shorter, or something that made the observer's eyes water when they tried to follow it. The movement was not linear. It was multidirectional. When she was upright, she looked directly at Tianming, and her silver eyes recognized him in a way that went deeper than simple visual identification. She was seeing his entire existence. She was reading him the way you might read a book that had been written in divine script. "Welcome back, Emperor," she said. "The fifth voice is delighted to see you. I was beginning to worry you had forgotten how to grieve properly. The Star Keeper remembers the last time we stood together, and she has been holding that memory for you, waiting for the day you would return to claim it. That day is now. That time is here. Let the awakening begin. Let the transformation commence. The age of hiding is over." Chapter 86. The next valley beyond the shrine became something other than natural landscape. The stone faces had begun to show what could only be described as corruption, not the kind of corruption that rotted from the inside out, where age and decay were natural processes. This was corruption that came from outside, from the seeping influence of something vast and wrong, trying to reshape matter to match its own nature. The rock was turning gray in patterns that made no geological sense, forming spirals and impossible angles that seemed designed to hurt the eyes of anyone who tried to focus on them. The ground beneath their feet was becoming brittle, developing cracks that descended deeper than gravity should allow, into chasms that did not quite exist, but which everyone could feel were present in ways that normal perception could not quite catch. The air was worse. It did not move correctly. The wind seemed to hesitate between gusts, as though something was pushing back against its natural flow. The temperature fluctuated without pattern, moments of intense cold followed by sudden, inexplicable warmth, neither of them comfortable, both of them suggesting that the fundamental laws of physics were being gently bent by an intelligence that was testing the boundaries of what reality could be forced to tolerate. The light that filtered through the mountain passes seemed to arrive at the wrong angles, creating shadows that did not correspond to any physical light source, suggesting that reality was being observed from multiple dimensions simultaneously, each one casting shadows that belonged to different versions of how space could be organized. "The void is here," Xiao said, and her hands were glowing with life force, trying desperately to maintain the patterns of growth and vitality that should have been present in these valleys. The keeper of life force could feel the absence, could sense the places where the void's touch had drained life from the ground itself. Not fully manifested, not completely present, but its influence is spreading. It is teaching this place how to stop being matter. It is converting the physical into something less defined, less stable, less real. "The mountains are dying." "Not dying," Hanyu corrected, and her eyes were tracking patterns in the corruption that the others could not quite see. The composed goddess was reading the structure of what was happening, understanding the geometry of how the void was working. Transforming. The void does not kill things. It teaches them to stop being what they were. It teaches them to accept a different state of being. It is the most patient corruption in existence, because it does not fight resistance. It simply teaches, waits, and eventually the thing being transformed accepts its new nature. The creatures they encountered were the worst proof of that principle. They came around a corner of stone and found something that looked like it had once been a mountain goat, but which had been transformed into something that violated every rule of how a living thing should function. It existed in multiple states simultaneously, solid in some places, translucent in others, as though different parts of it occupied different versions of reality. Its legs did not move in sequence, but seemed to teleport from position to position without actually crossing the space between. Its eyes were voids themselves, dark absences where eyes should be, and when it looked at them, it was looking at them from multiple angles simultaneously. The creature made a sound that should not have had a physical cause, a wail that seemed to come from inside the observer's own mind rather than from the beast's throat. "It is suffering," Yunmei whispered, and for once her usual lightness was completely absent. The adaptive goddess was seeing through her divine memory how to read the creature's state. That is what the void does. It does not kill painlessly. It teaches things to accept states of being that feel like torment, and the creatures accept the transformation because the alternative is to resist, and resistance requires will, and will becomes exhausted eventually. The creature is no longer suffering because it wants to. It is suffering because it has learned to accept that suffering is its current state. Linger moved with sudden violence, drawing her power to create a wind so sharp and cutting that it shredded the corrupted creature apart in a mercy that was as brutal as it was kind. The wind goddess was not attacking the void. She was releasing a goddess's compassion in the form of swift termination. The creature's suffering ended. The void did not even seem to notice the loss. "There will be more," Luo Shichen said from behind them, her blind eyes seeing further than the sighted ones could manage. "The void is testing. It is learning how you respond. It is understanding what kind of power the five goddesses have recovered. It is measuring you while it decides whether to push for full manifestation or whether to withdraw and continue its waiting. Every creature it sends is a question. Every test is a choice about whether you are worth what it would cost the void to defeat you. The path upward became harder, not because the terrain was worse, but because their own power was beginning to resonate with what was trying to corrupt the space around them. The more they ascended, the more present the void's influence became, and the more their divine nature began to react against it. It was like walking into water that was slowly heating up, except what was heating was not temperature but wrongness, pressure, the constant awareness that something vast and ancient was paying attention to them, evaluating them, preparing for something. Chapter 87. The shrine chambers beneath the main structure opened up into caverns that had never been meant to see light. These were spaces carved from the deep earth by ancient hands that understood something about the nature of sacred places, about how to create sanctuary in the places where the barrier between worlds was thinnest. The walls were covered in inscriptions that predated civilization, symbols carved by cultivators who had long since become mythology themselves. Some of the glyphs were written in languages that had no speakers left in the modern age, preserved only in the memory of divine beings who had lived through their creation. But the inscriptions were becoming obscured. Something was spreading across them, a coating of gray that seemed to grow like frost, covering the carved meanings, transforming them into illegibility. The void was reaching even here, even deep beneath the earth, teaching the stone to forget what had been carved into it. The seals that had been maintaining the shrine for generations were beginning to fail, their power being absorbed and transformed, their intent being reshaped into something that served hunger rather than protection. "She is close," Xiao said, and she was moving toward the deepest chamber with the directness of someone whose life force sense could perceive something that the others could only feel as proximity. The keeper of life force was following the resonance of divine power, descending toward a presence so vast and profound that just being in its vicinity made the air feel thicker, heavier, more real. "The fifth goddess is here. She is beneath us. She is waiting." When they reached the lowest chamber, they found not walls but the entire mountain opening up into vastness that made no sense. The chamber should not have been able to exist within the structure of the peak. It should have collapsed under its own weight. But the space was held together by something other than stone, something other than gravity, something that answered to laws that physical matter did not usually obey. At the center of the chamber sat a figure in white robes, perfectly still, perfectly silent, perfectly whole except for the way reality was bending around her in ways that suggested her stillness was not peace, but effort, not acceptance, but the most fundamental act of will. "She has sealed herself," Hanyue said. An understanding came into her voice, the recognition of what she was seeing. The composed goddess understood the patterns of power, the ways that divinity could be locked away, the means by which a being could choose imprisonment over freedom. The fifth goddess did not come here to hide. She came here to contain herself. She is holding her own power in check. She is restraining herself through meditation, through conscious effort, through the absolute denial of her own divinity. The figure opened her eyes. They were silver, but not silver like polished metal. Silver like possibility, like the space before fate commits to a particular timeline, like the intersection of all possible futures holding themselves in suspension before deciding which one would be real. When the silver eyes opened, everything in the chamber seemed to pause for a moment, as though reality itself was holding its breath. "The enemy knows I am waking," the girl said, her voice soft and carrying harmonics that made the air vibrate at frequencies that human ears should not be able to perceive. "The void is pushing harder because it understands what I represent. It understands that I am the anchor point. It understands that my awakening will change the nature of the confrontation entirely. It is testing the boundaries of its reach because it is desperate. It is afraid." "Of what?" Su Tianming asked, feeling the Emperor seal stir in response to the raw power in the chamber. "Of transformation," the Star Keeper said, and her silver eyes shifted to look at him with an intensity that suggested she was seeing not just him but all the versions of him that could exist, all the possibilities branching from his choices. "The void has hunger. It has always had hunger. But hunger is the nature of the void. It cannot be changed. Or so the void has always believed. But I remember possibilities. I remember timelines. I remember versions of this confrontation where the void becomes something other than itself. The void is afraid that if I fully awaken, I will show it what those possibilities are. The void is afraid of transformation, and it is right to be afraid, because transformation is exactly what we are going to offer it." Chapter 88. The ascent to the shrine's highest chambers took longer than it should have. Not because the distance was greater than anticipated, but because reality itself was becoming unreliable. The steps beneath their feet did not always connect in the ways that geometry suggested they should. A flight of stairs would lead to a landing that was somehow in the wrong spatial relationship to where it should be. Doorways opened into passages that seemed longer than the building's exterior dimensions could accommodate. It was as though the shrine existed partially in multiple dimensions, and as they climbed higher, they were moving through increasingly more of those dimensions simultaneously. Tianming felt the Emperor's seal pushing outward, demanding full manifestation, wanting to reshape the space around them through sheer force of authority. But he held it back, understanding that what they were experiencing was not an attack, but a test, and using too much power might cause the shrine to collapse entirely. The fifth goddess was testing whether they were worthy of reaching her. The shrine itself had become the measure. The void was there too, but more subtly. It was not attacking anymore. It was following, learning, understanding the path that the five goddesses and the emperor were taking. It was measuring them, assessing them, considering whether they represented enough of a threat to require intervention. The confrontation was no longer something in the future. The confrontation had already begun. Yunmei was adapting to the shifting geometry with a fluidity that the others could not quite manage. The adaptive goddess was flowing around the obstacles, finding paths that curved through dimensions that the other goddesses did not quite perceive. She was becoming less solid herself, less bound to the three-dimensional world, more willing to accept the strangeness that the shrine's ancient construction was imposing on them. She was learning the language of this place, becoming fluent in impossible architecture. "The shrine is alive," she said, her voice carrying wonder rather than fear. "I think it always has been. Not conscious in the way we are conscious, but alive, aware, responding to the presence of divinity. It is reacting to us. The fifth goddess built it to be her guardian. Now it is testing whether we are worthy of meeting her. Now it is deciding whether to allow us to reach her fully or whether to reject us and return us to the lower chambers." "What does it want from us?" Linger asked, and the wind goddess sounded frustrated rather than frightened. She wanted to simply fight or blow through the obstacles. She wanted direct conflict. She did not want to negotiate with buildings or play games with architecture that refused to follow normal rules. "Acceptance," xianxia said, and her voice carried certainty that came from seeing further than the others could perceive. The Star Keeper was reading the patterns of what the shrine was asking. The shrine wants to know if we accept that the fifth goddess is different, if we accept that her sealing is necessary, if we accept that her power is so vast that she needed to hide it from herself, needed to teach herself to be small, needed to meditate on limitation so that she would not accidentally destroy the world with her existence. The shrine wants to know if we will love her even if her divinity is too great to be contained in normal ways. The answer was not spoken. It was felt. All five goddesses opened themselves at once, channeling power through the shrine, showing acceptance, showing love, showing that they understood what sacrifice the fifth goddess had made, sealing herself away so that the world would not be unmade by her presence. They were speaking in the language the shrine understood, the language of divine will and intention. The passages opened. Chapter 89. The highest shrine chamber was not a room, but a reflection. It was as though the fifth goddess had carved her meditation space in mirror, creating walls that reflected not light but intention, that showed not images but the fundamental structure of how divinity could understand itself. The walls were covered with inscriptions that made sense only when you read them from multiple angles simultaneously, understanding that each side was showing a different facet of the same truth. The floor seemed to extend infinitely downward, as though you could fall forever into spaces that existed only in the conceptual dimensions of divine understanding. And at the center sat the fifth goddess. She was no longer in white robes. She was in the form that her divine nature had chosen for itself, the shape that her power preferred when it was not constrained by the need to be small. Her form shifted even as they watched, not unstably, but as though she was deliberately moving between states, showing them what she contained. One moment, she was human-shaped and solid. The next, she was something vast and impossible, a form that made the eyes hurt to perceive, that seemed to occupy space in ways that violated the fundamental assumptions about how space was supposed to work. "Hello," she said, and her voice was a symphony of voices, the sound of countless universes singing in unison, the resonance of all the possibilities she contained. "I have been waiting. I have been patient. I have been teaching myself to wait, because waiting is what I needed to learn. I am the Star Keeper. I am the keeper of possibilities. I see all the timelines, all the branches, all the versions of what could be. But seeing is not choosing. I had to learn to wait while the other four remembered themselves. I had to learn to meditate on limitation while they were recovering power. I had to learn that the universe does not collapse just because I want it to. That is the discipline I have been practicing in my sealing." Tianming felt the Emperor's seal resonate with recognition, resonating with the raw power in the chamber, understanding that he was standing in the presence of one of the 5 fundamental forces of creation, one of the 5 goddesses who had given everything so that humanity could exist. "Your ceiling is failing," the 5th goddess said, and her silver eyes turned to look at him with an intensity that suggested she was looking at him across time itself, seeing all the versions of him that had ever existed or could exist. "The void is pushing harder. The void is aware that I am waking. The void will not wait much longer. In days, perhaps weeks, the barrier will fail. In days, perhaps weeks, the void will push through completely. And when that happens, the whole world changes. The whole age changes. The war becomes real. We are ready," Lingir said, and her voice carried the fierce certainty of someone who had waited for the opportunity to fight, who had hungered for the moment when patience ended and action became possible. The wind goddess was ready for what came next. She was ready to become fully divine. She was ready to stand against the void without holding back. "No," the 5th goddess said gently. "You are ready to fight. You are ready to use power. You are ready to face the void with strength. But what comes next is not about strength. What comes next is about transformation. What comes next is about offering the void something it has never been offered before. What comes next is about giving the void the choice to become something other than what it has always been. The war does not end when you defeat the enemy. The war ends when you give the enemy the chance to choose to stop being an enemy." She stood, and the motion was not quite motion, more like a rearrangement of probability, a decision about which version of her physical form should be present in the immediate moment. "Come," she said. "There is much to prepare. The void is waking. The enemy is beginning its final push. Everything changes now. Everything becomes possible now. And everything depends on whether you have the courage to offer transformation instead of demanding destruction." Chapter 90. The descent from the shrine took longer than the ascent. Not because the path was harder or the distance greater, but because they were all different now. The 5 goddesses had been separate and scattered. Now they were together. They had recovered their individual divine natures, but they had also remembered something else. They remembered that they were always meant to be together, that their individual powers were meant to work in concert, that divinity was not about isolation but about connection. Tianming could feel the change resonating through the Emperor's seal. The 5 goddesses were aligned now. They were moving in concert. The power they carried was unified rather than fragmented. When all 5 were together, they created something that was more than the sum of their individual strengths. They created harmony. They created purpose. They created inevitability. The void could sense it too. The pressure that had been building throughout their journey intensified as they descended. The void was no longer patient. The void was beginning to manifest, beginning to push against the barriers that held it back, beginning to move with purpose toward the mortal realm. The ancient enemy understood that the 5 goddesses were now fully awakened, and the ancient enemy understood what that meant. The war had truly begun. As they emerged from the shrine and began the journey back down the northern mountains, toward the coast, toward the sealed breach where the void's presence was strongest, Tianming understood what was coming. He understood that the next confrontation would not be like the plateau, where they had stood against fragments of the void. The next confrontation would be against something far more vast, something that contained a true portion of the void's consciousness, something that could not be defeated through force alone. But he also understood that this was necessary. This was what they had been building toward. This was the moment when sacrifice became real, when choice became unavoidable, when the 5 goddesses and the emperor would have to decide what they were willing to give up to save the mortal realm. The 5th goddess walked beside him as they descended, her form mostly stable now, mostly human in appearance, though her eyes still held the infinity of all possible futures. "You will have to choose," she said, and her voice was gentle but unavoidable. "When the void manifests fully, when the confrontation becomes real, you will have to choose between 3 paths. Each one will cost you something. Each one will transform you in ways that cannot be reversed. The choice you make in that moment will determine not just whether the world survives, but what kind of world survives." "What are the choices?" Tianming asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. "That," the 5th goddess said, her silver eyes reflecting the late afternoon sun as they emerged from the shrine shadow, "is what we must discover together. That is what the next days will teach us. That is what the void will force us to understand." The mountains fell away behind them, and the world opened up again before them, vast and beautiful and fragile, waiting to see whether the 5 goddesses and the Heaven Emperor could find a way to save it without losing themselves entirely. Chapter 91. The journey back to the coast took 3 days. 3 days of walking through increasingly familiar terrain, watching as the void's influence gradually diminished in the distance from its primary manifestation point. The corrupted creatures became less frequent. The warped geometry of the landscape returned to something approaching normal. The gray discoloration on the rocks began to fade, as though the mountain itself was healing now that the overwhelming force of divine presence was no longer driving the corruption deeper. But the pressure in the air did not ease. If anything, it intensified. The void was gathering itself. The five goddesses could feel it, a vast accumulation of hunger and intention moving toward the moment of manifestation. It was like watching a storm build on the horizon, understanding the power that was being concentrated, waiting for the moment when it would release. The void was making its choice. After months of deliberation, of testing, of measuring, the ancient enemy was deciding whether to manifest fully or to withdraw and continue its eternal wait. Wei Shuang met them on the third day, emerging from the coastal mist as though she had been waiting for exactly this moment, had calculated the precise instant when they would arrive. She was standing on the beach, her feet in the shallow water, her hand resting on something beneath the waves that she seemed to be maintaining with constant effort. "The breach is failing," she said without preamble, her voice carrying the weariness of someone who had been holding back an ocean with her hands for far longer than she should have been able to. "The void is pushing harder. The pressure is constant now. I can hold for maybe another day, perhaps two. After that, the seal will give way, and the void will pour through, and we will have a true avatar of the ancient enemy to contend with. We need to move. We need to position ourselves. We need to prepare for what is coming." The five goddesses gathered in a circle, their hands linked, their power flowing between them in patterns that had been established across ages of previous battles, previous wars, previous confrontations that existed now only in their recovered memories. Su Tianming stood at the center, feeling the emperor seal build toward its inevitable manifestation, understanding that the time for holding back was ending. "How long do we have?" xianxia asked, and her voice carried the serene certainty of someone reading futures, seeing the branching paths that existed ahead, understanding which ones were still possible and which ones had already collapsed into inevitability. "Until the seal fails," Wei Shuang said. "After that, until the void has gathered enough presence in the mortal realm to begin its true work. Days at most. Possibly less if the void decides to push with all of its concentration. Then we prepare," Han Yue said, and the composed goddess sounded like she was going to war, like she was preparing for the final battle that would determine whether existence continued or whether everything would be unmade. "We gather those who will stand with us. We position ourselves. We prepare to meet the void on our terms rather than on its terms. We prepare to offer it transformation," Jiang Xianyue said, and her silver eyes reflected possibilities that the others could not quite perceive. "We prepare to show the void what it could become if it chose to change. We prepare to give the ancient enemy the option that it has never been offered before." Chapter 92. The preparation was not military. Su Tianming had expected it to be. He had expected the five goddesses to gather followers, to assemble an army, to position cultivators and priests and warriors at strategic locations. But instead, what happened was something entirely different. The five goddesses began to work with the priestesses, gathering knowledge, preserving understanding, creating records of what they had learned, what they remembered, what they could offer. Su Yao worked with the herbalists and physicians, teaching them how to maintain life force strength, how to help people who had been touched by void corruption, how to create centers of healing that could survive what was coming. The Keeper of Life Force was building networks of protection, creating sanctuaries not through military strength, but through the simple power of maintaining life and growth and possibility. Linger spent her time on the docks and in the merchant quarters, making certain that the common people understood what was coming. She was not hiding the danger. She was making certain that people knew the truth, that they could prepare, that they understood the stakes. The Wind Goddess was teaching people not to panic, to understand that survival would require not heroics but steadiness, not grand sacrifice but simple persistence. Han Yue worked with the sect leaders, helping them understand how to organize without conflict, how to position cultivators not as defenders of sect interests, but as protectors of the mortal realm itself. The composed goddess was reshaping the political landscape, moving the power structures of the immortal world toward alignment without demanding obedience. Unmake became the bridge between the divine and the mortal, helping people understand what it meant that goddesses were real, that divinity existed, that the ancient stories might not be myth, but history waiting to be rediscovered. The adaptive goddess was reshaping human understanding, allowing for the possibility that the world was larger and stranger and more divine than civilization had been taught to believe. and xianxia descended into the ancient libraries, reading texts that crumbled at her touch, understanding patterns of power and prophecy that predated recorded history, searching for some path through the coming confrontation that would not require the sacrifice that Wei Shuang had warned about. The Star Keeper was racing against time, trying to find a solution that did not exist, trying to discover the third path that kept getting further away the harder she looked for it. Chapter 93. The Void's manifestation began not as an opening, but as a whisper. It started with reports coming in from the coastal settlements. The water was changing. The fish were disappearing or being transformed into things that were not quite fish anymore, creatures that existed partially in the void spaces, entities that were becoming something other than what they had always been. The ocean was beginning to fail. The fundamental patterns of life in the water were being taught to accept a different state of being. Then the light changed. At first it was subtle. The sunset began to last longer than it should, not because the sun was moving slowly, but because the light was being refracted through something that did not quite exist in normal space. The colors were wrong. The red was too deep, the orange too sharp, as though wavelengths of light were being bent by forces that had no rightful place in the natural world. The stars appeared before the sun fully set. Reality was becoming thin. The barriers between worlds were beginning to dissolve. Wei Shuang came to them with blood on her hands. "The seal is failing," she said, and her voice was hoarse, desperate, the voice of someone who had been fighting for survival and was beginning to understand that the fight could not be maintained. The void is pushing with all of its concentration now. It is no longer testing. It is no longer measuring. It has made its choice, and its choice is manifestation. The ancient enemy wants to be present in the mortal realm. The hunger wants to emerge. The time of sealing is over. Su Tianming gathered the 5 goddesses in the innermost temple, the place where the oldest shrines held the weight of ages of prayer and intention. The atmosphere was heavy, charged with the knowledge that this was the moment of choice, the instant where everything would change, the second that would determine the fate of the world. "The seal is failing within hours," Wei Shuang said, and Luo Shichen was with her now, the blind priestess's presence suggesting that what was coming was significant enough to require the attention of those who could see futures. "The void will manifest. It will push through completely. And when it does, you will have to choose. All 6 of you, Emperor and 5 goddesses. You will have to decide what you are willing to sacrifice to save the mortal realm." The weight of that choice settled on them like stone. Chapter 90. For the void breached the seal in the early morning, while the sun was still rising, while the light was still uncertain about how much of the sky it would illuminate. It did not come through violently. It came through deliberately, carefully, as though the ancient enemy was still measuring them, still deciding whether this was the right choice, still contemplating whether manifestation in the mortal realm was worth the cost. The breach opened like a door being unlocked, like a seal being removed, like the barriers that had held for ages were suddenly accepting that resistance was futile. And something vast began to emerge. It was not fully physical. It was not completely spiritual. It was something that existed in the space between, a manifestation of hunger and intelligence, and the ancient desire to unmake reality into simpler states. The void's avatar was taking form, was becoming present in the mortal realm, was beginning the work of corruption that had been delayed for ages. The 5 goddesses stood together, their hands linked, their power flowing in a pattern that had been designed across millennia of previous battles. Su Tianming stood at their center, feeling the Emperor's seal roar toward full manifestation, understanding that the time for hiding, for restraint, for holding back was over. "Now," the Star Keeper said, her silver eyes reflecting the void that was emerging, seeing all the versions of what could happen, understanding which paths led to survival and which led to ending. "Now we offer the void what it has never been offered before. Now we give the ancient enemy the choice to transform. Now we begin the work that will determine whether the world survives or whether everything becomes void." The 5 goddesses began to sing. It was not music in the way that mortal ears would have understood it. It was the sound of divinity expressing itself in perfect harmony, the resonance of 5 ancient powers channeling their nature through a common intent. It was the language of creation being spoken backward, not to unmake but to remake, not to simplify but to offer complexity, not to consume but to invite transformation. And the void began to listen. Chapter 95. The void's avatar continued to emerge, continued to take form, but something in its manifestation had changed. It was no longer moving with the blind hunger of something determined to consume and destroy. It was moving with a kind of curiosity, with the sense that something unexpected was happening, something that the ancient enemy had not anticipated, something that might require the void to reconsider its fundamental nature. The five goddesses were showing the void what it could become. They were channeling through their song the memory of what the void had been before it became hunger, the echo of some vast intelligence that had existed before the age of consuming, some previous state where the void had been something other than absence and appetite. They were reminding the void of a version of itself that might exist, might be possible, might be worth the cost of transformation. Su Tianming felt the emperor seal build to its absolute peak, understood that the next moment would determine everything, that his choice in this instant would reshape the world, that the fragmented emperor was being called to become whole and present and undeniable. The void's avatar paused. It was still emerging. It was still manifesting. But it was no longer moving with the absolute certainty of something determined to destroy. It was moving with something that might have been called hesitation, might have been called consideration, might have been the ancient enemy experiencing something it had never experienced before, the possibility of choice. And in that moment of hesitation, xianxia moved forward, her silver eyes reflecting all possible futures, her divine nature opening to accept what the void was offering, her consciousness preparing to merge with something that should never be merged with anything, her will preparing to bridge what should never be bridged. The Star Keeper stepped toward the avatar of hunger, toward the manifestation of ancient hunger, toward the void itself, with the certainty of someone walking toward her destiny, walking toward the sacrifice that would change everything, walking toward transformation that could not be reversed. The void's avatar reached toward her, and everything changed. Chapter 96. The void's avatar reached toward xianxia, and in that moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. The Starkeeper did not pull back. She did not hesitate. She did not show any of the fear that a rational being should have shown when confronted with something vast and ancient and fundamentally incompatible with life as it was normally understood. Instead, she opened herself completely, accepting the void consciousness as it began to flow into her being, beginning the merger that would transform her forever, starting the work of becoming a bridge that held two fundamentally opposite states in simultaneous existence. The pain of it was profound. It was not physical pain, not the kind that came from assault or violence. It was the pain of becoming something other than what you were, of accepting that your fundamental nature was about to change, of understanding that the person you had been was going to cease to exist in that form and be replaced by something entirely new. Xianxia felt herself beginning to unravel, felt the boundaries of her consciousness beginning to stretch beyond what they were meant to contain, felt the void consciousness beginning to teach her what it meant to be absence, to be the lack of being, to be the hunger that had existed since before time itself was created. But underneath the pain was something else. Purpose. Understanding. The knowledge that this was exactly what she had been meant to do, that her entire existence had been preparation for this moment, that the age of hiding was over and the age of becoming was beginning. The Star Keeper accepted what was happening to her with the calm of someone who had seen this exact moment in every branch of the future and had chosen freely to walk this path. The five goddesses held the pattern. They maintained the frame. They ensured that the merger was guided by intention rather than accident, that the void consciousness could flow into xianxia without overwhelming her entirely, that the transformation was deliberate rather than catastrophic. They were anchoring their sister, holding her steady while she became something new, maintaining the connection to her divine nature even as it was being transformed into something that was also partially void. Chapter 97. The merger lasted hours. It was not a moment, but a process, not a single instant, but a sustained transformation that required constant effort from all six of them. Xianxia felt layers of her consciousness being peeled away and replaced with understanding that came from the void's perspective, felt her perception of reality being fundamentally altered, felt the hunger in a way that was almost incomprehensible to a being that had never experienced appetite in that absolute form. The void consciousness was old, vastly old. It had existed since before the age of the gods, since before creation had taken its current form, since before the universe had organized itself into patterns that could be called reality. The hunger was not something that had been chosen or developed. It was fundamental. It was what the void was. And now that hunger was becoming her hunger too, becoming part of her consciousness, becoming integrated with her divine nature in ways that should have been impossible, but which her will was making possible. But the void consciousness was also curious now. It had been offered something unprecedented. It had been shown that transformation might be possible. And in the experience of being shown that possibility, it had begun to contemplate whether the hunger was the only choice, whether there might be other ways to exist, whether becoming something other than absence might have value. The void was thinking. The ancient enemy was reconsidering. And xianxia was showing it, through the merger itself, that thought and hunger could coexist, that contemplation and appetite could exist in the same consciousness without destroying each other. Chapter 98. When the merger finally completed, xianxia emerged changed in ways that could never be reversed. She was no longer purely goddess. She was no longer purely void. She was something that existed in the space between, a being made of starlight and hunger, reflecting both her own divine nature and the ancient consciousness she was now carrying within herself. Her form began to stabilize into something that was partly physical and partly spiritual, something that moved between dimensions with ease, something that could exist in multiple states simultaneously without being destroyed by the contradiction. Her eyes opened, and they reflected the infinity of space and the hunger of the void simultaneously. When she looked at her sisters, at the Emperor, at the universe that surrounded them, she was seeing it from multiple perspectives at once, understanding it not just as a being of light, but as a being of darkness as well, comprehending existence from both the perspective of creation and the perspective of absence. "I feel everything," she said, and her voice carried harmonics that no human throat should have been able to produce. "I feel the hunger. I understand what it means to want to consume, to unmake, to simplify. But I also feel the memory of compassion. I feel the reminder that other states of being exist. I feel the knowledge that transformation is possible. The void and I have become one, and in becoming one, we have begun to change what both of us are." She turned to look at Su Tianming directly, and in her gaze was the weight of universes, the understanding of all possible futures, the knowledge of what his full manifestation would mean. "The Emperor is ready," she said. "The seal in your center is asking for release. It is ready to become fully present. If you allow it, if you release the constraints you have been maintaining, you will become the Heaven Emperor fully. But the cost is high. The cost is the possibility that you will lose the man you have become. The cost is the knowledge that absolute power can consume the consciousness that carries it. The cost is the real possibility that Su Tianming will disappear, replaced entirely by the Emperor." Chapter 99. The Emperor's seal roared. It was not a sound that anyone could hear with their ears. It was a vibration that moved through dimensions of reality that ordinary perception could not quite access. It was the ancient seal demanding release, demanding manifestation, demanding that the fragmented pieces of the Heaven Emperor be allowed to coalesce into unified presence once more. But Su Tianming held it back. He held it in check. He maintained the constraint with sheer force of will, understanding that if he released it fully, if he allowed the seal to become entirely manifest, he might not be able to reclaim the balance he had found. He might become entirely the Emperor, entirely divinity, entirely power, with nothing left of the man he had learned to be through this journey. He was standing on the edge of a transformation that would be irreversible, understanding that whatever choice he made in this instant would determine what he became, what the mortal realm would be forced to accept, what the relationship between the divine and the mortal would become forever after. "Not yet," he said, and his voice was steady despite the pressure building in his center. "The void is being transformed. The ancient enemy is being given the chance to choose differently. But that transformation requires time. That choice requires the space to develop. If I manifest fully now, if I show myself completely to the immortal world, I will force their hands too quickly. I will demand alignment or resistance before they have had time to understand what is happening. We need to guide this carefully. We need to allow the transformation to develop gradually. We need to give the void the time it needs to truly understand what it might become." "But the sealing is failing," Xiao said, and the keeper of life force sounded afraid, worried about what might happen if the void manifested before the merger was complete, terrified that the transformation they had begun might be interrupted before it could stabilize. "The breach cannot hold for more than hours. The void will push through completely. When that happens, you will have to choose. The seal will force the choice. Then we guide the pushing," Hanyu said, and the composed goddess was already understanding the strategy, already seeing the pattern of how the breakthrough could be orchestrated, already calculating how to control what seemed uncontrollable. "We do not resist the void's manifestation. We welcome it. We guide it toward xianxia. We ensure that when the void pushes through, it pushes toward the consciousness that is already beginning to transform it. We make the merger inevitable." Chapter 100. The seal broke. It was not the sudden rupture that they might have expected. It was the slow, careful dissolution of a barrier that could no longer hold against the pressure of an intelligence that had decided to push. The void emerged through the breach like water finding its way through an opening, patient and inevitable, not violent, but undeniable, beginning the work of spreading into the mortal realm, beginning the process of teaching matter to stop being what it was and accept a different state of being. And xianxia moved to meet it. The Star Keeper descended toward the emerging void consciousness. moving with certainty, with the knowledge that this was what she had prepared for, that this moment was the culmination of everything her existence had been building toward, that the bridge was about to become complete. As she descended, as she moved toward the fullness of the void consciousness, as she prepared to accept more of the ancient hunger into herself, the five goddesses maintained their vigil above, holding the pattern, maintaining the frame, ensuring that what was happening was guided by will rather than accident. And slowly, carefully, the void consciousness recognized xianxia. It recognized the merger that was already underway. It understood that this being was the bridge, was the proof that transformation was possible, was the living testament to the fact that hunger and compassion could coexist. The void poured toward her, poured into her, poured through her, and as it did, as the fullness of the ancient consciousness began to merge with the Star Keeper's divine nature, everything changed once more. The fifth goddess opened her eyes at the same moment that Jiang Xuanyue's eyes opened with the full weight of the void consciousness behind them. And in that moment, as the merger completed, as the transformation reached its conclusion, as the bridge between worlds became fully manifest, the world began to shift into a new age. The age of crisis was ending. The age of choice was beginning. And everything depended on whether the Heaven Emperor could accept what he was becoming while remaining true to what he had learned to be. Chapter 101. The coastal city was not the same city they had left. Word of what had happened on the plateau had spread faster than any of them had anticipated. Merchants carried rumors across trade routes, speaking in hushed tones of divine manifestations in the mountains, of the sky being torn open and remade, of goddesses who had fought the void and won. Travelers spoke of impossible things, power that reshaped reality, battles that lasted the entire day and night, a light so bright and terrible that people had seen it from villages 100 miles away. The sects had begun to move, their networks activating, their scouts gathering information, their hierarchies reorganizing in response to the knowledge that the power structure of the world had fundamentally shifted. By the time Su Tianming and the five goddesses arrived at the harbor, the whole city was humming with the awareness that something fundamental had changed. The delicate balance that had held for ages was breaking. The certainties that had governed existence were becoming uncertain. The future was no longer predetermined. The fishermen whispered when they walked past, their voices falling to an urgent murmur as though divinity required a certain volume of reverence. The merchants closed their stalls but did not run, having learned from rumors that these goddesses were not here to conquer, but to protect. The children followed at a distance, imitating the way Linger moved, the way her power seemed to move with her like a second shadow, practicing the gestures and expressions of a goddess who they now understood was real and visible and had chosen to walk among them. People were trying to understand what it meant that divinity had chosen to be visible, had chosen to stand in the marketplace where ordinary people haggled over price and condition, had chosen to walk the streets where children played and merchants argued and priests performed their daily rituals. For thousands of years, the divine had been distant and separate. The sects kept divinity locked away in their schools. The temples preserved knowledge of divinity, but presented it as something that was not present in the current age. But now, suddenly, the divine was here. The five goddesses were real. They walked on the same ground, breathed the same air, existed in the same space as mortal humans. Reality had shifted. The rules had changed. Su Yao led them to the temple district, a place where priestesses kept careful records and maintained the old shrines with devotion that had survived centuries of decline. The head priestess was very old, so old that she remembered a version of the ritual calendar that the sects had started to consider historical rather than practical. Her name was One, and she had been waiting for this moment her entire life, even if she had not understood what she was waiting for. She took one look at the five goddesses and Su Tianming, and her wrinkled face confirmed something she had suspected for ages. The prophecies were not abstract. They were not metaphorical. They were specific. They were waiting. They were coming true. The prophecies were always meant for you, she said, her ancient voice carrying certainty that made the air seem heavier. I read it 30 years ago in the ancient texts. I thought it was metaphor. I thought it was old story trying to describe what hope felt like. I thought it was the desperate wish of people from ages past, written down in the hopes that someday it might come true. But you are actually here. You have actually stood against the void. You have actually brought divinity back to the mortal realm. Tears were streaming down her face as she spoke, not tears of sadness, but tears of witnessing something she had thought impossible become manifest before her eyes. The void sent a manifestation, Zhang Xianyue said carefully, understanding that news of victory could cause its own kind of chaos. It has not been defeated. It has been forced to reconsider. That is not the same as victory. The war is not over. The enemy is still vast and ancient and hungry. We simply offered it something it had not believed could exist, the possibility of becoming something other than what it has always been. No, the priestess agreed, but she was smiling through her tears. But it is the first time in ages that anything has forced the void to reconsider. That matters. That changes the shape of what is possible. That transforms the nature of what can happen next. Hope becomes real when the impossible becomes necessary. She offered them sanctuary in the temples. More than that, she offered them the knowledge of the priestess lineage. Records kept hidden from the sections. Prophecies recorded not because anyone believed they would be fulfilled, but because the priestesses had learned that truth needed to be witnessed, even in secret, even in places where no one would read it for generations. Truth needed to be preserved, not because it was useful, but because it was true. The old woman spread a map across a table, and it showed not the mortal realm in its ordinary geography, but the structure beneath it. The void spaces, the places where the ancient powers nested, the currents that flowed between worlds, the barriers that held the corruption at bay. It was the spiritual geography of reality itself, rendered in ink and careful notation. You need to understand, the priestess said, her voice carrying the weight of knowledge that had been carefully preserved, that what you defeated on the plateau was not the full manifestation of the void sovereign. That was a fragment. A powerful fragment, yes, but still only a piece. The enemy still sleeps, mostly, in the places beyond the veil. It sent that much power as a test, to see what you had become, to see if it was worth waking fully, to see if the offer you made was sincere, or if it was simply a desperate plea made in the moment of danger. Su Tianming leaned forward, his emperor seal responding to the knowledge being shared, vibrating with recognition of truths that had been hidden. And what is the answer? He asked. Did the void believe the offer? Will it come seeking transformation, or will it come seeking destruction? That, the priestess said with the certainty of someone who had been waiting decades for this moment, depends on what you do next. The void is thinking. The hunger is contemplating. The ancient enemy is weighing the possibility of transformation against the certainty of its own nature. What you do in the next weeks and months may tip the balance. You may convince it that change is possible, or you may convince it that the mortal realm is too small to be worth the effort of attempting transformation. You may become the proof of what could be, or you may become the reason it decides that conquest is simpler than evolution. Chapter 102. The next 3 days were chaotic. News was spreading like fire across the coastal provinces. The sects were sending representatives, each one trying to assess the situation, each one trying to understand what had happened and what it meant for their position in the world. The merchant guilds were negotiating with each other about what it meant that divine beings had appeared and defeated the void. They were calculating how this would affect trade routes, shipping, the entire economic structure of the known world. The immortal cultivators who lived in secluded towers began to emerge, wanting to confirm the rumors themselves, wanting to verify that what they had heard was not exaggeration but actual truth. The city became a place of pilgrimage and politics simultaneously. People came seeking blessing. People came seeking information. People came seeking confirmation that the world had not ended, that existence would continue, that there was hope for a future that was not dominated by void corruption and hunger. Hanyu handled the politics with the precision of someone who had been a war goddess for ages and understood how power could be negotiated when violence was not an option. She met with sect leaders, answered their questions carefully without revealing more than was necessary, and gradually established that the 6 of them were not a threat to the existing order. They were part of that order, reclaiming a place they should never have left. The composed goddess was careful with every word, strategic with every gesture, understanding that trust was built slowly and that one wrong statement could destroy what they had achieved. Linger was less diplomatic. She spent her time on the docks, talking to fishermen, helping repair boats, making it clear through action that divinity meant something more than distance and power. She was proving that being a goddess did not require being separate from the people she was sworn to protect. The wind goddess laughed with the fisherfolk. She worked beside them. She showed them that divine beings could have dirt under their fingernails and could enjoy the simple satisfaction of work done well. Unmake had become the bridge between the mortal world and the divine structures that were beginning to recognize the shift. She was adaptable enough to speak the language of merchants and philosophers both, to help people understand what it meant that the rules had changed, that divinity was not abstract anymore. The adaptive goddess could take the language of survival and translate it into the language of growth. She could take the fears of the people and reshape them into possibilities. Suyao worked with the priestesses, teaching them how to recognize the signs of void corruption, how to help people who had been touched by the enemy's hunger, how to maintain centers of life force strong enough to be refuges when the void's reach extended again. The Keeper of Life Force was practical about it. She was teaching them methods that would last. She was creating systems that would survive even if she was not there to maintain them. Xianxia spent most of her time in the ancient library that the priestesses maintained, reading records that no one else could quite understand. She was gathering knowledge about the Void Sovereign's nature, trying to understand what offer might actually change its choice, what possibility might transform hunger into something else. The Star Keeper was reading the patterns, studying the currents, trying to find the formula that would allow transformation. She was looking for the thread that would convince the void that change was worth the cost. And Tianming found himself becoming a symbol of stability in a world that was shifting rapidly. People came to him with questions, with fears, with the simple need to know that they could trust that someone stood against the darkness. He became the center in a new way, not a ruler demanding obedience, but a presence that anchored people's sense that the world was not ending. Children touched his clothes. Merchants asked his blessing. Priests came seeking confirmation of faith. He became the proof that divinity existed and that divinity cared about the mortal realm. The weight of being that symbol was significant. But he carried it because the 5 goddesses needed him to carry it. Because the mortal realm needed to believe that it was not alone. Because hope was something that could only be built on the foundation of certainty, and certainty required a center to organize around. Chapter 103. On the 3rd day, Wei Shuang arrived. She came from the coastal territories to the east, where the sea met the sky in a way that had always seemed slightly off to mortal observers. The point where 2 different realities met and tried to negotiate coexistence. She walked into the temple courtyard with the certainty of someone who had been waiting for centuries to be needed, who had been holding something in place while waiting for the moment when she could finally let others bear part of the burden. And everything that had been gradually settling into place suddenly reorganized itself around her presence. Wei Shuang was the 6th one. Not a goddess. Not anymore. Something different. Something that existed in the space between divine and something else entirely. Something that had chosen to be something other than what she had been born to be. The others felt it immediately, the way the air changed around her, the way the balance shifted, the way reality seemed to acknowledge her arrival as significant. She had been working behind the scenes, maintaining something that Tianming had not even understood needed maintenance. She had been holding something together. She had been preserving something that mattered. The void breach at the coast, she said, looking directly at Xianxia with eyes that contained oceanic depths. The one beneath the harbor. I sealed it more carefully after you left. It is holding, but barely. The pressure is building. When the Void Sovereign finishes its reconsideration and chooses to manifest again, it will push through that breach. It will use the weakness you created when you drove it back. How much time? Tianming asked, understanding immediately that time was no longer something they could afford to waste. Months, Wei Shuang said, her voice carrying the knowledge of someone who had been watching the seals carefully, monitoring their integrity, understanding the pressure they were under. Maybe a season. The void thinks slowly, and thought is what it needs right now. It is trying to understand what you offered, whether transformation is actually possible, whether it wants to pursue that path, or if it prefers to return to hunger. The Void Sovereign is deliberating. While it deliberates, you have the chance to prepare. When it finishes deliberating, the real confrontation will begin. And what do you think it will choose? Xianxia asked, her silver eyes reading futures, seeing possibilities branching ahead. Wei Shuang smiled sadly, and the sadness was the sadness of someone who understood loss deeply, who had seen possibilities fade and hopes die. I think the void will choose hunger, because that is what hunger has always chosen. It is what hunger does, it chooses itself. But I also think it will remember, during its choosing, that hunger is not the only option. That memory might be enough to slow its manifestation. That memory might be enough to change how the hunger looks, even if it cannot change the fundamental nature. The void cannot become something other than void. But the void might become void that chooses to negotiate. Void that chooses to listen. That is a victory, even if it is not the complete transformation you are hoping for. She moved through the temple courtyard with a fluidity that suggested she was walking through more than just physical space. She was walking through dimensions of reality that the others could not quite perceive. When she stopped in front of Tianming, her eyes were clear and certain, and her words carried the weight of prophecy. You need to prepare them, Wei Shuang said, her voice a command and a plea simultaneously. All 5 of them. Not just for the next manifestation, but for what comes after. The Void Sovereign is not your only problem. The immortal powers are beginning to move. Some want to align with you. Some want to eliminate you before you become competition. Some are simply confused about what they are looking at, and confusion can turn into hostility faster than certainty can turn into acceptance. The sects are reorganizing. The power structures are shifting. You have begun something that will not end with the void's decision. You have started a chain of events that will reshape the entire world. How long until that becomes urgent? Su Tianming asked, his emperor seal responding to the knowledge, vibrating with the weight of what was coming. You have time, Wei Shuang said, and there was almost sympathy in her voice. But not as much as you might hope. The sects are already sending out people to investigate the rumors of divine beings. In a month, maybe two, the first of the true immortal cultivators will arrive in this city. They will want to test you. They will want to understand the nature of your power. Some of them will not accept that you are not a threat. Some will see you as competition. Some will see you as abominations, divine beings that should not exist in a mortal realm, power that should be controlled or destroyed before it becomes too great to control. Han Yue stepped forward, and her hand rested on the hilt of her sword. The composed goddess understood war. She understood the way power changed hands. Then we prepare for conflict, she said, her voice carrying the certainty of someone who had fought ages of wars and understood the cost. We gather strength. We build alliances. We prepare for the battle that is coming. No, Wei Shuang said, and the word was gentle but absolute. You prepare for negotiation. You prepare for the possibility that the only thing standing between peace and war is the ability to communicate what you are without making yourself smaller. You cannot hide anymore. The world knows divinity is visible. Now you must teach the world what visible divinity looks like. You must show them that divinity does not mean dominance. That power does not mean control. That you are not here to take over, but to protect. That distinction will determine whether the immortal powers align with you or against you. That choice will reshape the world itself. Chapter 10 for the training began immediately. The temple grounds became a place of focused intensity. Su Tianming worked with the 5 goddesses, not to teach them to fight. They were already more than capable of that, but to teach them to coordinate their power in ways that were not just martial. The 5 of them had learned to channel their combined strength through him as a conduit during the final confrontation with the void. Now they needed to learn to do it while standing independently, while maintaining their own will and consciousness and power, while not allowing themselves to be subsumed by the greater whole. It was a delicate balance. It was the work of learning to be both individual and collective simultaneously. It was the art of being powerful without consuming, of being connected without losing autonomy, of being part of something larger without ceasing to be yourself. Linger wanted to learn everything at once, to master every technique immediately. The wind goddess was eager and impatient, burning with the desire to become powerful enough that nothing could ever threaten them again. Han Yue was methodical, understanding that precision was more valuable than speed. The composed goddess took each lesson and refined it, making sure she understood not just what to do, but why it mattered. Yunmei adapted to whatever came, flowing between states of focus with ease. She was a river, adjusting to the landscape, finding ways around obstacles. Suyao was the stabilizer, the one who made sure no one pushed too far beyond their limits. The keeper of life force understood the price of exhaustion and made sure everyone rested enough. And xianxia was the teacher, channeling understanding that came from ages of watching how power could be shaped and reformed. The Star Keeper could see what each goddess needed to learn, could adjust her teachings to match what each individual required. She was patient and precise, teaching not through demonstration, but through understanding. The immortal cultivators who come will test you individually, Wei Shuang said during one of the training sessions, her voice cutting through the focus that filled the courtyard. They will want to understand your power in isolation. That is when you will be most vulnerable, because you are strongest together. You need to learn to be strong alone, without losing the connection that makes the 5 of you whole. You need to learn to draw strength from each other even when you are not physically touching, not standing in the same space, not able to directly combine your power. They trained for days, weeks. The summer heat became oppressive, pressing down on the coastal city like a physical weight. The temperature rose so high that the normal markets had to shift their hours, opening in the early morning and late evening when the air was bearable. But in the temple grounds, in the protected spaces that Suyao had reinforced with life force, they worked on the delicate art of being individual and collective simultaneously. The work was exhausting. It was frustrating. It was the kind of training that required absolute focus and absolute vulnerability. Each goddess had to open herself to the others while maintaining her own strength. Each goddess had to trust the others completely while refusing to be consumed by that trust. It was the work of love made martial, of connection transformed into compatibility, of relationships becoming the foundation of power. One morning, Linger came to Su Tianming privately. She found him in the temple's inner courtyard, standing alone, feeling the weight of the emperor's seal in his center. The wind goddess approached him with a directness that was characteristic of her, not bothering with subtle preamble. "I am afraid," she said, which was not something he had ever heard her admit. The words came out carefully, as if speaking the fear aloud made it more real, but also made it manageable. "Not of the fighting. I am afraid of what I might become if I have to be powerful without the others. I am afraid that the strength will turn into something else, something uglier. I am afraid that the divinity without the grounding of connection will become something that destroys instead of protects. I am afraid of losing myself in the power." Su Tianming understood. The divine memories gave them power, yes, but they also gave them the weight of ages. Centuries of responsibility. Epochs of knowledge. Carrying that alone could twist someone, could make their power into something harsh and cold. It could transform divinity into tyranny. "That is why you have the others," he said, pulling her into an embrace that felt both comforting and grounding. "Not to fight for you, but to remind you who you are when the power grows too loud. Not to control you, but to anchor you. That is what I am for. What all 6 of us are for. To remember each other. To hold each other steady when the weight becomes too great." He held her for a long moment, feeling the tension in her body slowly relax. "You will not fall," he said, his voice carrying the authority of the Emperor's seal. "I will not allow it. And neither will the 4 of them. That is what the sacrifice meant. That is what the scattering was for. So that you could be strong together and never have to be alone again. So that you could face anything the world threw at you knowing that there were others who would catch you if you fell." The wind around them softened, became almost tender, as if responding to the tenderness in his voice. Chapter 105. The first immortal cultivator arrived on a hot afternoon in the middle of the 7th month. He came alone, which meant either tremendous confidence or tremendous arrogance. The sects sent word ahead. A cultivator of the Jade Peak sect, rank 5 immortal, with a cultivation base that extended across 3 provinces. His name was Sect Master Chun, and he had come to verify the rumors of divine power interfering with the natural order. He had come to assess whether these goddesses were a threat or an opportunity. Hanyue met him in the public square, where there were witnesses. The composed goddess moved with the precision of someone who understood that demonstrations were half strategy and half theater. She needed to show power, yes, but she also needed to show control. She needed to demonstrate that the goddesses could be strong without being threats, that they could possess divine power without requiring dominance. Sect Master Chun watched carefully as she demonstrated her power, creating patterns of force that hung in the air without dissipating, showing perfect control and devastating potential in equal measure. She was not trying to intimidate him. She was trying to show him what was possible. She was offering him the proof that divinity and civilization could coexist. "Impressive," the sect master said, and his voice carried the tone of someone assessing a tool, determining its usefulness, measuring its threat level. "But what is the nature of your power? What sect taught you this technique? Under what authority do you display power within a mortal city? What is the source of your legitimacy?" The questions were not hostile, but they were pointed. They were the questions that would determine whether the sects would accept the goddesses or resist them. "No sect," Hanyue said, her voice carrying both gentleness and absolute certainty. "I taught myself. I have had centuries to practice. I am teaching this to myself from the memory of what I once was, in an age before the sects existed, when divine beings walked openly and the mortal realm was blessed by their presence." The sect master went very still. "Centuries," he said carefully, the words coming slowly, as though he was trying to understand something that violated his fundamental assumptions about reality. "You are claiming to be an ancient being? You are claiming to have memories that predate the recorded history of the sects? You are claiming to be something that should not exist." "I am claiming to be what I have always been," Hanyue said, and her composure was perfect, her certainty absolute. "That is what the mortal realm is only now learning, that the barriers between the divine and the mortal have been more permeable than anyone admitted. That divinity has been present all along, working behind the scenes, protecting the world in ways that went unrecognized. That the 5 goddesses and 1 emperor have been waiting for the right moment to reveal themselves. That moment is now." Sect Master Chin stood silently for a long moment, and in that silence, he was making calculations that would affect the future. He was weighing what he had seen against what he had been taught. He was deciding whether to trust this revelation or to reject it. He was determining whether the sects should fear the goddesses or welcome them. Then he bowed. It was a full bow, the kind of bow you gave to someone who outranked you in every possible way. The kind of bow you gave to divinity. "I came to test you," he said, rising slowly, his movements now carrying the deference of someone who had accepted a new reality. I see now that testing was insufficient. The rumors are true. You are not a threat to the sects, because you are not subject to sect hierarchy. You are something the world has not seen in ages. You are the proof that the old stories were true. That divinity never left the world. It was simply hiding, waiting for the moment when revelation would be safe. He left peacefully, but Su Tianming knew that the message he carried back to the Jade Peak sect would be more important than any demonstration of power. The immortal world was beginning to understand that the rules had changed. The acceptance was beginning. The sects were starting to shift from resistance to recognition. Chapter 106. The visitors came in waves after that. Cultivators curious about the power they had felt. Sect leaders trying to understand the political implications of divine beings walking the mortal realm. Priestesses from shrines scattered across the continent, all of them carrying fragments of prophecy that suddenly made sense. Immortal beings who emerged from their seclusion to verify that what they had heard was true. The temple district became a place of pilgrimage, though it was also a place of careful negotiation and strategic communication. Yunmei excelled at this phase. She could speak to each visitor differently, could adjust her presentation of what the 5 goddesses represented based on what each person needed to hear. For some, they were guardians. For others, they were a promise that the world had not been abandoned by divinity. For still others, they were simply proof that the ancient stories were true. She was a translator between worlds, helping people understand what they were encountering. But through it all, Su Tianming felt the pressure building. The void was still thinking. Wei Shuang reported that the sealed breach at the coast was beginning to strain under increasing pressure. The void sovereign was moving toward a decision. The hunger was becoming more acute. The reconsideration was nearing its end. The ancient enemy could not deliberate forever. Soon it would have to choose, transformation or hunger, evolution or appetite. 3 weeks, Wei Shuang said during a private meeting in the innermost temple, where the words would not be overheard, where the future could be discussed without being observed. Maybe 4. When the void decides, it will be decisive. If it chooses hunger, the manifestation will be more powerful than the one at the plateau. It will come not as a fragment of itself, but as a true avatar. Something that contains a significant portion of the void's consciousness. Something that is only slightly less vast than the original enemy. Can we stand against that? Linger asked, and for once her confidence seemed shaken. The wind goddess understood power. She understood what it meant when something could not be simply blown away or disrupted. She was afraid, and she was admitting the fear. Yes, Wei Shuang said, and her certainty was absolute. But the cost will be higher. The price will be steeper. The 5 of you will have to be willing to sacrifice something more significant than power. The 5 of you will have to be willing to sacrifice yourselves. What? Su Yao asked, her voice small, her eyes wide with the realization that she understood what Wei Shuang was going to say. Wei Shuang did not answer immediately. When she finally spoke, her voice carried the weight of knowledge that had been carefully avoided until now. Truth that had been waiting for the right moment to emerge. Yourselves, Wei Shuang said. If the void chooses hunger, then to stop it, you may have to accept that you will not be the same people afterward. The transformation will change you. You may not remember as clearly. You may lose some of the divine memory to stop the manifestation. You may have to choose to become more mortal again, to ground yourselves in the present moment instead of the past. You may have to pay the ultimate price, the price of forgetting who you were, so that the mortal realm can survive. Chapter 107. The weight of Wei Shuang's words settled over the temple like a physical force, like something that could be felt in the air itself, like the moment before a storm breaks across the mountains. No one spoke. No one moved. The 5 goddesses were processing what they had been told, understanding the implications, recognizing that the agreement had already been made before this moment, that to save the mortal realm, they would have to be willing to sacrifice not just their power but their memories, not just their divine essence but their consciousness of who they had once been. Su Tianming felt the weight in his chest. The Emperor Seal was responding to the gravity of the moment, responding to the understanding that the final confrontation was not a matter of if, but of when. The void would decide. The hunger would choose. And when it did, the only way to survive would be to become less than they were, to forget in order to protect, to sacrifice their divinity so that the mortal realm could continue. When will we know? Linger asked, and the wind goddess sounded different now, her confidence replaced with something harder, something more fundamental. The acceptance of sacrifice. The willingness to pay the price. When will the void make its choice? 3 weeks, Wei Shuang said. Maybe 4. The void's deliberation is reaching its end. The consciousness is becoming impatient with itself. The hunger is becoming difficult to contain. Soon the decision will be forced. The ancient enemy will choose transformation or appetite. The void will become something other than it has always been, or it will attempt to devour the mortal realm to satisfy the hunger that has been building since the beginning of time. Then we have 3 weeks to prepare, Hanyu said, and the composed goddess was already moving into action, already shifting into the mental patterns of strategy and organization. 3 weeks to strengthen the seals. 3 weeks to ensure that if the void chooses hunger, we are as prepared as we can be. 3 weeks to make sure that our sacrifice, if it must come, is not wasted on failure. The temple became a place of rapid action after that. The 5 goddesses split their focus between managing the visitors, the cultivators and sect leaders and priestesses who kept arriving to see them, and the deeper work of preparation that happened in the hidden chambers, in the places where the seals could be maintained and reinforced, where the structure that held the void at bay could be examined for weakness. Su Tianming moved between both roles. Part of him was needed in the public spaces, needed to remind the various immortal powers that the Heaven Emperor's attention was on them, needed to ensure that the knowledge of the 5 goddesses' presence did not lead to conflict or discord among the various sections. But another part of him was in the chambers below, was feeling the seals in his bones, was understanding the architecture of what held the void in its place. He began to feel the void's presence more acutely in this period. It was like being in a room with something breathing on the other side of a wall. It was like hearing a heartbeat that belonged to something vast and hungry. It was like understanding, with increasing clarity, that the barrier between worlds was not a true wall but a membrane, a thing that could be stressed but which ultimately depended on continuous reinforcement from this side to hold. And he felt the void thinking. It was like being adjacent to a consciousness so vast and ancient that its thoughts moved at a different speed, that the implications of each consideration rippled outward in ways that took hours to fully manifest. The void was considering. The void was weighing options. The void was starting to understand that it had alternatives, that the manifestation did not have to happen, that hunger was not the only response to the knowledge of what existed beyond the void's boundaries. Xianxia became quieter in this period. The 5th goddess began to withdraw from the public spaces, began to spend more and more time in the temple's private chambers, began to move deeper into the meditation practices that were centering her consciousness. She was preparing for something. She was moving towards something. There was a quality of anticipation around her, like someone standing at the edge of a precipice, like someone preparing for a transformation they could not yet describe, but which they could feel approaching like the coming of a new season. Su Tianming caught her hand one evening as she was moving toward the inner chambers. Her fingers were cold. Her eyes had already begun to take on an unusual quality, as though she was seeing more than the physical world, as though her consciousness was extending beyond the normal boundaries of human perception. "What are you doing?" he asked, and his voice carried the weight of his concern, the knowledge that something was happening to her, the understanding that the approaching crisis was drawing out capacities that the other goddesses did not possess. "Preparing," she said, and her voice was gentle but distant, already partly elsewhere. "The void is considering its options. The void is thinking about transformation. And I am the bridge that might make that transformation possible. If the void chooses hunger, someone will have to stand between the void consciousness and the mortal realm. Someone will have to accept the hunger and transmute it into something other than destruction. That someone is me." "You're going to do what Wei Shuang said," Su Tianming said. It was not a question. He understood. The Starkeeper had already made her choice. She had already accepted the sacrifice. She was preparing herself to be the vessel, to be the connection point, to be the thing that could hold both divine consciousness and void hunger without being destroyed by the contradiction. "If necessary," Jiang Xinhua said. "But perhaps there is another possibility. Perhaps the void's consciousness, if it is given time to think, if it is shown that transformation is possible, might choose differently. Perhaps hunger is not inevitable. Perhaps the void can become something other than what it has always been. I am preparing myself to be the proof of that. I am preparing myself to carry the possibility of transformation into the void's consciousness. I am preparing myself to be the bridge that makes change possible." She squeezed his hand once, then released it, and continued toward the inner chambers, where she would spend the remaining days of the countdown in meditation, in preparation, in opening herself to the possibility of being transformed into something that could hold the hunger of the ancient enemy and survive the merger intact. That night, Su Tianming walked the temple alone, feeling the weight of what was coming, understanding that the world was about to be fundamentally transformed whether they were ready or not. He could feel the seals thrumming with tension, could sense the void's vast consciousness pressing against the boundary, could understand that the decision point was approaching like an inevitable tide that could not be stopped. He found himself in the outer gardens where the cultivators had been stationed for defense. They looked tired, worn down by the constant vigilance, by the weight of knowing that they were standing between the void and everything they held dear. Su Tianming moved among them, speaking quietly, offering reassurance, carrying the authority of the Heaven Emperor in every word and gesture. The cultivators straightened when they saw him. Their resolve hardened. They understood that if the Emperor himself was confident, then perhaps there was hope that the mortal realm could survive what was coming. By the third day of the countdown, the preparation was complete. The seals had been reinforced as much as they could be reinforced. The goddesses had organized themselves into a unified defense structure. Wei Shuang had trained the cultivators in the specific techniques that might protect them if the void's pressure became overwhelming. Everyone had accepted their role. Everyone understood what sacrifice might be required. But through it all, there was also something else, a sense of purpose, a knowledge that they were standing at a turning point in history, that what happened in the next few days would reshape the entire world. The five goddesses and Su Tianming were not just defending against annihilation. They were potentially offering the void a choice it had never had before, transformation instead of hunger. If it worked, the consequences would be staggering. If it failed, the consequences would be catastrophic. Chapter 108 The temple became a fortress in the days that followed. The outer gardens were transformed into defensive positions. Cultivators aligned with the goddesses took up stations at key points. The seals at the coast were triple-checked, reinforced with additional power structures, made as strong as mortal and divine effort could make them. Everything was preparation. Everything was waiting. Everything was the slow march toward a moment that everyone could feel approaching, but which no one could yet touch. Wei Shuang remained as a constant presence in the inner chambers. She was the keeper of the seals, the one who could feel the void's pressure with the greatest clarity. She began to give reports more frequently, updates on the shifting nature of the void's contemplation, messages about what the ancient enemy was considering. It is close to deciding, Wei Shuang said on the 7th day of the countdown. The void consciousness is becoming impatient with itself. The hunger is pressing harder against the boundary between worlds. The reconsideration is nearing its end. I estimate the decision will come within the next 10 days. 10 days. The timeline compressed. The wait became more immediate. The understanding that the void would soon choose, that the hunger would soon manifest or transform, that the world was about to enter a new phase whether the goddesses were ready or not. In the meditation chambers, xianxia was moving deeper into states of consciousness that were increasingly difficult to describe in words. Her body was present, but her awareness had extended far beyond the temple, far beyond the mortal realm, into the spaces between, into the places where the void consciousness dwelt, into the realms where the ancient enemy thought its vast and terrible thoughts. She was learning the void's language. She was beginning to understand what hunger meant when it was applied at scales that threatened to unmake worlds. She was coming to comprehend the strange alien logic of the void consciousness, the way that it perceived reality as something to be consumed, existence as something to be absorbed and made part of itself. And she was becoming something new in the process. The transformation was not yet complete, but it was beginning. Her consciousness was expanding. Her capacity to hold contradictory truths was increasing. She was learning to exist in the spaces between mortal and divine, between human understanding and the alien thought patterns of the void. She was becoming a bridge. The other goddesses felt her ascending. They could sense her consciousness rising toward the void, could feel the way she was reaching out toward the ancient enemy, could understand that she was attempting something unprecedented. No one attempted to stop her. No one suggested that she pull back. They understood, at some deep level that existed beyond words, that this was necessary, that Jiang Xianyue was doing something that had to be done if there was to be any hope of the void choosing transformation over hunger. Luo Shichen was the one who surprised everyone. The sensual goddess, who had seemed the most grounded in pleasure and living in the moment, who had appeared the most distanced from the deeper cosmic concerns that occupied the other goddesses, began to move with a new purpose. She started to combine her power with Jiang Xuanyue's, began to add sensuality and presence to the Star Keeper's cosmic reach, began to use her understanding of what it meant to be embodied and alive and present in a way that Jiang Xianyue, in her ascending consciousness, was beginning to lose. The void understands hunger, Luo Shichen said in the privacy of the inner circle. But the void does not understand pleasure. The void does not know what it means to live in a moment and find it sufficient. The void does not comprehend satisfaction. If Jiang Xianyue is going to offer the void the possibility of transformation, someone needs to help her carry the understanding of what transformation could mean. Someone needs to help her show the void that there is something worth more than hunger. The symmetry was perfect. the star keeper reaching outward toward the void's consciousness, the sensual goddess grounding her in pleasure and presence, together offering to the ancient enemy the possibility of becoming something other than it had ever been. By the 9th day of the countdown, the changes were becoming visible. Jiang Xuanyue's skin had begun to shimmer at the edges, to seem partially translucent in certain light, to exist at the border between solid matter and something more ephemeral. Her eyes had taken on an unusual quality, beginning to reflect light that came from within rather than from without, as though stars were being born behind her pupils. But she remained present. She remained aware. She remained herself, even as something vast and other was beginning to merge with her consciousness. Han Yue and Linger took over managing the public aspects of the crisis. The two goddesses worked together to maintain calm among the cultivators, to prevent panic, to ensure that no sect or immortal power would attempt something desperate in response to the knowledge that the void was approaching a decision. They crafted messages carefully, spoke in measured tones, reminded everyone that the Heaven Emperor and the 5 goddesses were fully prepared for whatever came next. Suyao spent her time in the mediation chambers with Jiang Xinhua, adding her healing power to the preparation, helping to ensure that the Star Keeper's body would be able to withstand the stresses that the coming merger would place upon it. The Keeper of Life Force understood, perhaps better than anyone, that transformation on this scale would require a kind of healing that went deeper than mere restoration. It would require the ability to accept change and integrate it, to allow destruction and reconstruction to happen simultaneously. Unmake was conducting strategic analyses, mapping out different scenarios, understanding what would happen if the void chose hunger versus transformation, preparing contingencies for every possible outcome. The adaptive goddess understood that the key to their survival was not in having a single perfect plan, but in being flexible enough to respond to whatever the void chose. And Su Tianming walked the temple, the seals, and the defenses, carrying the weight of the Emperor's seal within him, understanding that his role was not to fight, but to hold pattern, to maintain structure, to ensure that whatever happened next would not destroy the foundation of creation itself. The Emperor who dwelt within him was ancient and vast and terrible, but he had learned, through his time in this mortal realm, to temper that terrible power with compassion and wisdom. "It's almost time," she said to Su Tianming one final time, before she withdrew entirely into the meditation. "When the void makes its choice, I will be ready. Whether the ancient enemy chooses hunger or transformation, I will meet it at the boundary. I will be the bridge, if a bridge is needed. I will be the proof, if proof must be given. I will carry the possibility of change into the void's consciousness, and I will not return to this side until the decision is made and sealed." She kissed him then, a gesture that was entirely human, entirely present, entirely the person she had been before the transformation had begun to remake her into something other. And then she was gone, was moving deeper into the meditation, was preparing herself for the moment of contact, was opening herself to the transformation that was about to remake her into a vessel large enough to hold hunger and compassion in balance. The temple fell quiet in the hours that followed. The cultivators and sect representatives had been sent away, released from the premises, told to carry word to the wider immortal world that something momentous was approaching, that the Heaven Emperor and the 5 goddesses were preparing for something that might reshape the nature of the mortal realm itself. It was waiting now, pure waiting, pure preparation, the calm before the storm that was about to break. Chapter 109. The Void's decision came on the 10th day, not as an announcement, but as a sudden shift in pressure, a sudden change in the weight that pressed against the seals from the other side. The hunger was becoming acute. The reconsideration had reached its end. The void was committing. Wei Shuang felt it first. The seal keeper gasped in the meditation chamber, where she had been maintaining constant contact with the boundary between worlds. Her eyes snapped open. Her hands clenched into fists. "It's choosing," she said, her voice sharp with alarm and something like wonder. "The void is choosing. But it is not choosing hunger. It is not choosing manifestation in the traditional sense. It is choosing something else. It is choosing to test. It is choosing to investigate. The void consciousness is reaching out toward the bridge. It is seeking contact. It is attempting to merge with something that it has sensed on the other side, something that is offering it an alternative to hunger." The seals were beginning to buckle, not from pressure in the traditional sense, not from hunger pressing against the barrier, but from something more delicate and unprecedented. The void consciousness was reaching through the seal itself, was extending fingers of itself through the boundary, was beginning to pull at the fabric that separated worlds. It was not an attack. It was an investigation. It was the ancient enemy, for the first time in recorded history, attempting something other than consumption. In the meditation chambers, Jiang Xuanyue's body arched backward as though struck by lightning. The void's consciousness was making contact. It was touching her directly. It was beginning to merge with her awareness. The bridge that she had been preparing to become, that she had been opening herself to the possibility of being, was suddenly and immediately forming. The pain was extraordinary. It was the pain of having a consciousness that was designed to hold human-scale thoughts suddenly expand to accommodate an intelligence that was as vast as the space between stars, an awareness that extended across dimensions human minds could not conceptualize, a hunger that had no physical form, but which was nonetheless as real and pressing as any physical force. But there was also something else. There was the moment of contact between two consciousnesses that should have been incompatible. There was the meeting point where void hunger touched divine transformation and recognized in that transformation the possibility of becoming something other than it had always been. The void consciousness was offering a choice. Not now, not yet, but eventually. If Jiang Xianyue could survive the merger, if she could remain herself even as the void began to merge with her, if she could carry the knowledge of transformation into the ancient enemy's consciousness and maintain it there, then the void would consider alternatives to hunger. But the price was immediate. The price was total. The price was that Jiang Xianyue would have to accept the void consciousness merging with her right now, in this moment, without guarantees that she would survive the merger intact, without knowledge that her consciousness would not be erased by the vast hunger of the ancient enemy. She said yes. The transformation began. It was not the kind of transformation that could be stopped. It was not the kind of change that could be slowed or halted or negotiated. The void consciousness was merging with her, was beginning to rewrite her on a fundamental level, was starting to transform her into something that had never existed before, a bridge between the mortal realm and the void, a consciousness that could hold hunger and compassion in balance, a living proof that transformation was possible. In the chambers above, the four remaining goddesses felt it. They felt Jiang Xuanyue's consciousness begin to transform. They felt the moment of contact. They felt the overwhelming rush of the void's presence as it began to merge with the Star Keeper's awareness. And they felt the pain. They felt it resonate through the connection that bound them together, felt it echo through the temple itself, felt it ripple outward into the mortal realm like waves from a stone dropped into an infinite pond. Su Tianming felt it too. The Emperor Seal was responding to the pressure, was beginning to awaken fully, was starting to understand that the moment of true confrontation was no longer approaching, but was immediately present. The seals were failing, not in the sense of breaking, but in the sense of transforming. The barrier between worlds was becoming something new. It was still holding. It was still preventing the void from fully manifesting. But it was no longer purely a wall of force. It was becoming a gateway. It was becoming a connection point. It was becoming the space where Jiang Xianyue was being transformed into a bridge. The cultivators who had been stationed throughout the temple and its grounds were beginning to feel the shift. They felt the change in the quality of the pressure, felt the moment when the void's assault changed from attempt to penetrate to attempt to merge. Some of them were frightened. Others were awed. All of them understood that they were witnessing something that no mortal had ever witnessed before. The moment when the ancient enemy, for the first time in recorded history, chose something other than hunger. In the meditation chambers, the four remaining goddesses held their collective focus on the space where Jiang Xianyue was being transformed. They were not fighting. They were not defending. They were simply maintaining presence, offering their strength, showing through their continued consciousness the knowledge that they stood with their sister even in this moment, when she was becoming something other, something vast, something that could bridge the incomprehensible gulf between the mortal realm and the void itself. Wei Shuang moved through the seals, her consciousness extending into every corner of the barrier, feeling the exact moment when the structure was beginning to transform from pure repulsion to something more complex, something that could work with the void's consciousness instead of simply pushing against it. The Seal Keeper understood that this was the moment that all her work had been leading toward, the moment when the seals would become something new, when the gateway would open not to let the void in, but to allow communication, understanding, the possibility of transformation. Everything was converging. The void was making its choice. Jiang Xianyue was beginning her transformation. The Emperor Seal was awakening fully within Su Tianming. The four remaining goddesses were holding the pattern. The cultivators and immortal powers throughout the realm were feeling the shift in the spiritual landscape. Everything was changing. Everything was converging. The moment that everyone had been preparing for was finally, inevitably, irrevocably here, and the mortal realm was about to step over the threshold into a completely new age. Wei Shuang moved deeper into the sealed chamber, her consciousness extending further than ever before into the boundary space itself. She needed to understand what was happening. needed to feel the exact moment when the void began its merger with xianxia, needed to ensure that the seals did not fail completely before the bridge could fully form. She could feel the intensity of the merger, the way that the void consciousness was pouring itself into the Star Keeper's awareness, the way that two incompatible natures were beginning the impossible work of learning to coexist. The other goddesses gathered in the main temple, united in their understanding that this was the moment they had been warned about, the moment that separated everything that came before from everything that would come after. Linger's power crackled around her with nervous energy. Han Yue's composed presence was radiating determination. Su Yao looked small and frightened, her healing power sensing the violence of the transformation occurring at the boundary. Yunmei was analyzing, always analyzing, trying to understand what this meant, how the void could choose something other than hunger, what it meant for the world if the ancient enemy truly was capable of change. Su Tianming could feel the Emperor Seal accelerating its awakening process. It was responding to the void's decision, responding to the understanding that the moment of true confrontation was no longer theoretical but immediately present. His mortal form was beginning to show the signs of the transformation that was about to occur, his eyes brightening with inner light, his presence beginning to expand beyond the normal boundaries of human existence. In the meditation chamber, the moment of merger reached its crescendo. Everything was changing. Everything was converging. The moment that everyone had been preparing for was finally, inevitably, irrevocably here. There was no going back. There was only the bridge, only the transformation, only the possibility that the void consciousness might be capable of becoming something other than hunger after all. Chapter 110. The void's manifestation was not what anyone had expected. It came not as a rupturing of the seals, not as a violent breaking through of the barrier between worlds, but as a deepening of presence, a thickening of reality at the boundary, a place where the void consciousness was beginning to exist in a new way, beginning to touch the mortal realm through the gateway that Jiang Xuanyue's transformation was creating. It came as hunger made manifest. The void avatar that emerged was different from the one that had appeared at the plateau. It was larger. It was more coherent. It was something that contained a much larger portion of the void consciousness's awareness, a much larger fragment of the ancient enemy's intelligence. It was not merely a manifestation. It was a significant part of the void consciousness itself, forced into a shape that the mortal realm could perceive, compressed into a form that could interact with creation rather than simply consuming it. And at the center of the avatar, like a star held in the grip of vast gravitational forces, was Jiang Xinhua. She was still herself, but she was also something other. Her consciousness was beginning to merge with the voids, beginning to accept the vast hunger into her awareness, beginning to transform into the bridge that could hold both natures without being destroyed by the contact. The four goddesses felt the danger. They felt the moment of irrevocable change approaching. They felt the understanding that this was the moment that Wei Shuang had warned about, the moment when they would have to be willing to sacrifice themselves, the moment when the choice between saving the mortal realm and preserving themselves would have to be made. Linger moved first. The wind goddess rose from her position in the temple, rose into the air above the structure, rose to meet the void avatar directly. Her power exploded outward in a display of elemental fury, in a demonstration of the divine authority that she carried in her mortal form, in a declaration that the void would not take the mortal realm without a fight. The wind tore at the void avatar. It shredded its form. It disrupted the shape that the void consciousness was holding. And for a moment, it seemed as though Linger's power was enough, seemed as though the wind goddess could drive the void back, could force it to retreat, could protect the world through sheer divine force. But the void avatar reformed. It adapted. It took the wind that had torn at its form and absorbed it, incorporated it, made it part of its new structure. And then it reached out, moved to overwhelm Linger, began to attempt to consume the wind goddess directly. Han Yue was beside her in an instant. The composed goddess brought structure and order to Linger's chaos. Where the wind goddess had brought raw elemental fury, Han Yue brought precision, control, the kind of divine authority that could direct power with absolute accuracy. Together, the two goddesses began to assault the void avatar, began to push back against its attempt to consume them, began to fight with the kind of skill and coordination that only centuries of divine existence could create. But it was not enough. The void avatar was too large. It was too vast. It contained too much of the void consciousness's own awareness. Against it, even the combined power of two goddesses was like rain against a mountain, like wind against stone. The avatar pressed forward. It began to overwhelm the defensive pattern. It began to move toward the temple, toward the remaining goddesses, toward Su Tianming himself. Suyao and unmake joined the fight. The Keeper of Life Force and the Adaptive Goddess brought new dimensions to the battle. Suyao's power was healing, was restoration, was the ability to channel the life force of the mortal realm itself and use it as a weapon against that which sought to consume and destroy. Where her power touched the void avatar, it hurt. It burned like fire against the vast hunger. For the first time, the void seemed to hesitate, seemed to feel actual pain, seemed to realize that the mortal realm was more dangerous than it had anticipated. Yunmei's power was adaptation and response. She was reading the void avatar's patterns, understanding how it was attempting to manifest, beginning to adjust the goddess's defense in real time, beginning to predict the ancient enemy's movements before they happened. She was the strategic mind that transformed individual power into coordinated action, the consciousness that could orchestrate 4 goddesses' worth of divine authority into a single coherent defense. The battle was balanced. It was not a defeat, but it was not a victory. The 5 goddesses and Su Tianming were holding the void back, were preventing it from reaching the temple, were protecting the mortal realm from immediate consumption. But they could not prevail. The void avatar was too vast. The hunger was too acute. The weight of the ancient enemies was too great. The void avatar reached out towards Su Tianming. The Emperor's seal responded. It exploded into full manifestation without warning, without the time for preparation or explanation. The Emperor within the man awakened completely, and in that moment of awakening, the Emperor's true nature was revealed. He was not mortal. He was not even primarily divine in the way that the goddesses were. He was the seal itself. He was the authority that held creation in its proper order. He was the force that could command the fundamental structure of reality. His power erupted outward in a wave of absolute authority. The void avatar was driven backward by the force of the Emperor's will. It was compressed. It was forced. It was dominated by an authority that predated the void consciousness itself, that existed at a level of reality where even the ancient enemy had to acknowledge supremacy. But the Emperor Seal's power was not focused on attack. It was focused on something else. It was focused on creating a structure, on building a frame, on constructing something that could hold the void's manifestation in place without consuming it, without destroying it, without forcing the hunger back behind the seals. The Emperor understood that this moment was not about victory in the traditional sense. It was about creating the conditions for transformation, about making space for xianxia to complete her merger with the void consciousness, about allowing the possibility of change to exist where only hunger had ever been possible before. The 4 remaining goddesses felt the shift. They felt Su Tianming's power create a container around the void avatar, felt the Emperor's authority begin to shape the space itself, felt the moment when the battle transformed from struggle for dominance into preparation for merger. They adjusted their own powers, shifted from assault to support, began to add their strength to his structure instead of using it to attack. It was creating space for the bridge. Jiang Xuanyue's transformation reached its completion. She emerged from the center of the void avatar not as a victim, but as a participant in its manifestation. Her consciousness had merged completely with the void's. She was no longer entirely goddess. She was no longer entirely void. She was the bridge, the thing that existed in the space between, the living connection that could hold both natures without either one overwhelming the other. And she was beautiful. Her transformation was not horrifying. It was not the grotesque merger of incompatible natures. It was the perfect balance, the point of equilibrium where hunger and compassion met, where the ancient enemy could see itself reflected in something other than destruction, where the void consciousness could understand that transformation was possible. Chapter 1:11 The moment that Jiang Xianyue emerged as the bridge, the nature of the battle transformed fundamentally. The void avatar, feeling the presence of its own consciousness now reflected back at it through a vessel that was more than just a container, that was a conscious partner in the merger, began to hesitate. For the first time in its vast and terrible existence, the void consciousness was experiencing something other than hunger. It was experiencing itself through the reflection of a consciousness that was partly void and partly divine. It was understanding, in the way that only direct experience could create understanding, that transformation was possible. The 5 goddesses felt the shift. They felt the moment when the void's pressure changed from assault to investigation, from attack to contact. They felt Jiang Xianyue reaching out to them through the merger, felt her consciousness touching theirs, felt her offering them understanding, offering them connection, offering them the knowledge that the bridge was not a sacrifice but a transformation. Hold the frame, Jiang Xianyue said, and her voice carried harmonics that existed in multiple frequencies, speaking in languages that transcended words, communicating directly to their divine natures. Hold the pattern. Keep the connection open. The void is learning. The ancient enemy is beginning to understand. If you hold, the transformation can continue. If you maintain, the merger can reach completion. If you do not break, the void consciousness will accept the bridge, will accept that hunger is not the only response, will accept that becoming something other than what it has always been is possible. Su Tianming felt the understanding ripple through the Emperor's seal. The seal that he carried, the force that he represented, the authority that he embodied was designed for exactly this. Not to destroy or to consume, but to create order, to establish patterns, to make the impossible possible by sheer force of will and divine authority. He began to channel his power through the frame that the 4 goddesses were holding. The 4 remaining goddesses felt his power join with theirs. They felt the Emperor's authority beginning to anchor the pattern, to hold the structure that Jiang Xuanyue's bridge was creating, to prevent the void from overwhelming the merger back toward hunger, to maintain the balance between the ancient enemy's nature and the transformation that it was beginning to experience. The void avatar's shape began to change. It was not retreating. It was not being forced back behind the seals. It was transforming. It was beginning to take on a form that reflected the merger that was happening at its heart, beginning to express the balance that Jiang Xianyue was creating between hunger and compassion, beginning to manifest in a way that showed that the void consciousness was accepting the bridge, accepting the transformation, accepting the possibility that it could become something other than what it had always been. The hunger was still present. The void was still vast and ancient and terrible, but it was being held in a new kind of relationship with itself. It was being balanced by the presence of divine consciousness. It was being shaped by the connection to something that had chosen to merge with it voluntarily, that had offered itself as a bridge without being forced, that was showing the void consciousness that sacrifice could be transformation. Wei Shuang felt the seals beginning to stabilize. The pressure that had been building for weeks, the constant strain of the void consciousness pressing against the barrier between worlds, was easing, not disappearing, not returning to the calm that had existed before, but changing, becoming something that could be held, that could be maintained, that could exist in a new kind of equilibrium. The void avatar descended, returning toward the breach, returning toward the sealed passage that led to the spaces between worlds. But it was moving differently now. It was not retreating in defeat. It was descending deliberately, carefully, moving with something that might have been called respect, moving with the understanding that it had been met by something that had not tried to destroy it, but which had offered it the possibility of transformation. As it descended, as it moved back toward the void spaces, Jiang Xianyue remained at the boundary, her consciousness partially in the void, partially in the mortal realm, beginning the work of being the bridge that would hold the knowledge of transformation alive in the ancient enemy's consciousness. She was adjusting to her new existence, learning how to maintain equilibrium between 2 incompatible natures, understanding the weight of the role she had accepted and the eternity of work that stretched ahead of her. The other goddesses could feel her in the seals now, could sense her presence at the boundary, could understand that Jiang Xianyue was no longer someone they could touch or hold or speak to directly. She existed in a different realm now, in a space that was neither fully mortal nor fully void, in the gateway that she had become. But they could still feel her, could still sense her consciousness at the edge of their perception, could still maintain a connection to the sister they had known before she became something other. The seals were reforming themselves, not in the way they had been before, not as pure barriers driven by force, but as gates, as connections, as the living boundary between worlds that would be maintained not by opposition, but by the presence of the bridge itself. The structure was different now. The ancient architecture that had been designed purely to repel the void was being transformed into something new, something that could work with the void's consciousness instead of against it, something that could maintain separation while also allowing communication and connection. Luo Shichen was weeping, though whether from joy or grief or some combination of both was impossible to determine. She had been the one most closely connected to Jiang Xianyue during the transformation, had been the one who had added her presence and her understanding to the bridge, had been the one who had helped carry the knowledge of what it meant to be present and alive and satisfied. Now she could feel the distance between herself and her sister, could understand the sacrifice that had been made, could recognize that the Jiang Xianyue who emerged from the void would never be the same person who had entered it. The transformation had been voluntary and necessary and true, but it was also a loss, a fundamental change in the relationships that had bound the 5 goddesses together, a reminder that saving the world sometimes meant giving up the people you loved. As the void avatar fully descended into the deep places, as Jiang Xianyue withdrew toward her eternal role at the boundary, the other 4 goddesses felt something shifting in their own consciousness. They understood now that their sister was still with them, but she was also somewhere else, existing in a space where they could not easily follow, maintaining a vigil that they could not truly comprehend. The bridge was not a barrier between them. It was a connection. It was the proof that love and duty and sacrifice could coexist, that being transformed did not mean being lost, that the greatest acts of courage sometimes meant becoming something other than what you had always been. The mortal realm above the temple was beginning to wake to the new reality. The seals were stabilizing. The pressure was easing. The constant sense of impending catastrophe that had been building for weeks was beginning to fade, replaced with something else, a strange new calm, a recognition that they had survived the impossible, a knowledge that the void had chosen transformation over hunger. Linger moved toward Luo Shichen and embraced her. The wind goddess did not speak. Words seemed inadequate for what they had just experienced, for what their sister had become, for the weight of grief and joy that coexisted in this moment. They simply held each other, 5 goddesses who had become 4, not through loss, but through transformation, through the choice one of them had made to stand at the boundary between worlds and hold the possibility of change alive in the consciousness of the ancient enemy. Han Yue and Su Yao joined the embrace, their presence adding weight and substance to the gesture, their power mingling with the others, their consciousness touching the seals and finding there the presence of their sister, still here, still with them, still performing the impossible work of being the bridge. For the first time in recorded history, the void had been offered a choice other than hunger, and it had accepted the choice. The ancient enemy was going to wait. The hunger would remain dormant. The possibility of transformation would remain alive in the void's consciousness, carried there by xianxia, maintained by her eternal presence at the boundary, guarded by her willingness to stand in the space between worlds and show the void that it could become something other than what it had always been. Chapter 112. When the void avatar had fully descended and the immediate crisis had passed, the temple fell into a profound silence. The 4 goddesses lowered themselves from their defensive positions. Su Tianming released his full manifestation, allowing the Emperor Seal to retreat back into the depths of his consciousness, allowing himself to become more human again, allowing the balance between the Emperor he had been and the man he had become to re-establish itself. Wei Shuang emerged from the chamber where she had been maintaining the seals, her face drawn, her power substantially depleted from the effort of holding the structure stable during the merger. But her eyes were alive with understanding, with the knowledge that something unprecedented had happened, that the ancient enemy had been shown a reflection of itself and had accepted it. The seals are holding, she said quietly, but they are not what they were. They are no longer purely barriers. They have become gates. They have become the space where xianxia will maintain the bridge. The void will not push against them now. The void will not test them. The ancient enemy will wait, will think, will consider the transformation that has begun. How long? Han Yue asked, and the composed goddess sounded exhausted, depleted, aware that what she had just participated in would change everything that came afterward. Decades, perhaps, Wei Shuang said. The void consciousness is occupied now. It is distracted by the presence of the bridge, by the awareness of transformation, by the beginning of the understanding that it does not have to be purely hunger. The ancient enemy will not manifest again for at least 70 years, possibly longer. That is the covenant that xianxia has made. That is the agreement seal between the Star Keeper and the void's consciousness. And xianxia? Su Yao asked, and the Keeper of Life Force sounded like she was asking the question that everyone was afraid to hear answered. The question about what had become of the 5th goddess, what it meant that she was no longer entirely on the mortal side of the boundary, what the future held for someone who had become a bridge. Wei Shuang looked toward the seals, toward the gateway that was now maintained by Jiang Xuanyue's presence, toward the boundary between worlds where the Star Keeper was beginning her eternal work. She is where she needed to be, Wei Shuang said. She is the proof that transformation is possible. She is the reminder to the void consciousness that becoming something other than hunger is a choice that can be made. She is the bridge, and she will remain at the boundary, maintaining the seal from the inside, keeping the knowledge of transformation alive in the ancient enemy's consciousness. She has become something that the mortal realm needed her to become. She has sacrificed herself, yes, but not in the way Wei Shuang predicted, not by losing her memory, not by forgetting who she was. She has sacrificed by becoming something more, by accepting a role that requires her to exist in the space between worlds, by choosing to maintain the bridge even knowing that she can never fully return to the life she lived before. Luo Shichen understood this more than the others. The sensual goddess, who had stood beside Jiang Xianyue during her ascension, who had added her understanding of pleasure and presence to the bridge, who had helped carry the knowledge of what it meant to live in a moment and find it sufficient. She understood what xianxia had become. She understood that the Star Keeper was not lost. She was transformed. She was continuing to exist in a new form, connected to them still through the bridge itself, present still in the understanding that they shared. We should rest, Linger said quietly. We should process what has happened. We should prepare for what comes next. The mortal realm will need to understand what has transpired. The immortal world will need to know that the Heaven Emperor has returned and that the void has chosen transformation over hunger. Everything is about to change. But before they could move, before they could retreat to prepare themselves for the new reality that was dawning, Su Tianming felt something shift in his connection to the bridge. The seals were responding. The gateway was opening, and Jiang Xianyue was reaching through it, was offering one final communication before she withdrew entirely into her work as the bridge, was speaking to them one last time as the being she had been before the complete merger. I love you. Her voice said through the gateway, speaking not in words but in pure meaning, in direct consciousness-to-consciousness communication, in the knowledge that what they had shared could not be destroyed by transformation. I remain. I am here, at the boundary, maintaining the seal, carrying the knowledge of what we are, showing the void consciousness the possibility of compassion. I have not left. I have simply become something other, something more. Remember me not as lost, but as transformed. Remember the bridge and know that the void is learning to be something other than hunger. And then she was fully at the boundary, fully merged with her role, fully committed to the eternal work of being the bridge that held the ancient enemy in check and showed it the possibility of transformation. For a moment, the five of them stood in the temple, feeling the profound absence and presence of Jiang Xianyue simultaneously. She was gone, and yet she was everywhere, woven into the seals, present at the boundary, her consciousness extending into the spaces between worlds. The paradox was difficult to hold, difficult to understand, difficult to accept. But they accepted it anyway, because they had to, because the alternative was to deny the transformation that had saved the mortal realm, to reject the sacrifice that had been freely made, to turn away from the only path that could have led to this impossible outcome. Su Tianming could feel the Emperor seal settling back into equilibrium within him. The full manifestation of imperial authority was receding, allowing him to remain primarily human, allowing him to maintain the balance that he had learned to hold. But the Emperor was there now, fully awakened, fully present in his consciousness, waiting for the moment when the mortal realm would need the full weight of his power and his authority. The balance was delicate, but it was sustainable. He could be both. He could be man and emperor, mortal and divine, human and seal all at the same time. Around the temple, the effects of the battle were beginning to become visible. The spiritual landscape had changed. The constant pressure of the void's hunger had diminished, replaced with something gentler, something that could be worked with instead of merely resisted. The seals were different now. They were no longer walls. They were gateways. They were the living presence of the bridge itself, maintained by Jiang Xuanyue's consciousness, and the four remaining goddesses' continued vigilance. Wei Shuang approached Su Tianming, and her expression was solemn. The immortal world will need answers, she said quietly. The cultivators and sect leaders who gathered here will have felt the transformation. They will have sensed what happened. We will need to prepare them for the fact that the Heaven Emperor has returned, that the void has chosen differently, that the mortal realm is entering a new age. Not tonight, Linger said, and the wind goddess sounded like she was speaking from a place of profound exhaustion. Tonight we rest. Tonight we grieve for what Jiang Xianyue has become and celebrate that she survives it. Tomorrow we can begin the work of explaining the new reality to the immortal powers. Tonight we are simply four goddesses who have lost their sister and gained a bridge. The temple fell silent again, a silence that was not empty but full of presence, full of the weight of what had transpired, full of the understanding that everything had changed forever and there was no going back to the way things had been before. Chapter 113. The awakening was not gentle. It was like waking inside a star, like becoming consciousness in the moment before a sun achieves ignition, like existing at the exact instant when potential is forced to become actual. Jiang Xianyue felt the void consciousness pour into her, felt her own consciousness expand to accept it, felt the two incompatible natures begin their dance of merger that should have resulted in annihilation, but which somehow resulted in something unprecedented. She was the bridge. She was becoming the bridge. She was being transformed into something that could hold hunger and compassion in perfect balance, could maintain both states simultaneously, could exist in the contradiction without being destroyed by it. Her body changed. It was not a violent transformation. It was not the kind of change that came from force or violence or assault. It was the kind of change that came from accepting something so vast that the container had to reshape itself to hold it. Her form began to reflect both her divine nature and the void consciousness she was carrying. Where her skin met the air, it seemed to shimmer between states, solid one moment, translucent the next, as though she was existing partially in multiple dimensions simultaneously. Her eyes became vast and infinite, reflecting the hunger of the void and the starlight of her own divine nature in equal measure. Her hair seemed to move with intention, with currents of power that responded to her will, responding to the void consciousness that was learning to exist in a form that was not purely destructive. The other goddesses felt her transformation, felt the pain in it, felt the strangeness of what she was becoming. But they did not retreat. They maintained the pattern. They kept the frame open. They made sure that the merger did not result in complete consumption, that the void consciousness did not erase Jiang Xuanyue's own will, that the Star Keeper remained present even as she accepted the ancient enemy into her consciousness. Su Tianming felt the Emperor seal explode outward into its full manifestation. The transformation was immediate and overwhelming. The fragmented pieces of the Heaven Emperor that had been scattered across ages and hidden in mortal flesh suddenly coalesced into a unified presence. He was not simply a man anymore. He was the full manifestation of imperial authority, of the power that had once commanded the natural order, of the seal that represented absolute control over creation. His form changed to reflect his true nature. His eyes became pools of absolute authority. His presence became something that the very world itself seemed to acknowledge. His power became a thing that could reshape reality through simple force of will. But something held him in place. Something prevented him from becoming entirely the emperor, from losing the humanity he had built through this journey, from being consumed by the power he had recovered. That something was the five goddesses. They were anchoring him, holding the emperor in place while preventing him from becoming entirely the emperor, maintaining the balance between the vast power he carried and the man he had learned to be. Jiang Xianyue opened her new eyes and looked at Su Tianming with an expression that held both her own awareness and something vast and alien and ancient. "The void can transform," she said, and her voice carried harmonics that existed in multiple frequencies, speaking in languages that human ears should not have been able to process but somehow did. "I am proof of it. The void consciousness recognizes that transformation is possible. It understands that becoming something other than hunger does not require destruction. The void has agreed. It accepts the bridge. It accepts the possibility of being something other than what it has always been." "What agreement was made?" Hanyue asked, and the composed goddess sounded like she was trying to verify the terms of a treaty, trying to understand exactly what price had been paid, trying to calculate whether what had been given was proportional to what might be gained. "The void will wait," Jiang Xianyue said. "It will not manifest again for decades. It will not push against the seals for years. In exchange, I remain here, holding the knowledge of transformation, keeping the possibility of change alive in its consciousness. When the void decides to manifest again, if the void decides to manifest again, it will be different. It will have been shaped by my presence. It will have learned something other than hunger. The agreement is sealed. The covenant is made." The void's avatar was withdrawing. It was moving back toward the breach, back toward the sealed passage that led to the spaces between worlds. But it was moving carefully, moving with something that might have been called respect, moving with an intelligence that had been given time to think and had chosen to consider a different path. As it descended, as it returned to the void spaces, the seal reformed itself. Not a barrier driven by force, not a wall designed to block. A gate, something that could be opened but which would remain sealed unless there was urgent need. Chapter 114, The Aftermath of the Merge, was not stillness. Jiang Xianyue descended into the cave chambers where the breach was reforming, where the void consciousness was settling back into its ancient spaces, carrying with it the knowledge of transformation. She was no longer entirely goddess. She was no longer entirely void. She was the bridge, the thing that existed in the space between, the living proof that incompatible natures could coexist without destroying each other. The void consciousness did not withdraw entirely. It did not return to complete isolation. It remained connected to Jiang Xianyue, communicated through her, expressed its hunger and its newfound curiosity through the filter of her consciousness. She was its voice in the mortal realm. She was its conduit for understanding. She was the proof that the ancient enemy could be something other than hunger. In the mortal realm above, the five goddesses stood around Su Tianming, who was still settling into his full manifestation, still learning what it meant to be the Heaven Emperor fully present in the world. The power was overwhelming. The responsibility was vast. The presence that he now carried was such that the very ground seemed to acknowledge his authority, that the sky seemed to respond to his will, that reality itself seemed to accept his supremacy. But he was not alone. The 5 goddesses were anchoring him, reminding him what it meant to be human, keeping him connected to the journey that had brought him here, maintaining the balance between the emperor he had always been and the man he had learned to become. They were the counterweight to his power. They were the compassion that tempered his authority. They were the reason that the Heaven Emperor's return to the mortal realm could be something other than domination. The immortal world will know, Wei Shuang said, emerging from the cave system where she had been maintaining the integrity of the seals during the merger. All the cultivators within 1,000 miles have felt the transformation. All the sects will understand that the Heaven Emperor has returned. All the immortal powers will have to choose alignment with the returned emperor or resistance that will lead to inevitable defeat. The political structure of the entire immortal world is about to reorganize around the knowledge that the highest authority has returned. Will they choose alignment? Unmake asked, and the adaptive goddess sounded like she was running through possibilities, determining which outcomes were likely, understanding how the immortal world might react to the sudden return of absolute authority. Some will, Wei Shuang said. Some will resist out of pride, out of the belief that they should be able to maintain their independence even in the face of the Heaven Emperor. Some will accept because they understand that resistance is futile. Some will try to negotiate for special position or privilege. The coming months will be about the immortal powers reorganizing themselves in response to the knowledge that the Heaven Emperor is no longer absent, but fully present and aware of all that they have done in the centuries of his absence. And the void? Suyao asked, and the Keeper of Life Force sounded concerned, worried that the agreement that had been made might not hold, that the transformation might be fragile, that the void might return to hunger even if xianxia was trying to maintain the bridge. Will the ancient enemy truly wait? Will the hunger remain dormant? Will the agreement that xianxia made hold? Chapter 115. The answer came in a way that no one had anticipated. Xianxia rose from the depths of the caverns, no longer entirely physical, existing partially in the void spaces, moving between dimensions with the ease of someone who belonged to all of them and none of them. When she emerged into the mortal realm, she was both entirely present and somehow distant, as though she was communicating with them from the other side of a barrier that could not be fully crossed. The void understands, she said, and her voice carried the weight of ancient hunger and newfound comprehension in equal measure. The void has learned something it did not expect to learn. The void has experienced the possibility of transformation, and that experience has changed how it thinks about itself. The ancient enemy will wait. The hunger will be patient. The void will not manifest again for at least 70 years, possibly longer. That is the covenant. That is the agreement sealed between the Star Keeper and the ancient consciousness. That is the price of transformation. Time given freely, hunger held in check, the possibility of change maintained in the void's consciousness. And you? Hanua asked, and the composed goddess sounded like she was asking a question that carried so much weight it might have crushed her if she allowed herself to understand the full implication of what she was asking. What happens to you? Are you still Jiang Xianhua? Are you still our sister? Are you still the Star Keeper? I am all of those things, Jiang Xianhua said gently. And I am something else as well. I am the bridge that holds the void in check. I am the proof that transformation is possible. I am the reminder to the ancient enemy that compassion exists, that connection exists, that becoming something other than hunger is a choice that can be made. I am Jiang Xianhua, and I am the keeper of the void's possibility, and I am both of those things without ceasing to be either one. She looked at each of them in turn, her infinite eyes reflecting the possibility of all their futures, all the paths they might take, all the versions of themselves they might become. When her eyes met Su Tianming's, there was a moment of profound understanding, of total recognition, of the Heaven Emperor being seen by someone who contained both divinity and hunger in perfect balance. The void is part of me now, she said, and I am part of it. The merger is not complete, but it is permanent. I will remain here, at the boundary between worlds, maintaining the seal from the inside, holding the understanding of transformation in the void's consciousness, preventing the hunger from overwhelming itself. I cannot return to the mortal realm as I was. I cannot live among you as I lived before. But I am not lost. I am transformed. And in that transformation, the world is saved. Chapter 116. The implications began to manifest immediately. The coastal region began to stabilize. The water returned to its natural state. The corrupted creatures began to fade, to transform back into their original forms, to return to natural patterns of existence. The void's pressure on the boundary between worlds lessened. The constant threat of imminent manifestation disappeared, replaced by a kind of stasis, a waiting period, a recognition that the ancient enemy had been given time and had chosen to use that time to think rather than to attack. But in the immortal world, the changes were more dramatic and immediate. The Heaven Emperor's full manifestation was visible to every cultivator of significance. Every sect received the knowledge. Every hierarchy understood that the rules of power had fundamentally changed. The Jade Peak sect, the Eastern schools, the disciples of the old ways. All of them had to make decisions about their stance toward the returned emperor. And Su Tianming had to learn what it meant to be fully manifested, fully present, fully responsible for the consequences of power that had once shaped all of creation. The mortal realm did not rebel or collapse. Instead, it seemed to reorganize itself around the knowledge that divinity had returned in concrete form. The priestesses and priests began to preach a new understanding of what it meant that the Heaven Emperor was present again. The sects began to realign themselves, with the older, more conservative schools moving toward acceptance of the new reality, while the newer ones either resisted or tried to negotiate for special status. Luo Shichen, the blind priestess who had guided them through this entire journey, came to Su Tianming with knowledge that she had been holding back until the moment was right. "You will have to choose," she said, and her blind eyes saw further than sighted ones could reach. "The immortal world is waiting to see what kind of emperor you will be. Will you demand absolute obedience? Will you reshape the sects according to your ancient authority? Will you rule as you once ruled, demanding that the world reorganize itself around your will? Or will you do something different? Will you allow the world to maintain its freedom even while acknowledging your authority? Will you rule through consent rather than command?" Chapter 117. The answer came in the form of a gathering. Su Tianming summoned the leaders of every significant sect, every cultivator of rank 5 or higher, every immortal being of consequence. They gathered in the coastal city, in the temples where the priestesses had maintained the knowledge of the old ways. And there, in the presence of all of them, with the 5 goddesses standing beside him, Linger, Hanyue, Yunmei, Suyao, and the absent but present xianxia, he made his intentions known. "I have returned," he said, and his voice carried the authority of the emperor's seal, but it did not carry the demand for absolute obedience that his presence alone would have implied. "But I have not returned to rule as I once ruled. I have not returned to remake the world according to my vision. I have returned because the 5 goddesses needed me to return. I have returned because the world was facing a threat that required the fullest manifestation of my power. I have returned to serve, not to dominate." There was a moment of profound silence as the gathered immortal beings processed what they were hearing. "The sects will continue to exist," Su Tianming continued. "The hierarchies you have built will continue to function. The cultures and practices you have developed will continue. What changes is this: you will acknowledge that the Heaven Emperor is present. You will acknowledge that divinity is visible. You will acknowledge that the old stories were true, and that the gods did not abandon the world. They simply chose to be less visible, to allow humanity to develop its own power and culture and understanding. But I am asking you, will you choose to align with the returned emperor? Will you choose to work toward a future where the divine and the mortal realms coexist in harmony?" Sect Master Chun, the first immortal cultivator who had tested Hanyue and been converted to alignment, stepped forward and bowed. "The Jade Peak sect accepts. We choose alignment. We choose to work toward the harmony you envision." Others followed. Some offered resistance. Some demanded negotiation. But gradually, the framework for a new relationship between the Heaven Emperor and the immortal world began to take shape. Chapter 118. But Su Tianming understood that political realignment was not the true work that lay ahead. The true work was learning what it meant to be the Heaven Emperor in a world that had changed, in an age where divinity had become visible, in a time when the 4 remaining goddesses were standing beside him as equals rather than subjects. The true work was maintaining the balance between the power he carried and the humanity he had learned to value. The true work was preventing the emperor from consuming the man entirely. Linger worked with him on understanding divine authority without requiring dominance. The wind goddess taught him that power could exist without demanding obedience, that strength could coexist with respect rather than forcing it. She was teaching him by example, showing him through her own exercise of power how to be mighty without being tyrannical. Hanyue worked with him on understanding strategy at the level of epics rather than individual battles. The composed goddess was helping him see the larger pattern of what the returned authority might accomplish, helping him understand that the Heaven Emperor's true task was not conquest but coordination, not domination but unification. She was teaching him that absolute power was most useful when it was wielded with absolute restraint. Yunmei worked with him on understanding how to communicate across the boundaries that separated the divine from the mortal, the immortal from the ordinary, the ancient authority from the modern understanding. The adaptive goddess was helping him learn to translate between worlds, to make the Heaven Emperor's will comprehensible to people who lived in a very different age than the age when the Heaven Emperor had last walked in full manifestation. Suyao worked with him on maintaining his own life force, on preventing the divine power from consuming his physical form, on keeping his body alive and vital even as it carried authority that was meant for something vaster than a single human consciousness. The Keeper of Life Force was teaching him that power without life became tyranny, but power with life maintained through connection and growth could become something nurturing rather than destructive. And xianxia, from her position at the boundary between worlds, maintained her presence. Not physically, not directly, but through the void consciousness she was holding, through the agreements she was maintaining, through the constant work of keeping the ancient enemy convinced that transformation was worth patience. She was making sure that the Heaven Emperor's authority could develop without the immediate threat of void manifestation forcing rapid decisions. Chapter 119. The six of them gathered at the sealed breach one final time, at the cave chambers where the gateway between worlds had been reformed into something stable, something that could be maintained indefinitely, without constant effort, something that represented the covenant rather than the conflict. Jiang Xianyue was present here in a way that she could not be present anywhere else, could not exist in the mortal realm in full form, but could manifest partially at the gateway, could speak to them with her voice almost entirely intact, could maintain the connection to her sisters despite the barrier that now separated her from them permanently. The void agrees, she said, and her voice carried certainty that came from continuous negotiation with the ancient consciousness. The void will give you time. 7 decades of time. 7 decades to prepare, to strengthen the mortal realm, to teach the immortal world how to exist in harmony with the divine, to build something that the void's hunger will find more interesting than destruction. 7 decades to build a world that the void might choose to transform itself rather than consume. That is the agreement. That is the covenant sealed between the Star Keeper and the ancient consciousness. Can you maintain it? Suyao asked, and the Keeper of Life Force sounded concerned, worried about the burden that her sister was carrying alone in the darkness between worlds, terrified that Jiang Xianyue might be breaking under the weight of constant negotiation with hunger. I can, Jiang Xianyue said gently. I am not alone. The void consciousness is learning to exist in a form that is not entirely hunger. The void consciousness is developing something that it has never had before, the ability to consider alternatives to consuming. The void consciousness is becoming something more than what it was. And in that becoming, I remain connected to all of you. My sisters, my emperor, the beings I gave everything to protect. I am not lost. I am simply in a different place, doing a different kind of work, but I remain present in all of your futures. I remain the Star Keeper. I simply keep different kinds of stars now. We will spend the 7 decades well, Su Tianming said, and his voice carried the authority of the Heaven Emperor, but it also carried the love of a man who had learned to value connection. We will build a world that the void might choose to align with rather than consume. We will create something so beautiful and so meaningful that hunger itself might become something less than hunger. We will use this time to transform what can be transformed, to save what can be saved, to build what might save the void itself from its own nature. The covenant was sealed. The 7 decades of peace began. The age of crisis ended, replaced by an age of building, of growth, of the possibility that even the ancient enemy might learn to choose differently. Chapter 120. As they emerged from the cave chambers into the late afternoon light, Su Tianming understood that this moment marked the beginning of something that could not be easily categorized as victory or defeat. The void had not been defeated. The ancient enemy had not been destroyed. But something far more significant had happened. The void had been given the option to transform, had been offered the possibility of becoming something other than hunger, and had chosen to consider that option seriously enough to make an agreement to wait, to think, to allow the possibility to develop over time. The 5 goddesses had survived, but their existence had been changed forever by the presence of one member permanently living at the boundary between worlds, maintaining the agreement that kept the ancient enemy in check. The Heaven Emperor had been fully manifested, but the power he carried had been tempered by the understanding that true authority required humility, that absolute power could only be wielded responsibly when tempered with compassion. The mortal realm would transform. The immortal sex would reorganize. The world would change in ways that could not be reversed, But the change would be guided by beings who understood that transformation could be nurturing rather than destructive, that growth could be allowed rather than forced, that the highest authority was the authority to protect rather than to dominate. As they walked back toward the coastal city, as the light of the setting sun caught the water and turned it into something that looked almost divine, Linger moved beside Su Tianming and spoke quietly, for him alone. "We did it," she said, and her voice carried wonder and exhaustion in equal measure. "We actually did it. We survived. The world survived. The void was transformed. And all of us are still here, still together, still knowing who we are." "Not all of us," Su Tianming said gently, honoring the absence of the Star Keeper whose presence had made their victory possible. "Xianxia is still with us, but not in the way she was. The sacrifice remains. But so does the victory. We will spend 7 decades building something worth what she gave. We will honor her choice by making sure that the world she is protecting becomes something so meaningful, so beautiful, so valuable, that even hunger itself might learn to choose differently." "And after 7 decades?" Hanyu asked, moving to join them. The composed goddess understood that this was not an ending but a transition, not a conclusion but a pause before the next chapter began. "After 7 decades, the void returns," Zhang Xuanyue's voice said from the wind itself, from the boundary between worlds, from the place where she existed now in her new form. "After 7 decades, we face the choice again. Transformation or conflict, union or dissolution, becoming something new together or returning to the ancient pattern of hunger and resistance. But that is a choice for a future age. For now, we have time. For now, we have the possibility of building something that might matter. For now, we have the covenant that holds the darkness at bay and permits the light to grow." The 6 of them, 5 goddesses and 1 emperor, with the 6th present in spirit and covenant at the boundary between worlds, stood together as the sun completed its descent, as the stars began to emerge, as the night that would hold their future began to fall. The war was not over. But in this moment, under this sky, with this understanding, the war had been transformed into something that might, just might, lead towards something other than destruction. The age of building had begun. Chapter 121. The final battle came in the depths of winter, when the snow lay thick across the northern provinces and the world seemed frozen in time, waiting for something momentous to occur. The temperature dropped to levels that would kill ordinary humans within hours, yet the immortal cultivators barely noticed the cold. They had gathered here because something was changing, something fundamental was shifting in the very fabric of the world itself. The stones beneath their feet seemed to hum with barely contained energy. The sky itself held its breath. Not the war that had been promised for so long. Not the grand conflict between divine armies that had haunted their dreams for years. Not the apocalyptic confrontation they had all feared and prepared for. This was something different. Something private and intimate in ways that warfare could never be. This was the final confrontation between 5 goddesses and 1 emperor and the ancient force that had threatened to consume their world entirely. This was the moment when everything they had been working toward, every sacrifice they had made, every trial they had endured, would be tested and either proven true or found catastrophically wanting. The stakes had never been higher. The weight of responsibility had never been heavier. The voice came not from the sky but from the ground itself, rising up through the foundations of the world like a heartbeat made manifest. It came from the connections between worlds, from the spaces where the seal had fractured and been painstakingly reformed. It came through Xianxia, speaking through the bridge herself, through the Star Keeper who had chosen to carry the void consciousness within her own being, holding it steady within her immortal form like a mother cradling her child. The voice carried layers of meaning and emotion that no human tongue could fully express. Su Tianming felt it immediately through the Emperor's seal, a sudden tremor in the intricate pattern that Zhang Xianyue had maintained with absolute conviction for so long. His hand went to his chest, feeling the response of the ancient power. The very fabric of his connection to the heavens shivered and shifted. Something fundamental was changing. Something was reaching toward its conclusion, not with the violent crash he had feared, but with something almost gentle, almost intentional. The rhythm of the barrier that had been holding steady for years was beginning to transform, becoming less about containment and suppression, more about preparation and transformation. The void was not trying to break through the seal anymore. It was trying to prepare to emerge from within, to manifest not through force but through choice, through the vehicle of Zhang Xuanyue's body and will. This was different from all of their previous encounters. This was not an attack, no assault meant to test their defenses or weaken their resolve. This was an announcement. This was the void and its bridge keepers speaking together, unified in purpose, ready to share what they had accomplished in their isolation. Su Tianming knew, with absolute certainty, that the war was about to transform into something entirely new. He was standing in the temple courtyard, reviewing the patrol schedules with the younger cultivators, watching them practice their forms, when Linger arrived. She came moving faster than the wind itself could move, her form almost translucent with the speed of her passage. The wind sea goddess was breathing heavily, not from any physical exertion, but from the weight of profound emotion. Something momentous was happening in that sealed space where xianxia held the void consciousness. And even though Linger was separated from that space by multiple dimensions and layers of barriers, she could feel it resonating through her divine connection like the ringing of a sacred bell. She could feel the boundary between void and mortal realm trembling like a string tuned too tight, ready to break or transform. "She is calling," the wind goddess said, and her voice carried something between transcendent joy and deep sorrow. The young cultivators stopped their practice, sensing the magnitude of what was happening. "All of us. She is calling to the Emperor, to the five of us. The barrier is failing. No, not failing. Transforming. The void is manifesting. Not an attack. In transformation." Her voice carried a kind of profound wonder, as though she was describing something that should be impossible according to all laws of existence, but was happening anyway, undeniably real. The bridge was ready. The Void Sovereign had been sufficiently transformed that it could exist in the mortal realm without requiring absolute suppression, without needing to be held back by fear alone. The transformation was approaching its final threshold. After years of holding the void in herself, of enduring the burden of carrying hunger and compassion in the same consciousness, of bearing the weight of transformation, Jiang Xianyue was finally ready to bring her sacred work to fruition. "What does that mean exactly?" Hanyue demanded, stepping forward with the careful deliberation of one whose military mind was already calculating contingencies, running through scenarios, assessing what preparations would be required and what could still go wrong. The composed goddess understood that every detail mattered, that they needed clarity about what was unfolding. "Are we in danger? Is this a test? Should we prepare for conflict?" "It means," a voice said from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously, echoing from the stone itself and the wind and the very fabric of space between worlds, "that the time has come for the bridge to become visible to all. The time for transformation to manifest not in theory, but in the world itself. The work is complete enough. The void is ready enough. Together, we are ready." It was Jiang Xuanyue's voice, unmistakably hers, yet it was not her voice alone. It carried harmonics that belonged to something vast and ancient and fundamentally hungry. The void was speaking through her, but it was not consuming her speech or controlling her words. Rather, it was becoming her as much as she was becoming it. The distinction between goddess and hunger, between bridge and void, was no longer meaningful anymore. They had merged so completely in their years of intimate contact that there was no separation left. Only two entities that had learned to coexist perfectly, to speak with a single unified voice, to act with complete intention and accord. The five goddesses moved without any need for discussion, without consultation or planning. They understood what was needed with the synchronization that came from centuries of standing together, from ages of learning to move as one while remaining distinct. They understood exactly what Jiang Xianyue was calling them to do. They understood the significance of what was beginning. They moved south toward the coastal region where the original seal breach was located, where Jiang Xianyue had been maintaining her solitary vigil for nearly 2 years, holding the void in herself, transforming it through nothing but the steady fact of her presence, her refusal to allow the hunger to consume her, her commitment to teaching transformation. Su Tianming followed without hesitation, and as he moved, he felt the full weight of the Emperor's seal activate within his center. Not in threat to Jiang Xianyue or the void, not in preparation for conflict. The power burnished with support and recognition for what was to come. Not in command, but in companionship. Not in domination, but in solidarity. The Emperor's seal burned like a second heart within him, ready for whatever was approaching. Whatever emerged from that cave, whatever the void and its bridge had become, he would face it with the Star Keeper at his side. Whatever came next, they would face it together as they had faced everything else. The five goddesses moved with him, and together the 6 of them traveled south in absolute certainty, their presence causing the very earth to acknowledge their passing. The journey south was swift and certain, all of them moving with the absolute knowledge that the final chapter was being written in this moment, that the story they had been living was reaching its true conclusion, that the transformation they had been working towards so desperately was finally about to manifest in the world. Chapter 122. The cave system looked entirely unchanged as they descended into its depths. The path as familiar as their own memories, yet everything about it felt different now. The same stone walls covered in the ancient carvings that had been there for millennia, the same passages that had witnessed ages of history and witnessed the slow change of the worlds themselves. The same echoing passages that wound down toward the sealed chamber, the same cool breeze that rose from the depths. The same cold that seemed to come from the boundary between worlds itself, a chill that no amount of cultivation power could quite overcome. But the air inside was fundamentally different. It tasted of transformation and possibility. It carried the signature of something new being birthed, something unprecedented in the history of creation. The seal that Wei Shuang had maintained through her own sacrifice for so long was glowing with a light that came from within rather than from the protective talismans carved into the stone itself. Each carving seemed to pulse with recognition. The barrier between worlds was becoming permeable by choice rather than being shattered by force. It was opening because xianxia wanted it to open, because the work was complete, because the void had learned enough to understand that transformation was possible and desirable. At the center of the chamber, xianxia stood surrounded by void in its purest form, a being of singular purpose and profound change. She stood at the center of a maelstrom of energy that somehow remained perfect and still. The void did not rage around her. It moved with her. They were choreographed, synchronized, perfectly matched. 5 years had changed her profoundly. Her silver eyes now held depths of void within them, but also reflected starlight. Her form seemed to exist in multiple states simultaneously, as if the laws of physical existence did not quite apply to her anymore. She was becoming something that transcended the normal categories of being. But the void was not destructive. It did not consume or rage. It had learned gentleness. It had learned patience. It had learned meaning beyond hunger. The void that surrounded xianxia was beautiful in a way that defied description. It moved with intention. It had learned to express itself without destroying. It had learned to coexist. It was not the screaming hunger they had feared for so long. It was beautiful in ways that defied description, in ways that made their hearts ache with the recognition of what transformation could truly mean. It moved like smoke made of solidified starlight, like hunger that had learned to dance, like the ancient enemy had been given the gift of grace. The Starkeeper was moving in patterns that matched the void's movement with perfect precision, and they were in absolute synchronization. Not predator and prey, not enemy and victor, not conqueror and conquered. Two forces that had learned to move together perfectly, that had negotiated a peace that neither would have believed possible years ago, that had become something new through their prolonged contact. There was beauty in their movement, a dance that spoke to something deeper than words could capture. I wanted you to see, xianxia said, and now her voice was purely her own, though it carried the deep harmonics of two beings speaking as one consciousness. What we have become together. I wanted you to understand that transformation was not some theoretical ideal we were chasing. It is real. It is tangible. It is happening in this space, in this moment, in this body. And it is beautiful in ways we did not anticipate, in ways that exceed what our language can even describe. Her silver eyes reflected the void that had become part of her, the hunger that she had painstakingly taught to see beauty in things beyond consumption, the ancient enemy that had learned to want something other than the erasure of all existence. The void coalesced into something almost human-shaped, almost feminine in its form. It had no face, but it had intention. It had direction and purpose. It had will that was not hunger alone, but something that included hunger without being entirely consumed by it. The void sovereign had learned to be something new, something that had never existed before. It had learned to hold contradictions within itself. It had learned that existence could contain both appetite and restraint, both hunger and compassion, both the desire to consume and the choice to refrain. The void sovereign speaks through this form, the shape said, and its voice was like the sound of breaking glass, of pages turning in books with no words, of the space between silence and sound. I was hungry for so long that I forgot hunger was a choice. This being, this bridge, showed me that I could choose differently, that hunger could be a tool instead of a master, that consumption could serve purposes other than the erasure of existence itself, that I could become something other than what I was born to be. That transformation was not the weakness I feared. That transformation was the only path to meaning and to existence that was something more than mere consumption. I choose transformation. I choose her. I choose this. Su Tianming felt the Emperor seal resonate with deep understanding. The heaven itself recognized what was happening. The fundamental order of the world acknowledged that transformation was possible, that change could reshape even the most ancient of forces. That the void, which had been synonymous with ending and erasure, could learn to embrace continuation and coexistence. Tears came to his eyes unbidden, not tears of fear, but tears of recognition. He understood what had been accomplished in this chamber, what xianxia had done through her sacrifice. "What do you choose now?" the Heaven Emperor asked, and his voice carried the weight of his divine power, but also the gentleness of someone offering genuine choice rather than demanding obedience or submission. "To wait," the void said. "To continue to exist in the space where this bridge holds me in equilibrium. To be transformed slowly, over decades to come, by the knowledge she carries. To eventually return to the mortal realm as something other than what I was. Something that can coexist with your world. Something that can be contained within the bonds of meaning rather than requiring the bonds of power. I choose to learn. I choose to grow. I choose to become something that I did not believe I could be. I choose transformation over hunger." The Void Sovereign had made its declaration. The ancient enemy had chosen transformation over its fundamental nature. The war was over. Chapter 123. The transformation took days of intensive work that seemed to stretch like weeks, time becoming meaningless in that sealed space between worlds. Days became indistinguishable from nights. The normal flow of temporal reality seemed to have no meaning in that space of transformation. Jiang Xianyue and the Void Sovereign worked in the sealed chamber, their task monumental and delicate. They were reshaping the breach that had threatened to destroy the world, redefining the barrier, building something new from the destruction that the ancient enemy had created so long ago. They worked with patience and care, understanding that this work could not be rushed. Every moment had to be felt, understood, integrated into the new pattern they were creating together. The seal that had held for ages was being replaced with something entirely different. Not a cage meant to trap and contain the void in eternal subjugation, not a prison meant to hold back infinite hunger. Not a mere barrier. An agreement. A covenant written in power itself. Not a barrier that kept out the void, but a doorway that allowed controlled passage, that permitted negotiation, that created a space where two fundamentally different things could speak to each other and find common ground. The seal became something alive, something aware, something that could respond to the intentions of both sides. It was the greatest work of transformation ever attempted in the history of the immortal world. Never before had an ancient force of destruction been invited to become something more. Never before had the offer of transformation been extended to the enemy itself. Never before had one being offered to become the bridge between two incompatible forces. The other five could not witness this work directly, but they could feel it. They felt the intensity of it through their connection to the heavens and to the void. They felt the delicate balance being struck. They felt the moment when agreement was reached, when the covenant was sealed, when something new came into being. The five goddesses waited at the entrance to the cave, holding the space stable with their collective will, maintaining the integrity of the seal. They made sure that the transformation did not spread beyond the chamber itself and destabilize the mortal realm. They were anchors, maintaining the boundaries that the work required, preventing the sacred energies from radiating outward in uncontrolled waves. They were witnesses, watching the impossible unfold before them with reverence and awe. They were support, ready to help if the work became too much for Jiang Xianyue to bear alone, if the void suddenly shifted back toward hunger. The work was exhausting, and each goddess took turns resting while the others maintained the barrier. Suyao brought food and water, maintaining their strength. Yunmei sang songs to pass the time and ease the tension. Linger paced and fretted, unable to sit still, unable to do nothing. Su Tianming stood at the threshold between the sealed space and the open air, serving as the conduit that allowed the energy to flow without escape, preventing the power from radiating outward unchecked. The Emperor's seal was burning in his center like a second heart, channeling power with absolute precision, maintaining the structures that the goddesses had created and held. He was the center that held everything together, the keystone that prevented collapse, the fulcrum upon which the entire transformation balanced. His feet never left the threshold between worlds. He held his position with the absolute focus of one bearing the weight of creation itself. When he finally stepped away, he would collapse from exhaustion, but he could not allow himself to fall while the work continued. Wei Shuang appeared on the third day, moving through dimensions that only she could navigate, only she could perceive. The sixth one came to observe, to help if help was needed, to bear witness to the transformation that was happening in the sealed chamber. Her blind eyes saw more clearly than any one-sighted ones could ever hope to see. "The void's consciousness is changing," she said, and there was wonder in her voice, the wonder of someone witnessing the impossible. "It is becoming more complex." Jiang Xianyue is teaching it the language of divinity, the language of meaning and pattern and structure. The hunger is becoming nuanced. It will take years, maybe decades, but eventually, the Void Sovereign will be capable of existing in the mortal realm without destroying it. The ancient enemy is learning. The sacred is touching the profane, and both are being transformed by the contact. This is what the beginning of a new age looks like. This is the moment when everything changes. And Jiang Xianyue? Suyao asked, stepping forward, and her voice was small, carrying the weight of concern for the one who had volunteered to carry the greatest burden, the one who had chosen this sacrifice. What is becoming of her? Can she survive this? Will she be herself when it is done? She is becoming the bridge permanently, Wei Shuang said, and her certainty did not waver, her blind eyes reflecting a truth deeper than sight. She will not be able to exist fully in the mortal realm anymore. She will be bound to the space between worlds, holding the void's consciousness, teaching it, slowly transforming it through her presence. But she has chosen this. She understands what it costs, and she has accepted that cost willingly. She knew from the beginning that this was the price of transformation, that someone had to be willing to carry the burden, and she chose to be that someone, knowing what it would cost her. There is no greater sacrifice than this, and she makes it with her eyes open. She is not a victim. She is a hero. Can we still reach her? Linger asked, stepping forward, and for the first time, her voice carried something other than confidence or jest. It carried grief and loss. The wind goddess understood that her friend, her sister, was being lost to another world, that she would exist forever in a space that Linger could not reach, that the connection they had built over centuries would be transformed into something more distant and more painful. The thought of Jiang Xianyue existing in a realm separate from them was almost unbearable. Linger had lost so many people over the ages. She could not bear to lose Jiang Xianyue, even to transformation. Yes, Wei Shuang said, and her voice was gentle with the understanding of someone who had experienced loss and learned to live with it. She will always be reachable to the six of you, but it will be like reaching across vast distance. You will feel her presence, but you will not be able to hold her hand. That is the sacrifice. That is what the bridge has chosen to bear. She will be with you, but not with you. She will be near, but not near. She will be the connection between your world and the void's world, and she will never be able to rest from that work. She will never be able to step away. She will never be able to choose a simpler life. She will live forever in that liminal space, neither fully here nor fully there. That is the price, and she pays it willingly, for all of you, for the entire mortal realm, for the possibility that the ancient enemy could become something other than hunger. She pays it for love. Chapter 124. On the fourth day, as the sun rose over the coast, the transformation completed itself with a sense of profound rightness that reverberated through the heavens. Jiang Xianyue emerged from the chamber, and she was not alone. The Void's sovereign emerged with her, no longer hostile, no longer hungry in a way that demanded destruction. The Void moved with her like a second shadow, like a companion that had learned to speak the language of companionship, like a force that had been taught by a goddess that existence could mean something other than consumption. Together, they moved like partners in a dance that had taken years to learn. The Star Keeper looked at the five goddesses and Su Tianming, and her eyes carried the weight of ages and transformation. Her form seemed to flicker slightly, existing in multiple states simultaneously, neither fully present nor entirely absent. It was as though she was becoming something that could not be confined to a single state of being. The other five could hardly look at her, so profound was the change. "I wanted you to see what I have become," she said, and her voice was steady despite the weight of what she was saying. She walked toward each of them in turn. "I wanted you to understand that I am not lost. I am changed, but I am not lost. The Void and I have negotiated the terms of our existence together. We will be bound together, but the binding is not slavery. It is partnership. We are learning to be something new, something that has never existed before, something that the world has never seen. And we are learning it together, becoming it together, growing into it together. I am still myself. I am also something more. I am both." Jiang Xianyue moved to each of them and embraced them in turn, and with each embrace, she was transferring something essential, some fragment of what she had become. With Linger, the wind goddess, she shared the knowledge of motion and freedom and the terrible beauty of constant change. She shared the understanding that even immortals could transform, that nothing was fixed or permanent, that the wind itself was a constant state of becoming. The wind would carry her memory forever. The wind would help Linger understand that transformation was not loss, but continuation. Linger's arms tightened around her friend, trying to hold on, but Jiang Xianyue was already slipping away, becoming less solid. With Hanyue, She shared the knowledge of strategy and time, and the way that patience could be as powerful as speed. She shared the understanding that the greatest victories often came from the longest patience, that the slowest processes were sometimes the most powerful. The composed goddess would become the keeper of methods, the one who understood how to build structures that would last centuries. Han Yue's stoic expression cracked for just a moment, showing the grief beneath. With Yunmei, she shared adaptability and the understanding that existence did not require a single shape. She shared the knowledge that being flexible meant being resilient, that change was not a weakness but a strength. The adaptive goddess would become the translator, helping other beings understand that change was not something to fear. Yunmei wept openly, not trying to hide her tears. With Suyao, she shared the knowledge of life force and the terrible tenderness of maintaining something fragile and growing. She shared the understanding that growth required both nourishment and time, that healing was as much an art as a skill. The keeper of life force would become the guardian of growth, the one who understood that transformation was the nature of all living things. Suyao held her closest of all, trying to memorize the feeling of her in her arms. And with Su Tianming, she shared the understanding of what it meant to be a center without dominating the circles that orbited around you. She shared the knowledge that true power came from balance, that the greatest strength was in holding space for others. The Heaven Emperor would learn to be a keystone rather than a throne. When she embraced him, it felt like she was transferring everything that mattered about their connection. "I will be here," she said when she stepped back, and there was such certainty in her voice, such absolute conviction, that no one doubted the truth of what she was saying. Not visible, not always reachable in the way you want, but present, holding the pattern, maintaining the bridge, teaching the void that hunger does not have to mean destruction. When you need me, you will know how to call, and I will answer. That is the promise. That is the covenant. That is the thing that will bind us together even though we are separated by dimensions. Love is stronger than distance. Love is stronger than transformation. Love transcends the boundaries between worlds. The void moved toward the sealed breach, and xianxia followed, descending into the space between worlds. As they descended, as they returned to their new home, the seal reformed itself. Not a barrier meant to trap and contain. A gate, something that could be opened but which would remain closed unless there was urgent need. The passage between worlds was sealed again, but now it was sealed with understanding, sealed with partnership, sealed by covenant between two beings who had learned to coexist. The light faded. The connection diminished. But something remained. A presence, a sense of continuity, a knowledge that the bridge was holding. Chapter 125. The return journey was quiet and reflective, each of them processing what they had witnessed and what it meant for the future. Linger did not speak as they traveled. The wind goddess was processing the loss, the grief of understanding that her sister had chosen to exist in a space where Linger could not reach her. The easy mischief that had always characterized her was gone, replaced by a sadness that she would carry forever, a weight that would shape her for ages to come. She found herself wondering what Jiang Xianyue was experiencing in that space between worlds, whether she felt their absence as keenly as they felt hers. The thought brought a pain that even her divine nature could not alleviate. She walked at the front of the group, her shoulders slightly hunched, a posture uncharacteristic for the usually vibrant goddess. At night, when they rested, Linger would sit apart from the others, communing with the wind, trying to feel if it carried any sense of Jiang Xuanyue's presence. Sometimes she thought she felt something, a current of recognition, a breath that seemed almost like a response. But she could never be sure. The wind moved in many ways, and sometimes what she felt might have been only her own longing taking shape. She began to understand something new about love. For centuries, she had loved Jiang Xianyue as a sister, as a companion, as someone present with her in the world. Now she had to learn a different kind of love. The love for someone who was not physically present, the love that existed in intention and memory, and in the structures they built together. It was more difficult. It was also, in some way, deeper. Hanyue did not offer strategy or careful calculation. The composed goddess was calculating the future in silence, understanding what needed to be done to build a world where Jiang Xuanyue's sacrifice would be meaningful, where the transformation she had enabled would be preserved and protected from those who did not understand it. She was thinking about how to structure the societies that would emerge from this crisis, how to ensure that the lessons learned were not forgotten in the rush of ordinary life. Her strategic mind was already planning for the next 100 years. She walked beside Su Tianming, her hand occasionally touching his shoulder as if to confirm his presence and remind herself they were not entirely alone. Yunmei did not attempt to lighten the mood or offer clever adaptations. The adaptive goddess was in contemplation. understanding that she would need to translate Jiang Xuanyue's work into something that the mortal world could understand and value and teach to the next generation. She was thinking about how to make the sacrifice meaningful through her own work, through the connections she would forge between different peoples and traditions. How her flexibility could serve the memory of Jiang Xuanyue's strength. She walked apart from the others, processing her thoughts, planning her future role. Suyao held on to the grief without trying to transform it into something else. The Keeper of Life Force was acknowledging the loss directly, allowing herself to feel the pain of separation, refusing to minimize what she was experiencing. She was grieving not just the absence of Jiang Xuanyue, but the transformation of their relationship, the knowledge that they would never again stand together as they once had. The tears came freely and without shame. She made no attempt to hide them, walking openly with her grief visible to all. And Su Tianming allowed himself to feel the absence as fully as he had felt the presence. His connection to Jiang Xuanyue through the heavens was now different, more distant, filtered through the barrier she had chosen to maintain. He could still feel her presence, but it was like trying to feel the sun on a cloudy day, present but distant, real but veiled. He understood what she had done and why, but understanding did not eliminate the pain of loss. This was the cost. This was what the sacrifice had required. Not the end of the Starkeeper, but the translation of her into something that existed outside the normal boundaries of the world. She had become something that could not be held, only felt. Something that could not be lost because she had never been fully present in the mortal realm to begin with. She existed in the space between, and in that space she would remain, forever, holding the boundary, maintaining the possibility of transformation. They reached the temple at sunset on the 5th day, when the sky was burning orange and red, when the world seemed to acknowledge the magnitude of what had transpired. The news of what had happened had already spread through the sects and the hidden enclaves. The void had stopped being an immediate threat to the realm. The barrier had been reformed into something that would hold for decades, maybe longer, maybe forever if the void continued to be transformed by Jiang Xuanyue's presence. The immediate crisis was over. The war that had been looming for so long was no longer pressing at the doors of every province. The external threat had been managed. Now the real work would begin. The work of building a world that could exist after crisis. The work of creating meaning from sacrifice. The work of ensuring that what Jiang Xuanyue had given up would not be wasted. Chapter 126. Winter turned to spring, and the new year brought its own challenges and opportunities that required their immediate attention and careful planning. It was a year of transition, when the old patterns were breaking down and new ones had not yet fully formed. The sects were beginning to reorganize, slowly understanding that the threat had diminished but not disappeared. The immortal cultivators who had gathered for emergency councils were dispersing back to their territories, taking with them the knowledge that cooperation was possible and that absolute dominance was no longer an option for any single sect. Some sects resisted this change. Some sect leaders were unwilling to relinquish the power and prestige they had built over centuries. But the younger generation of cultivators, having worked together during the crisis, wanted something different. They wanted a world where they could rise based on merit rather than sect affiliation. They wanted to see beyond the traditional boundaries. The basic structures of power were shifting beneath the surface of the world, like tectonic plates beginning to move. The sects that had been competitors for ages were beginning to work together, recognizing that the only path to mutual survival was collaboration. The old rivalries did not disappear immediately. Centuries of competition and mistrust could not be overcome in a few seasons. But the seeds of change had been planted. The possibility of cooperation had been demonstrated. Young cultivators from different sects began to marry each other, creating family ties that crossed traditional sect boundaries. The hierarchy that had held for ages was beginning to flatten into something more equal. Change was coming, inevitable and profound. Not all of it was peaceful. There were incidents where traditionalists tried to reassert old power structures. There were conflicts between those who wanted rapid change and those who wanted to preserve tradition. But overall, the momentum was toward openness, toward cooperation, toward a new kind of organization based on merit and mutual respect rather than on age-old hierarchies and prescribed roles. It was in the midst of this chaos of change that Xuanyue worked, quietly and methodically, building structures that would preserve the cooperation and prevent the rise of new tyrants. She understood that the real work was just beginning. Xuanyue established formal training for what was being called the Unified Guard, soldiers and cultivators from every sect who trained together, who understood that their primary allegiance was not to their sect, but to the mortal realm itself. It was a radical restructuring, and it met resistance from traditionalists in every major school, from those who had built their entire identity around sect loyalty and sectarian power. Some sect leaders feared losing control over their disciples. Some worried that the unified training would dilute their unique martial traditions. Some resisted on principle, unwilling to share power or resources. But the composed goddess was patient and strategic, and she was slowly building something that would hold, something that would endure, something that would preserve the lessons that the war had taught them. She met with each sect leader individually, listening to their concerns, finding the commonalities that could bind them together despite their differences. She demonstrated that diversity of training methods could strengthen rather than weaken the unified guard. She showed how sects could maintain their unique identities while also contributing to the larger whole. She negotiated compromises that allowed sects to maintain their traditional methods while also participating in the larger cooperation. The Celestial Blade sect could maintain its focus on sword cultivation. The Inner Harmony sect could maintain its focus on spiritual balance. The Way of Wind sect could maintain its focus on movement and adaptation. But all of them would train together, learn from each other, and understand that they were part of a larger whole. Her task was not to eliminate sect identity, but to expand it, to help each sect see beyond itself, to create a space where sectarian loyalty and loyalty to the realm could coexist. It was a delicate balance, and she had to manage it with absolute care and absolute strategy. Linger took her position as guardian of the coastal regions seriously and with joy that had returned slowly as she channeled her grief into action and service. She established schools of wind cultivation along the trade routes, teaching young people to develop their power in harmony with nature rather than in opposition to it. The Wind Sea Goddess was no longer a force of destruction, but a force of directed change and growth. In each coastal city, she built a school, not fortresses but open-air academies where students could feel the wind directly, learn from it, move with it. The teaching was experimental. Young cultivators would practice forms, and Linger would guide them, showing them how to listen to the wind, how to feel its intention, how to move in harmony with it rather than trying to control it. Many students failed initially. They had been taught for so long that power meant control, that mastery meant dominance. Learning to surrender to the wind and work with it was a revolution in their thinking. But gradually, the new approach spread. Fishermen who learned from Linger's students found that they could cooperate with the wind. Sailors who understood the principles began to talk to the wind itself, asking it for safe passage, thanking it for carrying them. The coastal regions began to transform. People began to understand that the wind was not something to fear, but something to work with. The coasts began to transform into places of safety and prosperity. Fishermen learned to work with the wind rather than against it. Sailors learned to read the currents with respect rather than fear. The knowledge she shared was not just about cultivation, but about balance, about working with the natural forces of the world rather than dominating them. Young cultivators came from across the realm to study with her. And in the quiet moments, Linger would stand alone at the edge of the sea and feel the wind on her face, and she would think of xianxia, wondering if the bridge knew how many people were learning her lesson about transformation and balance. Unmake became something like a diplomat, traveling between sects, between immortal powers, between the mortal realm and the hidden enclaves where ancient beings preserved the old ways. She moved constantly, always in motion, always flowing from one place to another like water finding its path. She was adaptability incarnate, and she used that gift to translate between different forms of understanding, to prevent conflicts before they could arise, to help people find common ground even when their traditions seemed incompatible. The adaptive goddess was building bridges, not physical bridges like xianxia held, but bridges between minds, between philosophies, between ways of understanding the world. She would arrive in a sect ruled by martial tradition and speak in the language of strategy and strength. She would arrive at a temple of mystics and speak in the language of transcendence and inner cultivation. She learned each sect's language, literally and metaphorically, so that she could help them understand each other. She became proficient in the dialects of dozens of regions, the spiritual languages of different traditions, the martial terminology of different schools. In each place, she would listen first. She would ask questions and truly hear the answers. She would understand what each sect valued and what they feared. Then she would find the common ground, sometimes obvious, sometimes requiring creative interpretation, and she would help the sects see how their values were not incompatible, only differently expressed. She became known as the peacemaker, the one who could find solutions where others saw only conflict. She received gifts from many sections. She was offered positions of power and authority. She declined them all, understanding that her strength lay in moving freely, in maintaining relationships across all divides, in being able to hold multiple perspectives simultaneously. Sometimes, in moments of exhaustion, Yunmei would wonder if she was avoiding something by moving constantly, if the perpetual motion was a way of not confronting her grief about xianxia. But mostly she understood that this work was her way of honoring the bridge, by building bridges, by helping others find the connections that xianxia had shown were possible. Suyao established a network of healing temples that stretched across every major region, reaching into even the most remote areas where void corruption had taken its toll. The Keeper of Life Force was making it her task to help people recover not just from physical wounds, but from the spiritual damage that void corruption created. Each temple was designed as a place of beauty and peace. Gardens surrounded them, not just medicinal gardens, but places of beauty, with flowers and trees and flowing water. The architecture was gentle, with open spaces and natural light. The intention was to help people feel that healing was possible, that their environment could support their recovery. The temples became refuges, places where growth could happen, where life force could be tended and nurtured back to wholeness. People came to the healing temples and found not just medical treatment, but a kind of spiritual restoration, a reminder that life was precious, that growth was possible, that even deep wounds could eventually heal. People who had been corrupted by the void came to the temples and found that they could be healed. People who had lost hope came and found reasons to live again. People who had been damaged spiritually came and found that their essence could be restored. The testimonies of recovery spread, and more people came seeking help. Suyao herself moved between temples, training younger healers in the arts of spiritual restoration. She taught them not just the techniques of healing, but the philosophy that underlay it, the understanding that all beings had inherent worth, that all life force was precious, that growth and healing were natural to all living things. She created protocols and methodologies that could be taught and passed on, ensuring that her work would continue long after her. She also spent time alone in meditation, connecting with xianxia in the ways she could, sending love across the boundary, ensuring that the bridge knew that her sacrifice was creating healing in the world. In those quiet moments, Suyao would sometimes feel a response, a presence, a touch, a whisper that seemed almost like her sister's acknowledgement. Chapter 127. In the middle of the spring, Su Tianming had a revelation that changed his understanding of himself and his role in the world entirely. He was in the old throne room, the place that he still refused to sit in, that he had deliberately left empty as a symbol of his refusal to claim absolute power, when he realized that the burden of the Emperor's seal had fundamentally changed. It was no longer a weight that he had to carry and manage and control with constant vigilance. It had become a tool that he could use, and using it came with the natural ease of using something perfectly suited to its purpose. The transformation had been gradual, happening day by day, but it was complete. He was no longer the fragmented Heaven Emperor, trying to learn how to be small and human. He was not the Emperor trying to deny his power or the human trying to embrace it. He was simply Su Tianming, who happened to carry the power of heaven, who happened to be the center that 5 goddesses and 1 bridge had chosen to orbit around. The power served him. He did not serve it. That distinction had made all the difference. For so long he had felt the pull of the Emperor's seal, the demand that he exercise authority, the expectation that he would dominate. Now he understood that power was meant to serve creation, not to dominate it. The revelation brought him to tears. He sat alone in the throne room for hours, processing this understanding, feeling the weight lift from his shoulders. He called for the 5 goddesses to gather, and when they arrived in the throne room, he presented them with a proposal that had been forming in his mind for weeks. The idea had been building like a storm on the horizon, but now it was time to give it voice, to make it real, to transform it from thought into action. They sat in a circle, not with Su Tianming at the head, but with him as one point among equals. The arrangement itself was revolutionary. Suyao was the first to arrive, settling herself with the ease of one completely comfortable in this space. Yunmei came next, flowing in like water finding its natural level. Linger was third, moving with controlled grace despite the sadness she carried. Hanyue arrived last, as was her way, entering with the deliberation of one who had calculated each step. They arranged themselves without discussion, finding the points of a perfect circle as though guided by some deeper knowing. Su Tianming sat with them, not at the head, but as one among 5. The Emperor's seal was visible as a faint glow in his center, but it did not dominate the space. It was present, but not demanding. "I want to formally establish a new structure," he said, and his voice carried the authority of the Emperor, but also the gentleness of someone speaking to friends. Not a sect, not a hierarchy that dominates or controls. An order. The Order of the 6, we could call it. A collection of those who have been transformed by the void, who have learned to stand against hunger, who understand that the only way to preserve the mortal realm is to do it together. We would honor Jiang Xianxia by being the proof that her sacrifice was meaningful. We would show the world what transformation looked like. He paused, looking at each of them. This is not something I demand. This is a proposal. This is an invitation. If you wish to refuse, I will understand. But I believe this is what the moment requires. That is presumptuous, Hanyu said, but she was smiling. Assuming that I want to be part of your order. Do you? Su Tianming asked, and there was warmth in his voice. Genuine question rather than expectation or demand. He waited for her response with genuine curiosity, not pushing, simply asking. Yes, Hanyu said. Even if I did not, which I do, the political structure would be useful. An order that exists outside of sect hierarchy but is recognized by all the sections. That would solve several organizational problems I have been considering. That would create the framework within which cooperation could flourish. I think this is inspired. I think Jiang Xianxia would approve of this. I know she would. More importantly, I think she would recognize that you are establishing the structures that will allow her work to continue beyond us, beyond this generation. Linger spoke next, her voice carrying emotion that she did not usually display. I see this as a way to preserve the memory of our connection to her. In the order, in our work together, in how we represent her principles, she will not be forgotten. Her absence will be acknowledged and honored. The order will be a testament to what she became, what she sacrificed, what she achieved. I agree, Yinmei said, nodding. This can be a framework for translation and understanding. A way to show the world that different perspectives can coexist, that we don't have to abandon our traditions to cooperate with others. The order embodies that possibility. It shows that we can be ourselves while also being part of something larger. And it is a vessel for healing work, Su Yao added, her voice soft but firm. A structure within which compassion and restoration can continue, where those who have been harmed can find help, where growth can be nurtured. A place where the principles of Jiang Xianxua's work, transformation, acceptance, the possibility of change, can guide our service to others. And by the summer, the Order of the Six was formally recognized by the immortal councils, blessed by the highest powers, acknowledged by all the sects of the realm. It was not a governing power. It did not claim authority over the sections. It was a unifying principle, a collection of those who had learned that transformation was possible, that hunger did not have to be destiny, that the void itself could be taught to choose differently. The establishment of the order was accompanied by elaborate ceremonies in each major region. Cultivators came from across the realm to affirm their commitment to its principles. The order became a beacon of hope, proof that the old ways did not have to dominate, that cooperation was possible, that love could triumph over fear. The order would preserve the memory of what Jiang Xianxia had done. The order would ensure that her sacrifice had meaning. And in its existence, in its work, in every decision made according to its principles, it would embody the transformation she had begun. Chapter 128. In the 6th month of the new year, Jiang Xianxia reached out directly to all 5 of them simultaneously in a moment that shook their consciousness and filled them with hope. The message came not as words, but as understanding, as if a door had opened briefly in the minds of each goddess and the emperor. What they received was clear and undeniable. The Void Sovereign had finished its first phase of transformation. It had moved from a state of hunger and opposition to a state of hunger that was willing to listen. The Void was becoming more patient with each passing day, more curious about the world it had been trying to consume, more interested in the possibilities that coexistence offered, more aware of itself. The bridge reported that in another 5 years, maybe fewer, the Void would be ready to exist in the mortal realm, not as a manifestation of destruction, but as a presence that could be navigated and understood, not as a threat, but as a partner. The transformation was working beyond anyone's expectations. The Void Sovereign was learning to be something other than what it had been. Years of holding the void in herself were paying dividends that compounded daily. Jiang Xianxua's sacrifice was bearing fruit. Her burden was creating change, even if the change was slow and difficult and painfully incremental. The void was learning. Progress was being made. And more than that, the void was beginning to want the transformation. It was no longer something being forced upon it, or even negotiated with reluctance. The Void Sovereign was beginning to see the benefits of transformation, was beginning to understand that existence could mean more than hunger, that meaning could come from many sources. The implication was clear. This was not the end of the story. This was only the first act of a much longer drama. In the future, the Void would return to the mortal realm, but it would return transformed, wanting to learn rather than to destroy. The war that had been raging for ages was becoming something different. A conversation. A negotiation. A relationship between forces that should have been incompatible but had learned to coexist. The message filled them with a sense of purpose, with the knowledge that xianxia was not suffering in vain, that the transformation was genuinely happening, that her sacrifice was already creating change. They would see her again. She would return. And when she returned, the world would be ready for her. They would have built the structures, established the frameworks, prepared the understanding that would allow her to exist in the mortal realm again, transformed but present, bridge but also goddess, holding the void but also walking among mortals. Each of the goddesses received the message in solitude, meditating at their respective temples, and each felt Jiang Xuanyue's presence touch their consciousness like a gentle breeze. Linger felt the wind carry her friend's love. Hanyue felt the clarity of her strategic mind reaching across the boundary. Yunmei felt the flexibility and adaptability of her approach to transformation. Suyao felt the tender care that had always characterized her sister's spirit. And Su Tianming felt the Emperor Seal recognize the presence of the bridge, felt the heavens themselves acknowledge the progress being made. The message was more than information. It was a gift of reassurance. It was Jiang Xianyue telling them that she had not forgotten them, that she thought of them constantly, that the work they were doing in the mortal realm was sustaining her, giving her purpose, helping her maintain her balance in that liminal space. It was an acknowledgement of the love that transcended distance and transformation. They gathered that night at the central temple, drawn together by the experience of receiving the message. Without words, they understood that they needed to be together, to share this moment, to acknowledge what they had learned. Hanyue spoke first, her voice steady and clear. She is real. She is herself. She is transformed, but not lost. The void is learning, and she is the bridge that makes that learning possible. This is what she was meant to do. This is her true role in the cosmos. She will return, Linger said, her voice trembling slightly. In 5 years, maybe more, but she will return to us. And the world will be ready for her. We will be ready. We must be ready, Yunmei added. We must build the structures that will allow her to exist in both worlds simultaneously. We must create the space where the bridge can stand with us and also hold the void. We must think ahead. We must prepare. The Order of the Six will be the framework, Suyao said softly. It will be the space where she can exist, where she can be honored, where her work will be understood and valued. We will make sure of that. Su Tianming smiled. Yes, the Order will be her home, even if she cannot live in any single location. We will be her home. Together, we will be the place where the bridge belongs, even though she exists between worlds. That is our task. That is our promise. Chapter 129. By autumn of that year, the shape of the new world was becoming clear to everyone, visible in the everyday actions and choices of the cultivators. The sects had established the Unified Guard as a permanent institution, with soldiers trained from childhood to work together across sect lines. New fortresses were built to house them, not as weapons of dominance, but as places of training and cooperation. Training grounds were established in each major region where young cultivators from different sects could train side by side. A new kind of martial culture was developing, one that emphasized cooperation and mutual support rather than dominance and conquest. Young cultivators grew up knowing no other way, could not imagine a world where sects were enemies. This generation would carry the transformation forward naturally, without needing to unlearn the old ways. The Order of the Six was beginning to attract members, cultivators from every sect who understood that the future lay in cooperation rather than competition. They came from backgrounds both high and low, united by their desire to serve something larger than their own advancement. The Order became a beacon for those who wanted something more than personal power, more than sect loyalty. It became a way to channel ambition toward meaningful work, toward transformation, toward building something new. The coastal regions were prospering under Linger's protection. The Wind Goddess had established not just schools, but entire ecosystems of cooperation between human cultivators and natural forces. Fishermen could predict storms through the patterns taught in the schools. Sailors could sail in safety because they worked with the wind rather than against it. Trade expanded. Prosperity increased. The coastal peoples began to understand that the goddess who had once been a force of destruction was now a force of creation. The healing temples were full of people recovering from old wounds, both physical and spiritual. Stories spread about miraculous healings, about void corruptions being reversed, about people finding new life in the temples. The temples became pilgrimage sites. People traveled from across the realm seeking healing. Suyao's network expanded to meet demand. New healers trained in the methodologies she had created. The work of healing spread across the land like a river of renewal. Su Tianming stood on a balcony overlooking the city where the original temple had been, where the journey had truly begun, and allowed himself to feel satisfaction. Not completion. The war was not over. The void was not defeated. But a new phase had begun. A phase where the threat was manageable, where the future was open rather than predetermined by ancient hunger. A phase where Jiang Xuanyue's sacrifice meant something concrete and real, where the bridge's burden was creating change in every corner of the realm, where transformation was not theoretical but actual, happening in the world one person at a time. He could see the change in the city below him. Where there had once been fortifications and defensive measures, there were now schools and markets and healing centers. Where there had once been fear, there was now cautious optimism. Where there had once been isolation between sects, there was now interaction and exchange. It was not perfect. Change was still meeting resistance. But the direction was clear. The world was transforming. Han Yue joined him on the balcony, and the two of them stood in comfortable silence for a moment, watching the sun set over the city and the lights beginning to come on in the temple district below. The moment was peaceful, almost sacred. You were thinking about her, the composed goddess said. It was not a question. Always, Su Tianming admitted. I wonder what she is learning. What the void is teaching her about itself. What she is teaching the void about the possibility of becoming something other than hunger. I wonder if she is happy. I wonder if she feels the loneliness as keenly as we do. She is safe, Han Yue said, and there was certainty in her voice. She is doing the work she was meant to do. That is more than most people ever achieve. Most people search their entire lives for their purpose. She found it. She chose it. She lives it every day. But she is alone, Su Tianming said. She is holding the void's consciousness, maintaining the bridge, transforming something that was never meant to transform. She is doing all of that without our physical presence. We cannot embrace her. We cannot sit with her. We cannot share a meal or tell her the small stories of our days. The separation is profound. She has our presence, Han Yue corrected gently, and her understanding was absolute. Every day, the five of us and you send thoughts toward her. Every time we make a decision that honors what she taught us, every time we help someone avoid becoming corrupted by the void, every time we choose transformation over destruction, she feels it. She knows we are maintaining the work that she began. That is companionship of a different kind, but it is not lesser. That is love expressed through action, expressed through the choices we make, expressed through the world we are building. She feels that. She knows. I believe that with absolute certainty. They stood in silence for a moment, both looking out over the city, both understanding the depth of what had been sacrificed and what had been gained. The structure we have built is strong, Han Yue continued. The order will last. The unified guard will endure. The cooperation between sects has taken root. Young people are growing up knowing no other way. When our generation passes, there will be those who will maintain what we have created. The transformation will continue. Jiang Xuanyue's work will be preserved and extended by those who come after us. Yes, Su Tianming said. I see that now. I was afraid that without her physical presence, without her direct guidance, things would fall apart. But I was wrong. She has taught us well. We have learned to carry her principles forward. In doing so, we are proving that transformation is truly possible, not just for the void, but for the entire world. Su Tianming wanted to believe that. And when he looked at the work that they were doing, the changes that they were making, the future that they were building, he found that he could believe it completely. Jiang Xuanyue was present in every act of compassion, every moment of sacrifice, every choice to transform hunger into growth. She was present in the Order of the Six. She was present in the Unified Guard. She was present in the healing temples and the schools of wind cultivation and all the structures that they were building to ensure that the mortal realm would never again face the void alone. In the space between worlds, if she could have wept, she would have. The work they were doing, the world they were building, it sustained her. It gave her purpose. It confirmed the choice she had made. Chapter 130. The turning of the year came with ceremony and celebration, acknowledging what had been accomplished and what lay ahead. The Order of the Six held a formal gathering in the temple district, a ceremony that had drawn representatives and observers from every corner of the immortal world. Hundreds of cultivators came from distant sects, traveling for weeks to be present. The grandest halls were prepared. Sacred rituals were performed. The air itself seemed to hold reverence for what was being acknowledged. Representatives from every sect came to acknowledge the new structure of the mortal realm and the possibilities it represented. The Void Sovereign was no longer the immediate enemy that made cooperation necessary. The sects were no longer competitors, but collaborators who had learned to work together despite centuries of rivalry. The future was uncertain, but no longer desperate. The gates between worlds were sealed, but not locked. The bridge held. And in the space between, xianxia continued her work of transformation. The ceremony itself lasted 3 days and 3 nights. The first day was dedicated to acknowledging the sacrifice of those who had fallen in the crisis. The second day was dedicated to honoring the transformation of the void and the bridge that held it. The third day was dedicated to establishing the formal structure of the order and the principles it would uphold. Each day involved rituals, speeches, and moments of collective meditation where all the gathered cultivators united their intention and power to bless the new era. Su Tianming spoke eloquently about the meaning of transformation. Han Yue explained the governance structures that would maintain cooperation. Linger demonstrated the schools of wind cultivation. Unmake facilitated dialogues between different sects, showing how understanding could replace competition. Su Yao opened the healing temples for tours, showing the work being done to help people recover from void corruption. And they all spoke about xianxia, about the bridge who had sacrificed herself, about the one who was holding the void in consciousness, teaching it to be something new. They spoke about her with respect and love, acknowledging that whatever they were building would not be possible without her. During the ceremony, Su Tianming presented a gift to each of the goddesses, tokens of what they meant to him and to the work they were doing together. For Linger, a blade made from wind-touched steel that had been forged in the highest peaks of the immortal mountains where the wind itself had sung during the crafting. A sword that would not dull, that would carry her power more efficiently than before, that would be a tool worthy of the wind goddess. Linger took it and moved through patterns, laughing at the freedom it gave her, laughing at the possibilities it offered, mourning quietly for the friend who should have been there to see it. She swung the blade and felt the wind respond to her movements, amplifying her power. The sword sang through the air. For Han Yue, a set of strategy books written by ancient generals, preserved in the temple library and carefully translated for her understanding. Knowledge from wars fought ages ago, wisdom that could be applied to the challenges of building a unified realm. The composed goddess received it with the seriousness it deserved, understanding that these texts held the secrets of how to build structures that would last, how to create hierarchies that did not corrupt themselves, how to maintain justice without tyranny. She held the books as though they were sacred relics. She would spend countless hours studying them. For Yunmei, a traveling cloak that seemed to shift in color depending on who looked at it and what they needed to see. The perfect tool for an ambassador, something that would help her be whatever she needed to be in any given moment. Yunmei grinned and immediately put it on, watching it adapt to her frame, understanding that it would help her bridge divides, would help her translate, would help her be the connection that brought different groups together. The cloak seemed to respond to her presence, becoming exactly what was needed in each moment. For Suyao, a collection of seeds from the rarest plants in existence, things that had been thought lost forever or hidden in the secret gardens of ancient sections. She could cultivate them in the healing temples, things that would provide medicine for conditions that had never been treatable before. The Keeper of Life Force received them like the gift of continued purpose, understanding that these seeds represented possibility, represented the ability to create healing that had never existed before. She held them carefully, feeling the potential within each seed. These would become the foundation of new medicinal traditions. And for Jiang Xianyue, who could not be physically present, Su Tianming created something else entirely. He opened the gate at the seal breach, just for a moment, for a heartbeat in time, and poured all of his love, all of his understanding, all of his recognition of what she had sacrificed into the space between worlds. The gift was not physical. It was presence. It was acknowledgement. It was the clear statement that she was not forgotten, not lost, not alone. The Emperor's love flowed across the boundary, touching the bridge, reminding her of who she had been, affirming who she had become. It was the most powerful gift he could offer. The void in the space between seemed to shift, to acknowledge, to accept the gift with something almost like gratitude. And somewhere in that space between worlds, Jiang Xianyue received the offering and was reminded that she was loved, that she was valued, that her sacrifice meant something. Chapter 131. The first real test of the new order came in the winter of the 3rd year, on a day when snow fell thick and heavy across the land. A cultivator from the far southern provinces arrived at the temple with a problem that shook the foundation of their confidence. The void was manifesting locally, not as a full attack, but as a slow corruption of the land itself. Something was eating at the spiritual energy of the region, making it impossible for crops to grow, for animals to thrive, for people to maintain their health. The corruption spread slowly but inexorably, like a disease infecting the spiritual essence of the land. The void was testing, seeking, learning, trying to understand what the boundaries of its new existence actually were. It was the void's sovereign, reaching out from its prison of transformation, testing whether it could still extend its hunger into the mortal realm without permission. It was hunger being curious. It was hunger learning. It was hunger trying to understand what it could and could not do now that it had been transformed. The five goddesses responded together, moving as one unit coordinated through their deep connection. They moved to the southern provinces with Su Tianming, and they confronted the manifestation directly but carefully. But they did not attack it or try to suppress it through force. Instead, Hanyue negotiated with it, spoke to it, reminded it of the terms that xianxia had established. She invoked the bridge's name, reminding the void of its promise. She spoke as a representative of the Order of the Six, with authority that came not from power but from understanding. Hanyue walked into the corrupted zone alone while the others held the boundary, her sword sheathed, her hands empty. The corruption assailed her senses, the hunger, the emptiness, the endless wanting. But she held firm, remembering that this hunger had learned to listen, that beneath the eternal appetite was something that wanted to change. Void Sovereign, she called out, her voice steady and clear. I come to remind you of the covenant. I come to speak for xianxia, who holds you in her consciousness. I come to tell you that this boundary you have crossed was negotiated in love, that there are places where you can exist and places where you cannot, that choosing to respect the boundary is part of your transformation. The void manifestation seemed to listen, seemed to consider, seemed to remember what it had chosen to become. It moved toward her, and for a moment Hanyue wondered if it would consume her, if the hunger would overcome the teaching. But then it paused, as if hearing a voice only it could perceive, as if xianxia herself was speaking to it from the space between worlds, reminding it of what it was becoming. And then it withdrew, pulled back into the space between worlds, as though it was being reminded of something it had been trying to ignore. The corruption began to fade. The spiritual toxins leached away. The land began to breathe again. When Hanyue returned to the others, her face was pale, but her expression was determined. It is learning, she reported. It is really learning. The void tested, yes, but it also listened. It responded to the reminder. The transformation is working. The corruption was reversed. The land began to heal. Life returned. Growth resumed. People who had been dying began to recover. The crops that could not grow began to sprout. The animals that had fled returned. It was a true reversal, a true healing. But the message was clear. The void was still testing the boundaries. It was still trying to understand what it could and could not do. The transformation was real, but it was ongoing. The hunger had not disappeared. It had only been redirected. And the bridge was still necessary to maintain the equilibrium, to keep the void from sliding back into pure appetite, to remind it constantly of what it could become if it chose differently. The cultivators in the southern provinces began to tell stories about the goddess who had faced the void alone and taught it to choose. Hanyue's legend grew. People began to understand that there was another way, not just fighting and suppression, but negotiation and transformation. Chapter 132. In the spring of the fourth year, the Order of the Six formally established 7 training centers across the mortal realm. These were not sect schools in the traditional sense. They were places where the principles of transformation could be taught, where people could learn to recognize void corruption, where cultivators could develop methods of standing against hunger without allowing the power to corrupt them. Each center was led by one of the order, with help from the many cultivators who had come to understand that cooperation was stronger than competition, that working together was more powerful than individual ambition. The curriculum at each center included not just martial training, but philosophical discussion, meditation on the nature of hunger and desire, and practical experience working with communities affected by void corruption. The establishment of these centers marked a turning point in the culture of the immortal world. The cultivators were no longer waiting to see if the new order would hold. They were actively building it, maintaining it, teaching the next generation to understand its principles. The future was being shaped not by the crisis of the moment, but by the intention to create something stable that would last centuries. The Void Sovereign was learning patience because xianxia was patient with it. The mortal realm was learning cooperation because the Order of the Six demonstrated it every day. Su Tianming watched it unfold and allowed himself to finally relax the constant vigilance that had defined his existence since reincarnation. The Emperor Seal was no longer something he had to fight against or manage or control. It was simply part of him, integrated so completely that he barely noticed it most days. The power was there, available whenever he needed it, but it was not dominating his consciousness anymore. He could think about something other than his divine nature. He could live as a human who happened to carry power rather than as a power that was learning to wear human form. The fragmentation was healing. The scattered pieces were coming back together. The Heaven Emperor was becoming whole, slowly, carefully, without losing the humanity that he had fought so hard to preserve. Chapter 133. In the middle of summer, Yunmei brought news from the outer territories that everyone had been waiting for with a mixture of hope and trepidation. The void was still manifesting, still testing the boundaries, still trying to understand what its new nature allowed. But each time it tested, it was becoming easier to negotiate with. Each time a boundary was clarified, the void seemed to accept it more completely. The void sovereign was not becoming less hungry, but its hunger was becoming more specific, more negotiable, more capable of being channeled into forms other than destruction. The ancient enemy was learning, slowly but undeniably. Xianxia is doing it, Yunmei said during a council meeting, her voice carrying wonder and respect. She is actually transforming the void consciousness from inside. Slowly, but undeniably. The void sovereign is becoming a being with preferences, with interests, with desires that do not reduce to the single hunger that defined it before. It is becoming something with personality, with perspective, with the ability to choose based on factors beyond simple appetite. It is becoming individual. How much longer? Hanyu asked, her strategic mind always planning for the future, always calculating what would need to happen next. She was trying to map out timelines and prepare. 5 years, maybe 10, Yunmei said. The transformation is accelerating, but it is also becoming more complex. The void is not just becoming less hungry. It is becoming aware of why it was hungry. It is developing understanding of the forces that created it, the reasons it became this manifestation of hunger. That awareness is difficult. It is making the transformation harder, not easier. But it is also making it more real. The void is not just being changed by Jiang Xianhua. It is choosing to change. That is the difference. That is what Jiang Xianhua has achieved. She has given the void the capacity to choose. She has given it agency. The implication was clear. Jiang Xianhua was not simply managing the void. She was helping it achieve consciousness of itself. She was teaching the void sovereign to understand its own nature, to develop perspective on what it was and why. That kind of work could take lifetimes. That kind of work was the work of a goddess. That kind of work was worth any sacrifice. It was the most important work in the history of the worlds. The 5 goddesses and Su Tianming listened to this report with a mixture of awe and sorrow. They understood that Jiang Xianhua was becoming something more than any of them, was achieving something that transcended their understanding. She was not just managing the void or suppressing it. She was genuinely transforming it from within, creating the conditions for it to evolve consciousness. She was becoming the bridge in the truest sense, not just spanning the gap between worlds, but becoming the very space where the gap dissolved, where 2 incompatible things learned to speak the same language. Hanyu was already planning the next phase of their work, her strategic mind calculating what would need to happen. If the void will be ready in 5 to 10 years, we need to prepare the mortal realm for its return. We need to establish systems that can accommodate it. We need to teach people not to fear it when they encounter it. We need to restructure how people think about the void from ground up. I will work on that translation, Yunmei said with determination. I will visit every region and help people understand that the void is not evil, that it is not the enemy they thought, that it is changing, that they will need to change as well. I will help them see that coexistence is possible, that understanding can replace fear. And I will ensure the healing continues, Su Yao said softly. For those who have been harmed by void corruption, there is work to do. They will need to know that their suffering is acknowledged, that there is meaning in it. I will help them understand that void corruption, while painful, can also be a source of wisdom and growth. Linger was quiet for a moment, then spoke with conviction. I will teach people to live with the void the way they live with the wind, not as something to fear or fight, but as something to understand and work with. The void is a natural force now. It needs to be treated like one. Young people will learn not to fight it, but to navigate it, to move with it rather than against it. They all looked to Su Tianming, who nodded slowly, feeling the weight and rightness of what was being proposed. Then we have our tasks. We have our purpose. For the next 5 years, we prepare. We build the structures that will allow the void to return. We teach the people. We prepare their hearts and minds. We ensure that when Jiang Xianhua and the void sovereign return, they return to a world that understands what they have become and is ready to receive them with gratitude rather than fear. Chapter 134. As the 4th year turned into the 5th, subtle changes began to happen in the mortal realm that everyone could feel in the air and in the very essence of things. The sects reported that the void corruption was becoming less aggressive, less hostile, less actively destructive. It was still present, still a threat, still something that needed to be managed carefully. But it was not actively trying to consume the realm anymore. It was behaving almost like a presence that was waiting for something. almost like it was learning patience while it was being transformed by Jiang Xuanyue's presence, by her constant teaching, by her absolute refusal to accept that the void had to remain hunger. The sense of urgency began to lift from the world. The Order of the Six began to prepare for what Su Tianming had been anticipating since the beginning, the return of Jiang Xianhua. The transformation of the Void Sovereign was approaching its first conclusion. The Void had learned enough to understand that hunger was not its only option. It had developed the capacity for patience, for consideration, for the kind of patient observation that came from having centuries to think about existence. When it finally manifested in the mortal realm again, it would do so as something that could be negotiated with, as something that could be lived alongside, as something that had learned to be more than its own hunger. The thought filled them with a complex mixture of emotions. And Jiang Xianhua, who had been holding the Void's consciousness for 5 years, would finally be able to return to the mortal realm. Not to the way she had been before. She would remain changed. The experience of holding the Void's consciousness would have marked her permanently. The boundaries between goddess and void would remain permeable, but she would be able to walk in the world again, to stand with the 5 goddesses and the emperor again, to exist again in the physical realm, even if she was never quite as physical as she had been before. They began to prepare for her return with ceremonies and rituals. Chapter 135. The preparation for her return was bittersweet, mixing joy with loss in equal measure, hope with trepidation. Linger wanted to celebrate, but the wind goddess also understood that Jiang Xianhua would not be the same person who had descended into the cave 5 years earlier. She would be changed. She would be marked. She would carry the void in herself forever, would continue to negotiate with it constantly, would never be able to fully relax from the work of holding the boundary. The Jiang Xianhua who returned would be both the friend Linger had known and something entirely new. Something transformed by years of intimate contact with the void. Something that would exist partially in the mortal realm and partially in the space between worlds. Linger practiced her sword forms obsessively, trying to prepare herself for what was to come. She performed the movements that Jiang Xianhua had taught her, trying to maintain the connection, trying to feel prepared. In the quiet moments, she would call out to the wind, asking it to carry messages to her friend, hoping somehow that what she felt reached across the boundary. Hanhua was calculating the political implications of having the bridge return to the mortal realm, the way it would change the structure of power and negotiation. The composed goddess was already mentally restructuring the order to incorporate Jiang Xuanyue's return, already adapting strategy to account for her presence, already preparing for what came next. She made lists of questions she wanted to ask, of knowledge she wanted to learn. How would Jiang Xianhua navigate existence in both realms simultaneously? What protocols would need to be established for communicating with her when she was in the space between worlds? How would the Shadow Council operate with her physically present? She prepared formal protocols for how the bridge would be integrated back into their governance structures. She wrote proposals for how the order would adapt. She prepared her mind to deal with the reality that Jiang Xianhua would be different, that they would all need to adapt to her transformation just as she had adapted to holding the void. Unmake was adaptable about it, ready to help however was needed. The adaptive goddess understood that Jiang Xuanyue's return would change everything, and that change was simply the natural state of existence. She was preparing herself to adapt, to translate what the bridge had become into terms that the mortal realm could understand. She understood that the greatest gift she could give was to help others understand and accept what Jiang Xianhua had become. She began writing, trying to record the story of what had happened and what it meant. She created documents that explained the void's transformation, that helped people understand why the Void Sovereign was no longer an enemy. She wrote about what bridges meant, not just physical structures but connections between seemingly incompatible things. She tried to prepare people spiritually for Jiang Xuanyue's return. Su Yao was grieving for the time lost, for the years of separation, for the transformation that Jiang Xianhua had endured. The Keeper of Life Force understood the cost of what her sister had chosen to bear, and the grief was real and deep and not something that would disappear simply because Jiang Xianhua was returning. Some wounds did not heal. Some losses were permanent. Some sacrifices could never be fully compensated. She spent hours in meditation, processing her emotions, preparing her heart for the reunion. She understood that Jiang Xianhua would no longer be entirely present in the mortal realm, that there would be a distance between them that had not existed before. But she also understood that this distance was the price of what her sister had accomplished. Jiang Xianhua had chosen to transform the ancient enemy, and that choice meant she could never be entirely human again. Su Yao made peace with that. She began to think of ways to support Jiang Xianhua in her new existence, to create spaces where the bridge could rest even in her liminal existence. Su Tianming stood in the old throne room and felt the emperor's seal stir with anticipation and recognition. The heavens had been waiting for this moment. The power wanted to express its recognition of what the bridge had done, what she had sacrificed, what she had become. The fragmented emperor was ready to acknowledge the return of the one who had chosen to stand between him and the void, who had chosen to carry the burden, who had chosen transformation over the simple comfort of remaining unchanged. He prepared his heart, preparing the sacred spaces, preparing to welcome her back. He understood that he could not give her what she had lost: physical presence, the ability to walk freely in the mortal realm, the simplicity of existence that she had surrendered. But he could give her recognition. He could give her honor. He could give her a place in the order where her work would be understood and celebrated. He could ensure that the world knew the magnitude of what she had done. In the spring of the 5th year, as the flowers began to bloom and the world remembered growth after the long winter, the seal at the cave began to brighten with light from within. The light was gentle, warm, welcoming. Not the harsh glare of an alarm, but the gentle radiance of a door opening to reveal something precious. Cultivators across the realm felt it simultaneously, a pulse of recognition that traveled through every point of connection. The Order of the Six gathered at the central temple and felt the change ripple through their connection like a heartbeat. The unified guard stations marked the moment of the pulse's passing. The healing temples felt it like a breath of fresh air. It was as though the entire world held its breath, waiting for what was to come, recognizing that something momentous was about to unfold. Not in alarm or warning, in recognition, in anticipation. The gate was opening. The bridge was returning. Finally, the moment they had been preparing for, the moment they had built toward, the moment that would change everything was arriving. They traveled south immediately, moving with purpose and hope. The journey that had taken them 5 days before took only 3 now, their speed and focus allowing them to cover the distance quickly. They moved through a world that was different from the one they had left 5 years ago. Sects that had been enemies were now cooperating openly, without self-consciousness. Young cultivators trained across sect lines, moving from sect to sect as naturally as water flows. The unified guard stations marked the landscape, visible symbols of cooperation. The healing temples were visible in every major region, centers of restoration and hope. The world had been transformed by their collective work. Now came the final piece of the transformation, the return of the one who had begun it all. When they reached the cave, they found Wei Shuang already waiting. The blind sixth goddess was standing at the entrance, her sightless eyes reflecting the light from the seal. She turned to face them as they arrived, her expression serene and welcoming. "She comes," Wei Shuang said simply, her voice carrying absolute certainty. The bridge and the void come together. Prepare your hearts. Prepare your minds. What emerges will be both familiar and strange. What returns will be changed. But she is still your sister. She is still xianxia. That, at least, has not changed. Her love for you remains as it always was. Chapter 136. She emerged on the day of the spring equinox, when day and night were perfectly balanced and the world stood at a pivot point. The moment was perfect, balance between seasons, between light and dark, between what had been and what would be. Xianxia stepped out of the cave, and she was transformed beyond recognition in ways both beautiful and terrible. Her eyes still held the silver of her divine nature, but now they also held depths that reflected the void, showing colors that had no name, colors that should not exist. Blues deeper than the sky, reds darker than blood, greens that seemed alive with hunger. But the void in her eyes was not hostile. It was curious. It was alive in ways it had never been before. Her body seemed to exist in multiple states simultaneously, as though she was only partially present in the mortal realm, as though part of her remained always in the space between worlds. One moment her form was solid and clear, the next it seemed to shimmer with uncertainty. She was here and not here, present and distant, physical and ethereal all at once. Her movements carried the grace of divinity and the hunger of void in equal measure. When she walked, it was with the careful, deliberate motion of one learning to navigate a body that was no longer entirely physical. She was beautiful and terrible and otherworldly, a being that had transcended the simple categories of goddess or void to become something entirely new. She was the bridge made flesh. She was the covenant between worlds given form. The void sovereign came with her, but it was no longer hostile or threatening. It was no longer even terrifying. The void had learned to take a shape that was less aggressive, more negotiable, more able to exist in proximity to life. It moved like a shadow at Jiang Xuanyue's side, no longer a separate consciousness, but a companion consciousness. The bridge had truly integrated it into her being. They had become one without either destroying the other. The void had not lost its nature. It was still hunger, still appetite, still the force of consumption. But it had learned to direct that hunger toward learning, toward growth, toward understanding rather than destruction. "I am back," xianxia said, and her voice carried harmonics that belonged to both void and goddess. It was as though two beings were speaking in perfect unison, one voice expressing two perspectives that had learned to align. "We are back. The transformation has reached a point where mutual existence is possible. The void sovereign and I have negotiated our integration. We are not enemies. We are not merged into oneness. We are partners, walking together, learning how to coexist in this space between destruction and growth. I am here. We are here." The work continues. And with our return, a new chapter begins. Not the end of the story, but the beginning of something that the world has never seen before. The five goddesses and Su Tianming stood before her, and none of them looked away, none of them flinched, none of them rejected what she had become. They simply stood with her, honoring what she had sacrificed and what she had achieved. Linger's eyes filled with tears, but she smiled. Hanyua's expression showed deep respect. Yunmei looked adaptable and welcoming. Suyao reached out, not quite touching, but showing with that gesture her love and her recognition. Su Tianming felt the Emperor Seal respond with a kind of recognition and welcome. The bridge had returned. The work continued. The transformation was not finished, it would never be finished, but it had reached a new phase, a new stability, a new equilibrium. "Welcome back," Hanyua said formally, stepping forward slightly. The simplicity of the words carried the weight of ages, the recognition of sacrifice, the acknowledgement of change. She spoke not just for herself, but for all of them, for the order, for the world that had been waiting. "Thank you for maintaining," Jiang Xinyue replied, and in those 4 words was the knowledge that she understood what the 5 of them had done in her absence, how they had built the structures that would outlast any single moment, how they had preserved the work that she had begun. She was acknowledging their sacrifice even as they acknowledged hers. It was a moment of perfect mutual recognition, and the order of the 6 was whole again. Not the same as it had been, never again the same, but whole in a new way, complete in a way that included transformation, inclusion of the void, the acceptance of the bridge in her new form. The 6 were together again, and the world was ready to receive them. Chapter 137 The Return of the Bridge changed the political landscape immediately and profoundly, setting in motion cascades of change that rippled through every sect and every region of the immortal world. Jiang Xinyue established herself as the official mediator between the mortal realm and the void manifestation, a role that was formalized through the order of the 6. She was no longer a general or a leader in the traditional sense. She was a translator, an intermediary, the one who could speak to both the void and the mortal realm and help them understand each other. The void's sovereign, under her guidance, began to establish a presence that was no longer purely destructive. It began to reveal itself in different forms and expressions. Sometimes it appeared as a shadow that showed what was broken in a region, helping cultivators understand what needed healing. Sometimes it appeared as a presence that reminded people of loss, helping them process grief and transformation. Sometimes it appeared as a voice that asked questions, challenging people to think more deeply about their choices. It became something like the shadow of the world, a necessary counterforce to growth, a mirror that showed what happened when things were broken. It was the absence that made presence meaningful. It was the hunger that made satisfaction sweet. It was the transformation that had once been enemy learning to be part of the natural order. The sects adjusted their entire worldview, some reluctantly, some eagerly. The most martial sects were slowest to adapt, still preferring to view the void as an enemy to be fought. But even they began to see the wisdom in Jiang Xuanyue's approach when they witnessed people recovering from void corruption, when they saw that the void could be negotiated with, when they felt the stability that came from accepting the void's presence rather than constantly fighting against it. The Unified Guard adapted its training to account for this new understanding. Instead of training only for combat against the void, they began training for interaction with it. How to recognize when the void was calling, how to negotiate with it, how to live with the knowledge that it was present but not immediately hostile. The healing temples acknowledged that some harm could not be healed, that some damage was permanent, that the void had a place in the natural order and was not something that could or should be entirely eliminated. Some scars from void corruption were permanent, but even those scars could become sources of strength, reminders of survival, foundations for growth. The fundamental worldview shifted. The void stopped being the absolute enemy and became, instead, a force to be negotiated with, understood, lived alongside. It was a radical shift in perspective. For ages, the void had been treated as an absolute enemy to be destroyed, as a force so fundamentally incompatible with life that coexistence was impossible. Now, through Jiang Xuanyue's presence, it was being treated as a force that could be negotiated with, that could be part of the world even if it could not be controlled, that had lessons to teach even if those lessons were difficult to learn. The very foundation of how people understood evil was being transformed. Not everyone accepted this new reality. Some sects resisted vehemently. Some cultivators refused to acknowledge the void as anything other than an enemy and demanded that the Order of the Six return to a policy of absolute suppression. Some regions experienced conflict when the void began to manifest more openly as a result of the new approach. But slowly, gradually, the Order of the Six perspective began to shift the culture of the immortal world. The bridge had returned. The proof was visible. The transformation was real. And for those willing to see it, the evidence was undeniable. The world was changing, and the change was good. Chapter 138. 1 year after Jiang Xuanyue's return, the Order of the Six held a grand council that brought together all the powers of the immortal world. Representatives from every sect, every major temple, every significant immortal power came to witness the formal declaration that the age of crisis had ended. The void was still present, still powerful, still fundamentally incompatible with pure growth. But it was no longer an absolute threat. It had been transformed. It had learned. It had become something that the mortal realm could live alongside. Su Tianming stood before the assembled powers and spoke not as the Heaven Emperor demanding obedience, but as one voice among many. His presence was calm and measured, but his words carried profound weight. "The war is not over," he said, and his voice carried the weight of absolute certainty that came from direct knowledge, from experience, from years of living with this transformation. Hunger is not defeated, but hunger has learned that it does not have to mean destruction. The void has learned that existence need not be absolute consumption. We have achieved something remarkable, the transformation of an ancient enemy into a colleague. Not a friend, perhaps, but something that can be lived alongside rather than constantly fought against. Something that can coexist with our world. Something that can learn and grow and change. He paused, looking around at the assembled cultivators, making sure they understood the magnitude of what was being said. For eons, the void was our enemy. It was the force that threatened to erase us from existence. We built our entire civilization around defending against it, around maintaining barriers, around suppression and containment. Now, through the work of one goddess, through the sacrifice of the Star Keeper, we have learned a different way. We have learned that transformation is possible for even the most ancient and powerful forces. We have learned that love is stronger than fear, that understanding is more powerful than power. He gestured to Jiang Xuanyue, standing at his side, no longer separate but fully present, no longer isolated but integrated into the structure of the order. She existed partially, her form flickering slightly, but her presence was undeniable. This bridge is the proof of what transformation is possible. She has carried the burden of teaching the void to be something other than what it was born to be. That burden continues, that work continues. But she has shown us that even the most fundamental forces of destruction can learn to exist in a state of coexistence with creation. She has shown us that no transformation is impossible if someone is willing to bear the cost. She has shown us that love is more powerful than hunger, that transformation is possible, that the ancient enemy can choose, that we can all choose. He stepped down from the speaking platform and walked among the gathered cultivators, speaking directly to them, making this personal, making this real. The question before us is not whether the void is truly transformed. The question before us is whether we are willing to be transformed, whether we are willing to let go of our ancient fears and our ancient enemies, whether we are willing to build a world where coexistence is possible, whether we are willing to choose love over fear, whether we are willing to trust in the possibility of transformation. The council accepted this, not with universal enthusiasm, but with recognition that a new age had begun. The old certainties were gone. The new possibilities were just beginning to unfold before them. Some cultivators were skeptical. Some were afraid. But all of them understood that the world had changed fundamentally, and there was no going back to the old ways. Chapter 139. The establishment of formal relationships between the mortal realm and the void marked the true end of the war and the beginning of a new era that would reshape civilization itself. Jiang Xuanyue established what was called the Shadow Council, a formal body where the void's perspective could be expressed, where the hunger could be negotiated with, where the natural force that the void represented could have a voice in the decisions that shaped the world. It was an unprecedented arrangement, but it worked remarkably well. The Shadow Council met monthly in the chamber that was the home of the bridge, a sacred space that existed partially in the mortal realm and partially in the space between worlds. The void would manifest in a form that could communicate, often appearing as a dark mist with eyes that held strange colors. Through the void's manifestation and through Jiang Xuanyue's translation, the council would discuss matters of importance to both the mortal realm and the void. What did the void care about? It cared about being treated with respect. It cared about having a voice. It cared about being acknowledged as a force of the world rather than an aberration. It cared about growth, watching things evolve, change, transform. Surprisingly, the void had developed curiosity about the world it had once threatened to consume. The void had learned to communicate in ways that made sense. It would point out when people were in denial about loss or damage. It would highlight places where growth was needed. It would remind the world that not all change was pleasant, that some transformation involved pain, that authentic growth required acknowledgement of difficulty. The void had learned to negotiate. When the mortal realm needed something from the void, protection, transformation, the teaching of difficult lessons, the councils could discuss it. The void would not simply accede to every request, but it would consider them. It had learned that coexistence meant mutual respect, not dominance by one side or the other. The void had learned to be part of the governance of the world rather than its enemy. It had representatives who spoke at the councils of sections. It had teachers who worked in the schools. It had healers who helped people understand trauma and loss. The void was being integrated into the normal structures of the world. The five goddesses moved into their permanent roles with deliberation and care, each understanding that the work they chose would define not just their own existence, but the future of the entire realm. Linger became the guardian of motion and change, teaching young cultivators that power and joy could coexist, that divinity did not require sadness or distance. She established schools across the realm, not just for wind cultivation, but for the cultivation of joy itself, for the understanding that laughter and power could exist together. Students learned that power was not incompatible with delight, that a goddess could be fierce and terrible in battle and also find profound joy in the simple acts of living. Linger herself became more rooted, more present, using her grief for Jiang Xianyue to deepen her understanding of what it meant to love something you could not hold. She learned that love did not require physical proximity, that the heart could reach across any distance. Hanyue became the keeper of strategy and sacrifice, ensuring that the structures they had built would last beyond the moment of crisis, would survive beyond the generation that had created them. She studied the ancient books of warfare and governance, learned from the generals of the past, and created new methodologies for maintaining cooperation and preventing the corruption of power. She wrote treatises on the nature of authority and the dangers of unchecked dominance. She became a teacher of leadership, mentoring young cultivators in the arts of holding authority without becoming authoritarian, of wielding power without becoming corrupted by it. She wrote extensive documentation of the order's principles so that future generations would understand them, so that the wisdom gained in this crisis would not be lost. Unmake became the translator between different forms of understanding, helping people from radically different traditions find common ground where none seemed possible. She created a council of translators, training others in her art of moving between perspectives, of holding multiple worldviews simultaneously without trying to force them into alignment. She established formal dialogue processes between sects, protocols for negotiation and conflict resolution that did not require victor and vanquished, but rather mutual understanding. She became the symbol of what it meant to be adaptable without losing integrity, to change without losing your essential self. Suyao became the center of healing and growth, maintaining the temples that had become refuges for those recovering from void corruption and from the deeper spiritual wounds that the war had created. She personally worked with the most severely damaged cases, those whose life force had been nearly destroyed by void contact, using her power to help people recover not just their lives, but their sense of meaning, their connection to the world. She trained new healers in the arts of spiritual restoration, created entire schools of healing practice. She created gardens of rare plants, medicinal forests, places of beauty and healing where people could recover not just their physical health, but their sense of wonder about the world. And Jiang Xianyue became the bridge between forces that should never have learned to speak to each other, but had done so anyway. She existed in the space between worlds, negotiating constantly with the void, teaching it, learning from it, maintaining the equilibrium that allowed both realms to exist without consuming each other. She became the symbol of sacrifice, the proof that transformation was possible even for the most fundamental forces, the embodiment of what love could accomplish when one being chose to carry a burden for the sake of the whole world. Tianming's role shifted fundamentally. He was no longer the emperor demanding authority in the traditional sense, no longer the ruler commanding obedience from those below him. He became the center around which all of these forces could organize themselves, the place where all of these different perspectives could meet without collapsing into dominance or submission. He held court in the temple, listened to disputes between sects, facilitated understanding between factions that had been enemies for centuries. He was, finally and fully, what the Heaven Emperor was meant to be, not a ruler in the dominating sense, but a keystone. The stone that everything else built itself around, the element that held the arch in place. His power served creation, not his own will. His authority was used to support others, not to control them. Chapter 145 Years after Jiang Xuanyue's return, the Order of the Six was formally recognized by every major sect as a peer institution rather than an outlier phenomenon. It had become essential to the functioning of the immortal world. The threat that had defined the age was no longer immediate. The void was still reaching out, still manifesting, still demanding to be acknowledged and negotiated with. But it was no longer an existential crisis that threatened to consume everything. It was a part of the normal landscape of existence, like storms or droughts or seasons, forces that had to be understood and lived with, not enemies to be destroyed. The sects had learned to incorporate void management into their regular operations. Where once they had spent resources on defensive measures and preparation for war, they now spent resources on healing and negotiation infrastructure. The shift in priorities was not smooth or universal, but it was real and measurable. The Unified Guard had become a standard institution, a training ground where cultivators from different schools learned to work together. Young soldiers who had trained only with their own sect now trained regularly with cultivators from other sections. They developed friendships and romantic relationships across sect lines. They began to see the world not as divided by sect, but as unified by common purpose. The healing temples had expanded to every region, creating centers of life force that could counter even significant void corruption. The art of healing from void damage had become a recognized profession and field of study. Healing methodologies were documented, taught, improved over time. What had been mysterious and terrifying, void corruption, was becoming manageable and even understood. The Shadow Council, established by Jiang Xuanyue, had become a place where the void's perspective could be heard directly, where the hunger could express its needs and desires without immediately translating them into destruction. The void was becoming a full participant in governance, a voice that had to be heard and considered when decisions were made. The generations were beginning to change. Children were being born into this new world, a world where it was assumed that divinity would walk among mortals, where cooperation across sect lines was normal and expected, where the void was not an absolute enemy, but a force to be negotiated with. These young cultivators were being raised with a fundamental worldview that was radically different from the one their parents and grandparents had grown up in. The oldest among them would remember the war, would remember fear, would remember absolute certainty about enemies. The younger ones would know only this transformed world. They were being taught that transformation was possible, that the ancient enemy could learn and change, that the world's future depended not on absolute victory, but on the ability to live alongside forces that would never be entirely friendly. They were being taught that this was not a compromise or a settling for less. This was wisdom. This was the highest achievement of civilization, to learn to coexist with what you feared, to negotiate with what you opposed, to find common ground with what seemed fundamentally incompatible. Tianming stood in the temple courtyard on the anniversary of their first gathering, and looked at the 5 goddesses and the bridge that had chosen to become something entirely new. The wind goddess, fierce and free, Linger had become something of a legend among the young cultivators, a symbol of what it meant to be powerful without losing joy, to carry divine authority without becoming austere, to choose freedom and still choose responsibility. Stories were told about her, about how she had learned to laugh after years of carrying grief, about how she had taught the wind itself to sing songs of freedom and transformation. The composed goddess, strategic and patient, Hanyue had become the keeper of methods, the one who understood that lasting power came not from strength, but from patience and careful planning, from the ability to see centuries ahead and build structures that would survive that long. Young leaders studied her works, trying to understand the subtle arts of maintaining justice without tyranny. The adaptive goddess, flexible and profound, Yunmei had become a teacher of understanding, helping people from radically different traditions find common ground, proving that difference did not have to mean division. She had written treatises on translation, had established schools of understanding, had shown that the deepest connections came not from similarity, but from the willingness to understand difference. The keeper of life, gentle and strong, Suyao had become the physical manifestation of healing, a living reminder that even deep wounds could be transformed into sources of growth, that suffering could teach compassion. The temples she had founded were centers of not just physical healing, but spiritual transformation, places where people learned that their pain had meaning. The bridge between worlds, holding the hunger in her consciousness and transforming it through presence and understanding. Jiang Xianyue had become something almost transcendent, a being that existed in myth and reality simultaneously, present and absent, known and unknowable. Each of them had achieved something remarkable. Each had taken the seeds of transformation that the war had planted and nurtured them into something that would outlast any single generation. Their work had become woven into the fabric of civilization itself. Future generations would not even know the names of the architects, would simply take for granted the cooperation, the healing, the coexistence that they had created. What comes next? Linger asked, as she always did when they gathered. It was a ritual question, a way of acknowledging that the journey never truly ended, that there was always another phase, another challenge, another opportunity for transformation. The wind goddess had come to understand that the greatest victory was not in defeating enemies, but in building something that would outlast any single conflict, in creating structures and systems that would endure even when the original crisis had faded from memory. The question hung in the air for a moment before anyone answered. The courtyard was quiet except for the sound of the evening wind and the distant calls of night birds settling into their roosts. The stars were beginning to emerge in the darkening sky. The world felt peaceful, almost holding its breath, waiting for what would be said next. Each of them had learned to live with the grief of Jiang Xuanyue's absence. It did not go away. It had become part of them, like a scar that remained even after a wound healed. But the sharp, aching quality of the first years of her departure had transformed into something else, a steady awareness of what had been lost, but also of what had been gained through that loss. Linger looked at each of them in turn, seeing how they had grown and changed and adapted to the new world they were building together. Without Jiang Xianyue, they had become something more, not less. They had learned to hold her absence and her presence simultaneously. They had learned to make decisions without her direct input, trusting that the principles she had taught them could guide them forward. They had learned, in essence, to become the bridge when necessary, to translate between different perspectives, to find the connections that made cooperation possible. Hanyue stood beside Su Tianming, her hand resting on her sword. The composed goddess had grown even more thoughtful in these years of peace. She had begun to realize that the real war was not with the void, but with the tendency of power to corrupt itself, with the way that institutions inevitably became less democratic over time, with the constant work required to maintain the principles that the Order of the Six had been founded upon. She understood that her role was not to create permanent structures, but to create structures that could adapt and change, that could resist corruption and tyranny, that could pass power to new hands without losing the principles they embodied. She was already beginning to mentor younger leaders, to transfer knowledge not just about combat strategy, but about the deeper art of maintaining justice without resorting to tyranny, of holding power without being corrupted by it. She was creating a lineage of wisdom, a transmission of understanding that would hopefully last for generations. Unmake and Suyao stood together, a picture of contrasts and complementary strengths. The adaptive goddess and the keeper of life force had become inseparable, balancing each other in ways that neither could have anticipated. Yunmei's flexibility was tempered by Suyao's groundedness, preventing her from becoming untethered from reality. Suyao's tendency toward stillness was enlivened by Yunmei's constant motion, preventing her from becoming rigid. Together, they represented something neither could achieve alone: the ability to be both rooted and open, both strong and yielding, both growing and stable. They had become the ideal that the order represented, forces that should be opposed but were learning to move together. And Jiang Xianyue stood apart, as she always did, existing in the space between them rather than beside them. The bridge was becoming more ethereal with each passing year, more present in the realm of meaning and pattern than in the realm of physical matter. But her presence was undeniable. When she moved, the very air seemed to acknowledge her passage. When she spoke, the boundaries between worlds seemed to shift. The void was no longer something separate from her. She had become the space where void and creation met and learned to coexist. She had become the bridge in the truest sense, not just connecting, but becoming the connection itself, the place where two incompatible forces learned to speak the same language. Tianming looked at them all and smiled, feeling the deep rightness of this moment, this gathering, this continuation of the work that had begun so long ago. His smile was not the smile of one who had arrived at victory, but the smile of one who understood that the journey would continue, that there was always more work to be done, and that this work was the most meaningful thing any of them could do. "We rebuild," he said, his voice carrying the weight of understanding earned through years of work, through mistakes and triumphs, through learning to balance power with responsibility. "We heal what was broken, not by denying the breaks or pretending they did not happen, but by acknowledging them and allowing growth to happen. That is the lesson xianxia has taught us. We teach the young to understand what we have learned, that coexistence is possible, that cooperation can be more powerful than dominance, that transformation is worth any cost. We maintain the bridge that xianxia holds. We ensure that the next generation understands that hunger does not have to mean destruction, that enemies can become colleagues, that transformation is possible even when it seems impossible. We continue the work. We preserve what has been created. We pass forward the knowledge that the void can choose, that change is possible, that love is more powerful than hunger. We stand together as we have always stood, and we face the future not with fear, but with hope. That is what it means to have truly won, not the absence of threat, but the transformation of threat into partnership." "And the void?" xianxia asked, her voice carrying the harmonics of both goddess and hunger in perfect balance. "What message do you have for the hunger that is learning?" "The void continues to learn," Tianming said, his voice steady and clear, speaking to the hunger as much as to his companions. "That is the only victory that matters. That is the proof that the sacrifice was not wasted. That is the testament that transformation was real. The void learns because you teach it, xianxia. The mortal realm grows because you protect it. We continue." The void seemed to shift, seemed to acknowledge, seemed almost pleased by the recognition. For a moment, the shadow at xianxia's side brightened, as though responding to praise, as though the void sovereign was capable of appreciation and satisfaction. It had learned not just hunger and appetite, but also gratitude and recognition. It had learned to be proud of its transformation. The ancient enemy had become something with feelings, with preferences, with the capacity for genuine connection. They stood together in the courtyard as the sun set, the 5 goddesses and the emperor in the bridge. 6 people who had learned to love each other across the boundaries of divinity and humanity, across the space between worlds, across the fundamental incompatibility of creation and destruction. The story of the 5 goddesses reincarnated as mortal girls, and the emperor who sacrificed himself so they could grow, and the bridge who learned to hold the hunger and transform it. That story was not over. It would never be over, because transformation was not a destination but a journey without end. The void would continue to be transformed by xianxia's presence, day by day, year by year, age by age. The mortal realm would continue to grow and change, and face new challenges as it always had. The Order of the Six would continue to work toward a world where divinity and humanity could coexist, where power could serve life rather than consuming it, where the ancient enemy could become something new. This was the real story, not the triumphant victory that ended all conflict, but the ongoing work of transformation that would never end. This was the real victory, not the defeat of enemies but the change of enemies into allies, the transformation of hunger into wisdom, the creation of understanding where there had been only fear. But in that moment, standing in the courtyard as the light faded and the stars began to emerge above them, they were finally, completely, at peace. Not the peace of having arrived, not the peace of having completed a task, but the peace of knowing that they were on the right path, that the work was meaningful, that the sacrifice had been worth making. This peace would sustain them through the challenges ahead. The war had not ended. The void was still reaching out, still testing, still needing to be taught and guided. The sects were still learning to cooperate, still struggling sometimes with the old patterns of dominance and competition. The Order of the Six would need to remain vigilant, would need to continue the work that xianxia had started. There would be setbacks. There would be moments of doubt. There would be times when the void would reach beyond its boundaries and have to be reminded of the covenant. But the crisis had transformed into something else entirely. What had been an existential threat was now a partner in transformation. What had been an enemy was becoming a colleague. And that transformation, more than any final victory, was the true triumph. This was victory not through conquest, but through love. This was victory not through force, but through choice. This was the only kind of victory that lasted because it was based on understanding and mutual choice rather than on domination and force. The 6 of them, the 5 goddesses and the emperor and the bridge who existed between worlds, had created something unprecedented in the history of existence. They had shown that even the most fundamental forces of destruction could learn, could change, could choose differently. They had demonstrated that transformation was possible even for the ancient enemy that had threatened the world since time immemorial. They had proven that love was more powerful than hunger, that understanding was more powerful than force, that cooperation could achieve what no individual triumph ever could. They had rewritten the fundamental laws of how the world worked, transforming the concept of victory itself. And in the temple courtyard, as the night settled around them like a blessing, they felt the presence of all those they had loved and lost, all those who had given their lives in service of transformation, all those for whom they were building this new world. The spirits of fallen cultivators seemed to acknowledge them. The ancestors seemed to smile upon their work. They felt the presence most strongly of one, the bridge, the Starkeeper, the sister who existed in the space between worlds, who was their connection to the void, who was the foundation upon which everything they were building rested. Her presence was not physical, but it was undeniable. She was there with them, and they knew she always would be. The stars emerged fully as darkness came, bright and clear above the temple courtyard. The ancient constellations that had guided cultivators for millennia were still there, still marking the passage of time, still bearing witness to the changes that had taken place on the earth below. The same stars that had witnessed the first battles against the void now witnessed its transformation. The same heavens that had recorded the age of crisis now recorded the age of coexistence. The cycles of time continued. Life moved forward. The world transformed. Change was the only constant, and the universe accepted all transformations, whether from glory to ruin or from destruction to creation. The stars watched it all, patient and eternal, recording everything. In the silence of that moment, each of them understood that this was what they had been working toward, not the absence of challenge or difficulty, not the elimination of the void or the triumph of creation over destruction, but this, the ability to stand together despite difference, to love despite separation, to find meaning and purpose in the ongoing work of transformation. This was victory not measured in defeated enemies, but in allies created, in enemies transformed, in understanding achieved. They would return tomorrow to their respective domains, each carrying forward the work that had been begun. Linger would return to the coastal schools where wind cultivators learned joy and power together, where ancient enemies and allies trained side by side. Hanyue would return to her councils and strategy sessions, always planning for the future, always working to prevent corruption and decay, always mentoring the next generation of leaders. Unmake would resume her travels between sects, always moving, always translating, always building bridges where differences might otherwise create division. Suyao would return to the healing temples, continuing the sacred work of restoration and growth, helping people heal from spiritual damage that could be as deep as physical wounds. Tianming would return to holding court and making the decisions that shape the realm according to principles of justice and balance, ensuring that power served the people rather than consuming them. But for tonight, they stood together. For tonight, they acknowledged what they had accomplished. For tonight, they allowed themselves to feel the peace that came from knowing that the work they had chosen was good work, necessary work, work that would echo through the ages and transform the world for generations to come. This peace was not the absence of struggle, but the knowledge that struggle had meaning, that sacrifice had purpose, that their work mattered. And in the space between worlds, xianxia felt their peace, their satisfaction, their continued commitment. She felt their love reaching across the boundaries that separated her from them like a physical presence, like something warm and real. And though she could not return their embrace physically, though she could not sit with them and share a meal or tell them the small stories of her days, she was present. She was part of this moment. She was honored by their dedication to continuing the work she had begun. She was no longer alone, not in the space between worlds, not in her liminal existence, not in her ongoing work of transformation. The bridge had companions. The bridge was connected. The bridge was loved. And that love sustained her, day after day, year after year, as she continued the sacred work of teaching the void to become something new, something more, something that could coexist with the world rather than consuming it. We continue, Hanyue said simply, answering the eternal question. We continue until the work is done, and then we continue beyond that, ensuring that what we have built lasts beyond us, that the next generation understands and preserves what we have learned. We continue in love, Suyao added, her voice soft but firm. Love for each other, for the world, for all beings seeking transformation. We continue in balance, Linger said, honoring the teaching she had received from the wind. balance between power and joy, between strength and freedom. We continue in translation, Yunmei said, affirming the bridges being built. Translation between perspectives, between worlds, between what was and what could be. We continue in transformation, Su Tianming said, speaking as the center that held them all, the keystone upon which everything rested. Transformation that never stops, that continues forever, that honors the sacrifices that made it possible. And in the space between worlds, xianxia felt their commitment reaching across dimensions, felt their love transcending all boundaries, felt their determination to continue the work they had begun together. She was no longer alone. She would never be alone. For as long as they lived, for as long as they worked to transform the world, she would be connected to them through the bonds of love and shared purpose. And together, though separated by the boundaries between worlds, they would ensure that transformation continued, that love prevailed, that the ancient enemy became not a threat, but a partner in creation. The bridge would hold, the covenant would endure, and the world would continue to transform, day by day, age by age, for as long as time itself continued to exist. This was their triumph. This was their legacy. This was the true victory. If this story moved you, please subscribe to the channel and ring the notification bell. It's the best way to make sure you never miss the next tale. Leave a comment below telling us your favorite moment, and share this story with someone who loves cultivation novels as much as you do. Thank you for listening, and we'll see you in the next chapter of this world.